Friday, September 1st, 1989. My head really hurts. And what is that sound? This was Matthew Mason's first thought upon waking up. He felt as if a truck crashed into him and he landed on his head. After further contemplation, he realized that actually happened. So how is he still alive? I am on a train. How did I land here? Where is even here? What's the destination? Please don't be the afterlife. He was sitting alone in some kind of train compartment. The sound from earlier is the moving of the train on the rails. Outside of the window, he saw that they were driving on a bridge over a valley. While observing the situation outside, he heard a voice inside his head. Beep. AI chip ready. Memory data of host's original body ready for download and integration. Proceed? Huh? What the hell? What AI chip? Is this the AI chip from Warlock of the Magus world? Did he reincarnate into the Magus world? No, that can't be right. This train seems to be like an old train from home. He doesn't think there were any trains in the Magus world. Matthew remembered carriages, flying ships, and similar but no train running on steam. Observation correct. Functions of the AI chip are identical to its story counterpart. Based on my calculations, there is less than a 0.1% chance for it being the Magus world of Leyland Farlier found inside the host's memories. The answer may be in the memories of the previous owner of host's body. Proceed with the download and integration of the data? It seems to be the best course of action. Yes, AI chip, proceed. Please wait. Download in progress. 20%. 40%. 70%. 99%. Beep complete. Suddenly he got a small and short stabbing pain in my head again, and a new set of memories suddenly appeared inside of his mind. Holy shit. I am a wizard. I am in the wizarding world. The fucking world of Harry Potter, Merlin, Voldemort, speaking hats, magical super beauties, and Hermione. With an AI chip, he cheered in his mind. Dumbledore, Voldemort, and even Hermione may be very intelligent. You could even say geniuses, but compared to the processing powers of the AI chip, they are nothing. We have the 1st of September in 1989. At this point of time, even all the computers on the whole planet have not enough calculation power to be more powerful than my AI chip. Last mid-July, he received his Hogwarts letter and got the whole introduction from Professor McGonagall, with a cool table to pig transfiguration showcase to prove magic is real. He seems to be a Muggleborn, not that it matters. His new body's name is Matthew Mason. He had the same name as in his last life. He lives in London with his parents. Since he had all the memories of the previous owner of this body, he will also consider them his parents. His father owns a construction company and his mother is a medical doctor in the local hospital. So they could live pretty comfortably. He visited Diagon Alley with them a few weeks ago, and now he was sitting on the Hogwarts Express. Anyways, it doesn't matter now. First of all, AI chip scan my head and search for the location of the assistant system or any foreign object. Beep. Scan complete. No strange or foreign existences were found in host head. Now scan my whole body and display my body status and any strange differences from common humans. Beep. Scan complete. Matthew Mason. Strength 0.5, agility 0.7, vitality 0.6, status, slight headache, no physical injuries detected. Registering an unknown form of energy inside the host's body. Not enough data to quantify it. A 3D model of his body appeared before his eyes with his stats displayed on the side. He was a black-haired, youthful-looking boy. His gray eyes gave his above-average-looking face a mysterious look. With a height of 144 centimeters, he was pretty normal for his age. My body seems to have the average strength of a healthy 11-year-old child. So I do not need to start a training regime to catch up to my fellow classmates like Leyland needed to in the Magus world. But for a healthy mind, you need a healthy body, so a regular workout seems to be appropriate. The eye chip seems to be fused to my soul like Leyland's. But there is no need to fear wizards discovering it inside of my soul. Most of them do have not a lot of interest in understanding the secrets of magic. As for the unspeakables, they are far from me since they have no reason to visit Hogwarts. Analyzed Matthew. This foreign energy may be magic itself. To test it, he took his wand out of his pocket into his hand. AI chip scan my wand. Beep. Scan complete. The wand seems to be conducive for the foreign form of energy inside of the host's body. The energy flows from the host's body through the wand and back. The wand is made of wood and has a length of 13 inches. Inside of it is a core made of an unknown material which gives off similar energy particles like the unknown energy inside of the host's body. This unknown energy really seems to be magic. Inside of Hogwarts are enough students and teachers to scan to understand magic better and see where he stood in the scale of power. The core of my wand was according to Ollivander the dragon heartstring of a Ukrainian ironbelly. One of the last few heartstrings in the world. Since this species of dragon, which was known as the largest in the world, is unfortunately already extinct. Luckily he felt that his wand belongs to him. What a fantastical and unique feeling. It seems his reincarnation doesn't force me to get a new wand. AI chip begin to scan the people I meet in the future and collect their body status and analyze them, especially begin to analyze the unknown energy. Let us call it magical energy from now on. Beep. Task established. Beginning the collection of stats and analysis of magical energy. Also scan the memories of this body's original owner and of my past life and establish a database of the knowledge. Also, analyze the events of Harry Potter and tell where I am and when canon starts. Beep. Beginning data collection. Creating database. Progress 10%. 40%. 70%. 99%. Task complete. Harry Potter receives his first Hogwarts letter in 691 days on July 24th, and his relatives then try to prevent him from going to Hogwarts. The first canon events inside the Harry Potter books happen a few weeks before that. The host is in the same year as Fred and George Weasley. Bill Weasley is head boy and Charlie Weasley is a Gryffindor prefect. The AI chip is really useful while his imperfect human mind at this point only remembers rough details. The AI chip knows every detail of his memories, even the ones he can't actually access, and is able to analyze every detail. It's like a portable pensieve. For the moment, won't he have to wear a mind-reading hat in a few hours, and aren't there two notorious mind readers with Snape and Dumbledore in the castle? They probably won't read his mind since he is only some random Muggleborn student of no consequence at the moment, and the hat won't necessarily share his knowledge with Dumbledore since he was created by the four founders in service of the school. But better be safe than sorry. AI chip encrypt the memories of my past life and put the original memories into the front. So nobody beside me can access them. Since this is the best solution I have at the moment. Beep. Task established. Estimated duration is 3 hours and 32 minutes. It's recommended for the host to learn occlumency in the future. Based on the present data, occlumency may amplify the host's mental capacities and with it my processing powers. I will see what I can do. Seems a good idea so far. Probably around 4 hours until arrival in Hogwarts, and the chip is also indisposed for the next few hours. So I died. Well fuck. Luckily I've got reincarnated and got a new chance to live. What a fucking cliche reincarnation through Truculin. I was just a normal college student. Well, I won't waste it. I will stand on top of this world, know this universe. With magic and my AI chip, it will be possible. The Ministry, Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and whoever the fuck else will be mere stepping stones on my path to the peak. Power, love, riches, and everything else I will get it, and nobody will stop me, decided Matthew with new conviction. Why should I waste time? I have 4 hours time to take a look at my first year books. The AI chip can later import the gained knowledge into the database from my memories. Let's get to work. So he pulls out his copy of Magical Theory by Albert Waffling and starts reading. After a few hours, there was suddenly a loud noise from somewhere at the front of the Hogwarts Express. Matthew could hear disgusted screams and a pair of loud laughter that came closer and closer. until suddenly his compartment door opened and a pair of redheads entered his compartment. They were obviously Fred and George Weasley, the pair of twins which could even give the famous marauders a run for their money in the art of pranking. They were out of breath and quickly closed the door and sat before me. Until not much later the door opened again and an older student with a prefect badge and Hufflepuff colors, probably 6th or 7th year, entered the compartment and stared furiously at the twins. It was you too, wasn't it? You threw a dung bomb into the prefect compartment. He started to accuse the twins. One of them replied innocently. Blimey fella. We've got no idea what you are talking about. We spent the whole train ride here. So don't start to blame us. Not buying it, the prefect continued. A witness saw two redheads opening the door to the prefect compartment and throwing something in. Then he started looking at Matthew. Were they here the whole train ride? Oh boy. The two troublemakers totally did it. No doubt. But it's time to make some friends. No idea what you are talking about. Fred and George spent the whole train ride here with me. We were just becoming friends and were debating whether we would have to fight a troll to get sorted into our respective houses or if they would use another method. Until you came in and accused them. Maybe the witness is the actual perpetrator and blamed them since they were easy to spot. Clearly still suspicious but with no other proof, the Hufflepuff prefect started to leave the compartment. I will keep my eye on you three. When we were sure he left, the twins looked at me and started introducing themselves. I am Gred. And I am Forge. Weasley. But you already seem to know us, have we met before? Wow, that's their famous twin speak. Are you practicing ending each other's sentences or something? Well, I saw you with your family on the platform. Your mom wasn't difficult to overhear. Matthew obviously lied. He can't tell them he knew them from a book series and recognized them from their red hair and their pranking of the prefect compartment. And so they started chatting until the train got close to Hogwarts, and they had to change into their Hogwarts robes. Beep. Memory encryption complete. Starting to collect data from people in the host's surroundings. Collection complete. Still need more data for the analysis of magical energy. Well, it finished just in time. A voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the schools separately. Probably house elves will transport the luggage to their rooms. As they stepped out of the train and onto the dark and tiny Hogsmeade platform. Beep. Registering foreign magical energy particles that tried to mark the host's wand. What is happening? AI chip, are you able to interfere? Not enough data. Foreign magical energy particles successfully marked host's wand. So that's how the trace gets applied? Well, I will have to look into it in the future. First of all, I need more understanding of magic, decided Matthew. While he slightly shivered in the cold night air. A large beardy figure with a lamp in his hand suddenly appeared. First years over here. That's obviously the half-giant Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Come on, follow me. Any more first years? Mind your step now. First years, follow me. We followed Hagrid on a steep and narrow path. It was dark on both sides. Nobody spoke, everyone was probably nervous. You'll get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec. Hagrid called over his shoulder. Just round this bend here. The narrow path opened suddenly, and we arrived at the edge of a black lake. And there she was, Hogwarts. A beautiful medieval castle perched atop a mountain with sparkling windows from the night sky. With many beautiful turrets and towers. No more and forward to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Matthew entered a boat with another boy and 2 girls. Everyone in? Shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward. Everyone was silent and admired the castle while the small fleet sailed closer and closer to the cliff where the castle was standing on. Heads down, shouted Hagrid as the first boats entered an opening hidden by a curtain of ivy. There was absolutely no need for them to pull their heads down. But for Hagrid it was different, probably hit his head a few times when he started guiding the first years in the past. The concentration of magical energy in the air is rising. My skin shows that the natural growth of the magical energy inside the body is amplified. It seems Hogwarts has a high concentration of magic, which apparently is good for the natural magical growth inside a wizard's body. No wonder Dumbledore doesn't leave the school. What a good place for a magical school. They traveled to a dark tunnel until they arrived in some kind of underwater harbor. They left the boats and Hagrid asked, "Everyone here?" Walking up a flight of stone steps we arrived before a huge wooden door. Hagrid raised his gigantic fist and knocked on the door. The door swung open and a tall black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there, which he recognized from his new memories as Professor McGonagall. She has a really stern face. He had no idea how Fred and George could cause so much trouble with someone like her watching. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." They followed her through the large door into a large entrance hall which was lit by flaming torches. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. The first years followed Professor McGonagall through the hall to the large door on the right side of the hall. Based on the noise, this should be the entrance to the Great Hall where currently the rest of the school is. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Sure, House Cup, the illusionary stick and carrot." After a few minutes, Professor McGonagall returned and led them into the Great Hall in a line. The bewitched ceiling looked like the night sky outside. What a beautiful piece of magic. All eyes were on the first-year students. At the other end of the hall was the teacher's table, and before it stood a stool with a very old and dusty hat on it. As they arrived before it, opened its mouth and started to sing with a horrible tune. After the song, heard Fred or George exclaiming, "Oh, there is no troll. Now is the time of truth. If the sorting hat isn't able to access my encrypted memories, I should be safe from every legilimens in and outside this castle." Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. Avery Clare, a dark-haired girl, stepped forward and Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on her head. "Slytherin," shouted the hat. The table on the far right started to cheer and clap as Claire went to sit down on the Slytherin table. "Davies, Roger." "Ravenclaw," shouted the hat again, and the dark-haired boy Roger joined the Ravenclaw table as they began to cheer. "Diggory, Cedric." "Huh, that's a bit unexpected." It seems Cedric was in the same year as Fred and George. He just had his birthday before the Goblet of Fire chose the champions in Harry's 4th year. My birthday is also before Halloween on October 23rd, so I could also join the tournament. But I still have time, let's think about it when the time comes. Since I would have to face Voldemort to win the tournament. Less than winning is unacceptable, decided Matthew. "Hufflepuff," exclaimed the hat, and Cedric joined the cheering puffs on the Hufflepuff table. And the sorting continued until I suddenly heard my name called by Professor McGonagall. "Mason Matthew." He started walking to the front, while wondering where he would get sorted based on the memories of the original owner of this body, and whether the hat would pick up that he had hidden memories. He sat down and Professor McGonagall put the hat on his head. All eyes were on him. Suddenly he heard a voice in his head. So I have horrible voice? Maybe I should put you in Hufflepuff. You sorry I was joking honestly. He thought in panic. Is that so? Let's see. Curious and difficult, where should I put you? Your memories would suggest Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, but your personality and subconscious thoughts suggest a thirst for power and knowledge at all costs. Ideal traits for Slytherin. But I am a Muggleborn. Wouldn't I have to endure lots of hardships and hate? That's why Slytherin is unfortunately out. In old times Salazar would welcome someone like you with open arms, but the recent centuries were no good for House Slytherin. Cunning and ambition were replaced by hate and bigotry. But you have a deep thirst for knowledge and a sharp mind which will help you to gain power. So better be. Ravenclaw! Shouted the Sorting Hat loudly. So Matthew walked to the cheering Ravenclaw table and joined his classmates. Happy that the encryption of my memories worked and the hat could only pick up a recent personality change. The more time passes, even Legilimens shouldn't pick up a personality change in the past. But he should still study occlumency in the future, but it's not a priority. As the sorting continued, Fred and George got sorted into Gryffindor. Also Alicia Spinett, Angelina Johnson, and Lee Jordan. Cassius Warrington, Graham Montague, and Adrian Pusey got sorted into Slytherin. That should be all characters from canon. His eyes fell on the high table. All the teachers looking like their movie actors. Hagrid was drinking from his larger-than-normal goblet. McGonagall was chatting with Dumbledore. Snape was dressed like you would imagine him in all black. Even Quirrell was there. He looks like in the movies just without the turban, and he has dark hair. He should be teaching Muggle studies at this point if he was not wrong. Additionally, there was a very old man looking even older than Dumbledore with his white long beard. That's probably the defense against the dark arts professor. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. Let's welcome Professor Quirinus Quirrell as our new teacher for Muggle Studies and Professor Mark Williams as a teacher for defense against the dark arts who fortunately returned from his retirement for this year. And now, dig in. Thank you, he said as everyone applauded and he started to move his hands. As he waved his hands, tons of different kinds of food appeared on the table. Everyone started happy eating after the long journey. Matthew was also hungry and the food looked delicious, so he ate while holding small talk with his new housemates, so he gets to know them. As everyone finished eating, the food remains vanished and the tables became sparkling clean as before. A moment later the desserts appeared. Blocks of ice cream in every flavor you could think of, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs, and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jello, rice pudding. Lots of Ravenclaw students talked about homework, studies, or books. The atmosphere was happy in the whole great hall. At last, the desserts too disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. While Professor Dumbledore said that he watched the Weasley twins as they looked at each other and had a dangerous grin on their faces. Oh boy, here we go again. Apparently, Dumbledore also didn't miss their look as his twinkling eyes observed the twins for a moment. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. The other teachers' smiles had become rather forced and awkward. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore. And let's sing. After the worst song he had heard in both his lives finished, the students started to move outside of the Great Hall to their common rooms. We also got called by a female blonde-haired prefect from Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw first years to me. Welcome to Ravenclaw, the smartest house of Hogwarts. My name is Lisa Bennett. I am a fifth-year prefect. Follow me to our common room. She guided them outside of the Great Hall up the marble staircase to the castle. Through a lot of corridors with moving portraits and armors and other moving staircases until we reached the 5th floor. Matthew made sure to remember the path, as he would need it from tomorrow on. Where she led us to the west side of the castle to a large spiral staircase. At the end of the spiral staircase was a big door without a doorknob or keyhole but a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. As we arrived before the door. This is the entrance to our common room. We have no passwords like the other houses. To enter ours we need wisdom. Everyone only gets one try. If you answer it false you will need to wait for other students. So who wants to try to answer it? After nobody wanted to, Matthew stepped before the bronze eagle and it started to ask a riddle. I have lakes with no water, mountains with no stone, and cities with no buildings. What am I? Huh, not easy. But after a few moments, he got the answer. The answer is a map. As the door opened for us, Lisa said. Well done. Let's enter the common room and finish our tour so we can all get to bed. Follow me. As they scrambled through the large door, they found themselves inside the Ravenclaw common room. A larger circular room with 2 floors. On the top floor were graceful arched windows that punctuated the walls which were hung with blue and bronze silks and a midnight blue carpet covered in stars, which was reflected onto the domed ceiling. One of the airiest rooms in the whole of Hogwarts. With a spectacular view onto the Hogwarts school grounds including the Forbidden Forest, the Great Lake, the herbology greenhouses, and the Quidditch pitch. The room was furnished with blue tables, chairs, and a divan. Next to the stairs leading up to the dormitories stood a tall statue of Rowena Ravenclaw made of white marble. On the wall hung moving portraits of famous Ravenclaws. The common room was furnished with bookshelves on the walls of the bottom floor, their own library. 2 staircases were leading upward on each side of the marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw besides the bookshelves. Lisa directed them to the middle of the common room and continued to explain. Welcome to the Ravenclaw common room. The probably most practical one of all houses. We have our own library which is managed by our head of house Professor Flitwick. The library has a collection of books that are useful to expand and deepen the knowledge of the school curriculum. Beginning from the far right we have the books for the first years to the far left where it ends with books for the 7th year. Additionally on the last shelf are Professor Flitwick's personal recommendations. Every Saturday from next week onwards will be a study group for younger students, where older students help the younger with the curriculum. It's a tradition that Ravenclaws have the best grades in their year which we try to continue with these study sessions. After Lisa explained to us the library system and study sessions she continued to show us the rest of the common room. The left staircase leads to the girls' sleeping dorm. The stairs are enchanted to allow no boy to climb the stairs. The staircase on the right leads to the boy dorms. Your trunks are already in your rooms which are marked. Before you go to sleep remember tomorrow at breakfast Professor Flitwick will distribute the course schedules for this year. Also if you have any questions you can come to me or any other prefect we will help you. Professor also has speaking hours which will be marked down in your schedule. His office is on the 7th floor inside the West Tower. Well timed to finish this tour. Any questions? No? Then have a good night everyone. There were 8 first-year Ravenclaws this year. 4 girls and 4 boys. I am probably still part of the generation whose numbers got affected by the First Wizarding War. The number of children should have gone down during the war because of their fear. We split into 2 even groups separated by gender and started to climb the stairs into our respective sleeping dorms. At the top was a long corridor with doors from both sides. On the first left side door was written in bronze-colored letters first-year dorm. This seems to be our bedroom. Let's enter it, said one blonde-haired boy whose name I still didn't know as he opened the door. Inside the room were 4 beds with a similar look and layout as the beds inside the Gryffindor bedrooms from the movies. Just the color scheme was blue and bronze instead of red and gold. Before the beds lay their 4 trunks. As he walked to his assigned bed where his trunk was placed, he decided to break the ice and introduce himself. Hey, nice to meet you guys. My name is Matthew Mason. How about you guys? He asked with a smile on his face as he looked at the others. The other three occupants looked at each other before the dark-haired Roger Davies replied. Hi, Roger Davies. Next, the blonde-haired boy happily started to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Harold Dingle. Nice to meet you all. Lastly, the only remaining one, a slightly chubby dark-haired boy, started to introduce himself slightly nervously as three pairs of eyes stared at him. Hello, I am Blake Moore. Roger Davies continued. Nice to meet you guys. I am from Liverpool. Where are you from? I am living in London. I replied. Blake also answered. I am also from London. Lastly, Harold answered. I am from Newport in Wales. And so they chatted with each other and started to befriend each other. Roger talked about his plans to join the Quidditch team next year and how disappointed he is that he couldn't join this year. Harold talked about his fascination for magical creatures since he also is a Muggleborn. Blake and I mostly listened to them with a few comments in between, until it became quite late and dark outside. I am sure all of us are quite tired after the long journey and the sorting, and I would very much like to sleep since I plan to explore the castle tomorrow after breakfast before classes start on Monday. So let us continue to chat tomorrow and get some rest for today. Sure. Seems to be a good idea. Although I will first explore the Ravenclaw's Tower Library first thing in the morning. So good night, fellas, replied Harold. Good night. Matthew moved himself to his new bed and closed the dark blue curtains behind him. While laying down, he started to mentally communicate with his AI chip. AI chip, how is the progress in analyzing the magical force? Enough data collected. Should I complete the analysis and display the new status? Please confirm. Yes, proceed. Beep. Finishing analysis and calculating new status. 15% to 40%. 80%. Analysis complete. Displaying status. Matthew Mason. Strength, 0.5, agility, 0.7, vitality, 0.6, magical energy, 2.1, status, healthy, no injuries detected. How does my magical energy compare to the other students? And what about the teachers? He mentally asked. An average first-year student has a magical energy value of 2.0. 1.0 is the base value of a squib who doesn't seem to have the ability to manipulate magical energy but still can sense it. It's constantly rising through the nourishment of the dense ambient energy of the castle. While it seems that the nourishment gets weaker the older and more powerful you get, more research is recommended. The average 7th-year student has a magical energy value of 85.0. The teacher's energy value wasn't quantifiable since their magical energy was different in quality and density. Albus Dumbledore had the densest energy. His was even different from the others, which suggests that there are different levels to accomplish. In the future, further research required. Interesting. We will definitely research it in the future. For now, start another task. We will tomorrow cartograph the castle and its immediate grounds and create a mental map, so I won't get lost in the future. Task started. Current estimated progress 3%. Well, it's time to finish the day and spend my first night inside the wizarding world. Hashtag he thought as he closed his eyes and fell asleep to the steady sleeping noises of his roommates while wondering what the future would hold for him. Saturday, September 2nd, 1989. After a restful night, Matthew woke up at 6 a.m. thanks to the AI chip waking him up. His fellow year mates were still happily asleep. Today was a Saturday, which meant that there was a full weekend of no classes, enough time to explore the castle and study the basics for the first year classes. After getting ready for the day, he took off in the direction of the Great Hall for breakfast and to pick up his schedule from Professor Flitwick. On the way, he explored different kinds of rooms and corridors to further complete his mental map of the castle, which would be very useful for the coming years. After a while, he arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast. The Great Hall was still pretty empty this early in the morning. Luckily, the four heads of the houses were already present. After introducing himself to Professor Flitwick, he got himself his schedule. While enjoying his delicious British breakfast, he checked his schedule for the next year. So first-time transfiguration on Monday, potions and defense against the dark arts on Tuesday, charms on Wednesday, herbology and my first flying lessons on Thursday. I definitely should study my whole potion book before Tuesday. Snape probably won't be so harsh on us since we aren't Gryffindors, but I would rather have a positive relationship with him. After breakfast, he finally started to explore the castle. Hogwarts Castle was a large, 7-story high building supported by magic, with 142 staircases throughout its many towers and turrets, and very deep dungeons. The castle was built in the late early Middle Ages, c. 993, by a wizard architect and the four most celebrated wizards of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Matthew started exploring the castle from the Great Hall. First, he entered the dungeons and especially located the potion classrooms, and even located the entrance to the Slytherin common room with the help of the AI chip. From there he explored every floor of the castle and specially located the classrooms of his future classes. Around lunchtime he decided to visit the kitchen, which he found thanks to the chip's reminder that it was located behind the fruit bowl painting with a large pear. After tickling the pear, he climbed through the hole and was greeted by a lot of large, round and dark eyes. The house elves looked like in the movies, although more like Dobby rather than old and wrinkly like Kreacher. Kreacher was probably also affected by being alone and under the influence of the Horcrux inside of the Slytherin's locket for so many years. After finishing my lunch, which I got served by a lot of overly excited house elves who are just happy to work, he continued to explore the castle. The castle has many shortcuts and secret corridors. It was impossible to find them all with only one day of exploration. But he made good progress for one day and found all major canon locations like the common rooms, classrooms, entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in the second floor girls' bathroom, room of requirements, and livery. Obviously, he didn't enter the chamber since he doesn't know Parseltongue. At dinner time, he arrived in the Great Hall again for dinner, where he was greeted by his roommates. Hey Matthew, where have you been all day? We didn't see you in the dorms today, said Harold after Matthew reached his classmates. I spent the day exploring the castle. I found all our classrooms and even some shortcuts to them. What were you guys up to? Replied Matthew while sitting down. Well, that's nice. I probably should do the same tomorrow since I don't want to arrive late for classes on Monday. We wasted the whole day playing gobstones, checking out the Ravenclaw library, and talking to some older students, answered Roger while enjoying his meal. Don't worry guys, I can escort you if necessary. I will show you the shortcuts I found, Matthew told them while beginning to eat. The shy Blake also joined the conversation. Thank you. By the way, Professor Flitwick will welcome the Ravenclaw students back after dinner in the common room. That's nice. He is seemingly Britain's most educated charms master. And before he started teaching, he was even a dueling champion with the title of Master Duelist. He has been in Hogwarts for about 20 years. Let's walk together after dinner, remarked Matthew. While enjoying their tasty meal, they passed the time with some more idle small talk. After the productive but tiring castle exploration, Matthew was happy to rest a bit. Scene break. After dinner, the whole Ravenclaw house gathered around the common room to meet Flitwick for his yearly introduction. At the decided time, Professor Flitwick entered the common room and greeted the gathered students. Good evening. I hope you didn't wait too long. Phileas Flitwick was a part goblin wizard. Thanks to his lineage, he had a short stature. After walking to the front, he placed himself inside an empty chair and asked the students to gather around him. Many students choose to sit on the floor with the younger ones in the front. Nobody wanted to miss what a teacher would say. Welcome back for another year. I hope all of you settled down and had no problems with your living arrangements, because if you do come to me, we will see what we can do about them, so don't hesitate to share any of your problems. First of all, let me introduce myself to the new students. I am Phileas Flitwick, head of House Ravenclaw. I also teach the subject of charms. meaning I will be teaching you the wonders of charms. My responsibilities as head of house include correcting any problems you should have and guiding you throughout your educational years here in Hogwarts. My doors are always open to all Ravenclaws. If I shouldn't be available, you can also ask any prefect for help which you recognize in their prefect badge, explained Flitwick to the new students. Flitwick continued with his explanation while taking his wand out. Since you all are Ravenclaws, you should know about the origin of our noble house. With a flick of his wand, the symbol of House Ravenclaw appeared. House Ravenclaw is the house of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. She created the house for students who are characterized by their wit, thirst for knowledge, wisdom, acceptance, creativity, and intelligence. Any Ravenclaw student displays a number of these traits. Over the centuries, our house created many exceptional witches and wizards. Many of them became great inventors, spell creators, potion masters, and more. I also was a Ravenclaw during my time in Hogwarts. Unlike other houses, our common room can only be entered through passing the question of an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. This barrier shielded House Ravenclaw for almost 1,000 years. I can see some of you are troubled by the eagle's questions, but you will adapt quickly and soon enough even enjoy the challenge. After all, you were sorted into Ravenclaw and we value learning the most. Although I would advise you to double-check your backpack for everything before leaving the tower. He started laughing by the last sentence. Other houses may perceive you as bookish in your pursuit of knowledge, and you may be called bookworms and similar names. But don't let their words get to you. They are just jealous of your knowledge and wisdom. Be proud of being smart and knowledgeable. After all, you were chosen into the house of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, one of the most renowned witches in our history. So wear it like a badge of honor. He stood up and exclaimed. Always remember this, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. The common room broke out in applause as the students felt proud of their house. After everyone calmed down, Flitwick finished his introduction and continued with some general organizational stuff and rule changes. Later on, he finished and sent them to sleep for the night. In bed, Matthew read through the last of his mandatory course books. Thanks to the AI chip, he remembers them now word for word. Afterwards, he happily fell asleep for the night. Sunday, September 3, 1989. Awoken by the AI chip at 6 a.m., Matthew got ready and off to breakfast while his roommates were still asleep. After enjoying his early breakfast in an almost empty hall with very few other students that already were awake, he left the hall to explore the outskirts of the castle to complete his rough mental map of Hogwarts. Luckily, it was a slightly cold but sunny fall day. After exploring the Great Lake, herbology greenhouses, Quidditch pitch, and Hagrid's hut, his map was more or less complete. Over the years, he would add all the secret passages in and outside the castle, and later on he will explore the Forbidden Forest. But first of all, he needs the ability to defend himself, or entering the forest as a first-year student who barely knows to shoot colored sparks would be suicide. After stopping in the kitchen for a quick lunch, Matthew made himself on the way to the first floor through the great staircase. His next stop was the Hogwarts Library, which is located in the training grounds tower on the first floor, access through the library corridor. The library contained tens of thousands of books on thousands of shelves. Included in its many sections is an invisibility section, a section with information about dragons, and a restricted section at the back, set off with a rope. The librarian was Irma Pants. She was highly possessive and protective of the school's books and was deemed highly unpleasant by most of the student body. According to her, a signed note from a teacher is required to peruse the restricted section of the library or being an OWL student. It contains books of dark magic only used by older students studying advanced defense against the dark arts and different kinds of advanced but more dangerous subjects. Although there was a time the section was open to all students and even contained very dark subjects like Horcruxes. For now, the restricted section didn't matter to Matthew. The public part of the library contained more than enough books for the next year. After all, unlike in Warlock of the Magnus World, there was no method to download the knowledge directly. He needs to read every book fully to add the knowledge into his database. Unlike the other students, he just needs to read them once, and with the help of the AI chip, he comprehends the whole book word for word. So he started to research the core subjects for the next few hours, especially potions. Potions was one of the most important subjects for him at the moment. It was his way to raise funds in the immediate future through improved potions, and most importantly, he could find a way to further increase his magical energy value. If a potion like this existed, it would be family magic. No potion master was foolish enough to release a valuable recipe that increases the power of the user directly. Probably only powerful and old pureblood families would have some, but with the AI chip, it was possible to find one. Scene break. For the next few hours, Matthew increased the theoretical knowledge inside his database. Although theory is important in the end, only if you could apply the knowledge someone would be powerful. So it was time to check out his practice room. The most useful room in the entire castle. After arriving on the 7th floor, Matthew entered the left side corridor and stopped before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. On the opposite wall of the tapestry was the hidden entrance into the room of requirements, also called the come and go room. To open the room, someone needs to walk past it 3 times while thinking what is needed, and a door will appear. Matthew checked if someone was inside the corridor and started to walk 3 times before the wall with the entrance. I want to understand how the room works. I want to understand how the room works. I want to understand how the room works. While passing the wall for the 3rd time, a dark door appeared on the wall. Matthew entered the room for the first time. Inside, he found a comfy armchair before a fireplace with a table beside it. Located on the table was an old blue book with the title Manual of the Room of Requirement by Rowena Ravenclaw. Placing himself comfortably on the armchair, he started to read. In summary, the Room of Requirements was created by Rowena Ravenclaw. The other founders assisted her with their magic in the final creation step. It's one of the wizarding world's greatest masterpieces of runes and enchantments up to this day. The room is controlled by a semi-conscious existence integrated into the magic of Hogwarts. The general rules are, it can store and summon objects. Also, it can conjure simple objects like furniture or tools inside the room. Also, it can create a copy of any information inside the castle's wards like books or notes. It isn't able to summon anything that exists outside of the room, and anything conjured inside can't pass through the door. Only things stored inside of the room can be taken out again. There can be no knowledge shown that isn't located inside of the wards. So the room won't have a solution for everything. The room can only be entered by passing the entrance 3 times and thinking of the user's wish while no one is inside. While using the room, it adapts to the wishes of the user. If someone is inside the room, he can create alternate entrances inside the wards, and near the wards approximately in the range of Hogsmeade. The user can also create temporary entrances that vanish after a week if he didn't enter the room. No entrance can be created inside the common rooms, sleeping rooms, or private quarters of the professor. While inside, the user can prevent others from entering the room. Damn, that's fucking useful. So I have no problem accessing the restricted section inside the library, or even the books Professor Dumbledore removed from there if they are still inside his office. I should still try to gain legal access to the restricted section and study in the library so nobody would get suspicious of my knowledge. It doesn't matter which version of Dumbledore I have to handle here, evil or good. The last thing I need is him monitoring me because he believes I am similar to Tom Riddle in his youth. Time to try some magic. While thinking, I need a target to practice magic. A practice dummy materialized on one side of the room. Taking out his wand, Matthew communicated with the AI chip. AI chip record and analyzed the process and changes of my body while casting magic. Flippendo, he yelled while waving his wand with the correct wand movements aimed at the dummy. The dummy got hit by a yellow-white light and knocked back a bit. Beep. Wand movement should be corrected by 8 degrees to cast the spell perfectly. The spell used 0.06 units of magical energy inside the host's body. This amount of energy is regenerated after less than 1 minute. The analysis of the host's body's magical energy movement shows that while using a wand, the magic starts to move in a specific pattern through the body guided by the wand and becomes a bit more inflexible. Recommended action would be mastering the spell without a wand first before practicing too often with a wand. By learning spells only through wand usage, magic casters would mostly lose the ability to cast wandless, while first practicing wandless would prevent this side effect and also improve the power and control of spells with the wand. It seems a wand is a useful tool, but by only learning to cast with it, it becomes a crutch and weakens the spellcaster in the long run. So Matthew put his wand back into his pocket and tried to cast the spell wandless. Flipendo! And nothing happened. Host didn't try to move his magic through his hand. The host is recommended to close his eyes and concentrate on moving his magic through his hand while casting the spell. The AI chip will assist with this step until the host can grasp the feeling. Matthew tried again to cast the spell while trying to feel and move his magic. Flipendo! A faint yellow-white light impacted the dummy and pushed it slightly away. Yes, I can cast wandless magic, although with assistance. 0.2 units of magical energy used. The host can cast another 9 times before he needs to rest for a few minutes. Matthew spends the rest of the evening practicing different kinds of first-year spells wandless. After a while, the AI chip stopped assisting him because he grasped the concept of feeling and controlling his magic. The spells he practiced were colored sparks, the wand lighting and wand extinguishing charm, the unlocking charm, the knockback jinx, and the levitation charm. Time to try with the wand again. Flipendo! He yelled while guiding the magical energy through his body. A powerful yellow-white light hit the dummy and threw it against the wall. Amazing! Yelled Matthew while trying the different spells in different intensities. Beep. Problem solved. Guiding host's magic himself prevents the side effect of losing the ability to cast magic wandless. The more host control improves, the less magical energy is used. At the moment, the spell uses on average 0.04 degrees with a wand and 0.09 degrees without a wand. Monday, September 4th, 1989. After he returned late to his sleeping dorm, his roommates were already deeply asleep. He quickly took a shower and turned in for the night. The next morning he walked with his fellow classmates to breakfast and later showed them a secret passage from the Great Hall to the Transfiguration classroom of Professor McGonagall. They arrived early for their first double lesson Transfiguration with the Slytherin first years. Inside the classroom waiting for them was only a tiger-striped cat on the teacher's table for them. Nice, we are the first ones. We can sit wherever we want, said Harold. But what is a cat doing here? Asked Blake while looking at her in interest. I've spent yesterday preparing for classes, and inside one of the Transfiguration books, I found the description of magic called the Animagus transformation. An Animagus is a wizard or witch with the ability to change into one's animal form. Although it's a rare skill in magical Europe because of certain dangers. But as one of the most accomplished Transfiguration masters, this is probably Professor McGonagall. Matthew explained under the approving nod of the black cat. But let's keep quiet about it. The shocked faces of our classmates should be an amusing sight. That's neat. Hello, Professor McGonagall, said Roger. I agree the show will be fun to watch later. So the four of them took the first row places. Matthew sat together with Blake. Harold and Roger took the table behind them. The tables were split into 2 rows inside the classroom. The Slytherin students will probably place themselves on the other side. Matthew prepared his copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch and his writing utensils while waiting for the rest of the students to arrive. After a while, the students entered the classroom bit by bit while watching Professor McGonagall and her black cat form curiously. At 9 a.m. Professor McGonagall jumped from the table and transformed into her human form under the astonished gazes of the class. Welcome class to your first Transfiguration lessons. This, as Mr. Mason correctly recognized, was my Animagus form. Would you repeat your explanation for the class, please? After Matthew finished explaining the details, Professor McGonagall replied. Well done, 5 points to Ravenclaw for preparing in advance for the class. Thank you, Harry Potter books, he added in his mind. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. She continued. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. They were all very impressed and couldn't wait to get started, but soon realized they weren't going to be changing the furniture into animals for a long time. Professor McGonagall started with a long lesson on the theory behind inanimate transfiguration. She also introduced the basics of the transformation formula, which is that the intended transformation is directly influenced by body weight, A, viciousness, V, wand power, W, concentration, C, and the amount of magic which I named magical energy, Z. The theory was nice to listen to since she also added her experiences into the lesson which you couldn't find in any books. After taking a lot of complicated notes, they finally started in the second half of their lesson with practical transfiguration. They were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. Although he held his wand in his hand, he didn't channel magic into it. First, he wanted to accomplish the transfiguration wandless. His first attempts were fruitless. Analysis of the transformation formula complete and ready for integration. Proceed? Yes, confirmed Matthew as the knowledge of how to apply the formula appeared in his consciousness. With the analyzed theory, he finally succeeded in his wandless attempts, which resulted in a slight change in his match. It became slightly silver and pointy, which was also noticed by Professor McGonagall. Well done, Mr. Mason. By the end of the lesson, Matthew was the only one who accomplished to change his match completely into a needle, which earned him another 5 points. While some of the Slytherin students gave him hateful stares. On their way to lunch, they were suddenly stopped by a snobby voice behind them. Do you believe you are better than us, mudblood? Know your place, filth, said an arrogant-looking dark-haired boy, which Matthew recognized as Cassius Warrington, a Slytherin student. Oh boy, there's the arrogant Slytherin cliché, Matthew thought while he replied. Well, based on our class performance, I believe I am better than you. And did nobody teach you to introduce yourself when approaching someone? Well, my name is Matthew Mason, and who might you be? That's none of your concern, mudblood dash. He aggressively replied while taking his wand out and casting a spell at Matthew. He dodged the curse easily while taking his wand out. Well, so much to your supposed superiority. Flipendo. He casted. Warrington didn't expect a counter from a muggle-born student and got directly hit by the spell and flew into the wall. Next time I would be more careful who you try to mess with. A wizard that seems to be more talented than oneself is a dumb choice, especially for a Slytherin who is supposed to be cunning and sly. He told him while leaving with his friends. On the way to the Great Hall, Matthew got celebrated by his friends. That was amazing, said Harold. He almost pissed himself at your last sentence. Let's hope he learns his lesson. Based on the Harry Potter books, I would say probably not. Matthew thought while the friends continued to chat on their way to the Great Hall. After lunch, they had their first lesson herbology together with Hufflepuff. Herbology occurs in the Hogwarts greenhouses. During the lesson, Professor Sprout, a squat little witch with short, gray, wavy hair, introduced them to the basics of herbology and the basic tools needed during future lessons. The lesson ended with an introduction to some simple and harmless plants. After herbology, the last lesson of the day was History of Magic together with Gryffindor, held by the old ghost Professor Binns. History of Magic is a major waste of time. During roll call, he used the names of students during his lifetime. Professor Binns, who doesn't even know any actual names of his students, just babbled on about goblin rebellions. The majority of the class fell asleep while the twins passed their time throwing paper projectiles at their fellow classmates in an attempt to wake them up. Matthew decided to bring some books to study from now on. Once History of Magic ended, he said goodbye to his friends and rushed to the library, where he spent the rest of the afternoon studying different kinds of magical topics. As curfew approached, he made himself on the way to his dorms, but not before stopping by the kitchen for a quick snack. After arriving in the common room, he joined his friends, where he spent the evening watching Roger and Harold play wizarding chess and using the Ravenclaw Tower library. After it became dark outside, they retired for the night to their dorm. Tuesday, September 5th, 1989. Today, the Ravenclaw students had their first double lesson of potions together with the Hufflepuffs. After breakfast, they hurried to their classroom. Potions lessons took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle and would have been quite creepy enough without the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. After settling down and preparing his writing utensils, Snape appeared at the door with his dramatic waving cloak. His serious-looking face and the dark atmosphere of the dungeons directly quieted the class down. Snape started the lesson by taking the roll call. While observing the class with his dark cold eyes, he continued the lesson with his famous speech which he most likely practiced before a mirror in the past. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. He began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. As there's little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. More silence followed this little speech, until he suddenly started to question the students about their first-year coursebook. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. After fruitlessly trying to catch some unprepared Ravenclaw, he instead decided to harass the Hufflepuff students, until he probably decided that he intimidated the class enough. The lesson continued by putting the students in pairs. He instructed them to brew a simple potion to cure boils. Matthew was paired with Blake. Snape told them to get their potion ingredients from the storage cabinet. With the help of the AI, he was able to choose the ingredients which contained the highest amount of magical energy, meaning he collected the most potent ones. Under the critical eyes of Snape, they weighted dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, and prepared other ingredients they needed for their potion. The AI chip can discern the most effective preparation method. Matthew could swear he saw a flash of acknowledgement inside of Professor Snape's eyes, while he continued to prepare the potion with slight adjustments from the AI chip. While for the other students the whole lesson was a stressful ordeal, Matthew calmly finished his perfect blue-colored potion. Afterward, he bottled and labeled his potion and left it on Snape's desk, while getting a nod of approval. In the end, Snape instructed them to write 3 inches about boil cures until next week. Scene break. That was terrifying. My potion instead of blue turned into a poisonous-looking violet, exclaimed Roger frustrated on their way to the Great Hall. You ground your snake fangs not enough, so they retained their poison during the brewing process, replied Matthew. How are you so good? When I watched you stirred your potion counterclockwise every 3 times instead of 7 times, but your potion came out perfectly, asked Roger frustrated. Well, I just had a feeling that would cause a better magical reaction than the method described in the books. I have no idea how I knew that. Maybe I am just naturally talented, he lied. Well, at least nobody blew up their cauldron. I heard that was a common occurrence. After lunch, they attended another lesson on transfiguration and later the history of magic. At the end of the day, Matthew spends his free time in the library again after completing his potion and transfiguration homework. Scene break Wednesday, September 6, 1989. Professor Flitwick started the charms class with a roll call while standing on a pile of books. He introduced the principles of casting magic with a wand. The purpose of a spoken incantation and a specific wand movement is to subconsciously focus the spellcaster's intent. Every spellcaster needs 2 things to cast a spell: intent and magic. Can someone tell me why our incantations are all in a modified form of Latin instead of English? Yes, Mr. Mason, please. If our incantations were in English, it would be pretty easy to cast spells accidentally. So to prevent any accidents, we use a dead language. Also in a modified form so we wouldn't cause some accidents if we ever needed Latin. According to An Introduction of Ancient Magicals. The ancient Greek magical community was wiped out overnight because of a disaster caused by their collective magic during a national holiday. They cast all their spells in ancient Greek back then, like their spoke word. Well done, Mr. Mason. 5 points to Ravenclaw, squeaked Professor Flitwick happily. In the later part of the lessons, we practiced the wand lighting charm, Lumos, and the wand extinguishing charm, Nox, which I already mastered wandless. For successfully casting the spell on the first try, I earned another 2 points for Ravenclaw. The rest of the lesson passed unspectacularly. Scene break in the afternoon. It was time for our first lessons in defense against the dark arts with the ancient-looking Professor Mark Williams. According to his introduction, he was an Auror and later Auror instructor. Mad-Eye Moody was one of the last Aurors he instructed. He retired before the first signs of the wizarding war against Voldemort even started. Although he knows his stuff due to his high age, his teaching style is quite slow. He started us on the basics of recognizing dangerous situations, how to get help and how to avoid them. Later in the lesson, he taught us how to summon red and green sparks and creative ways to use them as a distraction. He even showed us some neat tricks to change them into different colors that weren't usually taught. In the end, every student was able to cast the spells flawlessly and instantly. After an exhausting day of magic casting, Matthew retired to the Ravenclaw common room with his friends. They spent the afternoon playing around and resting before dinner. As they completed dinner, he retired to his dorm to catch some sleep. While lying in bed, he began to mentally communicate with the AI chip. Please update my status. Beep. Status updated. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 1, Strength, 0.5, Agility, 0.7, Vitality, 0.6, Mystical Energy, 1.9, 2.3, Status, Exhausted but healthy. What is the meaning of Wizard Rank 1? After further analyzing the different wizards in proximity, the AI chip created a rudimentary ranking system to categorize the different power levels of wizards. Rank 1 wizards are generally young student-level wizards in the age range of 11 to 15. Rank 2 wizards are the general adult wizards. The mystical energy value reaches that stage naturally at the age 16 to 17. Rank 3 wizards are exceptionally powerful wizards that reach that level through their talent, practice, or high age. In this category, for example, are Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick. Finally, Professor Dumbledore is a Rank 4 wizard, even possibly approaching the Rank 5 rank. Barely qualifying as a Rank 4 wizard is Professor Williams due to his high age and career as an Auror. But also due to his age, he isn't able to show that level of power. Interesting. But I will surpass them and reach heights that were never seen before. But I need to do something about my physical stats. At the moment, they only hinder me. AI chip devised the most effective workout routine based on the database's current knowledge. Beep. Task established. Complete in 4 hours and 14 minutes. Proceed? Yes. I also should write to my parent about my non-magical education since I don't want to place all my cards on the wizarding world with their bigotry. Matthew confirmed and closed his eyes for the day. On the next day, the AI chip successfully created an effective workout routine for Matthew which would raise his physical stats equally based on the knowledge about sport and fitness he picked up during his past lives. From this day on, he would every day spend the morning working out for an hour before breakfast and lessons, starting with a jog around the Black Lake. Thursday passed without incidents. Only noteworthy were the astronomy lessons at midnight. To Matthew's astonishment, wizarding telescopes for centuries completely outclassed non-magical telescopes. With the help of runes and enchantments, wizards could perceive the universe on the level of space telescopes like the Hubble telescope of his past world, which would be delivered next year into space if both timelines are similar. Thanks to this advantage, the wizarding world has a superior understanding of the workings of the universe. Unfortunately, they are missing the logical and scientific methods of the non-magical world, or there may have been already space wizards. That's probably a side effect of the concept of magic itself. Most wizards seem to miss common sense. On Friday, the first-year students have their first flying lessons. The lessons are held for all 4 houses together. All of them gathered in the afternoon on the training grounds outside of the tower where the library is located. The flying instructor, Madame Rolanda Hooch, is an elderly woman with spiky gray hair which were cut short and had a piercing, yellow, hawk-like eyes. She wore a white button-down collared shirt and black necktie with the Hogwarts crest under a cloak. She prepared a set of ancient and worn-out looking brooms for the students. By the appearance of Hogwarts' supply of flying brooms, it's a wonder if they even could fly. Most of them are the very old model named Shooting Star, which was released in 1955 by the Universal Brooms Limited. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up, exclaimed Madame Hooch impatiently. Like in the Harry Potter books, we were shown how to summon the broomstick into our hands. According to Madame Hooch, it's the traditional way to test the enchantments of the broom. Matthew always believed that wizards were just too lazy to pick their broom up, but it actually had safety reasons which are a bit contradictory, since the school brooms they use only react after a few tries. Afterward, they were taught how to sit on their broom correctly, and were allowed to take off for the first time. No matter his safety concerns about his broom, Matthew felt flying was a wonderful feeling. He remembered that Voldemort and Snape could fly without brooms and decided to learn that in the future even if he had to capture and interrogate one of them at some point. But he probably could solve that himself. The lessons ended with an introduction to the basic flying techniques and a small race between the students. Their goal was to completely circle the castle once. Unfortunately, his talent in flying on a broom was just average, and he only ended up somewhere in the upper middle rankings, while Roger tied with Adrian Pusey from Slytherin for the first place. This was to be expected since they would both join their respective house teams in the future, at least in the books. His placement didn't matter to him since he doesn't have an interest in Quidditch and didn't plan to join the team. He still would buy his own broom next year, but just to enjoy flying and to study the enchantments. Scene break after flying lessons, their school day finished with another hour of herbology where nothing of interest happened. Next, he left his year mates for the room of requirements where he would spend the rest of the weekend practicing magic. Instead of only acquiring first-year spells which he could practice extensively in lessons, he started to branch out more. He learned his first few spells which were useful in combat like the disarming charm Expelliarmus, a lower version of the shield charm Protego with the incantation Scutum, and the stunning spell Stupefy. The spells were very taxing on his first-year magic reserve since they are only taught in higher years for reasons. But according to the AI chip's observations, the more magic is used the stronger the natural growth of a person's mystical energy reserves becomes. The comparison to a muscle isn't so wrong. During his breaks between spell practice sessions where he replenishes his energy reserves, he completed his homework for the week and wrote a letter for his parents. Dear Mom and Dad, I finally completed my first week of classes at Hogwarts. The classes are very interesting. For example, Professor McGonagall is one of the few people in Europe who mastered a magical skill called the Animagus transformation. She can turn into a cat which she used on the first day of her class to impress the other students. My head of house is a half-goblin. He is very short, he has to stand on a pile of books in class, but a nice and competent teacher. He even was a dueling champion in the past. Most of my teachers are nice, but some are very strict. Like Professor Snape, but I believe I am one of the few students he may be like since I am a natural talent in potion and brewed a perfect cure for boils in our first lesson. Currently, I am in all of my classes top of the class, which I plan to keep up. After talking with the older students in my house, especially the other students of non-magical origin, I concluded that the wizarding world is still stuck in the Middle Ages and bigoted against anything non-magical. The word muggle used for non-magical people just proves how it's integrated into Britain magical society. Although the professors are against prejudices and bigotry, it is taught to many students at home. Especially the so-called purebloods fear the non-magical since the witch hunts which turned over the centuries into disdain and hate. I even had an altercation with one of them this week because of his jealousy. My older housemates recommended I continue my non-magical education. Apparently, it is hard for many muggleborns to get a good job after graduation. So I hope you could set up everything for me so I can continue my formal school education from here and take the necessary tests during summer break. Please allow me the necessary books so I can start my self-studies as soon as possible. Also, I decided would like to stay over the winter holidays this year because I would like to witness how Christmas or Yule, that's what is celebrated in the magical world, is celebrated. I hope Bodhoff you are well. Sincerely your son Matthew Mason P.S. An owl seems to be a useful pet. Shortly before dinner he finished his practice session for today and stopped by the Oli to send his letter with one of the school owls. His parents could reply with the same owl. At the Great Hall, he joined his friends for dinner and spent the rest of the day in the common room with them. For the next few weeks, Matthew would fall into an idle routine of workout before breakfast, attending classes, studying the books in the library, and practicing in the room of requirements. Although these weeks were exhausting, he made impressive progress and won a ton of house points which earned him the respect of his housemates. Days turned into weeks. Matthew invested a lot of time into his magic studies and practice. He made progress in all fields including his workout routine. He gathered a substantial amount of data for his database by spending a lot of time inside the library. His parents were happy for his progress and talent in magic, although concerned about the general magical society and their bigoted views. They would arrange everything for his non-magical education as fast as possible, which happened to be already next week. With the reply to his second letter to send with the school owl, he got a parcel with all the necessary books and materials. Mastering the 7th grade materials with the help of the AI chip and the knowledge of his previous life was no challenge. All he had to do now was to complete and send the monthly homework back and succeed in his exams during summer break. Matthew also impressed his teachers with his dedication to his magic studies and knowledge. He even earned 5 points from Professor Snape for his potioneering skills in class, which is a very rare occurrence since Snape dislikes everyone besides Slytherins and is very biased towards them. His understanding and ability to wield magic progressed by leaps and bounds. In October he already completed reading up to 3rd-year materials and even branched into many, not necessary topics or spells. The AI chip's database collected a wide range of information during his studies. He also completely mastered the first-year spell curriculum and started with the 2nd-year spells while also learning many useful spells of later years, like the summoning charm Accio or the cleaning charm Scourgify. Unfortunately, he spent so much time studying magic that he became a bit of a loner. He only had a close relationship with his 3 roommates, and got a reputation for disappearing for a long time outside of classes. Scene break Monday, October 23rd, 1989. Today was Matthew's 12th birthday. After getting roughly woken up by his roommates, they congratulated him while giving him their respective gifts. They shared their respective birthday just 2 weeks ago during a nice round of Who Am I? Back then Blake and Matthew taught Roger and Harold different kinds of muggle games since they didn't know much of the non-magical world. Both of them grew as normal purebloods up and were a bit ignorant about the rest of the world. From Roger, he got a copy of History of Broom Enchantments. It's a book about the first flight attempts of wizardkind and their development through time. Since Matthew showed a lot of interest in the workings of brooms during flight lessons, it was a nice gift. Harold gifted him a magical notebook since he collected in 1 month a sizable amount of loose parchment with notes of classes or ideas and many different topics. Even though he had an AI chip, there was a certain flair to handwritten notes, which couldn't be replaced by mental ones. The notebook would never end out of pages and had a categorization and search function. It also was spelled so it could only be opened by the owner. Blake gave him a collection of chemistry books. His father is a chemistry professor and helped him with choosing a set of entry-level books. Chemistry should be helpful for his future experimentation on the topic of potions and alchemy, especially the scientific methods. After exploring his gifts, they prepared themselves for lessons today and left for breakfast. While enjoying their breakfast, the owls arrived for today. A large and beautifully dark feathered eagle owl landed before him. She stared at him while holding her leg out on which hung a letter for him. Dear Matthew, we wish you a happy birthday. Enjoy your day with your friends and continue to make us proud. Although you left almost 2 months ago and we are busy with work, the house still feels empty without you, but that's part of growing up. Hope to hear from you soon. With love, Mom and Dad. P.S. Your birthday present delivered this letter to you and is probably currently staring at you. P.P.S. She still has no name. I got my own owl, guys. What should I call her? He asked after finishing the letter. How about Black Beauty? She is a gorgeous owl. commented Harold. Come and be serious, mate. That's a horse name, exclaimed Blake while laughing. A dark and mysterious beauty. I think I will call you Morgana from now on, said Matthew while he petted Morgana on the head. In response, she hummed approvingly. The rest of the day was spent normally with a few gratulations here and there from people who heard he had a birthday. Today he decided to rest and spent the day with his friends while fooling around. They even got a cake and some pumpkin juice from the kitchen which the house elves happily prepared. Scene break Friday, February 16, 1990. For the last few months Matthew continued his routine of studying, training, and magic practice. While he decided after his birthday to focus mainly on potions so he could raise some funds next summer, he still progressed his theoretical knowledge by leaps and bounds. He completed reading his 4th year books in every other subject. In potions he reached the 7th year. AI chip, show me how I progressed the last few months, he commanded mentally. Beep. Status updated. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 1, Strength, 1.3, Agility, 1.6, Vitality, 1.5, Magical Energy, 14.3, Status, Healthy. The magical energy inside my body is growing nicely. But I wonder where I am compared to my year mates. My physical attributes more than doubled. But it feels like my progress is slowing down. Still, 1.0 is the value of an average adult, and I surpassed it in all stats while only being 12 years old. How is that possible, he wondered. Based on my regular scans. Cedric Diggory possesses the highest magical energy value with 9.4 of the other students in the host year. The host is comparable to an average mid-second year student. The magical energy inside a wizard's body affects him on a fundamental level. Without working out, wizards should reach physical values of 1.5 to 2.0, which equals the level of a peak human who can lift about double of his body weight. Adult wizards who work out can reach a superhuman level of physical stats. The limit is approximately 3.5. The host will be able to reach this level while keeping his workout routine around the age of 15 to 16. Further increase in the physical category will require other methods. So I possess 5 degrees more magical energy than my year mates. That's nice. To strengthen my body and magic even more in the future, I will need other methods. For that, I will need to start researching. My list of research topics is growing and I am only in my first year. I will need a lot of monetary funds. Although my parents are decently wealthy, it won't be enough and I don't want to rely on their money. It's time to raise some funds and I already know where to begin. He decided to let the AI chip modify some potion recipes with the help of his wide foundation on brewing knowledge in his database. The first potions he chose were cosmetic potions like Sleek Easy's hair potion and scalp treatment and Diamond Beauty skincare. No matter where they are, looks are still an important factor in human life. Be they magical or non-magical. After a few days of processing, the AI chip completed 2 recipes. 1 skincare and 1 hair care potion, both cheaper but more effective than comparable products. All he needed was a review by a certified potion master to legally sell his products and to send probes to a potion shop to sign an agreement over the summer. Fortunately, there was a potion master inside the castle. Matthew started the brewing process after his ordered potion ingredients arrived from Slug and Jigger's apothecary. The new potions were not overly complicated but still more complex than anything a first-year or second-year student ever brewed. Although he is highly knowledgeable in potion theory, his practical experience is limited since he only brewed in class. Inside the room of requirement, Matthew wished for a potion lab with 2 working stations so he could save time and brew them together. With the assistance of the AI, he had no problems with following the correct steps for each potion. It still cost him his whole weekend to complete his first cauldrons of the cosmetic potions before he finally filled them into crystal vials. Scene break on Tuesday. After potions, Matthew sent his roommates off to dinner and approached Professor Snape's office after knocking and entering. Shut the door behind you, Mr. Mason, ordered Snape's cold voice. Well, Mr. Mason, why are you here? Sir, this week I finished 2 potions I developed by myself. I am here to ask you if you could review my work as one of the prime potion masters in Britain, answered Matthew. You want me to believe that a first-year student developed not 1 but 2 potion recipes by himself? A task that is only required by apprentices during their potion mastery? Exclaimed while Snape stared with his dark eyes at Matthew. Beep. Foreign surface thought scan registered. Auto-response plan A activated. Fake potion research memories loaded into subconscious. Diversion successfully established. Good, I came prepared, thought Matthew while replying. Yes, sir, it took me a lot of time and work. I can now present to you my first 2 successful products. Both of them are cosmetic products that are cheaper and more effective than already existing recipes. I am here for you to verify their effects and register the patents of the recipes at the ministry. I hope you speak the truth, Mr. Mason. You will regret it if you are here to waste my time. Show them to me, demanded Snape. After taking a few vials with the potions out of his backpack, Matthew handed them to Snape, who started to examine them. Interesting. These are no potions I recognize. What is their purpose? The light blue colored one has a similar effect like Sleek Easy's hair potion but double the duration. As for the pale pink colored one, it's a skincare potion, sir, he answered. Color me impressed. Unlike the usual dunderheads inside my classroom, you've got a real talent for the fine art of potion making, Mr. Mason, said Snape while walking to a cabinet and taking 2 pieces of parchment out of it. Fill these forms out while I test these potions. Matthew started to fill in the forms for registering his first potion patents, while Snape entered his personal potion lab in the back room of his office. The next half hour was spent filling in his credentials, the potion effects, and recipe, until Professor Snape returned. Impressive work, Mr. Mason. I really wish you would be a Slytherin so I could teach you personally. But the current political situation puts me in a tight spot to develop your talents. 20 points for Ravenclaw. You earned them. Unfortunately, I can't do more. I will complete these forms for you and send them in. Expect a ministry owl in the next few days, explained Snape with a neutral voice. While you are already here, Mr. Mason, I've heard rumors inside my house that you attacked members of Slytherin repeatedly in the last few months. Especially Mr. Warrington, accused Snape. Shocked by the turn of events, Matthew replied. But sir, I've just defended myself. They attacked me repeatedly because of my Muggle heritage and success in class, sir. I don't need any excuses. Mr. Mason. In the end, you raised your wand against fellow students while you came out unharmed. You will spend every Friday afternoon in detention with me for the rest of the year. Good day, Mr. Mason, decided Snape with a strange glint inside his eyes. Yes, sir. He accepted without choice while leaving the office. Scene break at the end of the week. A ministry owl with the patent certificates arrived. Matthew sent Morgana with a business proposition and a few example potions to Slug and Jigger's apothecary. On Friday afternoon, he arrived in Snape's office for his first detention. Follow me, Mr. Mason. You will assist me inside my lab every Friday. As potion master of Hogwarts, it's my task to restock the potion supplies of the castle. You will assist me during the brewing process. But be warned, if your work isn't to my satisfaction, you will spend your Fridays cleaning out every cauldron in the castle, explained Snape. Okay, sir, Matthew replied while following Snape to the potion lab. For the rest of the year, Matthew assisted Snape with brewing different kinds of potions, while the gloomy professor also shared his personal experiences with him. The detention was through Snape's strict and precise requirements tiring, but Matthew's brewing experience and preparation skills grew by leaps and bounds. The rest of the students, especially Warrington, believed he spent his Fridays cleaning cauldrons and potion cupboards, while in reality he got taught by one of the best potion masters in Britain. Only his roommates knew the truth. After a few days, a reply from Slug and Jigger's apothecary arrived. Dear Mr. Mason, we were very impressed by your products and your talent in the art of potioneering. Our business would like to sell your potions in our shop in Diagon Alley. We would appreciate it if you would visit our shop to sign an exclusive deal. Since you are a Hogwarts student, Would it be possible for you to visit our shop on July 6th at 10 a.m. to discuss the details of your proposal? Sincerely, Horace Slughorn, Potion Master and co-owner of Slug and Jiggers Apothecary Slughorn. Isn't that the previous potion professor of Hogwarts? The collector of talents for his Slug Club. So he is one of the owners of Slug and Jiggers Apothecary. Although he has a slimy personality, this should be a great opportunity to network in the magical world. His club is well connected and spread. He thought while sending a reply to confirm the date. The rest of the year passed without trouble, and the exam period approached. Matthew spent his days focusing on practical magic training since he wasn't sure he could practice magic wandlessly at home. Although the trace got applied to his wand, in Harry's second year Dobby's magic got registered as underage magic and got a warning from the improper use of magic office. To prevent problems in the future, he would have to experiment with the situation at home. Books he could read at home, but practicing magic only in Hogwarts. So he spent as much time as possible inside the room. He didn't need to study theory for the exams. There was no one in his or one of the upper years who could even come close to the AI chip's ability to totally recall everything he read. Maybe a practicer of occlumency could come close. He was confident that before his OWLs he would be more knowledgeable than Dumbledore in magic. Maybe Dumbledore would know more obscure topics because he found some rare books during his long life, but in general theory, nobody could beat Matthew. As Professor Dumbledore entered the staff room at Hogwarts, the rest of the teachers were already there. The staff room was an old-looking room, filled with a long table surrounded by comfortable armchairs. Dumbledore took the leather armchair at the end of the table which was reserved for the headmaster, and started with the meeting. I'm sorry for being late, but at my age, I'm not the fittest on my legs anymore. Well, better get this meeting underway as we all have things to do. Let's start with our new students. Are there any exceptional students among the first years? Minerva. Well, we've got a pair of exceptional troublemakers this year. Fred and George Weasley are pranksters comparable to the Marauders. I already got a headache just for imagining all the troubles in the next few years. Professor McGonagall explained with a defeated expression. Among my Transfiguration students there are some talented ones, but especially Mr. Diggory and Mr. Mason are exceptionally gifted. Yes, Mr. Mason is one of the brightest wizards I had in my house in years. Squeaked Flitwick happily. As I understand it, he performs in all his courses exceptionally, and is very talented in potions. Is that so? How is your opinion of Mr. Mason, Severus? Asked Dumbledore, interested while watching Snape with his twinkling blue eyes. I've never seen a more talented student in my life. His natural talent and instincts in the subtle art of potions are exceptional. He improved already in his first lesson the recipe and completed his task exceptionally. But most of all, he created his first original potion recipe as a first year. A task even I only accomplished in my third. Explained Snape grudgingly. While in thought, Dumbledore asked. How is he coming along with his fellow classmates? Besides his roommates, he didn't interact a lot with other students. According to my observations, he either spends time studying in the library or disappears somewhere in the castle. But he has a close relationship with his roommates, said Flitwick. I am happy that the students all got acclimated to the life in the castle, said Dumbledore with a mysterious look on his face. How are the exam preparations coming along? I prepared a special exam for Mr. Mason. It will show me how far along he is in potions, explained Snape. This will be interesting. Can't wait for the results, agreed Dumbledore. How are the rest coming along? Continued Dumbledore with the meeting. Scene break. Matthew completed his end-of-year exams without trouble. Only the potions exams were slightly challenging. The questions ranged from first to the fifth year curriculum. It was clear he got a different exam paper than the rest of his class. In the end, he still became the top of his year, followed by Cedric Diggory in second place and Scarlet Fawcett, a female Ravenclaw. After the exams house, Ravenclaw partied in their common room. Most of their students came out among the top 10 of their years. The older students brought snacks from the kitchen, and even some butter beer and fire whiskey which was off-limit for the younger students. Everyone enjoyed themselves after these stressful exams. The party ended late in the morning. After returning to their dorms, his roommates fell asleep. Matthew remembered he forgot his book bag in the common room and decided to get it quickly. As he arrived in the common room, he suddenly heard the AI chip in his mind. Warning! Warning! Host under a powerful compulsion. Trying to purge the foreign magic. Successful. As he came back to his senses, he remembered his bag was still in his bedroom. So why would someone send me back into the common room? He thought while observing the empty common room. All other students already left for sleep. Only the remains of the party were left behind. The house elves still didn't arrive to clean. His eye fell on a wall beside the white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Something on that wall gives off a blue glow that he never registered before. As he got closer to the wall, he recognized the Ravenclaw emblem, a blue glowing eagle. The moment he arrived before the wall, he touched the glowing eagle. It suddenly extended and a circle of runes appeared. In a circular motion, the runes started to swirl and formed a portal. On the other side of the portal, an almost bare chamber appeared. Only a bronze eagle head hung on the wall. AI chip, what is happening here? Asked Matthew mentally. Beep. Not enough data to analyze rune formations. The portal is formed of a mix of spatial and mystical energy. Similar energy radiation located above the host. So the room is at the top of the Ravenclaw tower? I am pretty sure nothing like this happened in the Harry Potter books. I don't seem to be in danger, so I better check out the other side. He decided as he stepped through the portal and approached the bronze eagle. Welcome to the trials of Ravenclaw, possible heir. You are one of the outstanding few students who are given a chance to complete a trial and become heir of Ravenclaw. Explained with an aloof voice. What are these trials? And how did I qualify? He asked skeptically. The trials were secretly left behind by Rowena Ravenclaw to foster gifted Ravenclaw students. Besides being sorted into Ravenclaw, a first-year student needs to reach first place in the exam rankings. Additionally, they need to prove their mental capabilities. You satisfied the last condition by developing your own potions. The older you are, the harder the conditions would become, explained the eagle. How many others were there, and did they need to achieve the same conditions? Wondered Matthew. Before you, 23 other students entered this room since the founding of Hogwarts. They needed to complete similar conditions and accomplish them in many different years. No one fulfilled them after their fifth year. After all, they become exponentially harder to fulfill every year. Only 5 students completed the trial before, answered the eaglehead with his proud voice. And what do I gain from passing the trial? After passing the trial, you will gain what every Ravenclaw desires, knowledge. You will gain access to Rowena Ravenclaw's personal library. And don't even think about it. The Room of Requirements can't access the library after all. Lady Rowena created both of them, explained the eagle. Did the other founders also leave something similar behind? Matthew asked, trying to fish for pieces of information. Who knows, nobody shared the secrets they left for their students. But enough questions. Let us start with your trial. You have the choice between 3 choices: enchanting, spell creation, or ward breaking. Make your choice wisely. Creating enchanted items could be useful, but I don't want to mainly rely on tools in the future. Spell creation would expand my spell repertoire with trump cards for future battles. Ward breaking could also come useful in the future. Hard choice. Nothing of that I could accomplish at the moment, since I concentrated on other areas in my studies. What to choose, pondered Matthew. I choose spell creation. It's the most useful topic in the near future and will assist me for a long time, he decided. Wise choice, heir. You have 1 year to create 2 spells, attack and defense. The trial is open for you the whole year, but you only have 1 try to succeed. Now be gone, heir. Return when you are prepared, spoke the eagle as suddenly a bright glow flashed through my eyes and I suddenly stood in the empty common room. The portal was nowhere to be seen, only the blue glowing eagle remained on the wall. Matthew decided there was no point in remaining here at the moment and left for bed. The rest of the last week passed by in the blink of an eye. Matthew spent the rest of the week either chilling with his friends or practicing magic in the room of requirements. At the end of the term feast, Slytherin still ended up winning both the Quidditch and House Cup. He wasn't too surprised. In the books, Slytherin won the cup 7 years in a row until Harry arrived. The only person who could surpass Snape's preferential treatment of his house was Dumbledore, who until his golden boy arrived, wouldn't care about the House Cup, either would Matthew. Although he won a lot of points just by being active and the best of his class, he wouldn't go out of his way to gain a few extra points. His time was better invested studying and practicing, rather than in a cup standing inside Flitwick's office for a year. Time was a major problem for him. Even though he spent a lot of time inside the library and was able to read 3 to 4 books a day thanks to the absolute recall ability of the chip, it only amounted to a bit more than 1,000 books. Only around 10% of the public part of the library. Although there were lots of biographies, history, culture, and law books, he still only completely read through 20% of the magic books inside. The progress with this pace is not enough to safely survive the Second Wizarding War. There is no point in preventing Voldemort's resurrection at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. He would only lose the advantage of his canon knowledge, since this is one of the major necessary events to kill him. So either he gets more time with the Time Tuner, for example, or he finds a way to accelerate his progress. After the feast was finished, students who held off packing spent the rest of the day running around trying to get everything packed, because the Hogwarts Express starts the next morning. Matthew had wisely packed his trunk already the last few days. The 4 friends spent the evening looking for Harold's things since he was one of the last-minute students. Later that night, after they finished, the 4 friends spent the night chatting and playing before falling asleep for the last time as first-year students. Scene break Monday, June 25th, 1990. The following day, first thing in the morning, we all loaded up on the Hogwarts Express and headed home for the summer. At the back of the train, we found an empty compartment for the 4 of us. As the train rolled away from the ancient castle, his mind ran over everything that happened this year. His death and reincarnation, collecting a wide range of magical data, learning the secret behind wandless magic, creating potions, and entering the trials of Ravenclaw. The first year was already busy, but the future would only become busier. The closer the train got to London, the more nervous Matthew became. For the first time, he would meet his parents as his new self. Yes, he has memories of them. In his last life, he was raised by his grandparents. His father left them before he was born and his mom died while giving birth to him. For a long time he wished to have parents. His grandparents loved him, but it wasn't the same. One of his goals was always a big family in his last life and his new life. The train entered the station and stopped at platform 9 3/4. "Have a nice summer, guys, and don't forget to write," exclaimed Roger while leaving the compartment. "You too. Goodbye till September," said Matthew while collecting his trunk in Morgana's cage. He left the Hogwarts Express while observing the platform. In the mass of students and their parents, he saw a beautiful middle-aged dark blonde-haired woman and a tall muscular man with dark hair and a full beard on his tanned face. These were Matthew's parents, Anna and William Mason. "Matthew! Welcome home!" cried his mom while hugging him. "Welcome home, son. I hope the train ride wasn't too long," asked my father while patting him on his back with his big hand. "I see you started to work out. Nice muscles you developed," he commented proudly. "Hello, Mom and Dad." "Thank you, Dad. The train ride wasn't troublesome since I shared a compartment with my friends," explained Matthew while following his parents through the brick barrier into the Muggle world. They left the station in the direction of their car as they chatted about his time in Hogwarts. After a drive of 15 minutes, they arrived in Bloomsbury in the west of London where their family home was located. Bloomsbury is one of the more expensive suburbs but is located close to the center of London. Their family home is just a 20 minutes walk away from Diagon Alley. Matthew's family lived in a 2-story high house. They had a double garage for his parents' cars, and a large garden surrounded by bushes. The house had 2 bedrooms, a guest bedroom, 2 bathrooms, an office and a living room with an open kitchen. His room was a pretty large room with a window looking out into the garden. Inside were a bed, a desk, 2 cabinets and a bookshelf. After unpacking his trunk he spent the afternoon with his parents. His mother prepared a tasty welcome home meal. "Oh right, Dad, can you take me to the Charing Cross Road Street on your way to work? I have a meeting in Diagon Alley that day," he remembered. "Sure. What do you want there?" "The shopping list should arrive much later," asked his father. "I developed 2 potions in Hogwarts, and an apothecary is interested in selling them, so I have to visit them to discuss a contract," explained Matthew while enjoying the food. "Oh, my little entrepreneur is already starting to make his own money. I am so proud of you. By the way, on 11th and July 12th, your 7th grade exams are happening. I left the letter with the details on your desk," cooed his mother. After dinner Matthew spent the rest of the evening with his parents before retiring to sleep. In bed, he started to read one of his mother's medical books, while slowly falling into the world of dreams. Matthew spent the next few days completing his Hogwarts homework and studying the books they had at home while his parents were at work. He spent the evenings like a good son with them. On Friday he decided he needed a change of pace and left his house for a bus station. He used the bus to reach the outskirts of London where he entered a remote park. It was time to test his wandless magic. According to the AI chip, the trace on the wand would register every use of magic in its surroundings. That's why he left it at home. Only in locations with magical populations and in magical homes does the trace get ignored by the ministry, since they expect that the parents make sure that underage wizards won't use magic. This is kinda discriminating against Muggleborn since most pure and half-bloods can practice magic unofficially at home. Wizards generally need a wand to perform magic, so the trace should be only applied to the wand and not on the wizard. To test out this theory Matthew arrived at a remote location where he can practice his spells. If the ministry should register underage magic he can sell it as a burst of accidental magic. So Matthew tried a few spells and started to wait. After half an hour still no aura or ministry worker arrived. That means his conjecture was correct and he can practice magic wandless without anyone registering it. Just not too close to his wand. Next, he will have to find the specific range of the trace. Driving so far away save just to be safe from regular humans spotting his magic is just too time-consuming. He spent the rest of the afternoon practicing his spells before returning home as his parents should arrive soon. July 6, 1990 at 8 a.m. his father dropped Matthew at Charing Cross Road a few hundred meters from the Leaky Cauldron. After a short walk, he arrived at the old-looking building between a bookshop and a record store. The non-magical on the street passed the pub without noticing it. For them, it looked like a broken-down shop. After entering Matthew arrived inside the dark and shabby pub, there were a few tables in the shadows of the corners and an old-looking bar. On the side was a handsome wooden staircase leading to the rooms for rent upstairs. Besides the bar at the end was a door leading to the alley located. The pub was almost empty in the morning, with only a few customers enjoying breakfast. "Welcome, how can I help you? Breakfast or room perhaps?" asked Tom the owner. "No, thanks, just entering the alley. Maybe next time," replied Matthew while opening the door to the small walled courtyard. After tapping the bricks in the correct pattern from the rubbish bin, 3 up and 2 across, a small hole appeared. It grew wider and wider and formed into a large archway made of bricks onto a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. Inside Diagon Alley was an assortment of shops with stacked cauldrons, trunks, and more. Restaurants and other sites. Some even had tables out front with colored umbrellas. The alley was the main magical shopping district in London, so it was already full of witches and wizards even this early in the morning. Matthew followed the alley until he reached an imposing snow-white multi-story marble building located partway down Diagon Alley, near its intersection with Knockturn Alley, that towered over the neighboring shops. A set of white stairs led up to a set of burnished bronze doors into the only wizarding bank in Britain, Gringotts. The doors that led into the bank were flanked by goblins in a uniform of scarlet and gold. These doors led into a small entrance hall and another set of doors. Engraved on these silver doors were the words, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." After passing through the silver doors also flanked with goblins, Matthew arrived in a vast marble hall with long counters stretching along its length with doors leading off to the vault passageways with around 100 goblins sitting at them. He approached the counter with a sign saying account opening, where a short and pale but fierce-looking goblin teller observed him as he approached the counter. "Greetings, teller," began Matthew while reading the name sign on the counter. "Odbert. I would like to open a personal vault. Welcome, wizard. Are you a Muggleborn?" growled Odbert. "Yes, I am a first-generation wizard." "Will that be a problem?" asked Matthew. "No, but ministry laws require of us to inform the magical guardian of underage witches and wizards which want to open a vault. In your case, we need to inform the Hogwarts headmaster, who is the proxy magical guardian for all Muggleborn students in Britain until they come of age. He will communicate with your Muggle parents if a problem should arise." "Which is normally not the case," sneered the goblin while filling out a formula. After a while, he handed Matthew a feather with his long fingers. "I need your signature here." After signing the document, Odbert took out a silver dagger and added, "And a drop of blood on this rune formation here." He pointed to a corner of the formula. Matthew picked his finger and dropped a blood drop onto the formation, which began to glow. His finger healed instantly, while a key appeared above the formation. "This is your vault key. The first one is free. If you should lose it, a small fee of 4 galleons will be required to create a new one. We saved your magical signature and want information in our archives. Only you will be able to retrieve a new one," explained Odbert while handing over the key. "Your new vault number is 1218. It's located in the new vault area. The vault will be free as it is your first one and you still are a student. After graduation, the vault fee will amount to 5 galleons per month. Anybody can pay into your vault either at the counter or per transfer order, but only you can withdraw. Do you require any other services?" "No, that's all for now. Thank you, teller Odbert. Have a good day," said Matthew while leaving the counter. After he put his key safely away, he left Gringotts back into the alley. It was already 9:30 a.m., so he left for his next meeting. He walked for 10 minutes through the busy alley until he arrived before an older shop with a red-colored storefront. Slug and Jigger's Apothecary, founded 1207, set a sign above the shop. The interior of the shop was bright and filled with different kinds of potions and ingredients on multiple rows of shelves. Bat wings, spider legs, exotic plants, and a lot of strange-looking jars and glasses. In the center of the room was a counter where a young clerk was standing. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you today?" asked the shop clerk in a polite voice. "Greetings, my name is Matthew Mason. I have a meeting with the owner of the shop at 10 a.m. I believe he is expecting me," replied Matthew politely. Yes, we were expecting you. Please follow me to the second floor where Mr. Slughorn is already expecting you at the office," explained the clerk while leading him through a door behind the counter into a hallway with a staircase. On the second floor, he knocked on a door. "Mr. Slughorn, your 10 a.m. visitor is here. Please come in," replied a jovial voice from inside. Matthew entered the wide office. It was a room filled with account books on shelves and a large ancient-looking mahogany desk. Behind the desk sat an enormously fat, bald old man. He was short with an immense belly, so large that the buttons on his waistcoat usually threatened to burst off. His head was balding, but he still had some gray hair and a walrus mustache. Slughorn stared with a fond smile at Matthew while putting a silver pocket watch away. "Welcome, Matthew, my boy. May I call you Matthew?" he asked happily. "No problem, sir," he answered politely. "Thank you, my boy. You may call me Horace, since we will be hopefully business partners in the future," said Slughorn. "I am very impressed by your potion talents. What I would have given to be your potion teacher. You will reach great heights in the future. But unfortunately, I already retired a few years ago." Matthew chatted for a while with Slughorn about Hogwarts, Slughorn's collection, and his future plans. "You need to attend my annual Christmas party this year. I will contact Albus for permission and to allow you to use his Floo connection. Many of my former students will attend the festivities. They will be thrilled to meet such an outstanding student like yourself," proposed Slughorn without a chance of rejection. "I would love to attend, as long as my parents and the headmaster allow me to leave the castle for the night," accepted Matthew politely. "I am sure there will be no problems, my boy. Enough chit-chat. Let's get to business," while pulling a stack of papers out of his desk. After a long discussion, they negotiated a fair deal for both parties. For 400 galleons and 25% of the revenue from the potion sales, the apothecary would take care of productions including its costs and sales. For that, they would gain for the next 10 years the exclusive right to sell the potions as the only store in the alley. As a small bonus, Matthew would also gain a 10% discount on all potion ingredients, since Slughorn wanted to support his potion studies. This discount would help Matthew massively in the long run. After both parties signed the contract, Slughorn gave him a bag with 400 galleons, and Matthew informed him of his vault details. As he left the office, he again got reminded to not forget the Christmas party. Matthew stepped into the shop and restocked his potion ingredients while using the discount so he could experiment during the summer holidays. After he bought around 80 galleons worth of ingredients, he left the shop into the alley. With a large bag in his hands, he remembered a trunk shop he saw down the road, which he decided would be extremely useful. His original trunk didn't have too much space left, but a magical one could have useful enchantments on it. As he arrived at the shop, entered the small but practical storeroom, which was packed with trunks in all sizes and colors. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" asked an old shopkeeper behind the counter. "I would like to buy an enchanted trunk." "What kind of models do you have for sale?" asked Matthew. "Well, there are 3 possible base products that can be extended with additional enchantments. Although the third one is very expensive because of its nature and is also strictly regulated. The standard model is an extended trunk, which is basically any trunk just with an extension enchantment on it. The base price is 20 galleons. The second model is the multi-compartment trunk. It comes in 4 variations: 3, 7, 10, and 16 compartments. The cheapest one starts at 80 galleons. Lastly, there is the house trunk. They contain their own pocket dimension, which serves as a portable house. It costs at its cheapest 15,000 galleons, including registering it at the ministry," explained the shopkeeper. A house trunk would be nice, but it's fucking expensive. It's probably easier to create one myself in the future. Pocket dimension is also an interesting topic to research in the future. The expanded one is too small in the long run, so only the multi-compartment trunk remains. If I remember correctly, Moody was imprisoned in one of these during the Triwizard tournament. A model with 7 compartments should be enough if it isn't too expensive. "How much does the 7-compartment model cost?" he asked after pondering. "The base model costs 140 galleons. 5 galleons for every enchantment besides the resizing enchantment. That one costs 15, replied the old shopkeeper. "I'll take one. With the resizing, anti-theft, lightweight, protection, ingredient storage, and library add-ons," ordered Matthew. "Okay, that will be 180 galleons. Thank you. Your trunk will be finished in 10 minutes. So please wait here." After 15 minutes, Matthew left the trunk shop with empty hands and a shrunk trunk on a chain around his neck. So time to solve my reading problem, he thought while wandering a few shops further to the north side of Diagon Alley. Entering Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment, an old and chaotic-looking store with all kinds of wizarding equipment to buy, he bought enchanted quick reading glasses and a Mappamundi. The quick reading glasses looked like normal glasses but were enchanted to triple the user's reading speed. Whether they would be able to remember the read content was up to the user, but with the help of the AI chip, it was no problem. They cost 19 galleons. A Mappamundi was essentially a Wizarding World map. The location and entrances to all important wizarding locations like hospitals, ministries, and shopping districts in the world were marked on it. And it was self-updating. The map cost 5 galleons. Matthew left the shop and bought himself a quick lunch at a food stall. With only around 115 galleons remaining, he started looking for a second-hand bookstore. He wanted to buy as many books that couldn't be found in the Hogwarts library as possible. Although he didn't know the content of all the books, he at least knew with the help of the chip which he could find in the library. He found a second-hand bookshop besides Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor also in the north of the alley. The shop was called The Lost Library. He found a lot of interesting books inside like Pathways of the Mind, an introduction into the mystic arts, Magica Diabolica, History of Druids, Astronomia Nova and many more obscure topics. He picked any book that piqued his interest and filled his trunk with it. With 153 new books inside his personal library, he finally left the bookshop. With no more money, he finally decided to leave Diagon Alley and to leave for home. After leaving the Leaky Cauldron, he decided instead of calling his parents to pick him up, he would take a walk through the city. After all, his home was only a 25-minute walk away. On his way, he checked out the sights of the city. After all, he didn't live in Britain in his previous life and he never visited London. Everything was so new for him even though he had memories of the original Matthew Mason. As he passed a particularly dark alley, he was able to spot a few shady figures that exchanged something that looked like a small bag filled with something white. A drug deal. This may be an opportunity, he thought. After the buyer left, Matthew began to follow the drug dealer. He trailed behind him for half an hour before they arrived at a remote, slightly old building. The dealer rang the bell and the door was opened by another man with dark hair and sunglasses. Maybe it's just another drug deal. But someone wearing sunglasses indoors is just suspicious. Or retarded, thought Matthew. But as the drug dealer entered the building behind the other sunglasses guy, Matthew spotted something in his back pocket. A gun. I knew it. This may be a hideout. But before I do anything I need to prepare myself. After all, I am easily recognizable and still have my wand on me, thought Matthew as he continued home. As he arrived home, he smelled the wonderful dinner his mother prepared. He spent the rest of the evening with his parents talking about his day before retiring into his room for the night. In his room, he started to pack into his new trunk a few sets of clothes and put on a dark hoodie and dark pants. Before he climbed out of his window, he left his wand on his desk and locked the door of his room. After half an hour, he arrived again at the building he believed to be a gang hideout and started to observe it from the shadows. The moment he was sure most of the inhabitants were asleep, he decided it was time to begin. Showtime, thought Matthew as he crossed the street. Matthew approached a window at the back of the house which looked empty. Hominum revelio. He cast wandless. 2 people on the ground floor, 3 on the top floor, and 12 in the basement, he wondered. After opening the window with the unlocking charm, he climbed into the empty room. The room was small and dirty. Lots of garbage was laying around. With another, Hominum revelio, he located the gang members on his floor. One sitting by the door, another in a room directly opposite. With a muffliato. He silently opens the door. The first guard by the door was luckily asleep. After stunning him with a whispered stupefy, Matthew approached the door with the last person on the ground floor. Spying through the keyhole allowed him to recognize a dark room with a few beds inside. On one bed is a body-like shadow. Matthew silently opened the door and stunned the occupant. Now that he cleared the ground floor, he started to search for the staircase to the other floor. The whole building was pretty dirty and run down. The doors were old with large keyholes where someone could spy through. And even some holes in the walls and floors were there. He found a hallway behind another door. Inside were 2 staircases, one going up and one down. Before he takes care of the 12 people in the basement, he decided to clear the top floor so he wouldn't get attacked from behind. With another human revealing charm, he was able to locate the opponents on the top floor. After taking another 2 sleeping gang members out, he approached the door where the last person on the top floor was located. As he opened the door into a room which, unlike the rest of the building, looked pretty decent. With a desk, couches, and a strongbox. "Who the fuck are you?" asked the person inside the room. It was the guy with the sunglasses sitting behind the desk. He tried to pull out a gun. But luckily Matthew was prepared and quickly cast another stunner. He removed the bullets out of the gun and put them inside his trunk. He also broke the sunglasses because he could. That was close. I am not sure if any shield I could cast at the moment would block bullets. This should be the office. After I finished I should check it out, decided Matthew while leaving for the basement. Inside the basement were 12 life signs, one directly beside the staircase. As he sneaked down the stairs, he was spotted by a guy leaning beside a door which led outside the hallway. "How a rat sneaked into our hideout. Come here, little guy, and I will make it fast," started the thug while readying the baseball bat that stood beside him. Huh, what a cliche. That was somehow anticlimactic, thought Matthew as he cast another stunner and watched the thug drop to the ground. He also stored the baseball bat in his trunk, since free stuff is free stuff. He checked with another, Hominum revelio, the location of the other 11 people. Strange, wondered Matthew. All of them were behind the door. Pretty much close together. Are they cuddling or something? Before he opened the door, he cast a shield charm and prepared himself for a large fight. The door was locked. He opened the door with an unlocking charm and slowly opened it before peeking in. But he heard nothing besides silent snoring and breathing and crying. While carefully observing the room, he got angry. Behind the door was a large room. There were no windows or anything. Into the walls were metal rings inlaid. On these rings were a lot of chains fixed. On rags on the floor were a group of young girls sleeping. They were chained onto the wall. The girls were dirty, and some even had bruises on their bodies. The youngest among them looked younger than himself. These fucking assholes. They are not only drug dealers, these are fucking human traffickers. I only planned to rob them of their cash and valuables so they could learn a lesson and I could gain some nice cash. But now, this changes everything. He thought enraged. Matthew's moral compass was not heroic or anything. He didn't give a shit about running around and saving people even with his advantage of magic. Rather, he would be focused on his personal gain like any normal person. But he also wouldn't go around and harm people randomly just for his personal gain. He was not a villain. But these assholes deserve what was about to happen to them. Human trafficking, especially children, are one of the worst things. First, he levitated all the assholes into the office and revived the first of them. Enervate, he cast as the first thug woke up. "So you guys think abducting and selling girls is okay? Actually, let's see what you guys are thinking." Legilimens. He cast as he stared into the eyes of his target. He searched through the thug's memories while becoming more and more proficient in legitimacy. After the mind of the first thug was broken because Matthew was still inexperienced, he continued with the next one. He searched for everything that was of interest to him without feeling any regret for them. Contacts, information, even some martial arts education. Matthew continued to search and destroy the mind of every gang member until none of them were left. Although their mind is broken, experts into the mind arts should be able to gain some memories which could lead to me. Luckily there is another spell I can practice on them, pondered Matthew as he cast Obliviate. He repeatedly practiced the memory charm on them. Sometimes he cast it intending to remove a few hours or minutes, and sometimes their whole lives. After he was sure nothing of them remained, only their empty mortal shells, he looked around the office. First, he opened the strongbox where he found over 3,600 pounds and a collection of different drugs. He put the cash into his trunk and levitated the drugs onto the desk so they would be visible as soon you enter the room. Next, he located on the body of the glasses guy a mobile phone. It was a bulky phone from Nokia. Nothing compared to modern smartphones he possessed in his first life. He made sure not to touch anything so he would leave behind no clues or fingerprints, well, anything that could show his identity. While leaving the office, he levitated the mobile phone before him. He returned to the basement and put the phone before the sleeping girls. With another few casts of Alohomora, he opened their chains and made sure to free them all. On his way out he opened every door and window he passed, so people would notice that something happened here. The girls were free and could call the police, and the gangsters were taken care of. Hopefully, he left no clue behind. Matthew left the building and started to walk in the direction of his home. After all, it was time to catch up some sleep. It was late already. As he hurried home, Matthew didn't notice the red blinking light of a security camera on the other end of the street where he just passed. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't think too much as his face was still hidden behind his hoodie. After arriving home, he climbed back through his window, closed it, and got ready for sleep. He happily fell asleep after this long and productive day. July 7, 1990 15.00 HSHILD Central, New York City. What have you got for me, Agent Harris? Asked an aged woman in a dark pantsuit. A possible enhance, Director Carter. It may even be gifted in your old homeland, replied a young dark-haired agent. While opening a file on a laptop, pictures of different thugs with an empty look in their eyes appeared on the screen. If Matthew were here, he would definitely recognize them. This is a former gang of human traffickers, drug dealers, and protection money extorters. Yesterday night someone took care of them. Today morning at 6:37 a.m. a distress call reached the London Police Department. A group of kidnapped women called the police to a remote building in the outskirts of London. As they woke up this morning they found that their chains were removed and a phone was placed before them, explained Agent Harris, as he showed pictures of the building and the hostages. The police arrived a few minutes after the call at the location and ensured the women's safety while securing the building. In an office on the second floor, they found a gang of 6 lying on the floor while staring at the wall or selling. They were unresponsive to any instructions or threats of the police officers. All they did was breathe, nothing more. Medical examinations and brain scans showed that they were nothing more than vegetables in human shells. Any kind of brain activity besides keeping the body alive was non-existent. The bodies were perfectly healthy like anybody else, no wounds or damage was found. Anything else you can tell me? Any subjects? Asked Margaret Peggy Carter, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. while observing the pictures. There was something familiar about this case for her, especially the part about no physical damage until she remembered events back in World War II. We have a picture of the possible subject. A traffic camera down the street captured it, answered the agent, while opening a blurry black and white picture of a person with a black hoodie, his face hidden behind the hood. Our analyst could tell us that the subject is either a dwarf, which is unlikely based on his body proportion, or very young, at most 10 to 13 years old, described Agent Harris. Thank you, Agent Harris. I will take it from here. The subject is a gifted. Everything about him is under level 10 classification from now on. You will not share anything about it with anyone. I will put him personally on the index. Is that clear, Agent? Ordered Peggy while sending the files to her laptop after changing their classification. Understood, Director. I will take my leave, answered Agent Harris while packing up the laptop and leaving the office. After the door closed, Peggy created a new file entry on the index. This is possibly a wizard like Dumbledore back during World War II. But according to my information, the magic of their children is closely monitored through their wands. And without wands, they should be unable to cast magic. I will definitely have to contact their ministry to confirm my suspicion. But they are always so secluded. Well, no choice, the subject could be very powerful in the future if they can use magic without his wand, pondered Director Carter. She only knew about the magical world because of her level 10 classification. The wizarding world only shared their existence with very few chosen individuals because even they couldn't keep their world secret with the rise of technology. So they had to inform some powerful non-magical leaders and spy agencies to assist them. Well, she knew it before since Grindelwald assisted Hydra and Hitler during World War II. She and Steve had help from an exceptional wizard by the name of Dumbledore back then. They became friends and comrades during the war. But after Steve's disappearance, they lost contact with each other. She pondered about the past as she closed the file with a new title on the index. Subject, Rincewind name, unknown scene break July 7, 1990, around 10 a.m. London, Bloomsbury, Mason House after a bit of a rough night. Matthew woke up a bit late. He slept not much this night. He dreamed of empty eyes and drooling mouths. Realizing he had done something really dark last night, he cruelly destroyed 6 humans. Although his logical mind told him they deserved it. Something like this doesn't pass easily. For the first time in both his lives, he technically killed someone. Well, they are still breathing, but everything that makes them human was destroyed. The next few days he spent distracting himself. He brewed some dreamless sleep potions so he could rest in the night. During the days he practiced and studied to focus his brain on different topics until he could accept that there would be things in the future he had to do and live with them if he wanted to reach the peak. He doesn't need to be good or evil. Being on the side of himself, and those close to him, is what matters. There was no need for a moral compass to tell him killing was bad. Evil had to live with the consequences of its actions. So would he. July 11, 1990 on Wednesday morning, Matthew was woken up early in the morning by his mother. Today was the day of the first half of his 7th year, secondary school education. Before attending Hogwarts, Matthew completed the British primary education, which has 6 school years from age 5 to 11. Today he will complete the exams for the 7th year, which belongs to the secondary school education. This phase goes from year 7 to 13. The 12 and 13 are the university preparation. In this phase, the students were aged from 11 to 16. Matthew planned to complete his university education by finishing Hogwarts so he could attend a university afterward. After a good breakfast, Matthew's father drove him on his way to work to the local public school, where the exams for homeschooled students would happen. Today he would have to write history, math, English, and computing. His exams would take the whole day. Most of the students were nervous. But for Matthew, the exams were ridiculously easy. With the help of the AI chip, he would never fail in something like history where mostly just dry facts and dates were needed. Or maths with the chip's calculation power. After all, the chip is a device from the future, or better said, a possible future. On the next day, the second half of his exams happened. He had to write science, geography, humanity, and a secondary language. The language he chose was German. In his last life, he was after all from Germany. So an exam would be easy for him, even without the chip. After a long and tiring day of exams, his parents picked him up and surprised him with a visit to a local high-class restaurant, where they celebrated the completion of his exams for this year. After they returned home, Matthew spent the rest of the evening continuing to study his mother's medical books. The rest of the summer holidays passed while Matthew followed a fixed routine. Training, studying at a public library different non-magical subjects like biology, medicine, chemistry, physics, engineering, and any other sciences he could get his hands on. And a few times a week he would practice his magic at a remote park. Matthew followed this routine until a Hogwarts owl arrived on August 1st. Dear Matthew Mason, please be reminded that you must board the Hogwarts Express as usual from King's Cross Platform 9 3/4 for prompt departure on September 1st at 11 o'clock a.m. Second year students will require 1. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk 2. Tactical Defensive Magic, by Percival Graves 3. Lexica Botania, by Anthony Ludgate, in addition to your standard magic equipment, as required in your first year. If you want to join your house team, a personal broom would be recommended, although you can participate in the tryouts with a school broom. We look forward to receiving you at Hogwarts next year. Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Mum, my Hogwarts shopping list came, shouted Matthew as he walked downstairs. Well, then it's time to visit Diagon Alley again. Do you want me to come with you? I won't be able to bring you till next week since I am on emergency duty at the hospital for the rest of the week, replied his mother Anna. No, I can finish it myself, just need a bit of money to exchange. The list is not so long, only 3 new books and I need to restock some ingredients and writing utensils, replied Matthew. Okay, here, take £250. This should be enough for your shopping this year. You can keep the rest. said his mother as she gave him a few bills from her wallet. Thanks, Mom. I also should have a bit of money in my vault from potion sales last month. I will visit the alley this weekend, explained Matthew as he put the money in his pocket. Saturday, August 4th, 1990. After a half-an-hour morning walk, Matthew arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. This time around, the cauldron was definitely busier than the last time. Some customers were present, but mostly families with other Hogwarts students. He entered the alley through the entrance at the back of the cauldron while greeting Tom in passing. The alley, like the cauldron, is also filled with life. First, he headed down the alley until he arrived at the large white marble building, which was the Wizarding Bank. He passed the goblin guards and entered the bank, where he approached a regular counter. Greetings, Teller Bogrod. He began. Welcome, wizard. What do you need of Gringotts today? Grunted the goblin Bogrod. I would like to exchange some pounds into wizarding currency and also to visit my vault. Vault 1218, explained Matthew politely. We can complete the exchange here. How much do you need to exchange, wizard? The rate is 5 British pounds to 1 galleon. The yearly exchange limit is 1,000 pounds per witch or wizard, asked Bogrod. I would like to exchange the full 1,000 pounds, asked Matthew while taking the money out of his pocket. He added 750 pounds from the money he took away from the gang last month and handed over to the grumpy goblin. Here are your 200 galleons, wizard. As for the second piece of business, do you have your key? Asked Bogrod in a typical goblin-like way. Yes, here, replied Matthew as he took his key out of his pocket. Good, sneered Bogrod and rang a bell. Griphook will guide you to your vault, he explained and turned to the approaching goblin called Griphook. They communicated in a combination of grunts and growls before Griphook turned to Matthew. Follow me, wizard, said Griphook as he walked in direction of the vault tunnel and the right side of the bank hall. They entered into the tunnel system, dimly lit with torches, as they approached a cart at the end of the tunnel. After they climbed into the cart, Griphook warned. Hold tight, wizard, our carts are fast. As he started to maneuver the cart quickly drove through the vast, complex, and intersected system of tracks, deeper and deeper under earth until they abruptly stopped at a row of vaults. Follow me, wizard, ordered Griphook as they climbed out of the cart and approached a vault at the left end of the tunnel. Vault 1218. Key? Asked Griphook. Matthew handed his key over and Griphook opened the vault with it. The vault door opened and a small mountain of galleons appeared inside. These were the first earnings of his potion deal with Slughorn. How much do I have inside my vault? He asked the goblin. Current balance of your vault is 126 galleons, 9 sickles, and 4 nuts, explained Griphook as Matthew cleared the contents of his vault into his trunk. After finishing his business, they returned to the surface and Matthew left the bank. His next stop was Flourish and Blott's bookshop, which was filled with Hogwarts students. He decided now isn't the time for book shopping. He directly approached the counter. Hello, I would like to purchase a set of Hogwarts second-year books, he told the shopkeeper. Taking out a book package from a shelf behind the counter, the shopkeeper replied. Here you go, the second-year set costs 13 galleons and 2 sickles. After paying and putting his books away, he left the store and stopped at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a quick chocolate mint ice. Afterward, he headed for Slug and Jigger's apothecary, where he bought the ingredients for this year and restocked his personal stock with his discount. At last, he headed to the broom store and bought a Nimbus 1999 for a cheap price since the Nimbus 2000 would be released soon. Now that he completed this year's Hogwarts shopping trip, he headed back to the Leaky Cauldron, where he decided to get a nice lunch from Tom. It was 2 p.m. already after all. After finishing lunch, he was about to leave the cauldron as the door opened and Professor McGonagall walked in with a group of new students following her. Hello, Professor McGonagall, nice to meet you today, he greeted her. Good day to you, Mr. Mason. Are you here for your Hogwarts preparations today? She asked in her typical strict tone. Yes, Professor. I just completed them and was about to head home. So are these the new first years? Asked Matthew happily, while looking curiously at the young students. Yes, these are this year's Muggleborn students. I am currently giving them the introduction you got last year, she answered him and turned to the young students. This is Matthew Mason. He is 1 year older than all of you. If you should have troubles at Hogwarts and don't want to ask a teacher or prefect, he will be happy to help you. He is the top student of his year, explained McGonagall to the first years. Matthew smiled while he started to introduce himself. Nice to meet you all. If you have some problems, you can visit me, especially with schoolwork. I am sure Professor McGonagall praised her house to you. But Ravenclaw is the best house in Hogwarts. We even have a library in the common room. Well, now I need to leave. Enjoy your day in Diagon Alley, he explained with a grin while escaping the frowning McGonagall at the end. He left the Leaky Cauldron and headed in the direction of his home. After enjoying the walk home, he spent the rest of the day chilling and chatting with his parents. For the rest of the summer, he returned to his routine. He also checked sports, martial arts, and health books out in the public library. His quick reading glasses were a gigantic boon to his efforts. After collecting every book on these topics, he let the AI chip improve his training routine and also let it create a martial arts style that fits well with his magic. It mainly consisted of dodging, defense, and gaining enough distance to cast magic safely. He added the martial arts style to the routine of his summer. The rest of his summer passed in the blink of an eye as September 1st approached. Saturday, September 1st, 1990. Matthew woke up early in the morning. His mother prepared a nice breakfast before they left for the King's Cross station. After passing through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, they reached platform 9 3/4. The platform was already filled with students and their families even half an hour before departure. He said goodbye to his parents and entered the Hogwarts Express without any trouble since his trunk hung shrunken and almost weightless around his neck. After searching the whole train for any of his friends, he entered an empty compartment since he didn't find them. While waiting, he mentally commanded the AI chip, show me my stats since I didn't check them the whole month. Beep. Status updated. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 1, Strength, 1.6, Agility, 1.7, Vitality, 1.7, Mystical Energy, 14.7, Status, Healthy. My physical stats are growing nicely, although I am approaching my body's natural limit until only my normal growth remains. Unfortunately, I found no permanent body enhancement potions in any potion books, so I am on my own. In my experiments, during the summer I only found a few useful reagents, but not enough to create a potion. Maybe I should check out the forest this year and gather a few materials myself, some blood samples of creatures so I could study their genetics during next summer. My mystical energy grew very slowly during the summer. The high concentration in Hogwarts is effective. I should find ways to increase the natural concentration of mystical energy around me so I can grow even more. Since I found absolutely nothing in Potion's book about them, not even a temporary increase. He mused while waiting for departure. His friends arrived one by one after a while. They started talking about their summer break while waiting for the Hogwarts Express to start. As the clock approached 11 o'clock, he heard a loud female voice outside. Hurry up, children, enter the train, we are late. Fred, George the First don't want any letters from Professor McGonagall this year about you causing trouble. Percy, Charlie, keep an eye on them, commanded an older, chubby red-headed woman Matthew recognized as Molly Weasley. Traditionally, the Weasleys arrived also this year at the last moment before departure. Ron and Ginny weren't with them, he discovered with disappointment. Shortly after the Weasleys boarded the train, they departed in direction of Hogwarts. Not much happened during the journey, a few short visits from acquaintances like the Weasley twins and their friend Lee Jordan. They spent most of the time chatting about their summers and the upcoming year while enjoying magical sweets from the food cart. After a few hours, they arrived at the Dark Hogsmeade platform. Like last year, Hagrid arrived and took the new first years onto the traditional ride over the Black Lake. while the older students, including Matthew and his friends, left the platform over another exit where black carriages, with a headlamp at the front, waited for them. The carriages had no roofs today since the weather was fair and the night sky looked beautiful. For most students, it seemed as if they were driving by themselves. But Matthew for some reason saw the big skeletal winged horses that pulled the carriages, Thestrals, animals that only could be seen by people who saw death. Why can I see the Thestrals? Wondered Matthew. I never saw someone die. I didn't kill the gang during my nightly activity last summer. At least I didn't see them die. AI chip, do you register something unusual about the horses? He asked while he started to pet the Thestral at the front. Beep. Scan of new life form complete. Registering a mystic energy field around the Thestral. The field is combined with a new unidentified type of radiation which should be responsible for the invisibility. The current hypothesis, the unknown energy radiation, is related to death. Further data and experiments are necessary. Host saw his death, so conditioned to see the Thestrals fulfilled. So that's how it is. My death allows me to see them. What sad creature they are, even though they are so docile and nice. He thought until Harold started to ask. Why are you petting the air, Matthew? So you can't see them? The carriage is pulled by Thestrals. Big, skeletal, winged horses that can be only seen by people who saw death. At least that's what I read last year. I once saw a car crash where someone died while walking to school, so I can see them now. He explained while making up a small excuse, as they entered the carriage. The carriage started to move in direction of the school as all of them sat down. They passed Hogsmeade, the great forest, and approached the large gate of Hogwarts after a while. At the gates, they left the carriage while Matthew patted the Thestral for a moment before they entered the great entrance hall of Hogwarts, and walked up to the great hall, where a lot of students were already taking place. As the hall filled up and the students chatted and greeted their friends and housemates, they waited for the arrival of the first years. The professor already sat at the high table and also waited for the arrival of the first years. The same personnel like last year was present, only the data professor, Mark Williams, was replaced by a young dark red-headed woman. Also, Professor Quirrell wasn't present, and on his place sat a dark-haired man with a Van Dyke beard. After a while, Professor McGonagall stood up and left the hall. A few minutes later she placed the sorting hat on a chair before the high table and brought the first years in front of it. After they arrived, the hat sang again his song which had the same text as last year. After that episode the sorting began. One after another they sat on the chair and wore the sorting hat. The only notable sortings were Katie Bell, the future Gryffindor chaser, and Cormac McLaggen, that arrogant guy from the books, into Gryffindor, and Cho Chang the beautiful, while at the moment cute Asian descended witch, and Maria Edgecombe, her future big-mouthed friend, into my house, Ravenclaw. The rest were not important and canon may be mentioned. Dumbledore opened the feast after the sorting and everyone started to enjoy the food. Matthew sat on the far right of his friends, directly beside the new first years. Beside him sat the young Cho Chang. Welcome to Ravenclaw, my name is Matthew Mason. He began to chat with her. Hello, my name is Cho Chang. She introduced herself a bit shy. During the feast they chatted about a lot of stuff, where they were from, Hogwarts, classes, and more. For example, she is a Quidditch fan since she is 6 years old and cheered for the Tutshill Tornadoes. Her family is an old pureblood family from Kathmandu, Nepal. But they came to Britain a few generations ago because they were more aligned to wand magic than the type of magic they practiced there. So he spent the feast in pleasant new company. As they finished, Dumbledore started his traditional beginning of the year instructions. Before we leave for bed, I have a few start of term notices to give. First of all, let's welcome Professor Arif Sikander as the new Muggle Studies teacher. He replaced Professor Quirrell, who left for a one-year sabbatical. Professor Mark Williams retired again because his high age doesn't allow him to teach for another year. He is replaced by Professor Claire Vermount. She takes a one-year break from her curse breaker duties in Greece. Introduced Dumbledore. As always, the Forbidden Forest is called Forbidden for a reason, so students aren't allowed to enter it. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. He also hung a list of forbidden items outside of his office, because of last year's increase in pranks and chaos. He explained while staring at the twins with his twinkling eyes. And now before we go to bed, let's sing our traditional school song. He exclaimed happily. After that awkward experience was over, Matthew and his friends left for the Ravenclaw Tower while the first years were guided by this year's new Perfect. They entered their new second-year sleeping dorm and played a few rounds exploding Snap before unpacking their trunks and going to sleep for the day. The next day was a Sunday. Matthew started his day with his modified workout routine, followed by a few rounds of martial arts practice and a shower before breakfast. At the Great Hall, he got his schedule from Professor Flitwick and joined his roommates at breakfast. Had a similar amount of lessons as last year, only flying lessons fell away since they were only mandatory for the first years. He spent the rest of the day reading in the library. With the help of his quick reading glasses he started to research the topics of runes, arithmancy, and spell creation. Before he explores the Forbidden Forest, he needs to make sure of his own survival. After dinner the Ravenclaw welcoming through Professor Flitwick took place. No topic of interest was mentioned for Matthew. Mainly the first years were welcomed. And with that, his first day ended. Scene break, the rest of the month was spent in that fashion. Lessons, then library, and afterwards spell practice in the room of requirements, where he practiced spells in preparation to explore the Forbidden Forest. His lessons this year started with a review of their spells from last year. Afterward, they continued with more complex subjects. In Transfiguration they started to learn animate to inanimate transfiguration, starting with turning a beetle into a button. In Potions they continued with the harder potions in their book from last year. Similar to Charms they started to study harder and more complex charms, beginning with the freezing charm Immobulus. Dada was a refreshing change of pace. While last year they studied simple spells and their creative defensive use and also a few magical creatures. This year, based on their new professor's experience, they started to study location and recognition of ward boundaries and magical traps. As expected of a curse breaker, Professor Vermount was an expert in this topic. Later in the year, they would continue with curses and cursed objects, how to recognize and to contain them, also a few counter curses. As for history of magic, while his books were more useful than Goblin Rebellions. Currently, he was reading Ancient Dark Wizards by an unknown author. Inside the room of requirement, he learned the disillusionment charm so he would be able to move through the forest cloaked and to raise his escape chances. It's also useful to explore the castle at night. The charm wasn't true invisibility, but it rather worked like a chameleon. He blended in with his environment. He also practiced muting his movement and maintaining it with the silencing charm. In terms of offensive spells, he practiced Snape's dark cutting charm, Sectum Sempra. It should be strong enough to harm most animals and creatures inside the forest. Additionally, he also learned the explosion charm for area damage if the need should arise, especially Bombarda Maxima. With his repertoire from last year, he had a decent collection of combat spells, but he wasn't still sure if he could survive the forest unharmed. There were Acromantulas inside the forest who could sneak behind him through the treetops. Also, trolls who were spell resistant would be troublesome to handle. One he could take out with the tactics of the Golden Trio or a dark cutting charm. But a group of them would be troublesome to handle, so he would have to escape. Who knows what else he would find inside. There were even rumors of werewolves which would be hard to handle since they are fast and spell resistant. Useful spells were also hard to find. There were thousands of ways to hex or curse your opponents in strange ways, like vomiting snails or giving an annoying cold. But a spell to make sure you wouldn't be ambushed from behind, he couldn't find. Also, there are only one magic books inside the library of Hogwarts, with no mentions of different kinds of magic. But inside the second-hand bookshop, the Lost Library, he found some books introducing different kinds of spellcasters. Yes, it was even suggested that there were different power sources in existence. Unfortunately, that book explained only the source wizards used. Wizard, absorb the magical energies in the environment and store them inside their body. The more powerful the wizard, the more energy he can store, the more magic he casts. Which only confirms the analysis of the AI chip from last year. But Matthew would like to learn more about the other sources. After all, the more magic he can use, the more powerful he would become. Unfortunately, the European and US magical communities are pretty ignorant of the other ways to use magic, especially the British community. They focused only on the wand, which limited their abilities overall. He wouldn't make the same mistake in the future. He should visit other magical countries. Maybe a nice family holiday over summer would be appropriate. Another change this year, he helps the first-year students with their studies. In the second week while chatting, Cho told him about her troubles with her classes, especially potions, since Snape is pretty intimidating, which makes it hard to succeed in his classes. So he offered to help her study every Friday evening, cause why not, he could make new friends that way and also would get some rest from his practice and study sessions. With the help of his AI, he had no problem with any theoretical topics, especially first-year ones. After a while, other first years asked if they could join and a new study group formed. And Matthew found a new way to network and establish a good relationship with the younger students. He also got a meeting with Professor Flitwick at the end of September about Mr. Slughorn's Yule's feast. He asked Dumbledore for permission to join the feast. The headmaster agreed to let him go in December for the 2 hours. He will also visit Diagon Alley a few days earlier with Professor Flitwick to buy a new dress robe for the event. September was a busy time for Matthew, especially with the things he wanted to accomplish this year. He used the month to read all the books in the library about arithmancy, runes, and spell creation. Thanks to his new glasses, he was able to accomplish this. He even got permission from Professor Flitwick to visit the restricted section for books about this topic. At first, the professor was skeptical, but after Matthew persisted and proved his knowledge about these topics, he was given the permit for these specific sections. After reading all the books, Matthew had to discover that there were no books about the Norse rune system in the library. There were mythological records about the Norse gods like Loki, Thor, Odin, and Heimdall, but no knowledge about their runes. Only mentions that they existed. He even used the room of requirement to find books about them, but without success. He had to accept that they were unfortunately lost in time without even a hint of how they worked, which was strange. In his first October week, on Wednesday to be precise, the AI chip finally completed a task that took over a week to complete. After his lessons for the day, he rushed into the room of requirements to check out the results. Matthew entered a room full of obstacles, moving and still standing ones. As he walked into the center of the room, AI chip showed me the details of the spell project. Project echolocation successfully completed. Creation of a spell model based on the animal physiology of bats, whales, dolphins, and additional details of sonar technology, successful. Through the usage of advanced arithmancy and runes, spell incantation and mystical energy model successfully simulated. Spell name, echolocation, incantation, resonant locus, range, 12.31 m, mystical energy requirement, 0.0003 units per cast. After comprehending the details of his first successfully created spell, Matthew closed his eye. Resonant locus, he cast, and suddenly an image of his surroundings appeared in his mind. He recovers in Hogwarts and surroundings approximately 0.0007 mystical energy units per second, outside it was only 0.0004. So he can maintain the spell for the whole time. As he gets more proficient in the spell, the energy requirements will become manageable. AI chip creates a new subroutine. Cast the echolocation spell every second and transcribe the data into my mental map. He ordered. Beep. Confirmed. New subroutine created. Well, now Matthew had a minimap, even though it almost halved his mystical energy regeneration. But it would help to at least monitor his immediate surroundings. After another few experiments, he made sure he mastered the spell enough. He now felt confident enough to explore the Forbidden Forest. At least he should be able to perceive danger and escape. The rest of the evening, he prepared some healing potions to take with him for his upcoming exploration of the forest. Scene break on Thursday afternoon. Matthew sneaked out of the castle without being seen with the help of the disillusionment charm and approached the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was thick with trees, such as beech, oak, pine, sycamore, and yew, as well as undergrowth such as knotgrass and thorns, but there were paths, brooks, and some clearings. Matthew entered one of these paths. The further he wandered into the forest, the thicker it became. Off the path, the way was almost impassable. His first goal was to create a rough map of the forest. Time passed as he explored the outskirts of the forest. For now, he was doing the wild animals with his disillusionment charm. He even saw a horde of unicorns, but they ran away as they sensed his approach. The more time passed, the darker it became. It was hard to navigate the forest at night, as there were tree roots and stumps that were barely visible in near blackness. Only with the help of his echolocation spell, he was able to navigate the forest. The wand-lighting charm would only lure predators to him, and was of no use here. As midnight approached, he completed exploring the outskirts of the forest close to Hogwarts. In the outer parts, only the relative harmless magical creatures resided, at least harmless unless provoked, like unicorns, mooncalves, bowtruckles, hippogriffs, and thestrals. Inside the inner parts, far more dangerous creatures should be living. Who knows what else he would find? Things he gathered during today's explorations were some unicorn hairs, some simple potion ingredients, hippogriff feathers, and different plant probes he gathered. On his way back to the castle, his map showed some movement above him at his backside. As the creature came closer, he could identify it. It was a soul acromantula. Pretending he didn't know it was there, he mentally prepared himself for a fight. He slowly pretended to continue walking to the castle while tracking the gigantic spider's movement. The moment he had the opportunity to take the shot, he turned around and cast Sectum Sempra! Sectum Sempra! The first dark cutting curse cut off 2 of the spider's hairy legs. The second one hit it directly in its head and cut deeply into it. It fell from the tree and landed with a loud thump on the forest dirt. The spider had 8 black eyes, who looked empty at the moment. It was covered in dark-haired furs and was about the size of a cart horse with 8 long legs. Below its eyes were a set of giant pedipalps, where some poison was dropping off to the ground. AI chip is the acromantula still alive, scanned for life signs. Although my cutting curse should have killed it, they are very devious creatures. He requested as he eyed the giant spider's body. Beep. Scan complete. No life signs found. Confirmed death. He hurried and gathered the materials of the dead acromantula since others might be close by. Maybe it was just one hunting for some prey, but better be safe than sorry. He filled the venom and its blood into a crystal flask he prepared beforehand and cut off some flesh, bones, and its fangs which are worth 100 galleons per fang. Then he scoped the eyes out of their sockets and put them in a container with preservation fluids. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to harvest the silk. They stored it in fluid form in their bodies. The moment it got exposed to air, it became an unusable mass. Maybe if he could store it in bottles without air exposure, he could use it. After putting the harvested materials into his trunk, he continued his journey out of the forest. Even with his sonar spell, it was getting hard to navigate the forest. For the next expedition, he needs to prepare some night owl potions, which would allow him to perceive the surroundings even with his eyes. After walking for over half an hour, he left the forest and sneaked back into the ancient castle, which was beautifully lit in the moonlight of the moon during this dark night. He entered the castle through the massive old entrance. While sneaking through these ancient halls, he had to take a few secret passages to dodge the caretaker Argus Filch and his annoying cat Mrs. Norris. As he arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower, he entered through the old entrance by solving the riddle, which he felt was harder than during the day, and sneaked into his dorm room. Without waking his roommates, he silently changed into his pyjama and entered his bed. Exhausted, he fell quickly into the land of dreams. Scene break. He was a bit sleepy during classes on Friday, but managed to pass through them without much trouble. He spent the rest of Friday brewing some night owl potions and experimenting with his newly gathered materials. For example, unicorn hair, while containing mystical energy, it was mixed with light-based particles, while the materials of the acromantula were full of dark magical particles. Both were the direct opposite of each other, and would be in most potions harmful to each other without a binding agent. As for the blood samples, he made sure to preserve them inside his potion compartment with a stasis charm until he had more useful tools and knowledge to analyze their genetic composition and DNA. He could only confirm that the blood was also contaminated with dark energy particles. Thanks to the basic potioneer's stasis charm, he could preserve whatever he wanted. A really useful invention of wizard kind which would be immensely useful in the future. After preparing the potions and finishing his experiments, he turned in for the night to catch enough sleep so he would be recovered for tomorrow. For another forest exploration, this time into the inner area. He was really interested what he would find inside the deeper parts. On Saturday morning he left a note for his roommates that he may be away till Sunday night, with the made-up excuse of a potion experiment. He took his trunk with his stuff and potions and stopped by the kitchens. He got sandwiches and enough water from the happy house elves. After his preparations were finished, he left for a part of the ancient castle where no portraits were present. After disillusioning himself, he sneaked out of the castle and returned to the outskirts of the old and massive forest. Matthew used a different path than last time. Thanks to his previous explorations, he knew this one led into the inner parts of the forbidden forest. After wandering for a while through the thick forest, the vegetation became denser and wilder the more into the central parts he came. On his way, he, unfortunately, met 3 other acromantulas who tried to prey on him. Unfortunate for them, since they were alone every time, killing them off quickly. He really needed to thank Professor Snape somehow. Without his dark cutting curse, he would have real trouble disposing of them without causing a commotion and luring other predators in. He had other spells which would be effective, but they were far louder, like the blasting curse. The dark cutting curse was his most deadliest and silent spell. After some time the pathway ended and was overgrown by the wilderness of the forest. With the help of the AI chip and the point me charm, he was able to create a compass for his mental map and continued into the center of the ancient forest. He reached a wide clearing with some plants he never saw inside potion stores, only read of them. Deciding it was time for lunch, he rested on a tree stump where he ate some of his sandwiches. After lunch, he carefully harvested the plants and stored them inside the potion storage sections of his trunk. The clearing would make a good central point to explore the inner parts of the old forest. Matthew decided to create a basic shelter inside a thick tree. With cutting charms, he carved a cave out wide enough for him to lay in. The entrance he hid behind leaves and bushes which he moved there. He cleaned the inside out with a few cleaning charms and transformed a nice and clean wooden floor with inanimate to inanimate transfiguration out of the scraps formed by him cutting a cave into the tree. Since it was just changing the form of the material, not the material itself, the transfiguration would be permanent. It was getting slowly dark. After completing his rudimentary base inside the forest, he decided to explore the surroundings of the clearing with the night owl potions he prepared. He wanted to use most of his time inside the forest productively, since he could only enter this deep into the forest again on the next weekend, at the earliest. So he explored the surroundings. He gathered some materials until he heard galloping steps, similar to horses, centaurs. He quickly silenced and disillusioned himself, and hid behind a tree while observing the direction where he heard the sounds from. After a few moments something appeared. It was a group of centaurs. Like horses, they had different kinds of colors, most were a shade of brown or black, but one of them had even white fur. They had the body of a horse but the torso of a man with different facial features, hair, and eye colors. They had a quiver of arrows on their backs and a bow in their hands. One of them complained in an angry voice. These acromantulas becoming more and more a menace inside the forest. Even though Hagrid told them to only stay in their part of the forest, they are traveling more and more out of the forest. Some of them dared to enter the dark ruins. Unbelievable. Calm down, Bane. They don't understand the ancient danger inside. I will talk with Hagrid again. He may be able to convince them to keep their distance from the Black Castle. Reasoned an old-looking centaur in the front of the group as they left Matthew's hearing range. Matthew stayed hidden for a while until he was sure they left the area. AI chip marked the unexplored area in the direction they left as possible centaur camp. Also, mark the area they came from. There seems to be something interesting to explore tomorrow. A Black Castle, or at least its remains. I wonder what that is about. Pondered Matthew, since he didn't remember anything from the Harry Potter books or movies about it. His hiding from the centaurs turned to be unexpectedly fruitful. After all, this was interesting information. Luckily, they didn't spot him, or they would have definitely escorted him out of their forest. Especially since he only was a student, or a fool for them. After exploring a bit into the direction the centaurs came from, he decided to return to his base since it was getting late, and the effects of his potions would end soon. He didn't want to use another one since he needed to rest, especially since he may explore ancient ruins tomorrow. He needed to be on top of his game. After returning to his clearing, while making sure nothing was following him, he passed through the bushes and entered the inside of his tree base. While enjoying a sandwich for dinner, he wondered what he would discover tomorrow. After dinner, he took out a blanket and a pillow out of his magical trunk to keep him warm during the cold night. After making sure the AI chip was on alert, he fell asleep to the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, and the sounds of different animals. Nothing happened during the night, and he could rest without trouble. The AI chip woke him up early on Sunday morning. After cleaning himself up, he enjoyed a quick breakfast and left his base after making sure it was well hidden since he wanted to use it in the future again. Matthew left in the direction the centaurs yesterday came from. He made sure to travel carefully and was disillusioned since he didn't want to be discovered by them. The deeper he traveled in that direction, the darker and colder it became. The atmosphere inside the forest became darker and darker even though it was day already and the sun stood high above the forest. Plants and trees took a darker shade than normal. Something about his destination was clearly suspicious. He would need to be very careful in his exploration. Traveling for over an hour in that direction, he arrived at a dark clearing. In the clearing were spread black stones on the forest floor. But there were only ancient-looking black stones, well, and an unpleasant atmosphere, very cold and dark. But what was so dangerous about a few black stones? No buildings, nothing. A castle stood definitely here a long time ago, but on first look, nothing remained. He explored the clearing but found nothing, and became a bit frustrated and disappointed. Until he decided to let the AI chip give it a try. AI chip scan the area for anything, hopefully, you will be able to find anything. Beep. Scanning of the clearing is complete. Beep. Scanning of the clearing is complete. Hidden enchantments found. Magical energy signature 6.38 meters to the north from host. On the left side of the pillar a small energy signature. Beside the pillar on the floor a larger one. So there was something hidden here. Mused Matthew as he approached the position. While observing the pillar he found something on its left side hidden by dirt and dust. He cleaned it with his hands since he didn't want to risk damaging it with a cleaning charm. Below the dirt was an about palm-sized runic formation inscribed into the pillar. AI chip analyzes the rune formation. He ordered the chip. Analysis complete. The runic inscription doesn't fit into any known or theorized runic system of the database. No clues were found in any known Hogwarts books. Runic language and ruins predate the founding of Hogwarts by several centuries. Runic cluster is connected to the energy signature on the floor. No known rune language. They also don't look like Norse since the AI chip could conclude how they should look based on data from the non-magical history books. Could it be? He suddenly had an idea what the purpose of the rune cluster is. Even though he could be wrong, it was a risky gamble. He raised his hand. Sometimes I have to take a risk. No idea where I could get more information about these runes in the near future, since I have read all books, he thought as he placed his hand on the cluster. Suddenly the floor before him lit up. It seems I was right. This was a door mechanism. He mused as he watched the ground opening up before him. A black staircase going deeper into the ground appeared. He could only see a few steps down before everything got devoured by blackness. Before he entered he touched the formation again and the floor closed again. To confirm that it keeps working he repeated the process a few times. So this doesn't seem to be a trap. But before that, I need to make sure I can leave. AI chip scan the other site for any rune cluster especially similar to the one on the pillar. Requested Matthew. Beep. Scan complete. Only one cluster was found approximately 3 m below on the right wall. Similar energy signature like the first cluster. Good, there was a mechanism on the other side. He thought as he took out his trunk to get a flask of Night Owl potion. After gulping down the potion he cast the low-level shield spell. The spell could be maintained the whole time and wouldn't consume his mystical energy reserves although his regeneration would be severely impacted. But at least he had a higher survival chance. He stepped into the dark staircase while being on high alert. The feeling this place gave was dark and corrupted. After he walked a few meters down the stairs the entrance closed behind him. He was completely submerged into darkness. Only with the help of the potion and his minimap was he able to navigate through the blackness of the room. Arriving at the bottom of the stairs, Matthew recognized a corridor with multiple rooms on the sides. 3 from every side. At the end of the corridor was a gigantic ominous-looking black door. Before he stepped into the corridor he checked for traps as he learned in data. To be sure he let the AI chip scan the area. After he was as sure as he could be he stepped into the dark corridor and approached the first door next to him. He carefully opened the door. Behind the door was a room with multiple cages inside. Everything was dead. Inside the cages were a few human skeletons. Yup, definitely the hideout of some ancient dark wizard. Maybe even a dark lord, thought Matthew as he eyed the skeletons. He decided to take some test samples. He collected a few bones and teeth. Maybe he was lucky and these were other wizards. At least he had a few human genetic samples for the future. If they were wizards, maybe they even had abilities like Parseltongue or Metamorphagus. After storing them inside his trunk he continued to the other rooms. He found another room with cages, but nothing inside. As he was about to leave he saw something on the cages. Runic inscription again, but incomplete and corroded over time. But if he checked every cage he may be able to complete the runic cluster of the cage. AI chip scan the cages and store the runic clusters in the database. Task complete. Ring the voice of the chip after a while inside his head. After scanning every cage he returned to the other cage room and repeated the process. The runes were also present on the cages there. Having scanned every cage he left the room and entered the next one. Inside he found the remains of a potion lab. Besides a few tables, broken vials, and some rusted cauldrons. Most of it turned to dust. The only interesting thing inside was an incomplete runic cluster below a cauldron on the floor. He also made sure to scan that one. Although it was incomplete, the more data he collected on the unknown runic system the more he would be able to understand of it. The next room was a bedroom. It was the only room with a light runic cluster. He also scanned and saved that cluster inside his database. Besides a few small gold plates, nothing noteworthy was inside the room. Time turned most of it into dust. The last 2 rooms were storage rooms with potion ingredients. Most of them, even with stasis charms applied, already turned bad after the stasis stopped working. But the rarest ones were stored inside a stasis rune cluster. There were some rare ingredients he only recognized from books. He never saw them in real life. Like hydra scales, shadow demon dust, lamia hair, and a few unknown more like a bag of dust that gave of a cold, unsettling feeling. He directly stored them inside his trunk and added a few stasis charms himself to protect them. He wasn't sure if he would ever find more of these ingredients. For now, they were too valuable to waste. He would need to carefully study them. After clearing out the last rooms and recording every rune cluster he found he approached the black door. Another set of large rune clusters was inscribed into the door. Their purpose is unknown. Only the cluster in the center of the double door looked similar to the ones outside. After recording the runes, he lightly touched the central rune cluster. Some kind of barrier fell and the door opened. What he saw and felt on the other side made him directly close the door again and reactivate the runes. Here? They shouldn't be here? How are they here? They are supposed to be only in Azkaban. According to the books I read, they were supposed to be created there. Wondered Matthew as many thoughts raced through his mind. At the moment he had no way to explore further. Because he had no spell to handle them. Behind the door were a pack of dementors, which shouldn't even be here. The only charm known to wizards which can handle them was the Patronus charm, which he didn't practice yet since he didn't expect to meet any of them in the next 3 years. No choice he left the ruins and sealed everything up before he wandered in the direction of Hogwarts. Matthew reached Hogwarts around dinner time. He quickly sneaked back into the Ravenclaw Tower and took a quick shower before he rushed to dinner. He joined his friends at the Ravenclaw table. So where did you disappear for the weekend? Asked Roger. Well, I had to complete some potions experiments with some rare ingredients that I've got recently. Lied Matthew. But you weren't in the potions labs for students. Continued Blake, while watching him. There are many secret places in the castle. Since I didn't want to be disrupted I used a hidden place. What did you guys do this weekend? He changed the topic. Well, answered Harold, the friends continued to chat about different things, since they wouldn't gain more answers from Matthew. They knew he would often disappear in the castle but never overnight before. So they continued to eat their dinner until Cho joined them. You missed our study group, she said while staring at Matthew. Oh shit, I'm sorry Cho. I completely forgot that. I've had to take care of something else and forgot to tell you. I will make it up to you. Let me teach you some useful spells on Friday, okay? Asked Matthew with a smile. Okay, no problem. But please tell me next time you would have to miss our session, replied Cho with a cute pout. They finished their dinner and returned together back to the common room. Scene break. After a revitalizing full night of sleep, he spent his Monday morning inside classes. First thing after classes he left for the room of requirements. He walked 3 times before the room entrance. I need books and information about black castles, ancient dark wizards, and dementors. I need books and information about black castles, ancient dark wizards, and dementors. I need books and information about black castles, ancient dark wizards, and dementors. Inside the room he found 3 bookshelves. In the left one were lots of history books about dark wizards. The right one contained books about dementors, some charm books, and some defense books but not as many as in the bookshelves about dark wizards. And last but not least the middle bookshelf contained only 2 books. First was a book by the name of The History of the Patronus Charm and the second was The Tale of Raxidian. Matthew started to read the books of the middle shelf first since they were most likely the information he needed the most. After reading the book, he understood who lived inside the ruins of the Black Castle in the past. In summary, according to legend, Raxidian was a dark wizard who lived with a colony of dementors in a black castle in a dense forest, which surrounded a nearby mountain village inhabited by fellow witches and wizards. The village stood most likely where Hogsmeade now is but was probably abandoned in the past until Hogsmeade was founded in the 10th or 11th on the ruins of that village. For many years, Raxidian and the unearthly denizens of the castle coexisted peacefully with the villagers, leaving them alone, while they in kind kept out of the part of the woods where his castle was located. Well, until he fell in love with a girl from the village. He wanted to take her as his wife but got rejected, so like expected of a dark wizard he decided to attack the village to kidnap her. The villagers fought back, with the combined might of their patron uses. But the sheer numbers of dementors began to slowly overwhelm them. As all hope was lost and the villagers began to flee, an orphan who was told his Patronus was no good because it only had the form of a small mouse, summoned his Patronus and was able to repel the dementors by himself. Well, Raxidian got envious and enraged since the girl liked the boy and his Patronus repelled his army of dementors. In his anger, he cast the Patronus charm himself to repel the mouse Patronus, but he forgot that only people pure of heart could cast the charm. Instead of a Patronus, maggots shot out of his wand and quickly devoured him as they engulfed his body. All in all, I've learned a few things about the Patronus charms. Firstly, size doesn't matter. Second, evil wizards are unable to cast the charm, or it will attack themselves, but only evil wizards not practitioners of the dark arts in general. Dumbledore practiced the dark arts in the past and has no problems with casting it. The most prominent example would be Professor Snape himself. He has a deeper understanding of the dark arts than Dumbledore and used them frequently but was still able to cast the Patronus charm. He is also rather of a neutral alignment than good. So Matthew should be also able to cast the charm, even though he wouldn't consider himself pure of heart, especially he wasn't evil. But he wasn't still sure how Dementors appeared there. In the books, it was mentioned that Dementors were created on the island of Azkaban a few centuries later by another dark wizard who goes by the name of Ecrisdes. Maybe both of them found the method to create Dementors separate from each other. Matthew was pretty sure that he was the first person to enter the hidden underground of Raxidian's Black Castle. Maybe he would find the answer there. But first, he needed to learn the Patronus charm, or else he wouldn't be able to ward off the Dementors in the ruins. Hopefully, there's something else inside than just Dementors. He theoretically knew how to successfully cast the charm, but he believes it would be harder than normal. Matthew spent the rest of the day practicing the Patronus charm. Even though he tried to concentrate on happy memories, he was completely unsuccessful. It was getting late, and he decided to leave for the common room for the day. After spending some time with his friends, he decided to go to sleep. The next days were spent similarly. He practiced the charm, but at most he managed to conjure white mist. Behind the black doors, he saw hundreds of Dementors sealed inside. There was no way that an incorporeal Patronus would be enough. He needed to take many breaks between practices since the charm consumed a massive amount of mystical energy and drained his reserves very fast. One advantage was that his reserves expanded faster. During his breaks, he used the time to read about the Patronus charm and Dementors. They were humanoid-shaped creatures, with an approximate height of 3 meters, and were covered in dark hooded cloaks of long ripped black cloth, making them closely resemble wraiths. Their bodies were grayed and decayed looking, like a decomposing corpse, and their breaths sounded rattling like they were trying to suck more than air out of a room. Their hands were glistening, grayish, slimy looking, and scabbed. They seemed to exude cold. A Dementor's face had empty eye sockets, covered with scabbed skin. There was a gaping large hole where the mouth should have been, which was used to suck the soul out of the victim in a process called the Dementor's kiss, leaving victims in a state generally considered worse than death. The Dementor pulled back its hood and sucked out its victim's soul, leaving the person an empty shell, alive but completely, irretrievably, gone. Even worse than what he did to the gang members, they could at least develop a new self. They were described as being able to glide over the ground only, and in any case, they couldn't pass through solid obstacles, so as long as he closed the door behind him they were unable to leave the ruins. Dementors seemed to suck all the light and happiness from the air as they drew long rattling breaths and caused darkness to close in everywhere and the victim to feel incredibly cold. They could glide towards a victim without sound. They were attracted to victims with powerful souls or a lot of pain, since they fed on emotions and souls. And worst of all, they were immortal. Or at least nobody knew a method to kill them. Since he now possessed ruins full of experimental subjects, why not experiment with them? It was an interesting question what fiendfire or the killing curse would do to them. But no matter what, first, he needed to cast the Patronus charm. And in no book, he found an answer to his problem. He just didn't have a really happy memory. His death dimmed all his happy memories somehow down. None of them were really powerful. Until he read a sentence in one of the books again, that made him want to slap himself. The caster needs to concentrate on a single very happy memory, no matter if the memory is real or not. Only the feeling of happiness matters. He read out loud. Phew! I could just imagine a memory. Sometimes I am just plainly blind, complained Matthew. Matthew closed his eyes and imagined a future where he was free of all control. He lived happily with his family, friends, and even wives. He had a few children. Nobody could harm them, because he stood at the peak. He was truly free and unbound. A strong imagined memory where all his goals were fulfilled. Just thinking about it made his whole body feel happiness. Expecto Patronum! He yelled while aiming with his outstretched hand. A bright white mist-like light formed out of his finger. It took the shape of a bright silver, translucent animal. A glowing bird formed before him. As it completely formed, he recognized it as a crow, a three-legged crow to be precise. So my Patronus took on the form of Yatagarasu from the Japanese mythology, or the sun crow Yenwu from the Chinese one. Not bad for the reflection of my innermost personality. I wonder if my Animagus transformation would be the same. Well, no matter what, at least it seems special. He muttered as he observed the Patronus. Now that he could cast the Patronus charm, he should be able to explore the next part of the ruins on Saturday. Hopefully, there will be something of worth to give him an advantage in the future. For the rest of the week, he made sure he mastered the Patronus charm. He could maintain it for 32 minutes while his echolocation-based minimap was activated. Without troubles, he also figured out the message function of the charm. He also let the AI chip analyze the Patronus charm and its workings so he may develop some spells in the future harmful to Dementors and other dark creatures. He also tried to let the chip analyze the unknown rune language, but it failed since he hadn't enough data at the moment to comprehend it without experimenting. And experiments were at the moment too dangerous since it could easily blow up, especially since it was a powerful rune system, which could alarm the people in the castle. Scene break on Friday, he just held a study session with Cho alone. They used one of the many empty classrooms inside the castle. He spent the afternoon teaching her a few simple charms, which they still only learned in the higher years. Among them were the disarming charm, the shield charm Protego, and the low-level shield charm. He also tried to show her how to cast spells wandless, but she wasn't able to even cast the simplest ones. But he still recommended she keep trying, it would help her to control her magic in the future. After their training session, they left for dinner. Afterwards, he spent the rest of the day with his roommates. On Saturday morning, he woke up early in the morning. After his morning business, he left for the kitchen where he got some food, water, and especially chocolate from the Giddy House elves. As he completed his preparations, he left the castle in secret for the forest again. On the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, he directly headed for the ruins of Raxidian's former Black Castle. He needed over an hour to reach the dark clearing where the ruins were located. He only needed to take out one Acromantula on his way. After making sure there were no living things in the area, especially centaurs, he approached the entrance with the runic mechanisms, which led into the underground laboratory. The entrance opened without trouble, just like last week. After consuming a night owl potion, he entered the staircase to the dark rooms downstairs. Everything was unchanged. As he arrived at the bottom corridor, he approached the large black door. After readying himself, Matthew touched the rune cluster at the center of the doors, and they instantly started to open up. Expecto Patronum! He yelled out, as he felt the cold, chilling aura of hundreds of Dementors. Every bit of good emotion began to fade until his silver-white, bright, glowing three-legged crow Patronus appeared. It repelled the chilling aura of the hundreds of Dementors. He passed through the doors and closed them after locating the rune cluster on the other side. There was a large and dark hall, with hundreds of Dementors surrounding him. Only his Patronus kept them in the bay. Maybe they are here as guardians. Actually a good safety measure for dark wizards since the darkest of them don't seem to be affected by Dementors. Only wizards who could cast a sufficient strong Patronus could pass through here. I need to hurry since I can't keep it indefinitely, he mused while observing the hall. At the far end of the hall, he made out another large black door. He carefully while watching out for other traps passed through the hall. The Dementors kept their distance on the far ends of the hall, as far away from his Patronus as possible. The AI chip kept recording the effects of the Patronus charm on the Dementors. The data may become useful in the future. As he arrived at the door, he activated the rune cluster at the center and observed the other side as the door opened up. On the other side, he could make out a few bookshelves and a pedestal with a scroll on it, but no Dementors or traps. He quickly entered the library and closed the door behind him. As the door closed and the runic barrier reactivated, the aura of the Dementors also disappeared. Matthew stopped his Patronus charm and observed the new room. There were 4 bookshelves on either side. They were glowing under stasis and preservation charms, which luckily kept the books alive over the years. But most interesting was the pedestal in the center of the room, where a scroll was placed. There was no glow of stasis charms or anything on it, but the scroll looked as new without any traces of time. He first studied the bookshelves. They were written in Elder Futhark, some in Old Latin. So this library was at least 1,500 years old. With the help of the AI chip, he had no problem reading them. He just used the automatic translation function of the chip, so he didn't even need to concentrate on understanding them and just focused on their contents. There were a collection of different magic books, historical records, and even the personal records of Raxidian. He started with them, although the magic books were also interesting since they covered many topics that were outlawed today like rituals, blood magic, different dark curses, potions, and even some records on druidic nature magic. But Matthew first wanted to know the details of the ruins and especially the ominous scroll. He didn't plan to return here for the moment and wanted to gather everything of value. After completely reading through the Dark Wizard's personal records, which were only 4 books, he finally understood how the Dementors were here and a few details about that scroll. The scroll is supposedly one of many that belong to a legendary book called the Book of the Damned or the Book of Sin. Matthew turned to the scroll on the pedestal. He only learned a bit of it, but it had a fearsome history. But it was exactly what he was looking for. This scroll was only one of many others. All of them together were a collection of knowledge called the Book of Sin. Each scroll was indestructible and had changed throughout history. First, they were written on flesh, then on stones, and now on parchment. They proved that magic is older than any Harry Potter theory believed. The lore seekers of the Harry Potter universe believed that the first magic users existed 5000 BC in ancient Egypt. But this scroll were according to Raxidian notes mentioned already thousands of years before that. Raxidian couldn't find their exact origin or even a legend of it, but supposedly the scrolls contained a vast amount of magical knowledge, mainly of dark nature, called black magic in general. They grant the owners a vast amount of power. It was theorized that a being like a devil or something similar created it to keep his influence on Earth. Multiple dark magic books are based on parts of the knowledge of these scrolls. Studying the scrolls is dangerous since they are supposedly corrupting the reader and driving him into madness so he would follow the will of the original creator. Maybe they are Horcruxes or something similar. I will need to be very careful with them. They seem to be more powerful than anything Voldemort could even dream of. Maybe it's time to find a way to read something through the AI chip. Since the AI chip is only semi-sentient and has no personality, it shouldn't be corrupted, mused Matthew while staring at the scroll. This particular scroll contains knowledge about the runic language that was used in the whole ruins. It is a very powerful language since it still worked after so many years. The name of the runic language was the Dark Tongue. It was spoken and used in a different dimension full of dark beings. The scroll also contained knowledge about summoning lower beings from other dimensions and controlling them. One of them was the Dementors. The Dementors weren't originally from the Earth. They were summoned from another unknown dimension and controlled by Raxidian with the help of the scroll's knowledge. The Dementors in Azkaban probably came in a similar way to Earth. Maybe there was another scroll in Azkaban which was owned by Christie's. Azkaban was definitely a place worth visiting in the future, while exploring. The scroll may be still there. But first of all, he needed to find a way to read them or resist their corruption. According to Raxidian notes, he originally was just a researcher studying the scroll for the sake of knowledge and got corrupted through them. He then fell into darkness and became known as a dark wizard until his death. His decent occlumency shields didn't protect him. Matthew hoped his AI chip would be able to help him without corrupting him. He took out his trunk and opened the still empty bottom section of his 7 sections and levitated the scroll into it before his curiosity takes over and he tries to read it. Afterward, he stored the rest of the library inside the library section of his trunk. Before he put his trunk away, he checked the library for any hidden storage or sections, but unfortunately, he found nothing. He packed his trunk away and decided it was time to return to the castle. Before activating the rune cluster on the black door, he summoned his 3-legged crow Patronus again. After opening the door, the dark and cold aura of the Dementors spread out again, but was quickly suppressed by his white silver glowing Patronus. The Dementors once again fled to the far ends of the large hall to create as much distance from him. Before leaving, Matthew spent his time recording the runes on the walls and floors, which kept the Dementors' aura inside the room. He made sure the library door was closed again, before entering through the other black door into the black corridor. As he closed that door again, he cancelled his Patronus charm and climbed the stairs upwards, and left the Black Castle ruins into the Forbidden Forest again. After making sure the ruins were sealed again so nobody could find them since they could serve as a secret hideout in the future. They were outside the Hogwarts wards, so Dumbledore wouldn't be able to sense him here. The sky outside began to become darker, but he should be able to reach the Hogwarts castle before dinner ends. Once again, he concealed himself with the help of the disillusionment charm as he moved through the dark forest. He passed through the Forbidden Forest without trouble. The vegetation became less dense as it became too dark to see with his eyes. Thanks to his minimap, he could still navigate through the darkness. He didn't need to waste another night owl potion before finally reaching the outskirts of the forest. It was still dinner time as he reached the giant castle gate. He quickly rushed to the Ravenclaw Tower and entered the common room to take a quick shower. After cleaning himself up, he left for dinner. Unfortunately, his friends were already finished and left before he arrived. He enjoyed a nice dinner alone, before leaving for his common room where he found his friends completing their homework. He got his school thing from his bedroom and joined them for the rest of the night. Seeing break on Sunday, he started studying the books from the library in the ruins. Most of the knowledge wasn't inside his database. With the help of his quick reading glasses, he was able to complete around 15% of his new books. He also started a new spell creation process for his AI chip. This time he wanted to create a spell model for an analysis and reading spell. It's a spell that should be able to comprehend the atomic structure of targeted objects, their energy signatures, and every detail including written knowledge. Including the scientific principles of Earth's current technology to analyze materials and objects like atomic absorption spectroscopy, atomic force microscopy, tomography, or different other spectroscopies added to magical knowledge like scanning and analysis charms. It should be absolutely possible. At least a simple version to read books. Spell model creation process started. Estimated time until completion 31 days 4 hours and 32 minutes. Well, it is possible, but it takes a shit ton of time. Until the spell is finished, he wouldn't be able to read the scroll. Complex spells take a shit ton of time to create. The only method he knew at the moment to improve his AI chip's calculation speed is occlumency. But he wanted first to learn all the knowledge he could get about mind magic and the human brain, to improve the occlumency he would practice in the future. According to his knowledge of occlumency, he would need to build up defenses which he would need to create from new if he wanted to use another method. Before that, he needed to complete the trials of Ravenclaw. So for the next month, he would, besides his study sessions with Cho and some with his roommates, either be in the room of requirements or library studying books about the different attack and defense spells. He also spent time thinking which spells he should create. The task was to at least create 1 attack and 1 defense spell. But it would be better to create more before attempting the trial. He also sent a letter to his parents that he would like to spend the winter holidays with them this year, and they should visit another magical community somewhere in Europe combined with a nice holiday. Beep. Spell creation process finished. New spell model created. Name, scan, incantation, inodo, range, touch, magical energy cost, variable, based on object size, composition, etc. Description, a spell to analyze an object that the caster is touching. It scans the atomic structure of the object and turns and uploads it into the mind. An advanced caster can read whole books or scrolls this way. No spells or traps on the object will be activated, although the pieces of information itself could still affect the caster. The AI chip can add the information directly into the database. So that's that, thought Matthew while sitting in the middle of a boring history lesson about a goblin rebellion in 1612 in Hogsmeade, where the goblins took the 3 broomsticks as their headquarters. His classmates were happily asleep while a few studious Ravenclaws like Blake tried to follow the lesson. AI chip began improving the stunning spell based on the specifications in the file. Stupefy MK.2. Beginning task. Base spell already existing. Starting spell modification. Estimated time of completion, 2 hours 12 minutes, perfect. Thought Matthew while continuing to nap for the rest of the lesson. After the lesson, he left his friends since it was the last lesson of the day and walked into the room of requirements. He summoned a room with darker books about battle spells since he wanted to use their content for his spells. They were only considered dark because of their lethal nature, but in the end, it was a matter of the caster's intent. He could also kill with a levitation charm or a stunning spell. Time to try my new spell, he muttered as he took a copy of Book of Curses by Azoth and cast. Inodo. A stream of information appeared in his mind, including a 3D model of the atomic structure of the book. How someone else is supposed to read a book with that is a mystery to me. Well, AI dear thing. Beep. Data compiled. Book of Curses by Azoth added to the database. Perfect, exclaimed Matthew, and took the next book into his hand as he continued to add all of the books into his database. After saying AI chip again, Matthew came to a decision. Hey, AI chip, let me give you a name. Beep. Please enter a new name. Matthew thought for a while. Many names came to his mind, but he wanted to give it a deeper meaning. He thought about Iron Man's JRVIS, FRIDY, or even EDITH with the nice meaning of Even Dead I Am the hero from the MCU and decided to take the same approach. Your name will be SRH. It stands for Self-Aware Research Assistance Helix. Beep. The new name is confirmed. Hello, my name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Let's continue with our work, said a smiling Matthew. After another half an hour of scanning books, he heard the familiar sound of Sarah again. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully modified. Name, personal stunning charm, incantation, stupefy, range, mid, magical energy cost, 1.3 units, description, similar to the base spell it stuns an enemy. But it is more powerful although it still can be blocked by shield charms like Protego, it wears down the shield faster. Unlike the original spell, only the caster can revive the target with the reviving spell Renovate. The spell color changed from red to dark blue. Good work, Sarah. I will test out the new spell. You can continue creating the spell specified in file Hexagon Shield MK.1. Replied Matthew after the new spell appeared in his mind. Beginning task. Loading specifications. Loading shield spell knowledge and physics data. Starting spell creation process. Estimated time of completion, 4 hours 6 minutes, while Sarah started her new task. A dummy appeared on one side of the room of requirements. Matthew aimed with his finger at the dummy and cast. Stupefy. A purple spell shot out and slowly fell to the floor. It's not so easy to switch between similar spells with the same incantations. Even the intent of the spell is mostly similar. After a few tries, while concentrating more on the specific flow of his magical energy and intent, a blue glowing projectile shot out of his finger and impacted the training dummy. Yes. Success. Cheered Matthew. He tried the spell another few times before he continued adding books into his database. Over 3 hours later he heard Sarah again. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully modified. Name, Hexagon Shield Charm, Incantation, Hectigo, Range, very short, magical energy cost, 4.1 units, description, a strong shield charm similar to the Protego charm but higher in defense. It's a shield dome formed out of many small hexagon shields. Thanks to its efficient structure it holds around 4 times the damage of a conventional Protego charm for only 1.5 times the magical energy consumption. The shield covers the caster like the Protego shield on all sides, it also can't block the unforgivables. The only weakness is minuscule during fights. If the same hexagon shield is hit multiple times in quick succession the whole shield structure would become unstable and collapse. But after being hit a hexagon shield regenerates in less than half a second. An opponent would need to be prepared to succeed in breaking the hexagon shield charm in that way. While comprehending the new pieces of information that appeared in his mind, Matthew decided to let Sarah start with the creation of the 3 other attack and defense spells he thought of for the trials of Ravenclaw. Their creation process would take until tomorrow afternoon. After letting Sarah begin her new task, Matthew started to practice the hexagon shield charm. After a few tries he finally succeeded in creating a stable shield. The previous tries always ended up with an incomplete structure, which made the shield fall and collapse by itself. The stable shield appeared as a yellow glowing force field made up of many small hexagon shields around him. Matthew closed his eyes and a few moments later an attack training dummy appeared. It looked like a regular training dummy but had a wand in its right hand. The attack dummy can shoot simple spells like stinging hexes and no-back jinxes. Matthew wanted to test out the durability of the shield. He placed himself before the attack dummy, and it began to shoot knockback jinxes at his hexagon shield. The new shield spell was able to tank around 400 knockback jinxes. Next, he tried a regular Protego shield charm. It was only able to tank a bit less than 100 knockback jinxes. The estimations of Sarah were correct. The hexagon shield charm was around 4 times stronger than the regular Protego charm. He should be able to improve it further in the future with more information. But for now, it was a perfect defensive spell for his level although somewhat inflexible, a problem, which the next defensive spell Sarah was working on would solve. Matthew continued summoning his new shield spell until he could finally summon it instantly at every try. With a wand, it became even stronger than wandless. After practicing for a few hours, it became rather dark outside. He decided to return to the common room. Since it was already past curfew he used the disillusionment charm so he could dodge any possible punishment. Good that he used it since he met Filch and his annoying cat on the way. After passing both of them without trouble he arrived at his common room where he turned in for the night since it was already mostly empty. The next morning after his morning workout at breakfast Morgana brought Matthew a reply from his parents. They decided to visit the Netherlands during the Christmas holidays. They already booked a hotel in Amsterdam. This was an interesting location. The Muggle countries there are different from their magical counterpart. The magical community in the Netherlands was a part of the magical country of Flanders. The magical country of Flanders was geographical a region located in parts of present-day France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Unlike the non-magical part of the former duchy, it didn't become a part of French suzerainty and stayed independent till today. Although its capital was still Bruges, the largest shopping district there was located in Amsterdam. Flanders has its own Quidditch team. The team played against Transylvania in 1473 at the first Quidditch World Cup, reaching the final. The children could either attend Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France or Durmstrang Institute in Northern Europe. They receive invitations for both schools and can choose one of them. Although most of them joined Beauxbatons since they already speak French, since it's their second national language after Dutch. Well, Matthew was happy to explore a new magical community which was only mentioned on a side note in canon. The non-magical side of Amsterdam was also an amazing place to explore. With a lot of amazing sightseeing locations like over 500 coffee shop locations, with almost no rules since the laws only became stricter in 1995 and tourists were only prevented to buy weed there from 2007 onwards with the introduction of the Weepass Weepas. After all, Matthew had a large trunk in possession and stasis charms. The prices also were cheap without the over 30 years of inflations and crisis till he died in his world. Why not invest £3,600 after beating up some criminal scum into a currency only he could invest in that form? A gram of weed costs currently £2 to £4, while after the introduction of the euro it would be around £9 to £16, which would be a nice investment for money he had no use for at the moment, and he still wanted to study in the future. Students liked weed and were ready to pay a bit. Since he was underage, he couldn't invest it into shares and he couldn't exactly tell his parents he had exact information of the future or divine the development of the economy. It was too absurd. He could still invest his money in the future since the first iPhone came only in 2007 out and Facebook was founded in 2004. Maybe he could use their ideas before them, which would make him one of the richest people in the world. Before even cryptocurrency came out, he could be filthy rich, legally. Damn, knowing the future is OP. Well, lucky me, thought Matthew while finishing his breakfast. After that he left for classes for the day. Scene break beep. Task completed. Spell creation process is finished. New spell models created for files Mini Hexa Shield MK.1, Piercing MK.1, and Almighty Push MK.1. Name Mini Hexa Shield Charm, Incantation, Hectum, Range, Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 0.3. Description, a small shield made of 4 small hexagon shields. As a large version through its structural integrity, it is much more durable than similar shield charms. Differently from the large hexagon shield charm, the caster can summon the shield quickly in a mid-distance where he wants. Although it's not as powerful, it is more versatile and flexible. Name, Dark Piercing Curse, Incantation, Terra Sempra, Range, Long, Magical Energy Cost, 1.2. Description, a dark piercing curse, similar to Severus Snape's dark cutting curse Sectum Sempra. It has a strong piercing power that focuses on one point. It can penetrate most shields and many magic-resistant hides. It's a very lethal spell, many hits and deadly thanks to the dark nature of the spell, which makes wounds very hard to heal. Name, Almighty Push Spell, Incantation, Omniventus, Range, Short Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 2.2. Description, a strong area of effect spell. It affects the area around the caster by employing a gravity force away from the caster. Everything surrounding the caster will be pushed away, although its effect on other spells is greatly reduced. It can act as an offensive or defensive spell by repelling incoming projectiles. He heard Sophie exhalating at the end of his lessons today. After packing up, he entered the room of requirements again. This time there was only a training area split into 2 parts. The first half was full of stationary training dummies randomly distributed on the field at different distances. In the second area stood an attack dummy again. Matthew started practicing the Mini Hexa Shield charm. Hectum. He cast repeatedly until a small shield appeared before him. After a few successful tries, he tried to cast them in different distances and locations before he approached the attack dummy. As the dummy began attacking in a random pattern, Matthew practiced blocking the different stinging projectiles. The shields lasted only for moments, but it should be able to block anything, short of the 3 unforgivables. After he was confident that he mastered the spell, he continued with the Dark Piercing Curse. It was a dark violet-colored spike made of energy, which pierced with ease through multiple dummies until colliding with a barrier on the wall of the room. Conveniently, the room created a barrier around the room to block such spells. He practiced the curse until he was confident with his aim and casting. Last but not least, he tried the Almighty Push spell. After standing in the middle of the training field with a lot of dummies around him, he started to cast the spell. Omniventus. A few times before finally everything around him got slightly pushed away. Although his first successful try was still pretty weak. But the more he practiced, the stronger the spell became. As he mastered the spell, the training dummies directly surrounding him crashed into the barrier at a high velocity, while the others a bit further away got pushed away a few meters. Between practice sessions, he rested while regenerating his magical energy. During his breaks, he read a few books that he summoned inside the room. After resting at the end of the day, he made himself leisurely on the way in the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower. As he arrived, he joined his friends in the common room and played a bit with them. Slowly, the common room became emptier and emptier. After his friends also left for their dorm room, he started reading one of the books in the common room chosen by Professor Flitwick. A few moments after the last students left the common room, the blue glowing Ravenclaw symbol appeared again on the wall. He waited another few minutes to make sure nobody was returning before approaching the wall. As he stood again before the blue glowing symbol, the symbol expanded outwards again and began rotating. The portal formed, and Matthew stepped through it into the already familiar room with the bronze eagle. As the blue portal closed behind him. Welcome back, heir of Ravenclaw. Are you ready to complete your trials? Take a moment to think about it. Every heir only has one try to succeed. Failure means the chance on the inheritance is forever forfeited. It's still only the middle of the year. You have enough time to improve yourself and your self-created spells. Began the bronze eagle in his arrogant voice. No, I am ready to get the inheritance. I am prepared enough. Replied Matthew with absolute confidence while staring at the eagle. So be it. Let's begin. Said the eagle while another portal appeared before Matthew. Suddenly Matthew got pushed into the portal from behind and landed in a long stone corridor lit by torches. On the end of the corridor waited a large dark brown door for him. Matthew cast Hectago, while also maintaining his echolocation minimap. He slowly started to walk through the corridor, as suddenly from his right side he heard a click, and a volley of arrows flew straight at his hexagon shield. His shield easily resisted the first attack without any loss in stability. While continuing through the corridor there were a few more arrow attacks, once even from every side. But his shield was able to block all of them. Then suddenly a swish sound from the top, and flames attacked the top side of his shield. After a few seconds they stopped. Matthew needed to recast his shield since the attacks wore it down considerably. With a fresh shield he continued to the door. As he reached the door he saw a turn to the left which wasn't visible before. He couldn't watch far into the corridor since there were no torches, it was completely dark. Another swish and a black arrow approached his shield. His instinct told him to dodge. He barely managed to dodge the arrow as it shattered his shield. These were no normal arrows, they were apparently enchanted. He quickly tried to open the door into the next room but it was locked. He quickly jumped backward back into the corridor as he just heard another arrow, impacting the wall just behind where he stood moments ago. That was dangerous. He breathed out as he tried to summon the arrow with an accio. It didn't work. He tried to levitate it, which also didn't work. After trying to cast the spells on something else, he concluded that really only self-created spells were working in this place. How does this even work? Maybe it's some kind of intent-based wards, or these are specific wards targeting every spell practiced in school? He mused while trying to carefully pick up the black arrow while hiding behind the corner. Inodo. He cast and a string of information appeared inside his mind. Beep. Basic analysis complete. Enchantments recorded. Multiple enchantments and runes were detected. The arrow is a magical construct enchanted with the power to break magic below a certain level. While impacting the hexagon shield it breaks one of the shields and disrupts the structure of the whole shield. It only works one time. I directly found a weakness to my new shield spell. Good that I prepared myself for that eventuality. He muttered while resummoning his shield and entering the corridor around the corner again. As another black arrow flew at him he summoned a small hexagon shield on its trajectory. The black arrow broke through the small shield and continued to fly at Matthew. But it got repelled by the large hexagon shield without trouble since its enchantment was already used up. That way he passed through the corridor while sensing approaching arrows with his echolocation and disabling the magic-breaking enchantments with his small shields. At the end of the dark corridor, an armored archer holding a bow appeared. With a quick dark piercing charm through the had, he disposed of the archer. As it fell to the ground it began to dissipate. Also a magical construct. It seems if there is enough damage it disappears. He concluded while observing the effect. But honestly what is with this level design? Did I suddenly land in Dark Souls? Complained Matthew drily. At the end of the corridor, he only found a wall. Do I have to break down the door? Asked Matthew himself while looking around. Suddenly he spotted on the floor where the archer dissipated a key. He picked the key up and returned to the door. It fit without trouble into the old-looking keyhole. He carefully opened the door and tried to see what was behind it. His echolocation was only able to perceive a large empty room. He couldn't see inside since the whole room was dark. While staring into the blackness, he complained. I should have brought my potions. As he carefully stepped into the room, slowly further and further. The door closed by itself and the whole room lit up. Suddenly filled with light, the room turned out to be a coliseum-like arena. It easily had a radius of 200 meters. While observing the room, Matthew suddenly heard the arrogant voice of the bronze eagle somewhere. He couldn't locate from where. It sounded as if it was all around him. Welcome, challenger to the Grand Ravenclaw Arena. After passing through the qualification round, you won the right to challenge the arena. But be warned, in this stage you could lose your life. Previously, although it looked dangerous, you were in no danger since no attack would actually harm you. But in this final trial, your life is at stake. So, do you want to continue or run away? Shitty bird. Are you sure I am here right for the Ravenclaw trial? Isn't it more like a Gryffindor trial? He complained inside his mind while answering. No. I came so far. I will also pass this last trial. Proof your worthiness, challenger. All you have to do is survive every wave and kill the final boss. You still only can use your self-created spells. Good luck, young heir, explained the eagle. After he finished, suddenly more magical constructs appeared in the arena. The first wave consisted of 5 armored archer, 10 swordsmen, and 5 axe wielders. The archers instantly shot a volley of arrows. Luckily these weren't the black arrows. His shield blocked the arrows, as the first enemy appeared before him. With an almighty push, he catapulted the close-range fighters into the wall. The damage was enough to dissipate most of them. He disposed of the few survivors and the archers with a few targeted dark-piercing curses. After the first wave was cleared, he had a few minutes to take a breath. He had to kill another 9 waves, which became increasingly more difficult to handle. In the second wave, shield bearers additionally appeared. They could block his dark-piercing curse a few times. To kill them efficiently, he had to flank them and attack them from the sides. Later, the archers started to shoot black arrows again. He either had to dodge them or block them. But with the end of the echolocation spell, he was able to react to them. In the last wave, he basically had to fight a whole army of magical constructs. After a hard and long battle, because they learned to strategize in the last wave instead of blindly attacking him, he finally cleared the last wave. He could rest for around 15 minutes before a large light appeared in the middle of the room. The boss was here. With a loud roar, it announced itself. What was the last boss? Well, as expected for a Gryffindor trial, a Ravenclaw trial, it needed to be a big fucking silver blue dragon. The final boss of the Ravenclaw trials was a Swedish short snout. Rowena Ravenclaw expected a second-year student to handle a dragon to be worthy of her inheritance. He really landed in Dark Souls. The silver blue dragon, which was sought out for its attractive skin, not that it mattered since it was a magical construct, stared down at Matthew. It suddenly put its head slightly backward and breathed in. Shiite! Cried out Matthew as he realized what was about to happen. He jumped out of the way, just as the Swedish short snout breathed a volley of blue flames out of its snout. His shield should be able to tank the flames of most dragons, but the short snout was known for its powerful flames. Luckily its scales were less resistant to magic and weaker than the scales of other dragon breeds. Matthew shot one of his dark-piercing curses at the dragon's body and was able to destroy a few of its scales. Apparently, they were still able to tank his curse, but get damaged in the process. The room wasn't large enough for the dragon, which usually lived in the wild, uninhabited Swedish mountain area, to take off to flight. So he chooses to attack Matthew with one of his silver blue arms. He repelled the dragon's attack, with an almighty push which made the dragon stumble and fall backward. Directly shooting a few dark-piercing curses at the Swedish dragon's body, he managed to harm the flesh on the dragon's body. The dragon was clearly weakened at this point. In a last-ditch effort, it tried to once again hit Matthew with a desperate fire breath. Matthew wouldn't be able to dodge the blue flames in time. So he cast an almighty push again and slowed the dragon fire down, and continued to weaken it with many small shields before it finally impacted his large hexagon shield. In the end, the shield was able to resist the weakened dragon fire, although it broke down afterward. Before the Swedish short snout was able to get up and attack again, Matthew started to attack with as many dark-piercing curses as he could cast. The volley of curses penetrated through the dragon's body like through Swiss cheese, and the magical dragon construct finally started to dissipate. Matthew, who was out of magical energy, leaned exhausted against the wall, as he heard the high and mighty voice of the shitty bronze eagle again. Congratulations, challenger, for passing the final trial of Ravenclaw. You succeeded where many have fallen before and became an heir of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, explained the eagle. Follow me back to the entrance hall, said the eagle as another blue swirling portal appeared before Matthew. After stepping through the portal, he arrived at the large empty hall again where the bronze eagle statue waited for him. Nothing inside the hall was different from before. He hoped that there actually was a reward, and this wasn't some kind of sick personal entertainment for a 1,000-year-old magically brought to life eagle statue. You gained the right to access the books personally written by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. The books are hidden in a place you are already very familiar with. The room of requirements was created by Lady Rowena. Only you will be able to access the rewards. Nobody else will be able to enter the room with you, explained the eagle. All you have to wish for is the secret reward room of Rowena Ravenclaw, and it will appear. No, leave, challenger, and get some rest, explained the eagle while another blue glowing portal appeared and Matthew got pushed through it. Matthew landed again in the Ravenclaw common room. He decided he would check out the rewards tomorrow after his study session with the first years. For now, he decided to turn in for the night, since he was as exhausted as if he fought a dragon. Which he did. Scene break. After a long Friday of lessons and helping the first years with their homework, Matthew was finally able to approach the room of requirements. He passed 3 times before the entrance while wishing for the secret reward room of Rowena Ravenclaw. This time a blue glowing door appeared on the wall. After opening it, he found himself inside a large palace-like hall with 3 pedestals in the center. On the pedestals rested 3 different books. They looked ancient and were bound in an elegant-looking blue leather cover. The first book was called The Secrets of Space by Rowena Ravenclaw. After scanning it with his scanning spell, he found out it was about Rowena's research into the concept of space. It explained here different knowledge about apparition, portkeys, and different other topics of space. Additionally, it was explained how to create the blue portals. Although they were bound to the user's level of power, and at his level pretty short range, he still could teleport through Hogwarts, and would be able to redirect attacks and spells, even the unforgivables, after mastering it. He also learned how to create it with runes. The next book was called Magical Constructs, and How to Control Them by Rowena Ravenclaw. It explained the concepts of how to create magical constructs, with and without runes. After mastering it, the caster would be able to create and manipulate different kinds of magical constructs, similar to the hard light creations of different comic superheroes like Green Lantern of DC, but just less powerful, since the art was very complex. Rowena only worked out the theory of how to cast them without runes. She could only use runes for it. But the theory would be very useful in the future. Last but not least, was the book that piqued Matthew's interest the most. It was called Mind and Soul by Rowena Ravenclaw. After scanning it with his spell, he found out that Rowena Ravenclaw deeply researched the mind and through it the soul. She found out that the consciousness of a person was located inside the soul. Without the soul, a person would be only an empty, although physically working husk. The knowledge was not only stored inside the brain but also the soul. She deeply researched the topic of souls, including Horcruxes, and developed a safe method to create an artificial conquestness. The Sorting Hat and Bronze Eagle were created based on the knowledge of this research. Her magna opus was something called the Soul Seed. It was an artificial seed cultivated over years by one's own soul imbued into an object similar to a Horcrux, but still different. Its purpose wasn't immortality but to pass on the knowledge of the caster. It created something similar to Sarah, a AI created by a part of the caster's soul, although not as powerful as Sarah. Something that Rowena Ravenclaw did, she created an artifact that would grant the wearer wisdom. Yes, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw not only contained a Horcrux of Voldemort, but also a soul seed of Rowena Ravenclaw. Besides that, the book also contained a lot of theories about souls and their workings. These new pieces of information brought Matthew a lot of new ideas for the future, but first of all, he needed to complete his database of Hogwarts library. For the rest of the day, he practiced creating different portals inside the room of requirements until late into the night. After he was sure that everyone was asleep, he opened a portal before his dorm room door and stepped through it. Nice, this will save me a lot of time, he thought as he entered his shared room and prepared himself for sleep. Before falling asleep, he gave Sarah a last order for the day. Sarah, start improving occlumency. Add also the newly gained knowledge to it and everything we gathered inside the database. He requested mentally while falling asleep. Task confirmed. Starting magic improvement process. Estimated time of completion, 25 days 8 hours 34 minutes. Well, that will take a while. Doesn't matter, I still have a few thousand books to scan, he thought as he fell asleep. On Saturday, Matthew's friends dragged him out of the library where he was scanning as many books as possible while pretending to look for a book to read. Today was the first Quidditch match of the year, which traditionally happens on the 2nd November of the school year. Roger successfully joined the Quidditch team this year as a chaser. Although Matthew escaped the Quidditch matches last year because they weren't interesting for him, he should at least support his friend at his matches. After all, he would probably also watch some matches in the coming years, especially the one with the important canon events, like Coral Mort cursing Harry from his broom or the Dementors from Azkaban attacking Potter. At these events he could gather data on Voldemort, and if the Dementors from Azkaban are different from the ones Rexidian summoned. At breakfast, they had to support Roger, who was visibly nervous for his first match against Hufflepuff, who also had a new seeker, Cedric Diggory. Don't worry. If you fall from your broom, a teacher may be able to catch you. If not, as long as you are not dead, Madame Pomfrey will be able to fix you. Matthew tried to cheer him up miserably. Thanks for making my anxiety worse, replied Roger with a deadpan expression. Oh, come on, Roger. Did you ever fall from your broom before? As long as they don't malfunction, which is unlikely since you got a new one, nothing will happen, said a smiling Harold. Yeah, you guys are right. I am worrying over nothing here, answered Roger while finishing his breakfast. I wouldn't say anything. It's a game for suicidal people, thought Matthew while imagining the Quidditch games from canon while saying, yeah, don't worry. You will do fine. Thanks, mates. I need to hurry. The team is meeting directly after breakfast for a strategy meeting, finished Roger quickly while leaving the breakfast table. His friends watched him leave the Great Hall as Blake said, damn, I also want to join the team. Next year I will definitely make it. He didn't pass the Quidditch trials this year, as he participated in them with Roger. An older Ravenclaw student bested him during their matchup. Scene break. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was built like the professional ones. It was an oval-shaped field 150 meters in length and 25 meters in width. A 1 meter wide circle was marked in the center of the pitch. At each end, there were 3 hoop goal posts of different heights, surrounded by a scoring area. Since Quidditch was an aerial sport, the spectators' areas were on multiple high towers surrounding the pitch. Fun fact, Quidditch was in earlier times called Quidditch and Quadditch. It was an unbalanced game basically centered on one player, the seeker, who would score 150 points by catching a small golden ball, which would also end the game. As if the game was created in a fictional work to give the main character of said work something he was good at, since magic clearly wasn't an option. The rest of the team had to score 15 goals into the 3 loops of the enemy team to score a similar amount of points, as every goal gave 10 points. The only actually entertaining part of the game was the 2 steel balls called bludger, which were enchanted to target the players, so they could fall a few hundred meters from their brooms into the depth and become a nice and meaty splatter on the floor. To protect their teams, there were 2 players, who were called beaters, who with baseball bat-like tools are trying to hit the bulgers on the enemy team. What a nice game. Unlike this entertaining description of what could happen in this game, the actual game was pretty boring. In the end, Ravenclaw won their first game 240 to 110 through their 7th year seeker catching the snitch. Since they were previously 20 points behind, Hufflepuff and Cedric were still inexperienced. Although on a side note, Roger scored 5 times, more than the other Ravenclaw chasers together. House Ravenclaw threw afterward an actually decent party for a house of bookworms. They even sneaked some butterbeer and fire whiskey in from Hogsmeade. Matthew was at least able to taste the butterbeer, which actually tasted quite nice, unlike the recipes from the internet of his previous life. Who came on the idea that cream soda mixed with butter would taste nice is an absolute mystery for Matthew. The real thing tastes a bit like less sickly butterscotch and also had a bit of alcohol in it. But wizards had a higher natural resistance to it than non-magical people, so it was no problem for his body to drink a bit even at the age of 13. Next year, Cho also wanted to join the Quidditch team, which she would succeed in since the Ravenclaw Seeker was already in his last year, and in canon, she was the Ravenclaw Seeker. As it became outside darker and darker, the whole common room became emptier. The students slowly left for their dorm rooms. Harold and Matthew had to carry a drunk Roger into their room since he overdid a bit after his first successful match. Afterward, Matthew also turned in for the night. Scene break. The year progressed at a steady pace further, as it became outside colder and colder. Matthew kept his routine of working out, studying, and scanning the library until he completely scanned the public section of the library. He continued with the forbidden section from the room of requirements. Even Professor Snape's potions, old potion books, were accessible through the room since they were inside the castle. Matthew was also able to persuade Professor Snape into more detentions, private lessons, after the winter break. By December, Matthew completely scanned the books inside the castle and possessed a wider range of information than any other wizard possibly ever could. Unfortunately, Dumbledore removed books on darker topics completely from the castle after becoming headmaster. Matthew would need to look for books, especially with further pieces of information about the soul and Horcruxes, somewhere else. Books like Secret of the Darkest Art. Although Hermione managed to summon it out of Dumbledore's office before leaving Hogwarts in their 6th year, Matthew wasn't sure if the room just couldn't access the headmaster office or Dumbledore placed them there before his death. So Harry could access further information on Horcruxes for his quest. In the end, he would need to find this kind of information somewhere else, for example in the Black Library. The Blacks were a very old family and probably collected even books that weren't available in Hogwarts. He would need to break into Grimmauld Place 12 before Sirius breaks out of Azkaban. Sirius would definitely destroy the library to spite his family. Since it wasn't the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix at this point in time, Matthew was able to remember the location and name because the Fidelius charm wasn't there. But as the Blacks were an old family, they still would have a lot of ancient wards protecting their main seat. But Matthew had Sarah and still over 3 years to prepare and also knowledge over the canon, which he tried to keep intact while reaping as many benefits as possible. Nobody knew he would act from the shadows. He just was a talented Muggle-born student like Hermione, which would put him in the good graces of many people in Hogwarts. He already had a plan for multiple break-ins in the future. Damn, he was becoming a thief. As time passed, it finally became December. While he continued with his routine and improved his relationship with many students, a week before he would leave for the winter break, he heard Sarah's familiar voice again with a notification. Beep. Magic improvement process finished. New occlumency theory created. Instead of the normal basic method of controlling one's emotions and emptying the mind, where the user protects his mind from mind-reading attempts and is even able to create real-looking fake memories after mastering it, the improved method is split into 3 parts for normal practitioners. The host can use the 4th part uniquely working only for him. Heard Matthew as Sarah loaded the new information into his mind. His improved occlumency consisted not only of defending through controlling his thoughts and emotions, but also controlling one's soul. Through this expanded method, one would be able to create permanent defenses inside the practitioner's mind space. Which was the first part. The second part consisted of training someone's mind into using efficient thinking pathways with the help of a spell, which would accelerate the thought processing speed and enhance how much the practitioner would be able to access his brain capacity. Normal humans would be only able to access only 10%, while wizards thanks to their magic enhancing their biology around 15%, although they don't really use it thanks to the lack of common sense and logic. But a practicer of his new occlumency would be able to access over 30% of one's brain capacity, the limit of the current human's evolutionary progress. Far more complex and hard to learn or even master was the third part. It will allow the practitioner to control one's soul. Basically, it allows channeling the energy a soul naturally generates into the practitioner's thought processes and mental defenses, enhancing them further. If someone theoretically is biologically able to use 100% of one's brain capacity, the practitioner could surpass this natural limit. According to the theory Sarah worked out, the caster would be able to even leave one's body with his soul, but he still didn't possess enough data to accomplish this. And last but not least was the fourth part unique for him, or someone with similar circumstances. It was a method to use the AI chip as a side processor. At the moment he and Sarah were two separated existences, he just gave Sarah a task and would get a solution, but the fourth part allowed him to access Sarah and enhance his thought processes and defenses with Sarah as basically a second processor core if he would explain it computing terminology. He would be able to focus on two things simultaneously. But to start he still had to gain control over his emotions and thoughts. Luckily Sarah was able to create a meditation technique that allowed him to finish this process in a few weeks, instead of months or years of the original technique. So Matthew added from now on, the week before winter holidays, meditation before going to sleep to his routine. Scene break on Friday afternoon before leaving the castle with the Hogwarts Express, he entered the forest again. To get more combat experience and gather more resources he began to hunt for acromantulas. He spent the whole weekend inside the forest hunting in the forest. Additionally, to gather acromantula parts, he was also able to extract the web fluid from them. He also gathered some herbs, unicorn hairs, and different things. Sunday afternoon he returned to the castle and packed his trunk since on Monday morning they would leave with the Hogwarts Express for London. There was no feast tonight, only normal dinner since it wasn't the end of the year. Early in the morning on Monday the 17th December 1990, the Hogwarts Express left the Hogsmeade platform, with a load of Hogwarts students on board, in direction of London. After traveling for multiple hours the red steam locomotive entered the King's Cross train station. Matthew's parents were already waiting for him on platform 9¾ After greeting his parents, the three-headed family left the station and drove with their car in direction of Charing Cross Road. Matthew entered Diagon Alley by himself while his parents waited in a nearby cafe. He quickly visited Gringotts where he took the earnings of the potion sales out of his vault. It amounts to around 1100 galleons. Afterward, he visited the Slug and Jiggers apothecary where he exchanged some of his gathered materials for other potion ingredients and money. Around 100 galleons he got paid out, additionally to restocking his ingredients, which he regularly used for experimenting in personal use potions like the Night Owl potion. Later he also finished some Christmas shopping and prepared the orders so they would arrive on Christmas Day at his friend's place. For Roger he ordered a broom polishing set. For Harold he got a copy of A Practical Guide to Care for Magical Animals by Lita Scarmander. It was written by the daughter of Newt Scamander, the famous magizoologist. And for Blake, he got a basic training guide for Quidditch professionals written by the Irish national coach. He also ordered for Cho some fan merch of the Tuchel Tornadoes. For his parents he bought some wizarding sweets. Additionally, he bought at Madame Malkin's shop a nice pair of winter gloves that were enchanted to fit the wearer and kept clean for his mother. For his father he got a copy of the Hogwarts Express. It describes how in 1830, the Ministry of Magic conducted a large-scale operation involving 167 memory charms, as well as the biggest concealment charm ever performed in Britain, to acquire the locomotive. The morning after this operation, the residents of Hogsmeade awoke to find the gleaming red Hogwarts Express in a Hogsmeade railway station that had not been there previously, and the Muggle railway employees and crew had the feeling they had misplaced something, which stayed with them for the rest of the year. Additionally, it described how wizards afterward enchanted it so it would drive without any fuel, and always kept maintained. As he finished his business he again joined his parents in the cafe. After a quick meal they returned home where they would prepare for the journey to Amsterdam, or the country of Flanders tomorrow. After packing up, the family turned early to sleep since their flight would start early in the morning from London Heathrow Airport. Scene break early in the morning Matthew and his parents called a cab that brought them to the airport where they checked into their flight to Amsterdam. The flight only took a bit over an hour and they landed at the Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, where they took another cab and arrived at their hotel in the center of Amsterdam. On the drive, they already saw the many beautiful sights of the city, like the different canals and beautiful houses. After checking into their hotel room and unpacking, they decided to get some refreshments at the hotel's restaurant. In the afternoon they decided to get an overview of the city with a nice boat tour through the canals. They would have enough time to explore the sights since they booked their hotel for the whole 10 days. Matthew would spend the first few days exploring the city with his parents before he would visit the magical parts. They visited many museums like the Van Gogh Museum or the Anne Frank House, and also many different famous locations like the different parks, observation decks, the Central Station, and even the Royal Zoo. While exploring the city Matthew also visited a coffee shop where he exchanged his 3,600 pounds which he previously changed to Dutch guide, into a kilogram of weed which he stored into his trunk under a stasis charm. The first 4 days passed in the blink of an eye with so many places and things to explore. On the 5th day, Matthew finally decided to visit the shopping district of the country of Flanders. The entrance to the magical shopping district of Flanders, according to Matthew's map of money, was located in the Javastraat between a stylish souvenir shop and a vintage cafe. Javastraat was once a rundown street of Amsterdam, but in recent years it got cared for and became one of the more popular locations in the city. The only rundown shop which gets ignored by the non-magical was another cafe. A cafe for witches and wizards. In reality, it looked like a nice modern coffee shop, unlike the leaky cauldron which was rundown outside and inside. The name of the cafe was Coffee van Tavenerij. Inside the cafe it was bright and inviting. The female shopkeeper led me to a back room that was full of different vinyl records. She tapped with her wand the records in a specific order, and they began to fuse together into a black door. The shopkeeper opened it and said, "Welcome to Lohengrin Winkel Centrum." As the shopping district behind the door appeared. It was a large mall. It looked quite modern but also not. Like a steampunk shopping center full of magical products. There were potion shops, bookstores, restaurants and more, but it wasn't as large as Diagon Alley. This is logical since the magical population in Great Britain is bigger than the one in Flanders. First, he checked out the bookstores inside the mall. Their magical knowledge wasn't as developed as in Britain and nothing here could compare to the library in Hogwarts. But he found a few gems which he bought. They were mainly books on herbology and potioneering. The magical community in Flanders is pretty far developed in this area. They even managed to create magical vegetables with a high concentration of magical energy which would enhance the magical energy growth of wizards. He bought a collection of books worth 400 galleons, which he instantly scanned with the help of Sarah. Since he made sure to scan Dutch grammatic books and dictionaries at the airport, Sarah was able to directly translate the knowledge inside the books and add it to the database. Beep. Magical grown vegetables may be able to be used as an energy source for low-level potions to grow the magical energy inside host's body. Unlike in common potion ingredients which are mixed with other energies and properties, the vegetables seem to contain pure magical energy, although in low quantity. Further data necessary. Finally, I found something to create my first magical energy formula to grow my reserves more quickly. Hopefully the vegetables are not too expensive, thought Matthew while getting excited. After packing away his new books into his trunk, he left the bookstore and started looking for an apothecary, which he found quickly. As he entered the store he got directly greeted in Dutch. "Welcome, young man. How can I help you?" asked a middle-aged shopkeeper behind the counter. Matthew replied with the help of Sarah in broken Dutch. "Hello, I would like to see a list of potion ingredients you have in stock." And your collection of magical vegetables. The list is no problem. Here you go. As for the vegetables, I don't sell them in my shop. You can find them in one of the food stores inside the mall. A good one with decent prices is the one at the other end on this floor, replied the middle-aged shopkeeper while handing Matthew a paper. Matthew bought a few ingredients that were rare and expensive in Britain but found nothing else of interest. Everything else was also available in Diagon Alley. After leaving the shop, he continued through the floor to the other end until he arrived at a stall with boxes full of different vegetables. Sarah scanned the vegetables for their magical energy content. Requested Matthew while observing the stall. Scan complete. Vegetables can be used as a basis for a magical energy formula. Uploading data. Heard Matthew as a new string of information appeared inside his mind. After he has gone through the data, he decided to approach the vendor. Hello, I am interested in your selection of vegetables. What are their prices? He asked in his broken Dutch. Greetings, sir. I have a list with prices you can check out. You can also order more from me and get it delivered anywhere in Flanders, or you can pick them up in the next few days, answered the friendly vendor. Thank you, let me first check the prices, said Matthew while checking out the list. He found out that the magical corn was the vegetable with the highest magical energy concentration concerning the price. He decided to buy the whole stock and spent all his galleons to order as much corn as possible. Because of the bulk order, he got a nice discount and was able to purchase about half a ton of corn with his remaining money. He could pick it up in 2 days since the vendor first had to order such a large amount. After packing the corn he bought just now into his trunk, he continued onwards. For the rest of the day, Matthew strolled through the Lohengrin Winkel Centrum and did some window shopping. Not much caught his eyes, since the magical communities in Europe, US and Australia are pretty similar, since they have the same origin and use similar products. If he wanted to explore lots of different kinds of magic, he would have to visit Asia, Africa, or South America, since they had a different kind of cultures and developed their forms of magic, before getting influenced by global travelers. After a day of shopping, he returned to the hotel, where he met his parents, and they decided to visit a nice restaurant in Amsterdam while telling each other about their days. His parents looked at him strangely as he explained he just bought half a ton of corn. And how do you plan to bring it with you? Asked his mother, as she stared incredulously at him. Magic, replied Matthew with a smirk on his face. I have a trunk that weighs almost nothing no matter what's inside and also is larger from inside than from outside. It's a pretty useful piece of magic. He gave a simplified explanation while enjoying his food. That sounds useful. Don't go overboard, especially with smuggling, said his grinning father, with a half-serious tone while imagining the possibilities. After their meal, they returned to their hotel while taking a nice walk, before going to sleep. The next days nothing much happened. Matthew picked up his order and put it inside his trunk. He decided to visit other locations of Flanders, like taking a tour through their ministry or visiting their national museum. For Christmas, he got a few nice gifts from his friends and parents but nothing noteworthy. Their holidays in Amsterdam and Flanders slowly came to an end. They explored lots of new places and saw interesting things. After leaving their hotel they arrived at the airport one day before New Year's Eve and traveled back to London, where they returned home and enjoyed New Year there. A few days later Matthew sat once again with his friends inside the Hogwarts Express while talking about their holidays. Wednesday, January 2nd, 1991, the first day of school after the winter holidays passed without trouble. Since Matthew already scanned the whole Hogwarts library, he had to change up his schedule. In the mornings before lessons, he still worked out to keep his peak human physical shape for his age class. He also trained the martial art style Sophie created for him, which was perfectly compatible with magic casting. It felt as if he already reached an advanced level, although he still wasn't an expert. Since Sarah improved and created his personal style of acclimacy, he meditated every night with the meditation technique he needed to control his mind enough to access his mindscape, something only very advanced Clemens was able to accomplish. The only ones he knew of according to his analysis were Snape, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and probably Grindelwald, who was still imprisoned in Nurmengard Castle. Only this handful of people were able to create mental barriers and fake memories inside their mindscape. Most people who practice acclimacy defend their minds only through controlling their thoughts and emotions, which Matthew now also could do. With his improved meditation technique, he would reach higher levels in a few weeks. Lastly, after lessons, he would either practice magic or read, but he completely scanned the Hogwarts library, Rexidian's small library, and the books he collected in bookshops, so he ran out of new materials for the near future. But he had more theoretical knowledge in magic than anyone. Dumbledore may have more experiences and knowledge in branches he specialized in like transfiguration and alchemy since he accessed during his long life many different libraries and books, like the ones of Nicholas Flamel as he studied under him. And Voldemort knows more about the dark arts than him, but both of that was temporary since he had already ideas how to gain more knowledge. For now, his best course of action besides practicing magic, which he only can practice wandless not without incantation because he doesn't have enough magical energy at the moment, was to solve that problem. His holidays brought him a starting point. According to Sarah's first simulations, he had to find a way to extract the magical energy from the corn he bought into a more useful form. The concentration inside the corn was too low to create a meaningful potion. It would just result in an expensive vegetable soup rather than a potion to increase his magical energy reserves. He created a new file he called Azure Corn in honor of Leyland Farlier's first spiritual force formula research. So after lessons, Matthew entered the room of requirements where he wished for a potions lab and began experimenting with the different methods Sarah devised to extract pure magical energy. This whole phase of experimenting will take at least a few days. Waiting times he passed with practicing magic in a different part of the room. For his magic, he already mastered up to the 5th year level a student usually learned in Hogwarts. Anything above was hard for him at the moment, since it was energy consuming. Unlike Harry Potter, he was born as an average wizard strength-wise. He could only cast the Patronus charm through his almost perfect control of his magical energy. While Harry had probably masses of power to waste. Sarah, please scan my body and display my stats. I want to know at what level I currently am, requested Matthew during a break a few days after starting his experimentations. Beep. Scan complete. Displaying status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 1, Strength, 1.8, Agility, 2.0, Vitality, 1.9, Magical Energy, 36.4, Status, Healthy, so my physical stats almost reached the limit a regular human can reach. As for wizards I already surpassed many adults since they don't really work out. But people like Bellatrix Lestrange did keep a good physical body and should surpass me at the moment. But it's only a matter of time since at the moment, he can only keep up his routine and let his body grow. After puberty his body should mature and reach the peak. While Voldemort most likely surpassed this level, through ritual since he seems to be very fit for a 70-year-old geezer. Thought Matthew while checking out his current status. Matthew couldn't imagine Voldemort working out, but was this worth the price, looking like an ugly egg, for more strength and powers? After all, he was confident in finding a better method. As for his magical energy level, he already entered the level of third-year students at the end of the year. If he successfully completed Project Azure Corn, he would be able to reach a magical energy level of 80, the peak a wizard can reach before completing puberty where his body would mature on a physical and spiritual level. Sarah theorized based on her database and scans, that wizards can enter a spiritual maturation besides puberty if they can generate enough magical energy, either through training their magic a lot or high age. Since then many more powerful wizards like the Professors, Aurors, or Death Eaters reached a qualitative change in their magic even without puberty, or any rituals. So Matthew should be able to force a maturation before completing puberty by using his potions, which would allow him to reach the level of a rank 3 wizard by the age of 16 by abusing his natural maturation through puberty. He returned to his potion experiments since his current plans rely on their success. Scene break. The next 2 weeks of January Matthew spent most of his time outside school, inside the room of requirements. Well, he still attended the new detentions with Professor Snape and helped the first years studying on Fridays. But the rest of the time he focused on experiments, so he was for large amounts of the day absent from the castle. His experiments still didn't finish, although he managed to extract the magical energy into a liquid. It contained a few impurities from the extraction process, which made it still incomplete. But today, with the help of a small ritual Sarah created as the final step, he would be able to remove the impurities and create the basic ingredient of his Azure Corn potion. After a few hours of processing and purifying the extracted liquid, he finally succeeded in creating 4 vials of pure magical energy liquid, a new ingredient that he named Magical Essence. According to Sarah's analysis, this was the lowest grade of magical essence possible, since the corn was only able to contain this quality of magical energy. But at his current level, this absolutely should be enough to improve his reserves. Now he finally should be able to find the optimal method to induce the magical essence into his body and increase the reserves. This last step should be easy. He just needed to let Sarah choose the best one since there are multiple possibilities. He needed the one which would bring most of the magical energy inside the magical essence into his system with the least waste. Sarah starts the analysis for the best method and create the corresponding potion formula he requested mentally after storing the vials with magical essence away. Starting simulation and creation process. Estimated time of completion, 5 days 9 hours 27 minutes. Well, just enough time to rest a bit after these few days of hard work, muttered Matthew as he opened a portal into an abandoned and unused room close to the Ravenclaw Tower. Well, that was a short break, mused Matthew as he managed to enter his mindscape 2 days later during his daily meditation session. The inside of his mind looked like a universe on its own. A wide dark space full of different colored lights, some stood still in their positions, some moved through the space. They had many different forms, balls of lights, beams, or thunders. His mind was a chaotic but beautiful place. It was time to begin with the final step of the first part of his occlumency technique. His mindscape was a representation of his consciousness, memories, emotions, and personality. Everything that makes him himself. The mindscape can take many different forms. Some may be a building, a maze, a planet, or some other abstract concept. His took a universe-like form. This represented the uniqueness of everyone's mind. To complete the first part of his occlumency technique, he needed to create the outer defense of his mind. The defense should compose of 2 different components. A barrier or shield of some kind to protect the mind from attacks, and a sensory part to detect subtle attacks and mind-influencing drugs or effects similar to Veritaserum, Americia, or the Imperious Curse. The protecting layer could be based on physical or abstract concepts. It didn't matter if it was strong in the real world or it even existed, it could be just a fictional principle. All you needed is to believe it was powerful. He had first to construct his inner mental shield before he could begin constructing his sensory defense. He decided to go with an abstract concept for his defensive layer, an absolute border of his universe fueled by his emotions and cosmic energies inside his universe which he had perfect control of thanks to his preparatory meditation. Just forming some shields based on real physics wasn't powerful enough for him. Everything, in reality, could break, but the borders of a universe exist until the time it dies. So as long his universe exists, his border protects it. And his universe lives and dies with him. To break into his mindscape they would have to shatter his mind first or kill him. Matthew started the construction of his border by guiding one string of energy out of his universe fueling a first almost invisible layer of energy. The energy had destructive properties and was harder than anything imaginable. The moment the first layer was formed he guided another string of energy into another layer. This time he guided some of his emotions into it. He needed now to repeat this process again and again until he felt the border of his universe was complete. Matthew had at the moment no idea how long this would take, but at least a few weeks of building sessions. In one meditative session, he was only able to construct 6 layers that he fused at the end together into one more powerful border filled with chaotic energy protecting his mind. Before he finally fell asleep. Scene break. A few days later the Sarah finally completed the potion formula for his Azure Corn potion. Although it had a 3 weeks brewing process, it was the currently most effective way to strengthen his personal magical energy reserves. It was based on Acromantula poison. The poison was very lethal. Once injected into the body it spread in minutes through it and would kill it. The potion formula would bind the magical essence with the poison and spread it fastly through the whole body. Other components of the potion were there to neutralize the lethal effect and infuse the magical energy into the body. One could only consume the body once a week because the forceful increase in power strained the body massively, and too much of the poison could still become harmful even neutralized. A week was enough for the body to regenerate and to detoxify. Matthew had enough magical essence to create 12 vials of Azure Corn potion, which should be more than enough to let himself reach the limit of his body before maturing. Instantly after lessons, he left his friends and entered the room of requirements for the brewing process. Luckily the potion didn't need to be monitored the whole time. It just takes so long to combine the magical essence with the poison without destroying or wasting it. For the next 3 weeks, Matthew continued his routine. From Professor Snape he also learned how Snape usually tries to create new potion formula, where he picked up a few new tricks here and there. Although his methods were unlike Sarah's pretty time-consuming since in the end, it came to try and error. He also continued to help the Ravenclaw's first years with their studies. They even came to with a few more complex questions to him which allowed him to flaunt his knowledge. Once he even taught Cho a few spells again, because she asked him if they could repeat their 1-on-1 spell training session. The days passed and it became February and warmer and warmer. While waiting for his potion to complete he continued building his mental defenses. He already repeated the process of guiding the energies of his universe and emotions into barriers and fusing them into his border a few hundred times. The border of his universe was formed of a dark and chaotic mass of energy, with colorful flashes of lightning swirling through it. Matthew felt he reached the perfect state of it. It would be very hard for anything to pass through it with brute force since it was bound to his mind itself. Now it was time to construct an outer layer that would allow him to detect subtle attacks, so he could react to them. This would be the final step of the first part of the occlumency technique. Matthew already thought about how he would construct his detection layer. It would be a combination of an invisible mist with many small, almost not perceivable strings inside it connected to his mind. Every attacker would think the strings would be the true detection mechanism, but in reality, they would be just a diversion. The true detection mechanism is the invisible mist made of microscopic particles. Once someone entered it they would collide with each other, and collide with the strings and barrier. So Matthew could detect any kind of intrusion, no matter how subtle it is. The construction process took only a few days since its purpose was just detecting intrusion. It doesn't need to be an indestructible barrier. First, he formed the string and connected it to his universe, then another one and another one until he created a wide net of interconnected strings connected to each other or his inner mindscape. Next, he started creating the microscopic invisible particles in bulk, all around the web and the border of his mind. He completed the outer mental defenses of his mind a few days before the Azure Corn potion was ready and with it the first part of his original occlumency technique. He finally should be ready to scan the scroll he found inside the ruins of Raxidian's Black Castle. But first, he wanted to test the new potion and be in peak condition since he didn't know what would happen. After 3 weeks of brewing the Azure Corn potion besides lessons, it was finally complete. Matthew used 3 of his 4 vials of his low-grade magical essence and produced 9 dosages of the potion, which according to Sarah's calculations should be enough to reach the peak of a first-rank wizard, or in Wizarding World terms, he would be reaching the peak of a pre-OWL student. For the first time he would consume the potion. He waited for the weekend, so he would have enough time to figure out a solution if any problems should occur. He couldn't go to Professor Snape to test his potion. This was something he didn't want to share with anyone since either such potions didn't exist in the Wizarding World. He at least never heard in the books or movies of it, or it was family magic. Probably one of the greatest secrets of old pure-blood families to secure their superiority. If he asked Professor Snape for guidance, Dumbledore would definitely learn of the potion. Although Dumbledore was a good person, he wasn't sure what kind of crazy ideas he would come up with for the greater good. He could just force me to give him the formula so he could help Harry become stronger, or he could even share it with all the students, which would force a huge target on Matthew. The purebloods would focus their anger on the creator, who they also could see as a danger to them. Or even worse, he could just obligate Matthew and keep a close eye on him, so he wouldn't become a Dark Lord or cause more conflict between the purebloods and the rest of the population. All of these were real possibilities since Dumbledore was a good character but perceived in such a way that in Matthew's past life they created theories and fanfictions that he was some kind of Dark Lord or gone crazy with his greater good that he would do anything for it. Letting Snape check out the potion was out of the question. He had to trust in Sarah's absolute efficient and logical algorithms that everything was working correctly, even in magic. On Friday afternoon after his classes and a study session with the first-year Ravenclaw students, he left the common room and secretly sneaked through Hogwarts until he reached the room of requirements. Before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy where he teaches trolls ballet. He walked 3 times up and down the opposite wall while wishing for a room where he could safely consume the Azure Corn potion. He entered the room as the door appeared on the wall. Inside he found a wide room with a comfy bed, a burning fireplace, some chairs, and a table. Matthew took the potion out of his trunk and observed it. It was an azure blue glowing potion, in a lighter color than the magical essence which was dark blue. Sitting down on the bed, he gathered all his resolve and gulped the Azure Corn potion down all at once. In the first few minutes he felt nothing, but suddenly a warm feeling spread through his whole body, into all of his limbs. The warmth became warmer and warmer until it started to burn. His blood felt as if it was burning out his veins. For a moment he thought someone cursed him with the blood-boiling curse. Until he heard through his pain, Sarah's familiar voice inside his mind. Beep. Registering an abrupt rise in host magical energy levels. Calculation in process. 36.6. 37.0. 37.4. 38.3. Still rising. 39.8. Beep. Warning. Host cells reaching critical damage threshold. Beep. The magical energy level is stabilizing. Registering new magical energy level. Fuck. That hurt like hell. I hope it was at least worth it. Sarah, please scan my body and show me my new status. Requested Matthew while trying to recover from the immense pain. Beep. Host's body scanned. Displaying new status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 1, Strength, 1.9, Agility, 2.0, Vitality, 2.0, 0.8, Magical Energy, 44.2 Status, Body damaged on a cellular level. Recommending immediately taking some health potions to assist the body natural recovery rate and starting to rest. Well, that's a nice rise in magical energy, whole 7.8 units with only one potion. I still have another 7, although the potion will be less effective after each time consuming it. But to reach the magical energy limit of 80 that a pre-OWL student has before maturing is absolutely possible. Concluded Matthew, while taking some healing potions that he had on stock out of his trunk. Blurg. Be it magical or non-magical medicine always tastes horrible. Complained Matthew, while drinking his potions. Afterward, he changed into his sleeping clothes and entered the comfortable-looking bed, and closed his eyes. While his whole body hurt, he slowly fell asleep. His damaged body needed all the rest it could possibly get. Scene break. Matthew woke on Saturday late in the afternoon up. He slept through the whole night, and the morning like a stone. After resting he packed his stuff into the trunk and left the room of requirements for the kitchen, where he got fed by a flock of worried house elves. Afterward, he returned to the Ravenclaw Tower, where he pretended as if everything was okay. But Cho at least must have seen that he was hurt since she looked at him with worried eyes. What happened to you? She asked silently with worry in her voice. Nothing, no need to worry. It's just a side effect of a training exercise I had to do. It will be healed after a few days. Explained Matthew without sharing any details. I hope so. If not, I will drag you myself to the medical wing and let Madame Pomfrey check you thoroughly. She replied with conviction in her eyes, while staring at him. Okay. No need to trouble Madame Pomfrey. Everything is fine. Replied Matthew while joining his friends. He rested the rest of the day with them, until he turned early into sleep. The next 7 weeks passed similarly. He consumed one potion every weekend to use the most out of his time. During the weeks he couldn't do much since his body was strained the whole time, and always needed time to rest. He only practiced magic during class. In his free time he spent more time with his friends or experimented with different kinds of potions and ingredients. By the blink of an eye, the weeks passed and he finally consumed the last potion. He already endured the pain without any troubles at this point. The last potion only raised his magical energy by 3.3 points. But these few points finally should have helped him to reach the limit of a rank 1 Magus or pre-OWL students. Sarah, please scan my new body and display my new status. He requested from the AI chip. Beep. Stats calculated. Displaying new status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 1, Strength, 2.0, Agility, 2.2, Vitality, 2.4, 1.5, Magical Energy, 81.1, Status, Damaged. Recommended action, rest for the next few days. Yes, finally. Now I only need to train and grow normally in the next few months. A spiritual maturity should happen naturally. It seems the damage from the potion helped to train my vitality. It grew as fast as never before. But I am no masochist, so no training through pain. Since at some point it would also reach the limit naturally. I still need to find a way to surpass the limits of my body. Mused Matthew while returning to the Ravenclaw common room to rest for the night. Friday, April 26, 1991. After letting his body rest and return to peak condition, while familiarizing himself with his new magical energy level of a peak pre-OWL student, Matthew returned to the ruins of the Black Castle inside the inner parts of the Forbidden Forest. Today was the day he would read the scroll he found inside the ruins with the help of Sarah and his scanning spell. He decided to use the Black Castle ruins since he didn't want to alarm Dumbledore or any other teacher if something should go wrong. The ruins were far enough away from the castle and outside the Hogwarts wards so Dumbledore wouldn't sense anything. As he arrived at the ruins, he opened the hidden entrance with the rune formation and entered into the darkness. Once he arrived at the bottom of the ancient staircase, he entered into one of the rooms which were used as a laboratory once. Inside the room, he began his preparations to scan the scroll. To be as safe as possible, he let Sarah create a rune formation to shield everyone inside it from mental influences from the outside. He placed the scroll outside the formation and stepped back inside it, where he started to meditate to bring his mental defenses to maximal strength possible. Sarah, is all preparations finished and all contingency plans in effect? Asked Matthew mentally the last time before he would begin to scan the scroll. Affirmative. All plans are in effect. Rune formation working on maximal efficiency. Mental defenses are as strong as currently possible. Quarantine space inside Mindscape prepared for analyzing the content. Everything ready. Good. Breathed Matthew out to calm himself as he began to stare at the scroll. He opened the scroll from afar with a simple wandless spell. The content of the scroll glowed in a dark red and black color, which already looked ominous. Matthew focused with the help of his occlumency on something else so he wouldn't read the contents of the scroll directly. He hoped with all his preparations he wouldn't look like a fool, but even a powerful wizard like Raxidian fell into darkness and became a famous Dark Lord of his time through the scroll's influence, which is apparently only one of many more. In Odo, he cast his self-created scanning spell and directly guided the string of information to the previously prepared quarantine space inside his mind, which is under the control of Sarah. Registering mind-corrupting influence inside the quarantine space and outside the rune formation. Rune formation is successfully keeping the corruption outside. Power is rapidly dropping. The host is recommended to close the scroll again. Beginning analysis and removal of the corrupting influence inside the quarantine space. The rune formation is glowing brightly, but the light became dimmer and dimmer. He focused himself and tried to close the scroll wandless again. But dark red pulsating energy was emitted by the scroll, and he felt a strong resisting force against his magical reserves. Matthew fought against that power with all he got. He felt his magical energy reserves depleting very fast, but the scroll slowly began to roll up again. But suddenly the rune formation he carved into the floor, which was protecting him from mental attacks, broke down. Warning. Detecting mind attack. Pausing all tasks. All processing power assisting host's mental defenses. Shit! What is that? Exclaimed Matthew as he felt an infinitely powerful force attacking his mental shields. All he could perceive was a gigantic shadow with glowing red eyes attacking his mental shields. The being felt ancient, and it seems to be only a tiny fraction of its power. He never heard of anything comparable in the Harry Potter universe. Maybe the only being that would be similar was Death from the story of the three brothers. But this being felt too malevolent to be Death. Death was just Death, neither good nor evil. But this felt like absolute evil. Only with the help of the AI chip he was able to resist it. His defenses were approaching a critical point very rapidly. In a last-ditch effort, Matthew used his wand to focus every drop of magical energy inside his body in direction of the scroll. Just as his mental shield shattered into countless pieces layer for layer, he managed to close the scroll and the dark presence attacking him vanished. Fuck, my head is hurting. This was a really close call, thought Matthew as he inside his mindscape watched the last layer of his mental shield surrounding his mind universe, standing. Cracked but still standing. What was that? That definitely wasn't a wizard. It seems the world of Harry Potter isn't as simple as only some wand-waving wizards casting spells and a few magical beasts only known from mythology. There seem to be much more powerful beings out there, concluded Matthew while thinking of that being. Sarah continued removing the mental influence inside the quarantined area. I really want to know what was written inside that scroll. Maybe they are something like the Necronomicon from H.P. Lovecraft, or the Darkhold from Marvel. Wait. Sarah, was there any mention of the Necronomicon inside the Harry Potter books or movies playing inside the wizarding world? The Necronomicon was used by many fictional works, maybe also in Harry Potter, thought Matthew as he asked Sarah in anticipation. Beep. Search complete. No results were found. No mention of the Necronomicon inside any official Harry Potter and affiliated official works. Only some fanfictions hosts read in the past used it. It's unlikely the scroll is part of the Necronomicon. So that wasn't it. Well, it was a possibility. From what I saw at the moment, I am not inside a fanfic version of Harry Potter. At least from what I could tell for now. The goblins weren't using their ridiculous made-up greetings with the overflowing gold, and so on which most fanfiction used. Couldn't see anything that made Dumbledore an evil Dark Lord. Just a powerful old man who is getting into the years. Concluded Matthew while thinking about all the fanfic cliches which came into his mind. Well, doesn't matter for now. I need to be careful of that being. But its power, that's something I want. There seem to be more scrolls of Azkaban, and its dementors are a clue. Sophie continues with the analysis while I rest and try to rebuild my mental defenses, ordered Matthew as he walked out of the room into the other room which served as a bedroom in the past. He quickly cleaned the room and took out bed stuff while preparing a makeshift bed for himself. Matthew placed himself on his simple bed and started to meditate. He rebuilds his mental defenses part for part. Since he already did it once, he was able to rebuild them faster than before. Again, he guided the energies inside his mental universes to the border and formed shields out of them. He also used the shattered splitters of his old defenses and strengthened his new ones with them. By using the old and new ones, he created his shields more powerful than before. While meditating deep into the night, he managed to rebuild already a fourth of his shields. Exhausted from the stress of today, he fell quickly asleep. The next morning, he heard Sarah's voice inside his mind. Beep. Analysis complete. All mental influences were identified and erased. Ready to integrate the scroll's knowledge into host's database. Proceed? Why would I hesitate? All the danger would have been a waste of time. Yes, do it, Sarah. Requested Matthew, and a large string of information appeared inside the database of his mind. This scroll of sin contained a pretty wide range of different knowledge, for once it introduced the basics of a language spoken in another dimension which name wasn't specified. Raxidian tried to translate the name of the language, but did it wrongly. Instead of dark tongue, it was chaos words or the first words of chaos. An ancient language particular used in a wide collection of dimensions with inhabitants of a darker nature which were connected. The runic system of chaos words was a particularly powerful one. Sarah and Matthew came to the theory that runic systems, the more user they had and the older they were, became more powerful since the old age and usage imprints themselves into the magical force of the universe itself. An ancient language as old or older as magic should be able to control every bit of magical energy inside the universe, or even the universe itself. He currently only had access to language a few thousand years old, although old for humanity on the large scale of the universe itself they were very young and new languages. But the first words of chaos may even predate mankind if the dark ancient being that attacked his mind gave any clue. It wasn't human. Matthew compared it with programming languages since he studied in his last life computer science. With a language like Python or Java he could do a lot of things, but still only on the surface level. This were the language mankind currently had. But the chaos words were basically a language that was able to influence deeper parts of the universe. Like C or C++ could control the processor more freely, but all of them were far more complex. Somewhere out there should be an assembly language for magic itself, that could control the very fabric of reality itself, that Matthew would find in the future. After all, a magic user was like a programmer. Instead of manipulating a computer, he manipulates the world, universe, or reality itself. The possibilities with the chaos words were already endless for what he could accomplish previously. And only he in the history of the wizarding world had free access to use them without falling into the darkness and being controlled or enslaved by some foreign being. With spells based on the chaos words, he should be able to overpower the spells based on the languages of mankind, although the amount of magical energy someone put into his magic was also a large factor. Unfortunately, the scroll only contained the basics of the language itself. More of it he should be able to find on other scrolls, which he was a bit scared of. He believes the dark shadow that attacked his mind only did so unconsciously with only a part of its power contained inside the scroll. But now that he successfully accessed the scroll while resisting its control, he may have alarmed that powerful ancient being. Next time there could be a full conscious attack, or even it would be able to use more of its power. Before he began to read the next language, he would have to become more powerful and better prepared. With the help of the knowledge inside the scroll, he now had an idea to accomplish something that he wanted to do from the beginning but hadn't had the right tools for. But now he had gained the tools. All he needed now was to research and prepare. The rest of the knowledge of the scroll was about summoning weaker beings from another dimension and controlling them. The name of the dimension wasn't specified inside the scroll, but it was implied that there was a scroll with the knowledge of summoning more powerful beings. Maybe he would find the name there. Controlling them was actually a trap itself. According to the analysis of Sarah, the summoner didn't control the beings. Instead, he used his soul to channel the dark being controlling the user of the scroll to order the summons. Maybe Matthew could create a way to control them himself since he gained now a deeper understanding of creatures like Dementors and Lethifolds, which were summoned with the scroll. This would be useful for breaking into Azkaban and exploring it, or when Voldemort returned and struck a deal with the Dementors. After comprehending all the new pieces of information, he returned into the room where the scroll was still laying on the floor. He levitated it carefully into his trunk, before leaving the room and summoning his Patronus. He once again suppressed the Dementors, this time without trouble since he was far more powerful than before, and entered into the inner part of the underground ruins, the library. Once again he levitated the scroll onto the pedestal. With the help of Sarah, he created runic formations to protect the scroll from outsiders and hide it, and to keep its influence inside. The scroll itself was indestructible and too powerful. One of the most dangerous items he ever heard of, even more than a Horcrux. Since he couldn't destroy it, he had to hide and protect it. After rigging the room with runic traps, also some of them based on chaos words, he left it once again and returned through the hall full of dementors. Once he arrived outside the black door, he carved another rune formation around the door rune mechanism, effectively locking it, so only he could open it. Although it was possible to overpower it, only powerful wizards could accomplish it. At least peak rank 3 wizards like the Hogwarts teachers, or Bellatrix Lestrange where needed. Since he had packed all his stuff and completed everything he wanted to do here for now, he once again climbed the stairs upwards to the exit. As he arrived, he carved a rune formation connected to him inside the door so he would feel if someone opened it. After testing out if the formation worked, he left the ruins once again into the dark clearing. After making sure the entrance was closed, he disillusioned himself and began his return to the castle. Through the leaves of the trees inside the forbidden forest, he could see it was already afternoon. After an hour's walk, he arrived once again in the castle. First, he returned to the common room, where he freshened up before he began looking for his friends. After he found them in the library doing their homework, he joined them, since he didn't finish his homework before. And so his life returned to normal. He almost accomplished everything he wanted this year. Only one thing remained. The weeks passed and the end of the year came closer and closer. He spent his time experimenting with his new knowledge. Matthew hoped that with the help of the chaos words he should be able to remove the trace on his wand. Since he wanted to practice and use magic at home without looking for a desolate place, somewhere without people, Sarah created a runic formation based on the chaos words which should help him remove the trace. It was a general purification ritual, one of the basic rituals not of dark nature, but still forbidden since rituals were just declared too dangerous by the ministry because they had no control or understanding of it. It was still one of the few rituals he found in Hogwarts since most of them were removed from the school. This ritual was designed to remove foreign magic influences on objects which weren't part of its natural magic. Normally it was too weak to remove the trace. But his ritual was written in Chaos Word's runic system. It was more powerful than the normal version. After placing his wand inside the formation, he began to channel his magic into it. The runes began to glow in red color. The surface of his wand also began to radiate this color. Beep. Foreign magic on host wand is becoming weaker. 70%, 55%, 32%, 14%, 3%. Purification was successful. Host's wand is now free of the trace. Finally, even the last thing he wanted to accomplish was finished. For the last few weeks, he had enough time to experiment with anything he wanted. He couldn't grow his magical energy at the moment, since the limit was reached, and his spiritual maturation should happen naturally. He scanned all the books in Hogwarts. Maybe only the ones inside the Chamber of Secrets were missing if there were any. For that he would need Parseltongue. Forest was explored, only the hideout of the Acromantulas remained, and he didn't want to fight a flock of giant spiders at the moment. So for now it was just free research and experimentation. At the start of May, Matthew decided it was time to start training in the second part of his personal occlumency technique. The part in which he raises the efficiency of his brain, where he unlocks over 30% of his brain's potential, and with it strengthens his mental defenses and thought processing speed. The second part of the technique is split into 3 steps. Every step consists of applying the same spell on his brain, for around 2 months. After 2 months, he casts the spell again slightly different from the original spell. The spells physically block the inefficient pathways his thoughts would take and forces them into the efficient ones. It's a complex piece of magic, carefully created with the help of Sarah to rewire his brain. The disadvantage is that his thoughts and control over his body are greatly reduced during the process. Especially while beginning the training, the application is also mildly painful and will cause a slight migraine for a few days. But thanks to his consumption of the Azure Corn potion, pain is something he already is accustomed to. As for the limit on his mental functions, with the help of Sarah, he can circumvent the inconvenience partially. But the next 6 months will be a slight pain in the ass. Well, no pain, no gain. Since his original control over his magic is also limited, he should be able to raise his control again, and after removing his spell, he would be able to acquire perfect control over his magic. Matthew entered the room of requirements, so nobody could disturb the application of the spell. If he were disrupted, it could end up fatally for him, if something went wrong. Once again he was inside the room with a simple bed and a lit fire at the wall. The spell consisted of 2 parts, a rune formation to keep all disruption outside magical or non-magical, and the actual application of the spell on the caster's brain. Matthew didn't need to use chaos words for the runes since the normal version was already enough. After carving the formation into the floor and activating it with his magical energy, Matthew placed himself in the center of the formation in a comfortable position on the floor. He took his dragon heartstring wand out and began to cast while carefully channeling his magic at a constant pace. Efficus meatus mentis, donec proficer. He felt as slowly a pressure was raising onto his brain. His thought speed became slower, and slight pain appeared in the front part of his head. But it was nothing he couldn't live with. As the pressure stabilized and he no longer needed to channel his magic, he put his wand away and raised from the floor. First, he tried how much his mental faculties were impaired. He still could control his limbs without much trouble, but he felt that there was a minimal delay. Next, he tried to calculate inside his head, which was apparently much harder for him than previously. There was also now a small but constant headache, which he had to endure for now. But he could communicate with Sarah without trouble, and she could assist him and access his database instantly since she already used the perfect pathways of his mind. He shouldn't abuse Sarah since it would only take longer to acclimate to the spell and the perfect pathways if Sarah solved everything for him. Next, he wished for a practice dummy to use inside the room of requirements, so he could familiarize himself with his magic control again. He started with his collection of first-year spells and continued upwards towards the later years. His control was completely messed up. Although he managed to cast the spells, they cost at least double the amount if not triple the amount of magical energy. This would be one of the main focus points for the next weeks of his training in his free time. After finishing checking out the aftermath of his spell and practicing some magic, he returned to the Ravenclaw common room for the night. Seeing break, the days passed by, and everyone started to focus on their own studies since the end-of-year exams were coming closer and closer. He stopped helping the first years on Fridays since it became more difficult to find a time where everyone could come together to study since they all had their own different study groups with their friends. He only studied together with his friend Sorcho and sometimes her friend Marietta. Yes, the Marietta who would get a new face styling by Hermione in her 5th year, because of her big mouth. While the older years focused on their OWLS and NEWTS, the whole castle became increasingly silent, but with a stressed atmosphere. If Matthew didn't participate in lessons or was studying with his friends or Cho, he spent his time inside the room of requirements, practicing different spells from before the 5th year, and perfecting his magical control. The headache slowly subsided over the weeks, and his thought processes became faster, and his control improved. But they would worsen again when he applies the next level of the spell since this was only the beginner level. At the end of May, it was finally time for the exams again. Although he was slightly impaired, he felt he would get outstanding in most of his exams, even in theory. Besides history, although he knew all the dates and events, they still needed to interpret the events for their meanings and consequences. This was something you couldn't just memorize and was hard to do if you hadn't much interest in this topic. Although he still got an exceeding expectations when the results came out at the start of June. After the second-year students got their results, all of them had a small meeting with their head of house about their electives next year. Mr. Mason, welcome. Please sit down, squeaked Professor Flitwick excitedly as Matthew entered his office. Thank you, Professor, replied Matthew politely as he sat down on a blue, comfy chair on the other side of Professor Flitwick's desk. So, Mr. Mason, all seems in order. You just need to elaborate your choices for formality reasons so that everything is right, began Flitwick while reading a piece of pergament he took from the top of a pile of different papers. This was the form Matthew had to fill out previous to this meeting to choose his electives. Well, I choose arithmancy and ancient runes since they were the most complex topics possible to choose in the 3rd year. So if I had any questions, I could directly visit the teacher of this class without trouble. Like you already know, Professor. I have already a wide range of knowledge about these topics, but the personal experiences of the professors are invaluable to master their classes. The older students have told me I could participate in all OWL exams, and later NEWT exams, even if I didn't participate in the classes before. So I only choose 2 classes. It didn't seem to be possible for my calculations to pick up all classes, since a day just has a limited amount of hours. Explained Matthew his reasoning. Excellent, Mr. Mason. Yes, you can indeed participate in all exams even without participating in the classes. Just visit me in your 5th and 7th year to fill out the necessary paperwork. Your choices seem to be the most logical based on your preferences. You don't seem to have the inner eye for divination and would just waste your time. You also don't seem the magical creature type of person, and your knowledge of the Muggle world far exceeds anything taught in Muggle studies. Perfect. That's all for today, Mr. Mason. Thank you for coming by. Squeaked the small professor happily as Matthew stood up and left the office. After his exams and the selection of next year's electives, Matthew hadn't much to do anymore for this year. He didn't want to risk entering the room of lost things, where a lot of books, treasures, and maybe cash waited for him. The Horcrux, or rather Horcruxes in general, were sentient. He didn't have enough information about their exact capabilities since he didn't find any books specific on Horcruxes or didn't experiment on them yet. Next year was Coromort in the castle. Although thanks to his split soul he was mad, he still was a capable and intelligent wizard. The only thing that suffered under his split soul was his humanity. So he would most likely, if he was aware enough in his raised state, check if his Horcrux was still in the room. And maybe the Horcrux could communicate with the main soul, and tell him that its location wasn't longer safe if Matthew entered the room of lost things before. If Matthew just takes the Horcrux now, that would alarm Voldemort even more, and he would move and protect his Horcruxes even more. And Matthew would lose his canon knowledge advantage before he even could really use it because everything would change. That was a scenario he absolutely wanted to prevent. But besides perfecting his magical energy control, he could prepare for the Philosopher's Stone. He didn't want to use it for immortality or gold, but he still wanted to study it. He didn't know if the stone was only placed behind the traps during the Christmas holidays after Harry found the Mirror of Erised, or it lay there basically unprotected. The other traps were no challenge for him. A few first years could pass them. Animating a music instrument to pass Fluffy the Cerberus was no problem at his level. He conjured a violin, and after a short afternoon of practice, he was able to animate it to play different kinds of melodies. So he could pass the traps at the start of the year and check the stone out if it was already there. The real challenge would be to get it after it was placed inside the mirror. Controlling your thoughts with clemency was definitely not the solution, since Voldemort was a master in it, and would definitely have tried it. And Dumbledore would have made sure it didn't work. So besides magic training, Matthew experimented with different ways to fool enchantments and runes. After all, he didn't want to break the mirror. But gaining the Philosopher's Stone would allow him to open a gate to centuries of collected knowledge. He spent the rest of the year experimenting and training until the end of the year came closer. Once again he completed his exams as top of the year, with mostly outstandings and 2 exceeds expectations in astronomy and history of magic. Even with his restricted mind, he was able to perform above average, especially after he familiarized himself with the restrictions. According to Sarah's calculations, he would be able to apply the 2nd level of the spell before he left Hogwarts this year. Scene break Sunday, June 16, 1991. Today was the day of the Hogwarts end of the year feast. Tomorrow all of the Hogwarts students would travel from Hogsmeade with the Hogwarts Express in direction of London. Early in the morning Matthew entered the room of requirements for the last time this year. According to Sarah, his brain completely adjusted to the 1st level of the restriction spell. His thinking speed was a bit faster than before he applied the spell on himself. Once again he carved the runes for the spell formation into the ground and entered it. After sitting down he used his wand to cast the spell on himself. This time after a short stabbing pain, it quickly subsided. He didn't have a headache again. But his magic was again haywire and chaotic, and he once again had a hard time thinking. This time even his perception was affected. He had a hard time recognizing everything. It took him a while to see and recognize smaller details in his surroundings. It seems this level of the spell would affect the parts of his brain which were responsible for his perception. Which would be amazing after he mastered it. Would he be able to pull off a Sherlock Holmes where he even was able to perceive and analyze the smallest details? That would be amazing. Matthew spent the morning practicing to reach an acceptable level with his 5 senses since he didn't want to walk against people and things. He also practiced a bit of magic, but his senses were his main focus since he already removed the trace from his dragon heartstring wand. From now on he was able to practice magic at home. Well, as long he didn't go overboard, the ministry would still be able to sense large-scale magic like wards or big spells, especially in a dense Muggle area like London, which they monitor closely. Since his trunk was always packed, since he carried it shrank on a necklace around his neck everywhere with him, he could spend most of the day in the room of requirements. Only in the afternoon, shortly before the feast, he left the room to clean himself up in the Ravenclaw Tower, where he reunited with his friends in the common room. "Where were you the whole day, Matthew?" asked Roger as he spotted Matthew entering the common room from the dorms. "I used the day to practice as much magic as possible so I wouldn't get rusty over the holidays. After all, I am a Muggleborn and can't practice magic at home," replied Matthew with a half lie. "Damn, you are hardworking. You should try having more fun. After all, we are only once young," stated Blake while staring at Matthew with an amazed expression on his face. "Because we are only once young, I want to use my life to its fullest, and learning magic is fun for me. You are a Muggleborn like me, Blake, but you already seem to have lost the amazement for magic after only 1 year here in Hogwarts. I want to explore all its possibilities," preached Matthew with glowing eyes. "Huh, well, that's a way to see it. Well, as long as you don't overwork yourself, I am fine with it. We are friends after all," answered Blake with a thoughtful face. He has sunken into his thoughts. Scene break. The end of the year fest was the same as the last year. Slytherin won the House Cup once again, thanks to Professor Snape's preferential treatment. Their Quidditch team lost again to Gryffindor thanks to the amazing performance of their captain and seeker Charlie Weasley. But this was his last year in Hogwarts, and he would leave for Romania soon to study dragons. Nymphadora Tonks would also graduate this year and enter Auror training under Mad-Eye Moody. Matthew totally forgot her since he hadn't much to do with Hufflepuffs. She was one of the more interesting characters in canon. If he could, he would prevent her death and befriend her in the future. As for their defense against the dark arts professor Claire Vermount, she left already 2 weeks ago. She got a new job assignment in Greece where they discovered some unexplored ancient ruins. Matthew would miss her since she was the last data professor who would actually teach them something before Remus Lupin and the fake Moody, Bartemius Crouch Jr. arrived in Hogwarts. After the feast, the students slept the last time inside their beds, before they would leave early in the morning for London with the Hogwarts Express. Saturday, June 22, 1991. It's been a few days since Matthew returned to London with the Hogwarts Express. His parents were happy to see him. The last few days he didn't do much besides training and testing if his trace was completely gone. After all, he still had a warning free to use at the ministry. He didn't care if they noted that down in his files, since the ministry would be of no consequence for him at some point in the future. So he first tried a simple levitation spell with his wand. For a few minutes nothing happened. Afterward he tested a few larger spells out in his room. His trace was really completely gone. There were luckily no extra tracking devices placed in the homes of Muggleborn students. They probably didn't believe someone could remove the trace, especially a Muggleborn, which would be actually hard since Matthew only managed it at this point in time with the help of his new runic language. Today was an important day for Matthew. It's the day when the Harry Potter canon truly starts. According to his knowledge of the books had Dudley's birthday, and the Dursleys would take Harry with them into the zoo. The zoo they are visiting is the London Zoo, the world's oldest scientific zoo, and the only one with a reptile house in the vicinity of London and Surrey. The zoo not only had the zoo a non-magical part, at some point after its opening in 18218 the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the British Ministry of Magic sanctioned the establishment of a Magizoology wing to be hidden in plain sight at the zoo, in accordance with Clause 72 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. A Magizoology wing open for Magical to visit, although he wasn't really interested in magical creatures, it was worth a visit. But the main reason for his zoo trip was obviously Harry. It was the first chance for him to leave a positive impression on him. He had no interest in being a part of the Golden Trio or bringing himself so recklessly into danger like they so often did. But giving Harry a few times a helping hand or tip, and just being friendly to him would bring him the assistance and friendship of the boy who lived and the Potter family, and later also the Black family through Sirius Black. Matthew arrived early in the morning in the northern part of the Regent's Park, where the London Zoo was located. He spent his morning exploring the Magizoological wing of the zoo since he only knew where Harry and the Dursleys would appear after lunch. The entrance to the magical part of the zoo was hidden behind a wall. Like the entrance to platform 9¾ he had to walk through into that wall, and he would come out in an older looking part of the zoo. It was at least 80 years out of fashion, with old lampposts and steel cages for the magical creatures. He was able to see many different magical creatures here, but at most mid-sized ones and below XXXXX classification, since large ones like dragons or very dangerous ones like Nundas or chimeras were too risky to keep in the middle of London. If an accident would happen, it was impossible to cover up with that many possible deaths. But there were still many interesting creatures to visit. He already knew hippogriffs and unicorns from Hogwarts. They had some Abraxan and Pegasi there. And smaller creatures like Nifflers, Pixies, Murtlaps, and more. The interesting ones were a Runspore, a large three-headed snake. Matthew was pretty sure that it was arguing between its heads, and a Zowu, an elephant-sized five-colored cat that originates from China. It was a large feline-like beast with a striped body, scraggly mane, for fangs that curled out of its mouth, long sharp claws, and a disproportionately long, ruffled multicolored tail. Zowus were incredibly powerful and fast, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Unfortunately, all the magical creatures were behind the steel cages imprisoned by ward schemes, so he couldn't gather any materials or DNA probes from them. He could only scan them with the help of Sarah and collect some basic data on them which he added to his database. As lunch approached, he left the magical part of the zoo and returned to the public part. After a quick lunch from one of the food stalls, he entered the reptile house, where soon Harry and the three Dursleys with Dudley's friend Piers should arrive. It was cool and dark in there, with lit windows all along the walls. Behind the glass, all sorts of lizards and snakes were crawling and slithering over bits of wood and stone. Matthew had to wait a while before a group of people entered the reptile house. First was a pair of adults, a big, beefy man with a large purple face. He had thick, dark hair, a bushy black mustache, with hardly any neck and mean little eyes. This was obviously Vernon Dursley. Together with him walked a thin, blonde-haired woman with nearly twice the usual amount of neck and large pale eyes. His wife Petunia Dursley. Before they ran two boys, one being scrawny with a face like a rat. This was Dudley's friend Piers Polkiss, who always follows his lead. The other boy was very fat. He looked a bit like a pig in a wig. He had watery blue eyes and thick blonde hair. This was obviously Dudley, who loudly exclaimed that he wanted to see huge, poisonous cobras and thick, man-crushing pythons. The pig boy instantly found the largest snake in the place and hurried to its window where he pressed his fat nose against it. Behind the group trailed a small and skinny boy. He wore oversized clothes which made him look even smaller and skinnier than he really was. The boy had a thin face, knobbly knees, black hair, and the brightest green eyes Matthew ever saw. He wore round glasses held together with a lot of Scotch tape. On his forehead, he could see a thin scar in the shape of a lightning bolt, or like one particular rune symbol, the Soilo. Soilo stands for sun and represents victory and protection. This was obviously the boy who lived Harry Potter. It was obvious that he did keep his distance so the Dursleys would forget that he was even there, and he could enjoy a day in the zoo without troubles. Even Matthew was angered by the unnecessary underfed state of Harry while the fat boy had too much. Harry watched the Dursleys as Dudley complained that the boa constrictor wasn't moving and Vernon multiple times hit against the glass. As Dudley shuffled away with a "This is boring," Harry moved in front of the tank and looked intently at the snake. The snake suddenly opened its beady eyes. Slowly, very slowly, it raised its head until its eyes were on a level with Harry's. And it winked at him. Sarah began recording and scanning everything that happens between Harry and the boa constrictor. Create a new file with the title Parseltongue, ordered Matthew mentally, who stood a few windows away, but still in hearing range of Harry and the snake. He had a good view of both of them. As Harry looked around, if someone was watching, he pretended to watch the reptile in his window. Harry began to communicate with the snake in hissing sounds, Parseltongue. Matthew recorded the whole event. Since he knew the exact text from the books, he should be able to create a translator with enough data. Suddenly there was a loud and annoying shout behind Harry. It was Dudley's rat friend Piers Polkiss who sneaked behind Harry. The deafening shout made Harry and the boa constrictor jump. "Dudley! Mr. Dursley! Come and look at this snake! You won't believe what it's doing!" Dudley came waddling toward them as fast as he could. "Out of the way, you!" he said, punching Harry in the ribs. Caught by surprise, Harry fell hard on the concrete floor. What came next happened so fast no one saw how it happened. Well, almost no one. Matthew could clearly see it. 1 second, Piers and Dudley were leaning right up close to the glass. The next, they had leaped back with howls of horror. Harry had a shocked look on his face as he sat up. The glass front of the boa constrictor's tank in a nice burst of accidental magic had vanished. The great snake was uncoiling itself rapidly, slithering out onto the floor. People throughout the reptile house screamed and started running for the exits. As the snake slid swiftly past Harry, Matthew, who was also approaching the boy, could clearly hear the snake hiss something to Harry before it also left the reptile house. The keeper of the reptile house was in shock. "But the glass?" he kept saying. "Where did the glass go?" Matthew arrived in front of Harry while everyone else was still distracted or in panic. He stretched his arm out to help the thin boy up. "Nice to meet you, Harry," began Matthew with a smile. "That was a wonderful little trick you pulled there. I think we will meet each other soon again. See you on the train," whispered Matthew to Harry as he helped the boy to his feet before he left the reptile house while acting mysterious. While Harry stared at his back and wondered who he was, and how did he know his name. The group of the Dursleys were led by the personnel of the zoo to the office of the director, while Matthew left the zoo discreetly since he had enough of animals for one day, and he accomplished everything he wanted. Scene break. After he returned home, he let Sarah analyze the collected data about Parseltongue. With the help of his knowledge from canon, the AI could create a pretty accurate translation of the conversation. This would serve as a first basis for the dictionary. In the next few days, Matthew spent a lot of time outside looking for different garden snakes. He tried to communicate with them by using his limited vocabulary and gaining new data into Parseltongue. If he could become a Parselmouth, everything would be much easier, but at the moment, he had only a few theories of their origin. One of the books he collected described the different magic users around the world, among them in India where Parselmouths were apparently common, which is only a half-truth. Although they can communicate with snakes, it is a form of hypnosis and mind magic, by sharing and reading their emotions. This was commonly seen as Parselmouth in Europe, which isn't the truth. This would also explain why the Patil twins reacted the same as the rest of the Hogwarts students when it came out that Harry was a Parselmouth during the events of the Chamber of Secrets. Since both of them knew the difference, and most Parselmouths in Europe were historically rather dark. In reality, in recent centuries there was only one line of known Parselmouths, and Harry isn't related to them. The Gaunt family, who died with Morphin Gaunt as the last official member. Based on the information of the Harry Potter books and the history books Matthew read, they always had a deep connection to snakes, which is proven how they only communicated in Parseltongue with each other. The last living, well at the moment half-living member is Voldemort, who framed his uncle, who died then in Azkaban. The Gaunt line descended from the Slytherin line, another family deeply connected to snakes. Salazar raised even a basilisk, the deadliest snake in the wizarding world, which was currently sleeping under the castle. Based on all the information he gathered, basilisks and Parseltongue seemed to be connected through history, but there is another piece of magic connected to them. Everything about them originates from the oldest known Parselmouth in the history of the wizarding world. A dark ancient wizard by the name of Herpo the Foul, who lived over 2,000 years ago. For his depravity, he even had a chocolate frog card. Herpo the Foul lived in ancient Greece and was known as one of the darkest wizards in the history of magic. It is rumored that Herpo the Foul was one of Salazar Slytherin's ancestors, with it also Voldemort. He was infamous for being a pioneer in the field of the dark arts, becoming the first known wizard to create the basilisk, and he also spoke Parseltongue. But what if he wasn't born with the ability like every one of the Slytherin and Gaunt lines? What if he was the first Parselmouth? Matthew came to that conclusion because of another crucial piece of information that at the moment only he knew. Harry spoke Parseltongue and he was a Horcrux. He would lose that ability the moment the Horcrux was destroyed, which was confirmed by Rowling in Matthew's past life. Herpo the Foul spent his life studying the dark arts, inventing many vile curses. At some point in his life, after much experimentation, he created the first known basilisk and additionally gained a deep understanding of the nature of the soul. Armed with his knowledge and ruthlessness, he deliberately committed murder with the intention of splitting his soul, and subsequently sealed it inside an object or living being with dark magic, becoming the first known wizard to successfully create a Horcrux. What if he didn't use an object as a container for his Horcrux but the basilisk he created, which was an unprecedented feat of magic? A kind of magic nobody really studied deeply before, and maybe through the connection with his basilisk soul, he gained the ability to communicate with snakes. That ability may have integrated itself so deeply into his soul that it became a bloodline which he passed on to his descendants. For now, Matthew had no way to confirm his theories, but they sounded too plausible to be a mere coincidence. If Harry made a child while carrying the Horcrux, it may also have the ability to speak with snakes. This would be a topic that required more data in the future. Learning Parseltongue through translation was just too hard. A few single words or sentences are possible, but more is a very hard task even with the assistance of an AI chip inside his mind. On a side note, next week Matthew would have again to attend exams for his non-magical education. He finished all the homework his parents sent him to Hogwarts with the help of Morgana and was pretty much ready for it. The 8th year curriculum wasn't much of a challenge for him. History was mostly about ancient British history, a bit Arthurian legends which were actually interesting. Learning the non-magical perspective of Merlin and Morgana Le Fay was pretty funny. He also spent some time scanning all the science books inside the public library. It only took him about 2 weeks, since the library was smaller than Hogwarts. Although the few hundred science books gave him a good foundation for his further scientific studies and research. They proved useful during spell creation, like for his hexagonal shield charm. Originally, Matthew planned to improve the Polyjuice potion recipe during his summer holidays, so he could use it to disguise himself during his future planned adventures. Unfortunately, Sarah didn't have enough data on the workings of the original potion to efficiently improve the potion. She could manage it, but it would take a few months. The Polyjuice potion was a potion that allowed the drinker to assume the form of someone else. It was a highly complicated, challenging, and time-consuming potion that even adult witches and wizards struggled to brew correctly. The potion was incredibly advanced and had 2 separate parts that contained steps for each part. When its brewing was complete, the potion had to be stewed for a month before using. It could last for 10 minutes to 12 hours with its original recipe, based on how good it was brewed. While it could account for both age and gender, Polyjuice potion could not be used for a human to take an animal form, nor could it be used on non-humans or half-humans. On a side note, that also meant Fleur, her sister Gabrielle, and probably also their mother were humans with Vela genetics, and not actual Velas, since they were considered half-humans. Which created another question: how do Velas reproduce if all members of their race are female? Since a Vela and a human produce a human with Vela genes, it couldn't be that way. Another question Matthew could research if he became bored and had the opportunity in the future. The recipe for the Polyjuice potion could be found in Most Potenti Potions, which was a book inside the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, which Matthew luckily already completely scanned with the help of his skin spell. But even his vast database of knowledge, magical and non-magical, wasn't enough to create an improved recipe in a short amount of time. Sarah's database missed unfortunately data about the actual effect of the potion on the body. Also recording and analyzing the actual brewing process would be also useful. Unlike beautifying potions, which change small parts of the body or even just glamour them, the Polyjuice potion remodeled the whole structure of the body, be it flesh, bones, skin, eyes, and hair color. He also wished he would have access to a thermic cycler or a DNA probe, so he could test if the potion would actually change the DNA of the human. But unfortunately, he was just a normal student. His mother couldn't just give him access to the hospital equipment, since it cost a ton of cash. He asked her already. This kind of testing had to wait until he was older. Maybe if he would go study in a university after Hogwarts, he would gain access to this kind of equipment. Or he could try to reproduce them with magic, through runes and enchantments. But for now, he had to use the resources he had. After ordering ingredients from Slughorn personally, who pulled some strings for him since some of them were a bit restricted, for actual potion masters or people who needed to work with it, he began the 1-month-long brewing process while letting Sarah record it. First, he had to add 3 measures of flux weed to his brass cauldron. He used the brass one because that would shorten the brewing a few hours overall. After adding 2 bundles of knotgrass, he stirred 4 times clockwise. Now he waved his wand over the potion and channeled his magic. It needed now to brew for the next 68 minutes. He used the short break to train a bit in his martial arts technique, but recently he felt he hit a bottleneck in his progress. Maybe he needs some actual experience in using his techniques than just repeating them perfectly and integrating them into his muscle memory. It was probably time to seek a local mixed martial arts school where he could spar with other martial artists. After practicing for an hour, Matthew returned his attention to his brass cauldron. After it changed its color exactly 68 minutes later, he added 4 leeches 2 measures of crushed lacewings to the cauldron. Now it needed to heat for 30 seconds on low heat before he once again waved his wand while channeling magic through it. This completed the first stage of the potion. After that he added 3 measures of bone slang skin and 1 measure of fine powdered bicorn horn. Now it needed to heat for 20 seconds on high temperature before again channeling magic through his wand. Next, thanks to his brass cauldron, it only needed to brew for 18 hours. The next day he added the last few ingredients before the second step was also complete. Now it just needed to brew for the next 21 days, while Matthew needed to stir it regularly. While the potion was cooking, Matthew didn't do much besides completing his non-magical exams and visiting the local library. Well, he visited a local dojo a few times to gain some experience. Although he could beat the students similar to him in age and a bit older. The students quite a bit older, especially the ones of a higher rank, beat him quite easily. But he gained valuable experience which helped him improve his technique by leaps and bounds over the next few weeks. During this time the potion progressed perfectly. Sarah could gather valuable data on the changes of the magical energy particles inside the potion, while it more and more changed its muddy brown color. The constant heating bound the chaotic elements inside the potion to a stable concoction, while the harmful elements evaporated into the air. After 3 weeks of brewing, the potion was finally ready to be split into multiple doses. All they needed for usage was a part of the person he wanted to change into. He gathered different adult hairs during his visits inside the dojo, while nobody was watching. Fighting made people lose a lot of hair. He added a hair to his first dose of Polyjuice potion and ordered Sarah to record everything. The potion changed from his brown muddy looking color into a dark steely one. It smelled now a bit like metal and wood. After observing the potion he gulped it down in one go. Immediately, his insides started writhing as though he just swallowed living snakes. Then a burning sensation spread rapidly from his stomach to the very ends of his fingers and toes. Next, bringing him gasping to all fours, came a horrible melting feeling, as the skin all over his body bubbled like hot wax, and before his eyes, his hands began to grow, the fingers thickened, the knuckles were bulging like bolts. His shoulders stretched painfully, and a prickling on his forehead told him that his hair was creeping down toward his eyebrows. His clothes ripped as his chest expanded like a barrel bursting its hoops, and he began to grow in length. His feet were agony in shoes a few sizes too small. He should have thought of removing his clothes before changing into an adult. After resizing and repairing his clothes, he made sure Sarah had recorded everything. She would still need the data of the transformation back before she could begin improving the potion, but overall the data was promising. His body stats remained the same as the one of the original potion, so it wasn't possible to gain a higher strength by using the hair of stronger people. But it seemed logical, since he also remained a wizard, while he used the hair of a non-magical person. Matthew had now a muscular, tall build of a person who worked out regularly. He had brown hair and a fierce-looking face. With his resized dark robes, he looked like an intimidating, dangerous wizard. It was time to visit a place he wanted to visit for a while, but with his child's body, it was too dangerous. Although he was confident he could defend himself and spot sneak attacks with his echolocation, there were just too many shady people like hags, werewolves, or questionable wizards, even vampires, in the place. It was time to visit Knockturn Alley. Matthew was ready to explore another part of London's magical shopping district. Knockturn Alley, who like the other parts of the shopping district was named with a pun. Diagon Alley, the regular shopping part, was named after diagonally. Horizon Alley, the high-class part of the shopping district, was named after horizontally. And last but not least, there was the shady part of the district, Knockturn Alley, which held many shops related to the darker and more illegal side of magic and business. That was also implied by its pun nocturnally, which meant nightly or dark. Unfortunately, he didn't possess a Flynn network connection at home, since underage wizards weren't allowed to possess one, which just shows how muggleborns were discriminated against in the British Wizarding Society. These were just small things, but there are many of them. They also didn't possess a fireplace, so this would also be a problem for a Flynn connection. With his disguise, he also couldn't ask his parents to drive him, since he didn't want to explain why he even was disguised. Since he didn't learn to apparate, although he wanted to, he couldn't risk flinching since there was no way to restore himself in the worst case. So his only choice was his short-range portal magic. The distance between his home and Charing Cross Road, where the entrance to Diagon Alley was located, was over 1 kilometer long. His short-range portal magic only allowed him to cross around half the distance necessary. So he would have to open the portal 2 times. First, he opened a portal to a remote small alley where he last year encountered the drug dealer. After he stepped through the blue rotating hole, he came out behind a big trash container. Nobody was luckily inside the alley. Although he felt confident enough to wipe memories with the elevation charm, since he got enough practice last year, he still didn't want to use it too often on innocent people. Next, he once again formed a blue rotating portal with his magic. This time it led to a back street on Charing Cross Road, where the Leaky Cauldron was located. The back street he chose was right beside the Leaky Cauldron, where the anti-muggle charm was still working. So he didn't need to worry about getting spotted by an innocent passerby. Muggleborns and their parents still wouldn't come shopping, since the Hogwarts letters weren't delivered and other magical would either apparate into the back room of the cauldron or use the Floo connection. So Matthew arrived at the Leaky Cauldron without getting any unwanted attention about his unusual way of magical transportation. He entered into the alley through the main entrance of the cauldron. Under the curious gazes of the patrons there, they were probably wondering why he used the entrance to the Muggle world instead of one of the magical ones. But he had no choice in this matter. Next, he passed through the busy alley, since it was already midday. Many people were shopping or working here. He walked until he arrived at a corner of the alley where it was crossing with the shady Knockturn Alley. It looked like a dark, twisting alleyway just around the corner of the bright and busy Diagon Alley. The entrance was much gloomier in comparison to the entrance to the normal part. Knockturn Alley was much barer than Diagon Alley. There weren't as many witches and wizards there. Most of them gave off a darker feeling than the inhabitants of Diagon Alley. They behaved fairly suspiciously, and many hid their faces behind their hoods. Matthew also put the hood of his dark robe over his face and entered the dark alley. At first view, it was a barren alley with many shops, but after taking a closer look at the displays, he spotted many dangerous or strange goods. The vendors sold things like shrunken heads, poisonous candles, human-looking fingernails, shady-looking trinkets, and medallions. This place was more dedicated to the dark arts. One of the first shops in the dark alley that piqued Matthew's interest was Mr. Mulpepper's Apothecary. Although they also had a shop right next to Slug and Jigger's Apothecary as direct competition, their selection there couldn't compare with them. Maybe here it was different, since they had the chance to sell more ingredients of a questionable nature. The inside of the shop was quite dark and dirty. It was tended by an ancient-looking wizard with a wrinkled face and an unhealthy grayish color. There were many things on the shelves. Different blood samples of many magical creatures, eyes and glass containers hopefully only of creatures and not humans, and many more questionable products. Matthew bought a selection of different potion ingredients which were harder to get by in normal shops. They would be very useful in his experimentation. He also bought some of the blood samples, since he planned to study the different bloodlines of magical creatures. Although he didn't want to use them to enhance himself at the moment. He felt even if he created a Phoenix Dragon Basilisk hybrid bloodline that he could infuse into himself to strengthen himself, there is something more powerful out there. He also is far from a bottleneck in strengthening himself at the moment. So although preparation and studies wouldn't hurt, there was no need at the moment. On a bottom shelf behind the ancient shopkeeper was a vial with a golden blood-like fluid inside. But no matter how Matthew tried, the shopkeeper wouldn't sell him anything of it. This vial may be the reason for the sign on the front of the shop in the Diagon Alley. We don't sell unicorn blood, don't ask about it. Since the content of the vial suspiciously looked how unicorn blood was described in books. But apparently, the shopkeeper didn't trust him, so he wouldn't sell him anything of the interesting goods. Matthew decided he would shop here more often, to acquire more exotic goods in the future. After returning to the dark alley, he continued with his exploration. He found many interesting shops that he should check out in the future. Shops like DYST Wild Phalanges sold many different kinds of bones, human and non-human. Unfortunately, he didn't have the tools to study them properly at the moment, and his potion ingredients, they were mostly too hard to be really useful in this form. Then there were shops like Cobb and Webb's, a shop dedicated to items related to the dark arts in general, or the Coffin House, a shop with dark arts materials, especially necromancy. A topic he had a great interest in, but he first needed a proper hideout to practice stuff like this. Ye Old Curiosity shop right next to Cobb and Webb's was also an interesting shop. It sold many curious items related to the dark arts. Maybe he could find an undiscovered treasure there. But first of all, his goal for this trip was the shop right next to it. If he had time later, he would check it out on his way back. The main goal of this trip was a shop every Harry Potter fan was familiar with, a shop located at 13B Knockturn Alley by the name of Borgin and Burke's Antique Shop. This shop was known to deal with many unusual and ancient wizarding artifacts. Not only artifact, but this was also the most likely place where Matthew could find books on topics that weren't available in Hogwarts. This shop was quite a historic place. Behind the dark and gloomy shop front was a place where even Lord Voldemort worked in the past when he was still known as Tom Riddle, probably the only workplace he ever had. Also in the future it would become quite important since it contained many important objects. Among them was the Vanishing Cabinet, a direct entrance to Hogwarts. In the front window was an assortment of different artifacts displayed. Amongst them was an opal necklace. This necklace had read the label, "Do not touch. Cursed." Has claimed the lives of 19 Muggle owners to date. This was the necklace Draco Malfoy bought in the future to kill Dumbledore in Harry's 6th year. Unfortunately, Katie Bell touched it accidentally while delivering it under the Imperious Curse and landed in St. Mungo's for the rest of the year. Matthew entered the gloomy antique shop which was founded in 1863 by Messrs. Caractacus, Burke and Borgin through the entrance at the front. He entered the store which was currently empty. It was a large, dimly lit wizard shop that was quite dusty and dirty. The atmosphere inside the store was quite dark. There was a feeling of dark magic in the air, similar to the ruins of the Black Castle but not quite as powerful. The inside of the store looked similar in age and style to the rest of the wizarding world. There was a large stone fireplace at one side of the shop. Next to it was a glass case that held a withered hand on a cushion, a blood-stained pack of cards, and a staring glass eye. Evil-looking masks stared down from the walls, an assortment of human bones lay upon the counter, and rusty, spiked instruments hung from the ceiling. On the other side was a dusty bookcase full of books on different topics. Beside it stood a large black metallic cabinet. This was the vanishing cabinet connected to Hogwarts. It still should be fully functional since Peeves still didn't break the other one by dropping it above Filch's office in one of the classrooms to distract him, which happens in Harry's second year. But Matthew wouldn't try it out since he wasn't sure if it got damaged before that event. Vanishing cabinets were quite popular during the First Wizarding War. It was one of the safest ways to anonymously vanish if Death Eaters should visit. Since it was unaffected by anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, it was a good escape method. But Matthew wasn't here for the cabinet at the moment. He had enough time to acquire it in the future. First, he approached the glass case and observed its contents. Sarah scanned the objects inside the glass case. He requested mentally while waiting a few moments for the results. According to Sarah, the pack of blood-stained cards was a cursed artifact. Once someone touched them, they would begin to whirl around and attack the person and cut him all over his body. They only stopped once the person would run out of blood. The staring glass eye was similar to the Eye of Moody, an enchanted eye that returns the user's vision once implanted. But instead of having the ability to see through objects and walls, it could see magic. Basically, it could see an aura around enchanted objects, or a person. Based on the color, the user could discern what kind of magic was on the object, or what kind the other person was casting. If it was harmful, it usually took a dark, malevolent coloring. Lastly was the withered hand on the cushion. This hand was purchased in the future by Draco Malfoy. This was an artifact called the Hand of Glory, a dark artifact that gave candlelight only to the holder. Although it wasn't a very powerful artifact, it was quite a useful one. It could even shine through most spells and pieces of magic which created darkness, like the veil created by Peruvian instant darkness powder, which was resistant to most light creation spells. Next, Matthew headed to the dusty bookcase and began looking through the collection of different books on the topic of a darker nature. Unfortunately, most of them were available inside the restriction section of the Hogwarts library. Only a few of them he saw for the first time. After picking a total of 3 books that he didn't read yet, he approached the wooden shop counter since the rest of the objects inside the shop was of minor interest to him. Although some of the masks on the wall had a historic value, they weren't really useful for him. He rang the old bell on the counter to call Mr. Borgin to the front of the shop. After a few moments, a stooping man had appeared behind the counter, smoothing his greasy hair back from his face. "Greetings, Mr. Borgin, nice to meet you," greeted Matthew with a polite voice while watching the other man. "Good day yourself, sir. A new customer, that's rare." "What a pleasure to meet you, mister," replied Mr. Borgin with his voice as oily as his hair. How discourteous of me. My name is Magus. That's what people at least call me." He introduced himself while quickly making a name up. "I would like to purchase these books here, and would like to know if you have any rare books related to souls, magical constructs, dark magic, rituals, or necromancy for sale," he asked with a quiet and serious voice, making sure he couldn't be overheard from the outside while putting the 3 books he picked earlier on the counter. They were practical dark arts, 100 ways to death and potent rituals. Books that weren't available in the Hogwarts library, but something he would be probably able to locate in other stores here in Knockturn Alley. "Oh, I see a knowledgeable customer you are, Mr. Magus. These books are quite uncommon but practical," replied Mr. Borgin while flattering Matthew with his oily voice. "Unfortunately, I don't have any books on magic related to souls. They are quite rare and usually only available to very old families. Even if I gained some, I would first approach other customers since they would guarantee me quite a nice price. As for magical constructs, I don't have any currently since this is quite the exotic form of magic here in Britain, since we prefer transfiguration for similar effects, but I could keep my eyes open for you and contact you. As for the other topics, I have a few interesting books," he answered. "Well, I would be indebted to you if you could keep your eyes open. If you get your hands on any books related to soul magic, I would also pay you handsomely. I will visit your shop in a few months again since I will be traveling for a while and won't be reachable. Please let me have a look at your other books," said Matthew as he stared back at the greasy man while making up some excuses to keep his identity a secret. "Yes, one moment please," replied Mr. Borgin while returning to the back of the store. After a few minutes he returned with a pile of another 4 books. "These are the books that could be quite interesting for you based on your requests." Let me see," muttered Matthew while reading the titles of the books. Cursed Blood was the first book. It seemed to be about blood-based curses. The next one was called Animate the Death. It should be a necromancy book, but based on the title it was a different kind of necromancy Matthew had in mind. He imagined more something like returning life into death bodies, creating zombies, summoning ghosts and spirits. But like Inferni, the necromancy of the wizarding world was more about animated corpses. Next was a book called The Traveler's Diary. He had no idea what that had to do with dark magic, but it may be worth it. Last but not least was a book by the name of Rituals of Thy Body. The title was pretty self-explanatory, and something that was definitely useful for Matthew. After checking the collection of books out, he returned his gaze back at Mr. Borgin. "How much for these 7 books together?" he asked while anticipating the reply. "To honor our future cooperation, I will give you an exclusive offer of only 500 galleons for these 7 very rare and regulated books," offered the greedy man with his oily voice. This fucking greedy asshole. Even if these books are rare, at most they would cost around 200 galleons, thought Matthew as he smiled politely back at the business shark, and replied with a serious but still polite voice. Mr. Borgin, are you trying to cheat me? Although they are quite regulated, I would be able to buy them in other shops here in Knockturn Alley. At most I could offer you 50 galleons," began Matthew to haggle. 50 galleons? Do you want to rob me, Mr. Magus? We could become good friends in the future, but we need to be fair to each other. How about 400 galleons? Counter-offered the greedy snake, Mr. Borgin. "That's more like it, but still far over their value." "How about 120 galleons? Replied Matthew, still trying to lower the price. "No, I still need to make a bit of profit. How am I supposed to eat if I give my goods away? 300 galleons is my last offer," offered Mr. Borgin with a glint in his eyes. That's still quite expensive. How about 250 galleons and you add that hand in your glass case to it, and we have a deal. I would be then inclined to return for more deals in the future to your nice store," offered Matthew as a last effort. The Hand of Glory, you have picked quite the valuable artifact there, Mr. Magus. But to honor our future business relationship, I will have to accept your offer," accepted Mr. Borgin while faking his unwillingness. After all, he was still making quite the profit here, and the hand wasn't quite as valuable as he pretended. He stretched his hand out. Matthew shook his hand to accept the deal. After paying 250 galleons to Mr. Borgin, he took out his trunk and enlarged it. Meanwhile, Mr. Borgin retrieved the Hand of Glory from the glass case and handed it to Matthew, who put it into his trunk together with his new books. After shrinking his trunk once again and putting it once again away onto his necklace, he left Borgin and Burke's antique shop after saying goodbye to Mr. Borgin. Once again he stepped onto the shady alley. "So that's finished," thought Matthew while observing the sky. Well, as expected, it wasn't that easy to gain books on souls. My only hope remains that place. "Sarah? How much time has my Polyjuice potion left?" asked Matthew, mentally hoping to make another stop. "Estimated time remaining, 1 hour 32 minutes, replied the mechanic voice of the AI inside his mind. "Should be enough time," mused Matthew as he headed to the shop next door. He entered the shop named Ye Old Curiosity Shop located between Cobb and Webb's and Borgin and Burke's. Inside he found a small room with many different shelves full of different objects of all sizes and shapes. Behind the wooden counter stood a bearded wizard with dark hair who promptly greeted him. "Welcome, customer. Take a look at my goods. If you should have any questions, you can ask me." He began with a grumpy voice, while his eyes stared seriously at Matthew. "Thank you. Don't mind me. I will just take a quick look around," answered Matthew politely with a small smile. He began to look through the different shelves inside the store. The store had quite the assortment of different things. There were a lot of goods that looked broken or just plain useless. There were broken brooms, some even with curses on them, on one shelf. Next, he found a collection of different daggers, some of them rusted, on most of them the runes and enchantments already faded. On some of them, he still could pick up remains of the enchantments, which were there to keep the daggers sharp or rust-free. They must be quite old or have gone through quite the fight to end up in such states, since they originally seemed to be of good quality. They were no use to Matthew since he could just create the enchantments himself if he needed them. Next, he found a shelf with different enchanted clothes. None of them piqued his interest since they were either plainly cursed to harm the wearer or had a useless enchantment on them, like putting the wearer's arms into the air on command and silly stuff like that. Then there were some old wands, but Matthew was quite happy with his and didn't need a second one since he was quite adept in wandless magic. On some shelves were just some broken non-magical objects, like broken TVs, radios, umbrellas, car parts, or other things. One shelf even had just a collection of stones on them, as if to mock the customer. Matthew was prepared to leave the shop disappointed because he hoped he would find some kind of hidden treasure, but everything was just useless. Until he suddenly heard Sarah inside his head. Beep. Picking up energy readings of a soul inside one of the objects. Right in front of the host. On the upper shelf on the right back side. What did I accidentally stumble on a Horcrux of someone, thought Matthew while observing the place which Sarah pointed out. It was the shelf with the collection of stones. In the right back corner of the shelf lay a strange-looking stone. It was yellow-white and shaped very strangely. It was multifaceted, made of a few cubes in different sizes but still hanging together. While one side seemed broken off, it had the size of the front of Matthew's thumb. Is this the Horcrux? Wondered Matthew mentally while observing the rock. Yes and no. This is the object which contains a part of a soul. Based on my energy readings, the complete soul should be more powerful than any human wizard. But this doesn't seem to be a Horcrux, more like a power source. More data is needed. The stone is just a small part of an about softball-sized object, answered Sarah while analyzing the stone. It doesn't matter if this is a Horcrux. It should still be useful to study souls, thought Matthew as he picked the strange stone up and brought it to counter where the bearded wizard was waiting for him. After pretending that he was disappointed that he didn't find anything of interest for him, he was able to fool the bearded shopkeeper that he was buying the stone as a decorative ornament. Unlike Mr. Borgin, the bearded shopkeeper didn't try to extort him, and he was able to purchase the strange stone for a few sickles. After putting the stone into his pocket, he left the store and headed back into the alley. It was almost time for him to turn back. He only had about half an hour of his polyjuice potion effect left. He headed back to Diagon Alley where he once again dropped his hood since it would only look suspicious here. He left the alley through the leaky cauldron again and headed back to the back alley. After making sure with a quick hominum revelio that he wasn't followed, he opened once again a blue swirling portal and landed in the drug dealer alley again. From there he jumped once again into his room. A few moments later the effects of his potion began to fade. His body once again began to feel on fire. The bones and muscle began to move back into their original places. His skin was bubbling again while he was shrinking considerably. After a few minutes, he once again was back to his normal form. Now he stood in his room with clothes a few sizes too big for him. He quickly changed into some comfortable clothes and checked if Sarah had enough data to improve the polyjuice recipe. Beep. Enough data gathered. Ready to make a few improvements. Estimated time needed, 12 hours 52 minutes. Should I continue? Just as he was about to confirm, his body began to feel strange. Sarah, what is happening? Scan my body, please, he requested hurriedly. After a few panicking moments, Matthew heard Sarah's reply inside his mind. Beep. Scan complete. Host's body entered a state of spiritual maturation and is about to break through the bottleneck of host magical energy. The last few months spending in Peak's rank 1 wizard state was enough to loosen the bottleneck, so the host could enter the state earlier than other wizards. The polyjuice potion was the last straw. The transformation of the potion triggered the early maturation of the host's body and forced the state. The host should place himself in a comfortable state and enter a sleep-like state through meditation, since wizards usually go through this process naturally in their sleep, but the host's circumstances are special thanks to the Azure Corn potion. No data on an early maturation inside the database was found. Starting recording the process. Oh, that's what's happening. Finally, I waited long enough after all, thought Matthew as his body continued to heat up. He quickly hurried to his bed and entered a comfortable lotus position and began to try entering a meditative state. While meditating, the hot feeling spread through his whole body from his head to his toes. He calmed himself down, using his occlumency and corresponding mediation method, and entered his mindscape, which should count as a sleeping state for his body. His confusioness appeared in his mental universe. The colors inside were flashing a lot more intensive and brighter than ever before. There was a wild, colorful storm raging inside his mind. The storm also spread through the whole space until his universe artificial created borders which served as his mental defenses. Shit, if this continues, my occlumency defenses will shatter again, panicked Matthew while observing the raging storm inside his mindscape. I need to do something. This is my mind and my body, and I am the master here, thought Matthew in a fit of rage as he concentrated on the storm. The wild storm of colors kept expanding and pushing against his borders. Matthew decided to try something. Instead of letting it push against his defenses, he tried to feed the overflowing energies of the storm into them, like when he built them. He had the theory that this raging storm was a mental representation of the spiritual maturation his body was undergoing currently, and before it finishes it had a lot of overflowing excess energy, so why not use it to empower his mental defenses further? He raised his hands and willed the energies that were pushing against his defenses to flow into them. Bit for bit the borders of his mental universe became more colorful and brighter. It worked. He was able to use the overflowing energy of his body to strengthen his mind defenses further. After some time that felt like hours, the colorful storm stopped pushing against his mental defenses. Instead, it began to shrink, but not really shrink. It began to get denser and denser. Instead of a wide storm, it became a dense flow of energy spread through his whole mindscape. A few minutes later the whole process ended and his mental universe calmed down again. But the whole space changed. Instead of a few flashes of small colorful flashes of lightning inside his universe, they became much stronger and denser and consisted of multiple colors instead of a single one. The strength of his mental defenses also at least doubled, which was an unexpected but welcome boon for him. After Matthew made sure everything was okay, he decided it was time to wake up and leave his mindscape again. He disappeared from his mental universe. A few moments later Matthew, who still sat in a comfortable lotus position on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. It was already dark outside. He returned from Nocturne Alley in the evening, but it was still bright outside then, so at least a few hours should have passed during his artificial spiritual maturation, which the clock in his room confirmed. He made sure everything felt fine inside his body before he began moving. His whole body felt full of energy like never before. Standing in the middle of his room and moving every part of his body, just to make sure everything was fine, he began to mentally communicate with Sarah. Sarah, did everything go well? He asked while anticipating the reply of his AI. Beep. Yes, the host's body seems in better condition than before, although the host has to reapply his brain capacity training spell since it got broken during the process. I recorded the whole process and will analyze the data now. Give me a few minutes, please. Continue? Yes, do it, Sarah, he confirmed while beginning to wait. So my spell broke, that's why my thoughts feel so fast. Damn, I can't wait to see how it will feel when the second stage of my occlumency training is completed. He mused while waiting for Sarah to analyze the data of his first spiritual maturation. After a few minutes, he heard Sarah's mechanical voice again. Analysis complete. Host's body successfully completed an artificial spiritual maturation like any wizard would undergo after a lot of training, aging, or rituals would undergo. When a wizard reaches a bottleneck in his magical energy values, the excess energies will begin to gather in a part of his body while unavailable for usage until it reaches a critical mass or breaking point where it will begin to force the body through a maturation to accommodate more power. This stored energy is different from the energies used in the natural maturation a wizard undergoes twice his life. This energy is naturally gathered in the wizard's soul constantly. It will naturally force a maturation once at 7 where the wizarding child will be then able to control his magic and a second time at 15 to 16. The host still has the energy storage inside his soul untouched and will mature at around 16 completely naturally. So that's how it works. Wondered Matthew while comprehending the new information gathered through the analysis. I wonder if my early maturation will bring me any unexpected benefits in the future. At least I am now far ahead in magical power compared to most students until their 5th year. I should have reached the level of a 6th year student now. Sarah, please update my status and show me the new one. He requested while being excited about his new strength. Beep. Stats calculated. Displaying new status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 2, Strength, 2.5, Agility, 2.6, Vitality, 2.8, Magical Energy, 92.3, Status, Healthy and Energized. My physical stats also got a bit boosted by approximately 0.3. But I finally broke through the bottleneck, and my magical energy level rose by over 10 alone through the maturation, and I should be now able to reach a level of around 200 before I would reach a bottleneck again. Cheered Matthew internally while checking out his new status. But that's not all, the energy feels denser and more potent than before. The strengths of my spells should also have risen. Concluded Matthew as he felt the energy flowing through his body. Well, I will have to test my spells tomorrow carefully. If I can mine magic again at an appropriate level, I then also should reapply my occlumency training spells again. But first I need to test my control so I don't screw it up and turn myself into a human vegetable. Thought Matthew seriously while changing into his pajamas so he could go to sleep. After silently washing himself inside the family bathroom, he quietly sneaked back into his room and entered his bed. A few minutes after closing his eyes, he quickly fell asleep. Although he felt energized, his body was still exhausted from the long day. The next day, Matthew woke up early in the morning and had a nice breakfast with his parents before they left for work since he didn't see them the whole day yesterday. After enjoying a nice breakfast prepared by his mother, he was finally alone at home. He changed into some of his workout clothes and entered the garden of their family home. It was time for him to try out the new strength level of his spells. After completing a spiritual maturation, he should have reached a new level. He needs to regain control over his magic and familiarize himself with his new power level. Inside the garden, he approached one of the thick trees, which he would use as his target for spell practice. After all, he didn't have any actual dummies with him, something he should note down to correct in the future. He decided it was best to start with a simple spell so he couldn't do much damage. But a tree was different from a practiced dummy. A stinging hex would probably not indicate how strong he had become. The only spells he practiced on trees before were cutting piercing curses and the knockback jinx. He decided it was in his best interest to try the knockback jinx since he couldn't just repair the tree with a mending charm since it was a living thing. His mother would get angry at him if he destroyed their nice and homely garden. The last time he cast a knockback jinx on a tree it barely shook. He decided to first try it out without his wand since it would only make his spells even more powerful. After aiming with his hand he cast Flipendo, and a blue glowing projectile left his hand. It flew fast against the tree. The whole tree began to shake and even moved a few centimeters backward. A lot of leaves dropped from its branches onto the green grass of their garden. "Yeah, don't destroy the garden, my ass," cursed Matthew as he stared at the results of his knockback jinx. "Mom, we'll definitely know someone, most likely I did something to the garden. Ha, damn it. Well, Sarah, can you compare the spell to my old strength level for me?" He requested his AI chip. Beep. Calculation complete. The knockback jinx became 72% stronger than previously recorded attempts. So my spells became almost 2/3 stronger than before. That's a nice power up for my age. But I will have to learn to control my new power, muttered Matthew while thinking how he should continue. He decided a nice way to become better was to clean up the mess he just did. So he began to practice gathering the leaves with his levitation charms until he was able to do it flawlessly again. After that he tried to vanish them while controlling his power level. It took a few tries to find the appropriate strength level. He mostly held too much back and only vanished a few leaves until he found the right level. After he finished cleaning up he began to practice with different kinds of harmless charms, like the wand lighting charm Lumos or the mist conjuring charm Fumos. He spent the whole morning practicing with simple spells before he prepared a quick lunch for himself. He finished his lunch and returned to the garden. It was time to continue with his wand. After he familiarized himself with his wand again, he moved to more advanced types of magic, like creating portals. The first few tries he failed miserably. They were either too small or in a completely wrong place. But after a while, he once again managed to open portals successfully. Next, he began to try cutting charms on a few leaves of the tree. He would target only single leaves and cut them as precisely as possible from the tree. Once he managed that, he felt he had once again full control of the strength of his magic. As his parents returned from work, they had a nice dinner together. After spending the evening with his parents, he retired to his room. It was time for an important spell. He needed to reapply the training spells on his mind for the second part of his occlumency. He once again carved the isolation formation onto the floor. He had no worries about damaging the floor here since he could easily fix it with the mending charm this time. After all, his floor wasn't alive. Once he finished charging the rune formation, he stepped into the middle of it and sat down in a lotus position and began to relax. Once he felt he was ready, he began to reapply the spell. This time he needed to do it twice since he already completed the first level of the spell. As he cast the spell for a second time, he once again felt a short but stabbing pain in his head, but this time much weaker than before. It was proof that he already completed a large part of the second level. After he applied the spells on himself, he felt that his perception was once again numbed down. Everything felt slower, but he had no problem with controlling his body and walking into things this time. After all, he already trained on this level for a while. Once he got the confirmation that everything was working correctly, he breathed out in relief. Now he was once again continuing his occlumency training. He would have to apply the third level of the spell after he returned to Hogwarts. Matthew was unsure if he should use the Room of Requirements while Coromort was inside the castle. After all, he didn't want to cause any unforeseen consequences, like him hiding the Horcrux somewhere else. Matthew had no worries about Coromort using legitimacy on him. After all, his occlumency shields were very powerful. And if he should manage to break through them, which he doubted he could in his wraith form, it would be another matter if he had his body back, but as a wraith, he was very weak. But in the end, his memories were still encrypted by Sarah, so nobody who broke into his mind could actually read them. But he had to make sure to prepare a set of nice fake ones so Coromort wouldn't get suspicious of him if he even tries to read his mind. But better be safe than sorry. After finishing reapplying the spells on his brain, Matthew began to clean up his room and fix the spell formation on his floor. Once he completed that, he began to prepare for sleep once again. But before that, he gave Sarah a few tasks to complete. Although he finished everything he wanted to accomplish before his Hogwarts shopping list would arrive, which was still a few weeks away, he could still work on some side projects. The first project he decided to work on was improved versions of the Polyjuice potion. He gave Sarah specifications for multiple improved versions. For his personal use, he decided to create two different ones. One with a similar effect to the original one but with a faster brewing time and a better taste. The second one is a permanent one with a counter potion to return the user's original form. Secondly, he decided to create an improved formula to sell to Slughorn's apothecary once again. A slightly faster version to create, but not much. Most importantly, it also should be tasteless. He believed this would bolster his passive income massively. Once everything was in order, he cleaned himself up and went to sleep, since he had the next few days of experimentation before him. After a while, he fell deeply asleep. For the next few weeks, Matthew experimented with the Polyjuice potion formula to create new ones. After experimenting with many different new formulas for days, he finally managed to complete 3 new Polyjuice potion formulas. Well, you could say 4 new formulas, because he additionally designed a counter potion for the permanent one, which actually works for all versions of the potion. It actually was a general antidote for transformations of any kind. In theory, it should also work on Tonk's metamorphagus transformation. Maybe he would get in the future the chance to see her original form, who knows. This antidote was a very powerful and useful potion, something he absolutely shouldn't share with the public. If any Death Eater got his hand on the formula, he would lose a very great advantage with his new potions. After all, with his new permanent potion he could permanently take on a new identity, but with the counter potion out there he would need to watch out for what he consumed. He managed to cut down on the cost of the potion and how long it needed to brew, but the difficulty got higher. It was now much harder to brew than before, but it only needs 3 days to complete. But with Sarah's help, he had no troubles in brewing any potions. He alone was already an experienced potioneer at this point. With the assistance of an AI, there was no potion master who could compare with him, at least in brewing. The potion he and Sarah designed to sell had also a few improvements in the brewing process. There was no longer a need to watch the moon cycle and prepare some ingredients a month earlier. It became also cheaper than before and only needed to brew for 3 weeks instead of 4. But most importantly, it had only a good taste after putting a body part in and didn't look like mud anymore. Instead, it was colorless and only had a color after the target's hair or something was put in. Once he completed his experiments and made sure everything was fine with him, he prepared some probes of the potion he would sell and a copy of the recipe and visited Slughorn in Diagon Alley again. He pretty much got a meeting the day after he contacted him with Morgana's help. Again, he made a nice contract with Slugs and Jigger's apothecary for the potion, after Slughorn himself certified and registered the potion for him at the ministry. They also directly made a contract with the apothecary and indirectly with him for a constant supply of the potion. Matthew would alone through this deal make 250 galleons a month. Scene break. After successfully completing his potion experiments and a good business deal, the date of the Hogwarts shopping list was moving closer and closer. He decided it was time to take a closer look at the strange stone he acquired in Nocturne Alley, the stone that maybe was Horcrux, or at least something similar. With his current level of occlumency, he should be powerful enough to defend himself from any attempts to control himself. He took out the stone and observed it closely, although on first look it looked to be made of stone even with its yellow color. It was another material if you looked closely at it. It had a metallic shine to it and was glittering. Its form was also strange with its multifaceted cubic form. The surface area of the stone was very smooth, but it still had its metallic stone look. First, he tried to scan the stone with his scanning spell, which he normally used to read books. After all, it was designed to find the composition of everything he scanned. The result was that the stone was made of a composition of multiple elements. Among them were all the minerals which were part of natural stones, different kinds of metals like gold, iron, silver, titanium, and even rare metals like molybdenum. But the most shocking finding for Matthew is that there were even a few unknown elements inside the stone that shouldn't even possibly exist. Unfortunately, the spell wasn't precise enough to show him the exact atomic model of the different elements, but this was already extremely valuable data for his future research. He may be able to discover new elements with completely new applications in the non-magical and magical worlds. This stone may be a goldmine for his future endeavors. As for the structure and purpose of the stone itself, Sarah concluded it was a magical artifact to store gigantic amounts of power for the user. A level of power unheard of in the wizarding world, this stone probably wasn't a wizard artifact. But according to the AI's estimations, its creator was still far weaker than the being behind the scroll. All of these were only theoretical conclusions based on the scan itself. Even Sarah wasn't sure since she only had a part of the stone to work with. The whole stone may have a completely other purpose, and this part was only a bit of the energy source. The soul inside the stone was in strength level stronger than any human or wizard soul, but was much smaller. It was such a small piece of the soul that it wasn't conscious. The soul would need more parts of the stone to regain its self-awareness, which was a welcome result for Matthew since he now had a powerful soul piece to experiment with and begin his deeper studies into souls. Souls were a topic of major interest for Matthew, even if he managed to gain immortality for his body in the future. The soul would still begin to die after a few thousand years according to his current research results. So he would need to find ways to strengthen his own soul, which would also make his magic more powerful since both of them were directly connected. Matthew would spend the next few days with experiments on the stone. He would use many things to gain further insight into it. Amongst them, he also used the chaos runes for different kinds of experiments. He gathered extremely useful data on souls for the next few days. Scene break. Wednesday, July 24th, 1991. Today was the day his Hogwarts shopping list should arrive. It was the same day Harry would get his first one, and the Dizzleys, especially Mr. Dizzley, would go mad until they traveled to the abandoned lighthouse on a small island, where Hagrid would pick up Harry for his first shopping tour through Diagon Alley. As Matthew was sitting with his parent at breakfast in the kitchen of their nice home, and Brown Owl arrived on their kitchen window. "Oh, it seems my Hogwarts shopping list is here," exclaimed Matthew as he stood up and opened the window. After taking the letter, he gave the school owl a few bits of their bacon before she left. "Do you need us to accompany you for your shopping?" asked his mother as Matthew opened his letter. "No need, Mom. I will make the trip this Saturday myself. You know how wizards are with non-magical people. I will manage it myself," replied Matthew as he began reading. "Okay, that's fine. I will give you some money to exchange again," said his father as he returned to his newspaper. "If you need me to drive you, just tell me." "Thanks to that, but it's a nice walk. I need the movement since I spent a lot of time in my room this holiday. The fresh air will be good for me." He finished the conversation. This time, besides the next grade of the standard book of spells, there were only new books for his runes and arithmancy classes this year. All the other classes used still the same books. He wondered if he would meet many canon characters on Saturday. He was already anticipating his shopping trip as he finished his breakfast. Saturday, July 27th, 1991. After enjoying a nice breakfast with his parents, Matthew got ready and left their family home in Bloomsbury early in the morning. The moment he was out of sight, he looked for an empty place, with a simple cast of Hominum Revelio. He made sure he was alone and unobserved. Once again, he opened a blue swirling portal and traveled to the back alley of the Leaky Cauldron, with the help of 2 jumps again. His portal traveling method had some advantages compared to apparition and portkeys. For one, he didn't get uncomfortable because he didn't have to force his body through a small wormhole created with magic, and for the second reason, he wasn't trackable with the common wizarding methods. The ministry and capable wizards had spells to follow wizards through apparition and portkeys. But that was because this traveling method was so common in the wizarding world and they developed spells for that a long time ago. His portal magic was uncommon if not unknown for them, so they couldn't track him through it and were unable to follow him until they knew of this trump card. Apparition and portkey wards also didn't work on it. Unfortunately, his portal had a far smaller range than the other method. Until he found more data or invested a lot of time into the research, he would have to live with this disadvantage. For now, he was completely happy with his method since he did not need more distant travel at the moment, but that would change in the future. So one of his next goals should be at least to study the portkey spell. This was a method that wasn't as risky as apparition since there was no danger of splinching. He arrived at the back alley of the Leaky Cauldron and entered the alley once again through the Muggle entrance. The Leaky Cauldron was filled with people this time. After all, it was once again for the students to do their Hogwarts shopping since their letters arrived this week. First, he shortly visited Gringotts where he took some wizarding money from his nicely filled vault. Although he wasn't rich, he would be able to live comfortably at the moment with his current income. But for his research, it was far from enough, but it still helped. After his visit to Gringotts, he headed for Slugs and Jigger's apothecary where he filled his potion ingredients up with materials for classes and his personal research. He always needed at least a basic collection of different ingredients in his trunk for every situation, and his discount helped him to finance it. Next, he visited a second-hand bookstore to take a look if he was able to find any interesting books he didn't read before or if he found any books with some useful notes in them. After he only found some spell books that he already knew but had some handwritten notes in them, he paid for them and was about to leave the store as the door opened and a group of redheads entered it. Matthew instantly greeted the twins. Hey Gred and Forge, nice to see you. How are you holidays? Hey Matthew, nice to see you too. You know how it is. Some pranking here, some preparations for the next year there. But pretty normal, replied the twins in their famous twin speak. Their answer earned them a stern glare of the motherly red-headed women behind there. Fred and George, I don't want any more letters from school about any of your pranks this year. You should make yourself an example on Percy and focus more on your studies, berated Mrs. Weasley them. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, nice to meet you. I am Matthew Mason, a friend of the twins. Although I am part of Ravenclaw, we still are good buddies, introduced Matthew himself politely. Nice to meet you, dear. I hope the twins are not too much trouble for you, replied Mrs. Weasley with a smile. Not at all. They are actually pretty entertaining. Any of you underestimate them too much, they actually must have a big gift for potions and spell creation with all the pranks they created themselves, answered Matthew while praising the twins with the truth before their mother as his eyes fell on the other person that followed them. It was a young red-haired boy that had a bit of dirt on his clothes. Oh, you must be Ron, Fred, and George's younger brother. Hopefully, we will see each other in Hogwarts this year. Hello. Yes, I will start in Hogwarts this year, replied Ron in his typical way. Well, nice to meet you. I think you will enjoy Hogwarts. It was nice to see you all, but I have to continue now since the list of things I have to finish is still long. Bye. See you on the train, guys, said Matthew as he left the store. His next stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions where he bought some new robes for school and new dress robes since he outgrew his last ones, and he once again was invited to Slughorn's Yule Ball this year. After putting his newly bought goods into his trunk, he headed for the Quidditch supply store where he bought the new Nimbus 2000 so he could study the flying enchantments on it this year. Last but not least, he headed for Flourish and Blott's bookstore where he needed to buy his new school books for this year. As he entered the store, he spotted a girl with light skin, bright brown eyes, lots of bushy brown hair, and rather large front teeth. But she looked pretty cute and would most likely grow up to be a beauty. She was currently trying to convince two adults, based on their clothes non-magical, to buy some more books. This was clearly Hermione Granger, another member of the famous Golden Trio from the Harry Potter books, and her parents. Matthew approached Hermione and her parents and introduced himself. Hello, nice to meet you. You must be a new Hogwarts student. My name is Matthew Mason. I am this year a third-year student in Hogwarts. Hello, I am Hermione Granger and a first-year student. And these are my parents Dan and Emma Granger. What do you want from us? She introduced herself with a slightly bossy tone, but you could see that she was actually nervous. Good day to you too, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. You are probably non-magical based on your clothes and Hermione's interest in so many basic books. I would like to recommend you some books that are extremely useful for first-generation wizards, explained Matthew as he continued the conversation. He explained the general situation of the wizarding world to the Grangers and recommended them some books that would help especially Hermione with the customs of the wizarding world since she was basically entering and studying in another country with different customs. He explained all the things his parents would have liked to know. He spent a good while with the Grangers in the bookstore before he needed to complete his own shopping. So that's all you need to know at the moment. Since you like books so much, Hermione, you really would fit into Ravenclaw. We even have our own library, and the older students study with the younger ones once a week. You would make many friends there, he explained as he tried to recruit her. But Professor McGonagall said that Gryffindor was the best house in Hogwarts. Even Professor Dumbledore attended there, and he is the current greatest wizard, replied Hermione. Haha, that is so typical for Professor McGonagall. She always tries to recruit the promising students into her own house. Although Professor Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, he would have fitted into all houses, and there are many, I would even say, more famous wizards in other houses. Many of the prominent figures in the Ministry and even most ministers were, for example, in Hufflepuff. While Ravenclaw had many inventors in it, for example, the Flow Powder Network was invented by a Ravenclaw and our head of house was even an unbeaten dueling champion. And Merlin himself was a Slytherin. So every house has its redeeming qualities and prominent figures, but the greatest disadvantage in Gryffindor for you is their students. They are rather loud and enjoy more trouble. It is rather hard to find a quiet place to study or read there since most of them will rather want to do something else. But I am sure you will just find the place where you fit, finished Matthew. You are right, I will see where I land since I don't even know where I will be sorted yet or how. Could you tell me? She asked while trying to make puppy eyes. Haha, sorry, no. This is a surprise for every new student and nobody will tell you. Well, I have to go now. Don't be a stranger no matter in which house you land. After all, we are friends now, replied Matthew as he began to leave. Yes, we are friends. See you in Hogwarts, said Hermione with a beautiful and happy smile as she watched him leave, becoming Hermione's first real friend. Check, thought Matthew, as he left the store and headed for the exit of the alley. After Matthew returned home, he continued with his research on the soul inside the strange stone. He almost completed everything he wanted to this summer. There was only one event he had to visit the alley for once again. This specific event would ensure him a lot of political influence and support in the future. All he had to do was to invest a few hours. But that happened only in a few days, so Matthew had a lot of free time. All he could do was research at the moment, and the only thing of real research value at the moment was the stone. Through his experimentations, he managed to develop a spell that allows him to differentiate between humans, animals, and other souls. With this new data, he improved his sonar spell and added a soul search modification to the spell. This allowed him not only to see with the spell but also locate living things and identify what kind of living being it was. He even managed to differentiate between different animal species, since he located a few in the garden and used them for his experiments. To complete the spell, he now only needed to scan different animals which he would add to his database so he could identify the specific animal in the future. But his main focus on this kind of research was to find a method to strengthen his soul by absorbing or devouring other souls. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work with animal souls since they were too different from humans and had lots of energy particles in them that were incompatible with humans. The soul part in the stone should be compatible even though it wasn't human, but it wasn't an animal either. But the soul was far more powerful than his own at the moment and would instead devour his. So his research on a soul strengthening technique hit a wall that could be only overcome through better research subjects. But he couldn't just go and kidnap innocent people and experiment on them. He wasn't a psychopath. So he would have at least waited a year before he could continue with these experiments, since then he would be able to gain a research object. So in the end, he decided to focus his research on other topics related to souls, like how to control them or to better understand them. And so the next few days would pass. Scene break Wednesday, July 31st, 1991. Today was the day Matthew would visit Diagon Alley again, to place himself in Harry's good graces. Harry had his 11th birthday today and was visited by Hagrid at midnight in the lighthouse where Harry and the Dursleys fled from the Hogwarts letters. He had already learned of his wizarding heritage and the truth about the death of his parents by now. It was already late morning. Hagrid and Harry started early in the morning and would need around 4 hours from the hut on the rock to Diagon Alley in London. So they should arrive around lunch and would first visit Gringotts. After preparing himself and a nice breakfast, Matthew opened once again a portal and traveled with 2 jumps to the back alley of the Leaky Cauldron. He arrived around lunchtime in the alley. His best chance to meet Hagrid and Harry and get a quick scan on the Philosopher's Stone at the same time would be if he randomly met them in Gringotts. To not miss them, he entered a store close to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron and waited there pretending to browse the goods while keeping an eye on the entrance. Matthew hadn't to wait long. After a few minutes, the entrance from the cauldron formed into an archway, and the beardy figure of Hagrid, who was twice as large as a normal, stepped through it while saying something to a person behind him with an excited smile. He probably said, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Since this was one of the iconic scenes from the books and the movies, Matthew remembered it very well. Behind Hagrid followed the small, dark-haired figure of Harry, who watched everything with an odd face. After Harry watched the entrance close again, they walked further into the alley in direction of Gringotts. Matthew trailed slowly with a bit distance behind them. As they entered the white marble building of Britain's only wizarding bank, he decided to wait a few minutes before he followed them into the bank, since he wanted to only meet them when they left the bank. As Matthew entered the bank, he approached leisurely the usual counter for withdrawal and slowly handled his business. He earned another 300 galleons since he withdrew some money last weekend for his Hogwarts shopping. As he finished his business and was about to leave, he spotted the large figure of Hagrid, who looked pale because of the wildcard ride, who was followed by Harry. Matthew approached them. "Hello, Hagrid, nice to see you. Are you okay? You look somewhat pale?" He greeted them as he mentally requested Sarah use every available scanning tool we have and scan the objects inside Hagrid's mantle. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch the stone since Hagrid would absolutely forbid it, and that would alarm Dumbledore. So he had to use only the simple energy and radiation scanners of the AI chip, but that would give him some data to work with and plan his further steps. Task confirmed. Beginning scan. Multiple objects found. Beginning detailed scan. Estimated finishing time, 3 minutes 19 seconds. The host needs to stay in scanning range. No problem, thought Matthew as he waited for Hagrid to reply. "Oh, Matthew, nice to see you outside Hogwarts." "I am a bit unwell because of these damn carts," replied Hagrid a bit sickly, while turning to Harry. "Harry, this is Matthew Mason. He is a Ravenclaw student at Hogwarts." "Matthew, this is Har," began Hagrid to introduce them as Matthew interrupted him. "Harry Potter." "I know. Nice to see you. I told you, Harry, we would see each other soon again," said Matthew as he grinned at the younger boy. "The boy from the zoo? You are a wizard," replied a bit shocked Harry. "Yup, just like you," answered Matthew with a grin. "You know each other?" asked an exhausted Hagrid, who stared down at the two boys. "Yes, we met each other this year in the zoo in London. Harry here performed a nice feat of accidental magic and freed a boa constrictor who scared his cousin. The boy deserved it," retold Matthew as he explained their first meeting. Suddenly he heard Sarah's mechanical voice in his mind. "Beep. Scan complete. Uploading gathered and analyzed data." That's interesting," thought Matthew as he comprehended the new data until he got his thoughts interrupted by Hagrid's reply. "Well, that was probably well deserved. The Dursley is a horrible bunch of people," said the exhausted Hagrid while smiling at Harry, who nodded a bit shyly. "Hagrid, how about you go to the cauldron and rest a bit, and I help Harry with his shopping? You seem to be a bit exhausted from the cart ride. How about we meet in 2.5 hours outside Ollivander's?" suggested Matthew with a nice smile. "It would be nice if he could do that for me. And Harry would learn a bit from another student," replied Hagrid as we left the bank. After confirming that Harry was fine with it, he left for the cauldron and Harry and Matthew remained behind. "So Harry, what do you think of the wizarding world? How is your first impression?" began Matthew as he guided the younger boy further into the alley. "It's all so fascinating. I would have never believed that magic is real. I felt my whole life like something was missing and now it's there. But at the same time, I am a bit scared about the expectations people have of me. After all, I am just Harry, not some amazing Dark Lord killing hero. The other students will probably have far more knowledge of magic than me. After all, I never knew of magic until today," replied Harry while blurting his whole bandwidth of emotions out. "Haha, don't worry, just Harry," joked Matthew. "I like you grew up in the non-magical world, in the muggle world like wizards call it. And you won't be behind the students who grew up in the magical world. They grew up with magic. For them, magic is something like radios, cars, or a stove is for us. Magic is so normal for them that they don't have the fascination we possess. The students you could be behind are rather the ones like me, the smart book-loving ones. They will absorb every piece of this new kind of force in their lives. As for you being just Harry, don't worry too much. Although you will have to live with their stares and odd expressions, you will find also true friends who will give you a new home and learn who you truly are." "You are probably right," replied Harry, visibly relaxed as we arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "That's our first stop, Harry. You can buy your robes here. I would recommend you to buy yourself some free-time clothes. Your relatives seem to be disgusting humans, to only give you hand-downs. Just keep them in your trunk while you stay with them and they wouldn't know. Your parents probably left you enough money for this kind of stuff. I will get you a trunk while you are there. Let's meet here again when we are finished," explained Matthew while smiling. After Harry entered the store, Matthew headed to the trunk store where he bought his trunk and got for him a regular trunk with expanded inside, anti-theft, and shrinking enchantments. 20 minutes late he arrived again at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where he waited for a few minutes until Harry also came out. "Got your clothes? Good. Here, this is a trunk with expanded insides and some safety measures. There is also an enchantment on it that lets it change its size on command. See that way. Put your clothes inside and we head for our next stop," explained to Matthew as he shows Harry how the trunk works and store his new clothes inside. They continued in direction of Slugs and Jigger's apothecary, but suddenly Harry had a strange question. "Are there different kinds of wizards?" asked the boy. "So he still met Draco. Seems he will land in Gryffindor," mused Matthew while he decided on how to reply. "There are a certain group of wizards who have this kind of view, that these so-called pure-blood wizards are better than wizards, and witches like me or your mother born from non-magical parents are, well, lesser than dirt to them. They even have a slur for it. They call us mudbloods. Unfortunately, they have a lot of political influence, and ingrained these views into the common life in the wizarding worlds. Many of the purebloods families were followers of Voldemort, and managed to buy themselves free by pleading they were controlled to a spell. You probably met someone from a pureblood family, since only them would talk about this kind of stuff while meeting someone," explained Matthew. "So that's how it was. Wait, you just said Voldemort's name? Aren't you scared?" asked Harry as he realized it. "From what? Like you, I grew up in the non-magical world and don't have that fear ingrained in me. They didn't say his name back then because Voldemort cast a taboo on his name and was able to locate people who would say his name. Usually, after saying his name, a group of Death Eater would arrive and attack you. Death Eater is how his followers are called," replied Matthew, half amused and half serious. They arrived at the apothecary where Harry bought his school ingredients. Matthew's discount made his shopping much cheaper. Next, they headed for Flourish and Blots where they would buy Harry's schoolbooks. Matthew also picked up a collection of books as he did for Hermione that would introduce the wizarding world's customs and common sense to Harry. He also picked additionally some books that would give Harry a good foundation for the school topics, especially potions. "You should read these books and your school books before the lessons begin, so you are prepared. Although it's not required, it will help you, especially in potions. The potion teacher is famous for picking on students who don't belong in his house, Slytherin, and often quizzes new students to scare them. He is actually a good guy, but he needs to keep up a facade that he is partial to them because of politics," explained Matthew as they left the bookstore. "House? Slytherin? What's that about?" wondered Harry while staring at Matthew. Hogwarts has 4 houses that students get sorted into based on their character. They are Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and the house I am in, Ravenclaw. Slytherin is a rather complex house because of politics. It's the house where Voldemort and most of his followers were in. I wouldn't go there if I were you, since many of their children are there now, although some of them are also decent and got sorted there because it fits their character, answered Matthew dutifully. How do I get sorted? Asked Harry. That's a surprise. Don't worry where you get sorted. Every house has its advantage, replied Matthew while comforting the younger boy, who got a bit worried again. Afterward, they had a bit of time and Matthew invited Harry to a nice break at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. As they finished their ice cream, they headed for Ollivander's wand store. So this is the last thing on your list and probably the most important one. Your wand. You should go yourself, and since it is a rather important and personal choice, you will probably also learn something about your parents there, since Mr. Ollivander remembers every wand he ever sold. Oh, and buy a wand holster, since a wand could like a gun accidentally fire off if you are not careful. A holster will prevent that, explained Matthew as he sent the boy into the old store, which existed since 382 BC. He waited here for a while and wondered whether would Hagrid or Harry would arrive first, since it was slowly time for their meeting. After a while, Harry once again left the store and arrived outside. So do you have your wand, Harry? Good. Oh, it seems Hagrid also arrived, exclaimed Matthew as he spotted the half-giant. Harry, I will leave you here. We will meet each other on the train. If not, then latest in Hogwarts. Keep your trunk shrunken with you so your relatives can't do anything to your stuff, said Matthew as he was about to leave. Yes, see you in Hogwarts. And thank you for your help, replied the younger boy happily. As Matthew arrived at home, he once again checked out the data he gathered on the Philosopher's Stone. According to Sarah's scan, the stone was a large concentration of crystallized energy. Specifically, life force, a form of energy inherent to all living beings. This form of energy was often used in the dark arts. According to Sarah's analysis, the stone contained a lives force equal to multiple 100,000 living beings. No wonder this stone was able to create something like an elixir of life. It was pure life force after all. This wasn't purely alchemy, this was also a large part of blood magic. Instead of transmuting only metal into gold, it sacrifices life force to create the necessary particles that every metal was missing. But how did Nicholas Flamel create a crystallized stone of it? And where did he get all this life force from? After all, if he killed so many people, that would be known. Instead of a famous immortal alchemist, he would be known as one of the most terrifying Dark Lords in history. How did he do it? Wondered Matthew as he comprehended the true meaning of the data. Wait. Nicholas Flamel was born approximately in 1327. Between 1346 and 1353, that's when the Black Death killed over 25 million people in Europe. He was around 20 years old and just out of school. As a talented wizard, it wasn't hard to create a ritual to create the stone by sacrificing lives. A few 100,000 more death wouldn't matter among millions of death during the Black Death pandemic, and nobody would even question it if sewn right. By Merlin Saga Balls. Nicholas Flamel was just a Dark Lord that succeeded with his aspiration without anybody knowing the truth. Until now. Probably only I know the truth, but Dumbledore maybe too. That's why he was so happy to let the Flamels die. Now everything makes sense, concluded Matthew as he realized the truth about the immortal alchemist. So I will have to change my plans. I don't need to save another Dark Lord. Originally I wanted to become his student and gain access to his century-old collection of books by secretly saving the stone and returning it to him, complained Matthew mentally. Well, I still can locate his books after he dies. And his largest secret is such a simple solution to immortality that just makes him disappointing. He probably picked up some useful knowledge over the centuries, but it's not worth it. I could create such a ritual myself, but everyone would label me a Dark Lord and I don't want to rely on the elixir of life, mused Matthew. Well, I should still probably steal the stone. After all, why waste so many lives? If nobody wants it, I can take it. It's still a useful magical object. And creating a realistic decoy should be simple. After all, it's contained life force inside a crystallized stone made of the blood of thousands of people. But once it's destroyed, the life force would disperse and everything that remains is crystallized blood splitters, decided Matthew as he planned his future. I will just have to preserve the timeline, so I have to steal it after Christmas, and I still need to create a method to bypass the mirror. After Matthew finished his plans, he joined his parents to dinner and spend the rest of the day with them, since he would be still busy the next month before he returns to Hogwarts. Scene break. The next few weeks were a busy time for Matthew. He spent a lot of time inside his room, where he created in one corner a permanent laboratory. With the help of transfiguration, he transformed some wood he picked up after visiting his father at work into a desk, a potion preparation station, and some drawers where he would keep his notes. Afterward, he created a fireplace for 4 different cauldrons, so he could work on multiple things similarly. He couldn't create more since even though his room was large, it still was limited. He still wasn't able to expand his room with magic. This was a rather complex branch of magic that fell into the category of space magic, and unfortunately not available in the Hogwarts library. There was an expansion charm, but it only worked on smaller objects like trunks, and a room would collapse in itself. This kind of magic was unfortunately family magic that people kept to themselves. He could figure out how it worked, but it would cost him at least a few months. There was no point to it currently since the space he had at the moment was enough. But he should get one of the house trunks, like Newt Scamander had one, in the future. Analyzing one would probably cut down the time he needed massively since they were different from expansion charms and most likely the magic he needed, but they were expensive as hell. It would most likely cost him his whole vault, so he chose to wait a bit and rather save his money for now. After he completed his laboratory, he began with his research. While he still continued with his experiments on souls and the strange stone, they became a side project for now. The first main objective during the rest of his holidays was to create and fake Philosopher's Stone, which was only distinguishable if you understand the real stone and how it was made or actually wanted to use it. Once it was destroyed, nobody would be able to tell the difference. For that, he definitely needed one ingredient that was a bit troublesome to get: human blood. Yes, he could use his own, but he didn't want to. And it would be more realistic if he could get multiple different blood samples of different people, since the original was also created from the blood of thousands of different people. Luckily, this was something he should be able to buy in Nocturne Alley. This was after all something vampires needed, which were some of the residents of the Shady Alley. After a short trip to the alley, he was able to acquire different kinds of blood samples. He visited multiple different stores to acquire a wide range of different blood, amongst them the apothecary he visited previously. The next few weeks were spent with trying different methods to create a possibly realistic stone. One of the materials he added was pure iron, since iron was contained in blood. With it, he was able to lower his need for blood and substitute it with it. He also added some salt and sand to create the crystallization. Afterward, for the final stone, he only needed to purify some magical ingredients, so he would get the magical radiation from it. In the end, he was able to create a realistic stone with the help of Sarah. With that, his main goal was complete, but he still had a few days before the next year in Hogwarts began. The rest of the holidays he began to research the remaining magical essence he had. After all, finding a method to strengthen himself was always needed, even though he had just recently completed a magical maturation. Unfortunately, his Azure Corn potion lost its effect. It was simply too weak. And the low-grade magical essence was too weak to create a more potent potion. But all his experiments failed, and in a few days, he found no real solution. But in the end, he still had time since he just broke through and had a lot of space to grow. He was after all far superior to anyone his age, and before Voldemort returned he had enough time to reach a level of strength that guarantees his survival. Sunday, September 1st, 1991. Matthew and his parents arrived at 10:30 at King's Cross Railway Station. Just as they parked their car and entered the station, he spotted the 3 Dursley leaving the station, while laughing disgustingly. Well, it seems Harry is already here, mused Matthew as he watched them drive away. They entered the station and walked towards platform 9 and 10 where he spotted Harry approaching a group of familiar redheads while looking somewhat nervous. Matthew quickly said goodbye to his parents and also approached the group just as Fred passed through the barrier. As he came in range he only saw Harry pass through the barrier between platform 9 and 10. I was a bit too slow. Well, I will meet him in Hogwarts at the latest but probably in the train, thought Matthew as he greeted the rest of the Weasleys. Afterward, he also passed through the barrier and entered platform 9 3/4, where the Red Hogwarts Express was already waiting. As he walked down the platform towards the end of the train to look for an empty compartment he spotted Harry as he tried to lift his trunk up the steps but could hardly raise one end and twice he dropped it painfully on his foot. Why didn't he shrink it? He must have forgotten it, wondered Matthew as he approached him. Just at that moment, he saw George speak to him. Want a hand? He heard him ask. Hello Harry, hi George. How are you? Greeted Matthew as he arrived beside them. Matthew, had nice holidays? Come let's give him a hand with his trunk, said George just as he realized that Matthew called the other person Harry. Wait Harry? Exclaimed George as his eyes wandered to Harry's forehead where his lightning scar was located. Blimey, you are Harry Potter. Yes. Nice to meet you. Hello Matthew, said Harry a bit embarrassed. Why didn't you shrink and lighten your trunk? Asked Matthew. Harry suddenly had an embarrassed sheepish look on his face. I forgot it. As he pulled his wand out and tapped the top side of his trunk as he shrunk down, he put it into his pocket. George, you should go say your mom goodbye. You will have enough time to meet Harry in Hogwarts, said Matthew. And Harry, you should look for other students of your year so you get to meet them. George joined Fred and they left to say goodbye to their mother while telling her that they just met Harry Potter as Harry entered the Hogwarts Express and chose an empty compartment. After leaving Harry in his compartment where he would meet Ron later, Matthew looked for his friends and found them in a compartment close by. They talked about their holidays while waiting for the train to start. At point 11 the Hogwarts Express began to move and left the King's Cross railway station in direction of Hogsmeade, which was somewhere in the north, in the Scottish Highlands. The train ride was pretty quiet. A bit later he saw 3 boys pass his compartment in direction of Harry's. 2 of them looked like small trolls and the middle one had a pale complexion and platinum blonde hair. Well, Harry definitely won't land in Slytherin, concluded Matthew as he watched Draco Malfoy and his lackeys pass his compartment with amusement. As they came closer and closer to Hogwarts, their compartment door opened and a familiar brown-haired girl stood in the entrance with a shy dark-haired boy behind her. Excuse me, has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, she asked with a bossy tone as she watched the people in the compartment until her eyes stopped at Matthew. Hello Hermione, nice to see you. But usually, you knock before entering a compartment, greeted an amused Matthew. Hello Matthew. Sorry, I didn't mean to be impolite, replied a suddenly embarrassed Hermione. About that toad. What's his name? Asked Matthew while he looked at Neville. His name is Trevor, answered Neville. Let's see. Give me one moment, muttered Matthew as he stepped into the corridor. Accio Trevor. He cast with his wand that appeared suddenly in his hand from his wand holster strapped to his wrist. He stretched his hand out, and a minute later a green toad flew directly into it from one end of the train. Here that seems to be Trevor, said Matthew with a smile as he handed the toad to Neville. And the next time you have such a problem, you should visit the perfect compartment in front of the train. They should be able to help you with small problems like this. What kind of spell was that? In which book do I find it? Asked and exited Hermione as she entered the compartment and sat beside Matthew. It's the summoning charm Accio. You will learn it in your 4th year usually. You can find the spell in the standard book of spells grade 4, explained Matthew patiently, as he and his friends gained new people to their compartment. Soon they arrived at Hogwarts, where Hermione and Neville left the group and joined Hagrid and the other first-year students. Matthew and his friends took the Thestral carriages and arrived at the ancient castle. Inside the Great Hall, they sat down at the Ravenclaw table and greeted the other students. While they were waiting for the feast to start he chatted with Cho about their holiday. He takes a quick look at the teachers meanwhile. On the high table the teachers were already there. This year Quirrell sat in the position of the DA teacher. He now had a turban on his head unlike before he left for his sabbatical, which just meant that he was possessed by Voldemort. Matthew didn't look at him anymore since he didn't want to gain his attention. The rest of the teachers remained the same as last year. After a while, Professor McGonagall stood up and left the Great Hall to get the first-year students, who should have arrived with the boats. Soon she entered the hall once again and checked if everything was ready. After she left the hall once again, she entered a few seconds later with the first-year students. Matthew was able to recognize many of them based on the description from the books, like Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Tracy Davies, Daphne Greengrass, Blaise Zabini, Seamus Finnegan, and many more. 40 first-year students in total entered the Great Hall through the big entrance. He heard how Hermione whispered about the enchanted ceiling. It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Which made him smile since this was so Hermione-like. As the new students arrived at the high table, Professor McGonagall got the 4-legged stool and put the sorting hat on it. The hat began to move and began to welcome the students with his song for this year. After he finished he watched Ron as he looked visibly more at ease now, since he didn't need to fight a troll. Professor McGonagall stepped forward while holding a long roll of parchment and opened the sorting. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she explained and began with the first names. Professor McGonagall started with the sorting, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones to Hufflepuff, Terry Boot to Ravenclaw and so on, pretty much like in the Harry Potter books. Granger, Hermione! She called now while reading from her list. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Her sorting took a while. Matthew was pretty sure in the original her sorting didn't take so long. Could it be? Wondered Matthew as he watched the girl and the hat until suddenly the hat opened its mouth. Ravenclaw! It shouted out. And Hermione ran down the stairs and joined the Ravenclaw table while smiling at Matthew and waving at him. Matthew waved with a nice smile back. Oh shit. Keeping the canon timeline intact my ass. I should have kept my distance. Blamed Matthew himself. Well, how should Ron and Harry even survive their school years? Harry will either drop from his broom or get strangled by the devil's snare protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Now I will have to take a more active role. Maybe Hermione can still become friends with them, wondered Matthew as he began to plan what he should do now. While he was in his thoughts the sorting continued. Neville landed in Gryffindor but forgot to take off the sorting hat as he ran off to the table. He had to return and put the hat back on the chair under the laughter of the other students. Malfoy landed in Slytherin before the sorting hat was even completely touched his head. The sorting continued like in canon. Potter, Harry! Read Professor McGonagall out loudly from her scroll. The hall became instantly quiet and whisper broke out like hissing fire all over the hall. Potter, did she say? Asked a voice, another one asked. The Harry Potter? Harry walked forward and placed himself on the chair as the whole hall tried to get a good look at him and Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on his head. What do you guys think he will be sorted? Asked Roger as he stared at the dark-haired boy with the hat on his head. Gryffindor, commented Matthew nonchalantly. I met him in Diagon Alley, and he has the disposition of a Gryffindor, and both his parents were in the house. Maybe Ravenclaw but doubtful, although he is smart he isn't interested in studies, explained Matthew to his friends. Although maybe he will put more effort in than in canon. At the same time Hermione is missing so his grades will probably drop but at the same time he also may become better since he has to rely more on himself. Will Ron even graduate? Pondered Matthew as he realized that possibility while his friends continued the discussion. Suddenly the hat shouted. Better be Gryffindor. Harry took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table. He looked relieved, as the whole Gryffindor table broke out in cheers, the loudest cheers in the whole sorting. Percy got even up and shook Harry's hands vigorously. What an esquisser, no wonder he becomes the personal secretary of the minister later on. The twins yelled. We got Potter! We got Potter! As Harry sat down opposite of Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, or short Sir Nicholas the Ghost of House Gryffindor, also known as the near-headless Nick, who patted Harry on his arm. Even the people on the teacher table paid special attention to Harry now. Hagrid gave Harry a thumbs up while Dumbledore even raised his cup for him. Well, Slytherin will this year not win the House Cup, since Dumbledore would give his Golden Boy preferential treatment this year. But maybe Ravenclaw also had a chance to win if Matthew and Hermione would be able to contribute to the whole stone drama. The sorting continued as only 4 students were remaining. Dean Thomas, a black boy even taller than Ron, landed in Gryffindor, and Lisa Turpin, a dark-haired girl with glasses, joined the Ravenclaw table. Then it was Ron's turn, who like all Weasleys landed in Gryffindor. The loudest cheered his brothers and Harry for him. Last but not least, Blaise Zabini, a dark-skinned boy, landed in Slytherin. He was the son of the famous Black Widow who had already 6 different husbands at this point in time. Matthew wondered how she actually looked. Fun fact, as Matthew read the first Harry Potter book in his last life, Blaise Zabini was translated as a girl in his mother language since his gender wasn't clear in the first book. Now that the sorting was complete, Professor McGonagall put her scroll and the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down and waved his hands as the food appeared on the tables. Everybody clapped and cheered. "Is getting Dumbledore mad?" asked Cho besides him. "No. Dumbledore wants to point out a rather troublesome problem between the 4 houses. These 4 words may sound mad but have a deep meaning. Hey, are other another word for other? Dumbledore points out the division between the houses," began Matthew to explain. "Ravenclaw is a house of intellect and would see the members of other houses as nitwits sometime. Gryffindor is a rather athletic house, while Blubber is another word for fat used on British playgrounds. The members of House Slytherin love pure blood, and for them is an other an oddment, which means in the world of sewing cloth remains. While for Hufflepuff their unity is very important to them, while the members of the other houses would need to be tweaked to fit in. So tweak is other for Hufflepuffs. Rather than mad, Dumbledore is brilliant," explained Matthew to his group of friends, while the rest of the table also listened in wonder. It was visible how the respect for Dumbledore grew on the whole table, and some of the students even fell in thought while comprehending the deeper meaning of the words. The feast continued while Matthew paid attention to the Gryffindor table. Harry watched the head table. As he stared at Snape and Quirrell, his hand suddenly clapped at his head, and he asked Percy something. "So that confirms it. Voldemort is here," concluded Matthew. As everyone finished and the food on the tables vanished, Dumbledore got to his feet again. "Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well." Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins and then at Matthew. "Oh shit, wasn't as sneaky as I thought. Damn right, the wards monitor the location of every student. Although he wouldn't be able to know where every student is 24/7, he would know if someone leaves the wards. Hopefully, he didn't follow me," thought Matthew. "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the 2nd week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." With that, the feast come to its conclusion. After the school song, the students left the Great Hall. The first-year students followed the prefects to their respective common rooms. Matthew and his friends left for the Ravenclaw common room and retired for the night. Monday, September 2nd, 1991. After his morning workout that Matthew kept up to keep his body in top condition, he headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, where he also acquired the new schedule for his 3rd year. This year he had 2 additional classes on his plan which would take more of his time. At least he wasn't so insane to take all classes just to acquire a time tuner to study. He hoped that Hermione would get one in her 3rd year, and he would then have the opportunity to study it. After all, he wasn't ready to study time at the moment. He had enough on his plate. Today he only had History of Magic, where he spent his time reading the new books from the library that arrived this year, since Mrs. Pants would add new books to the Hogwarts library every year to keep it updated. After all, Hogwarts was one of the biggest and oldest magical libraries in the world. Since Matthew needed something to do in History of Magic, he didn't scan them directly, since they, either way, would only add a small amount of new knowledge to his extensive database. Besides History of Magic, he also had Defense Against the Dark Arts, with the annoyingly stuttering Quirrellmort. To not get unwanted attention from him, Matthew had no other choice than to endure this completely boring and useless class while pretending to take notes from Quirrellmort's incomprehensible stutters. Mondays would be the most troublesome days this year, since he had the most useless classes on them this year. Once his classes were finished, he excused himself from his friends and headed for one of the unused classrooms. He couldn't risk entering the room of requirement this year with the high risk of Quirrellmort discovering him, since Matthew wasn't sure how much attention Voldemort would pay to the room where his Horcrux was hidden. Quirrell was just a disposable pawn for him, so he would most likely check out if the Horcrux was safe, since dead men tell no tales. And Quirrell would because of the possession through Voldemort, and the unicorn blood they would consume later to keep the body intact either way. Matthew didn't want to lose the advantage of the room of requirements this year completely, so he needed a way to monitor the location of Quirrellmort 24/7. There were multiple examples of people who accomplished that in Hogwarts, like Dumbledore or any other headmaster and the Marauders. They all used the same method. Matthew figured out how they did it already before he completed reading the Hogwarts library, since the method was obvious. He just didn't have a use for his own Marauders map, since he would have to invest a lot of time to create one with an incomplete database. But now that his database was so extensive, it was pretty simple. The magic they used was simply the Hogwarts wards, which monitored the insides of the castle and the safety of the students. Every headmaster was connected to these 1,000-year-old wards, which only became more powerful over the ages. This was just one of the perks and requirements for being a headmaster, and was clearly recorded in older versions of Hogwarts, a history which he acquired through the room of requirements in the past. Probably because of the recent Wizarding War and global dark lords like Grindelwald, this information was removed for safety measurements. This was also the proof that Dumbledore planned Voldemort's death, probably since he got the confirmation of the existence of his Horcruxes in Harry's 2nd year through the diary. Dumbledore knew that Barty Crouch Jr. was pretending as Mad-Eye Moody but needed Voldemort to return with Harry's blood, so the young boy got a chance for survival. That's also why Matthew needed to keep the canon timeline mostly intact until Voldemort's returned. Once he resurrected himself with Harry's blood, he was as good as dead. The Marauders, on the other hand, were quite the brilliant students to figure it out. Although it wasn't hard to connect to the wards once you are inside them, figuring out how they worked and what they did was a genius move. The rest of the map was simply a visual representation of the information shared by the wards, with a few concealment charms and enchantments that would also insult someone who tried to access it forcibly. But nothing useful to take a closer look at, so he didn't steal it like an idiot for anything substantial to gain. Weeks ago, Matthew created with the help of Sarah's calculation a spell to connect himself to the Hogwarts wards without Dumbledore or any headmaster who was controlling the wards being aware of it. All he needed for it was to be inside of them, since Dumbledore was most likely aware of the Marauders map and could cancel the connection anytime, which Matthew didn't want to. Although he had nothing against Dumbledore, the less control and information the old schemer had over him the better. Unfortunately, Matthew wouldn't be able to gain control over the wards, only their information. To gain control over wards, a wizard needed to be keyed into the wardstone, which was located in the headmaster office, the safest place in the castle. On one of his explorations of the castle, Matthew found out that the office had another extra set of wards just to protect the office. This means there should be 2 wardstones there, and the office was impossible to break in without the knowledge of the headmaster. After a few minutes, Matthew was able to establish the connection with the wards with his spell. Sarah used the data acquired through the Hogwarts wards and update my minimap with it. Create a new subroutine for it, and stop the echolocation subroutine inside the castle since it would be redundant now. Beep. Confirming task. Connection established and subroutine created. Updating map. Task complete, minimap updated. Suddenly the minimap inside Matthew's mind changed, and he gained a ton of new information on it. He knew a lot of secret corridors and rooms inside the castle already, but a ton of new ones appeared thanks to the connection. The room of requirements wasn't there, which meant that the headmaster was unaware of it and couldn't monitor it, and since it was inside the wards, nobody left them and he wouldn't be alarmed. Thanks to the AI chip, Matthew had now a mini-map of Hogwarts, which allowed him to monitor the location of every person in the castle 24/7. Something a normal wizard couldn't do, although they were more powerful than normal humans. In the end, they were still base human and couldn't split their awareness. So Dumbledore wasn't able to permanently monitor the castle like Matthew could with Sarah's assistance. Now that he had his mini-map, he was able to be always aware of Quirrell-Mort's location and could dodge him permanently. Matthew could now use the room of requirements without trouble. If Quirrell-Mort was headed there or came close, Sarah would alarm him, and all he had to do was open a portal and head for a remote classroom. Matthew was now basically uncatchable inside Hogwarts for anybody besides the headmaster, who could also operate inside Hogwarts or use Phoenix travel. Lucky for Matthew was also that Voldemort was too arrogant to create something like a Marauder's map to monitor the castle. Without a doubt, he was capable of it, but probably already too mad thanks to his split soul. For the rest of the day, Matthew practiced a few more complex spells since he now had the reserves of a 5th-year student and was able to do it without a strain on himself. After all, the regular practice would allow his reserves to grow faster, and the bigger the spell, the more magic he used. Once curfew approached, he returned to the Ravenclaw Tower and rested for the day. Tuesday, September 3rd, 1991. Matthew woke up quite excited today since he would have for the first time one of his electives, Ancient Runes. He already prepared a few questions for Professor Bathsheba Babbling, their Ancient Runes lecture. But first, he would have a nice double lesson of charms with Professor Flitwick and a bit of herbology in between. After breakfast, they headed for Classroom 2E, which was located in the Charms Corridor on the 3rd floor close to the Training Grounds Tower. Coincidentally, Matthew and his friends had to pass the Forbidden Corridor where the Philosopher's Stone was guarded or will be guarded in the future. Since Matthew wasn't sure if the stone was already there at this point, since the Mirror of Eris only gets moved there after the Christmas break. He didn't believe the stone would just lay there in the last room on the ground, only guarded by traps that even first-year students could pass. While passing the Forbidden Corridor, Matthew quickly cast the Hominum Revelio in the direction of the door wandless so his friends wouldn't notice it. The reading he got from the spell told him that Fluffy, the Cerberus with the worst name for a deadly 3-headed dog who supposedly guards the entrance to Hell or the underworld in Greek mythology, was already guarding the trapdoor. After a few moments, he realized that he just could have used his mini-map to confirm that, which also showed that Fluffy was located in the room. He was the only living thing inside the 7 rooms, which was strange since there should be also a troll guarding one of the rooms. They probably still didn't put it there. Or rather Quirrell, since this was his contribution to protect the stone. They arrived at their charms class, which soon started. During the first lesson, they had a bit of revision of the last years. They repeated spells like the levitation charm. After making sure that everyone still could cast the spells, the small professor began with the new spells for their 3rd year. The first spell they would learn this year was the cheering charm. According to Flitwick, the charm was created by Felix Summerby in the mid-1500s and created a feeling of great contentment. If he remembered right, this was one of the charms which would appear at the end of the year exams, which was logical since they were easy to practice and harmless. This gave Matthew an idea for a future project which could earn him massive amounts of money in the non-magical world. Wasn't this basically what some drugs did, just that this didn't harm the consumer's health? He definitely should create a potion with a similar effect and fill it into pills that he would sell. Happiness was something many people would want, but this idea had to wait until he was of legal age or at least close by and powerful enough to give a shit about ministries, since they would most likely try to restrict him. As charms finished, they had an hour of herbology before lunch. Nothing special happened in class. They only started with Puffapods, a magical plant that produced large pink seed pods full of shining beans, which instantly flowered when they came into contact with any solid object. The spores of a Puffapod could cause dizziness and could also be used in potion making. Trolls appeared to be allergic to Puffapods, sneezing whenever they bloom. Matthew stored a few seeds of it instantly in his pocket. Once they finished with their lunch break, it was finally time for Ancient Runes, the lesson Matthew anticipated the most today. Runes class was in Classroom 6A, which was on the 6th floor. The class wasn't so full as the other classes, so members of all 4 houses shared this class. Still, most of the Ravenclaws took this class, which wasn't strange since they always are studious. Matthew and his friends took 2 desks in the front of the class so they wouldn't miss it. All of his friends took runes, but unfortunately, instead of arithmancy, they rather took care of magical creatures with Professor Kettleburn. After a while, Professor Bathsheba Babbling entered the classroom and the students became quiet. Bathsheba Babbling was an average height woman that was fair-skinned. She has brown hair and eyes. Bathsheba looked as she was getting on in age, as she had some wrinkles on her face that could vanish with a simple potion and no one would know it was ever there. Take your seats. My name is Bathsheba Babbling and I will be teaching you about ancient runes and some common runes used today. She started the class. In ancient times, runes were the main method to cast spells. Later on, it was replaced by charms, a method that worked with less preparation. Ancient wizards had different methods to cast spells with the help of runes. Some enchanted artifacts with spells, some tattooed rune clusters onto their skin to channel magic through it for specific spells. Then some wizards used disposable objects like rune stones here in Britain or Nordic countries, while in Asia they used paper talismans, which some spellcaster even use until today. After runes got replaced by charms, their main application shifted to enchanting and warding. You find today runes usually on ward stones. This is what is professionally called a centralized ward schemes. Some powerful ancient ward schemes are distributed over large areas. Hogwarts wards are a mix of both, which is also possible, she explained. Another usage would be small rune clusters for specific usage. Many wizarding communities use, for example, runic lights and similar applications. The advantage of runes in enchanting and warding is that they are physically anchored into the enchanted object and last longer. This would be also possible with enchanting through charms, but it takes a lot more energy. You see, there are many different methods of how runes could be used even today. Does anyone have a question? She finished her introduction into the topic of ancient runes. Matthew instantly raised his hand. Yes, dear, could you introduce yourself first? Requested the professor as she pointed at Matthew. My name is Matthew Mason. I have a question regarding the different rune languages. After reading many different books on the topic of runes, I found that all major magical cultures had at least one set of runic languages over their history. Egypt had hieroglyphs, in Britain, France, and the Germanic countries where the different versions of Futhark spread, like Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark, or the medieval one which was still used during the founding of Hogwarts. Ancient Greece had their own runic system. In Asia, they used older versions of the languages they use even today. In America, the Maya and Aztecs had their own writing culture, although the Aztecs rather used blood as a medium for their magic. Of all these past magical cultures, I could find records of their language at least partially. Only about the ancient Norse runic system, I didn't find anything. Not even a letter. Why is that? Asked Matthew after a rather lengthy description. That is an interesting question, my boy. You won't find a definitive answer anywhere since all that remains are legends. According to them, the Norse gods themselves, after either a great war or a disaster caused by Norse magic user, removed all records about the runic language. This is the most detailed answer you will find anywhere. Has anybody else a question? Asked the professor after answering Matthew. While the class continued, Matthew stayed in his thoughts. There was probably some kind of disaster that wiped all records of the runic language out. And the legends then turned this into something that the Norse gods themselves removed the language. After all, there are no Norse gods or Asgard. Or are there? Asked Matthew himself as he had to think about the dark shadow that tried to invade his mind as he read the Scroll of Sins. Well, it isn't impossible. I shouldn't forget the possibility completely, but I have no proof or even a clue of their existence at the moment besides this legend which could be interpreted differently. Mused Matthew as he continued to listen to the class. He would need to look for different sources of what really happened to the Norse runic language, since he would most likely find not much about it in Hogwarts, since it happened long before it. The first week continued without troubles for Matthew. Yes, Quirrell's classes were annoying, but so was History of Magic, where a ghost would bore you to death. Potions with Snape was also a bit bad this year, since he seemed to have always a bad mood, most likely because of Harry's presence. Arithmancy was a decent addition to Matthew's curriculum, but nothing extraordinary. If you knew maths from the non-magical, especially of higher years, which Matthew studied in advance since it would be useful for him, you would have no troubles with arithmancy. The class mainly focused on the magical properties of numbers, calculating the future, and numerology. So basically the basics. In their 6th year, they would only begin with the necessary calculations for spell creations. Although Matthew gained a bit of valuable insight from Professor Septima Vector's experience, it was mainly a class to look good on his resume if he would like to say so. He would have rather chosen another class, but there was not really a more useful alternative. Alchemy was only taught in the 6th and 7th years if there were enough interested and qualified students there. Dueling was completely removed from the curriculum for decades, and the rest possible choices just were not good enough to spend time in. Matthew would rather spend time in a subject where he could still gain at least small insights into useful topics than none, or completely useless. After all, he had to choose at least 2 electives. With the AI chip, he would always have that problem no matter which school he attended. His learning speed was just impossible to keep up with. The scanning spell that instantly allows him to read books didn't help the matter. For him to significantly progress knowledge-wise, he would have to research himself, or find rare books and information on topics he didn't have. The only places in Hogwarts that could possibly fulfill that, he wasn't sure since the canon was never specific on that or didn't mention it, were either the Room of Lost Things, which he, unfortunately, couldn't access until Voldemort left the castle since he wasn't sure if the Horcrux could communicate with Voldemort if he was close, or the Chamber of Secrets. Although Matthew wasn't sure if the chamber contained a library or anything besides a deadly 1,000-year-old basilisk. He could probably access it now, but he did not want to fight the basilisk for now since he was only 30% sure of surviving the conflict. He was 90% he could kill the basilisk, but he was unsure if he would survive the fight himself. For a library, he was unsure it even existed or if he could read it since it could be written in Parcel according to some fanfictions Matthew read in his past life. The risk wasn't worth it for now. Matthew spent also some time again this year studying with Cho. This year they put their study sessions on Thursday after class, so Matthew would have the whole weekend available if he needed it. They got also joined by someone else, besides their friends who joined them if they needed it. Hermione, to be precise, who hadn't the easiest time even in Ravenclaw thanks to her natural bossy tone and the need to prove herself. But Cho was pretty nice to her, and Matthew was already her first friend, so the beginning of her first year wasn't as bad in the original work. Scene break the next week on Thursday evening, a new rumor spread through Hogwarts. Harry Potter became the youngest Seeker in a century. During the first year flying lesson, Harry caught Neville Remembrall with his natural talent on the broom. This whole spectacle was witnessed by Professor McGonagall, who instead of punishing him added him to the team, which was supposed to be a secret, but nothing could stop the Hogwarts rumor mill. This was unimportant for Matthew, who currently used the Room of Requirements once again. After all, he could now always monitor Quirrellmort's location. He was currently starting to practice silently casted magic. Now that he completed his first magical maturity, he reached the level of an OWL student, the minimal required level to cast magic silently effectively. Matthew began with his first year spells. The energy consumption for silently casted magic tripled, at least additional to the higher consumption of his wandless casting. To master a spell silently, he needed at least a few tries. After all, it was much harder with the limitations on his brain. At the same time, it did real wonders on his magical control. His control improved through leaps and bounds with this harder form of magic casting. Today he practiced magic until midnight, since there was something he wanted to confirm. Shortly before midnight, he used a disillusionment charm, silencing charm, and a self-created presence erasure charm that also removed his smell. He headed for the trophy room where Harry and Ron should arrive for their duel with Malfoy. The corridors were fitted with bars of moonlight from the high windows as Matthew arrived on the 3rd floor where the trophy room was. The crystal trophy cases glimmered where the moonlight caught them. Cups, shields, plates, and statues winked silver and gold in the darkness. They edged along the walls as Matthew waited invisible for his targets to arrive. He hadn't to wait long as 3 small first-year students arrived in the room. This time Hermione wasn't present. It was only Harry, Ron, and Neville, who again probably forgot the password to their common room. "He's late, maybe he's chickened out," Ron whispered after they waited for a few minutes. A noise in the next room made the 3 first-year students jump. Filch and his disgusting cat arrived. "Sniff around, my sweet, they might be lurking in a corner," said Mr. Filch, who clearly got informed of their presence as he neared the trophy room. The 3 first-years followed Harry out of the trophy room. In the gallery full of armors, Neville accidentally fell and toppled over a suit of armor. The noise was loud enough to wake up the castle. "Run!" yelled Harry as the 3 of them began to flee in direction of the forbidden corridor. So I was right. Dumbledore doesn't want to only take out Nicholas Flamel, but also test Harry and confirm that Voldemort is alive, and most likely the connection between the two. Mused Matthew as he followed behind the 3 first-years. He could clearly feel the effect of a timed compulsion charm on them that draw them to the forbidden corridor. The final piece of proof Matthew needed was that the door this time wasn't even locked. As Peeves shouted that there were first-years out of the bed, they quickly hide inside the room. Since Hermione wasn't here, nobody would be able to unlock the door for them. Matthew watched them hide inside the room where Fluffy was. Soon after, a pissed Filch passed the corridor after Peeves tricked him. A few minutes later, the 3 Gryffindors fled out of the forbidden room from a 3-headed dog that tried to eat them. They quickly fled in direction of the 7th floor to get as much distance from the monstrous dog. Matthew made sure they arrived safely before he left for his own common room. The events of canon all ran according to plan. He was unsure if he needed to interfere and give them a few hints since Hermione wasn't currently with them. But maybe Dumbledore, the old schemer, had already all planned out for them. While thinking of many possible plans and contingencies, Matthew fell slowly asleep as his eyes felt heavier and heavier. A week after the Golden Duo, maybe Trio, if Neville joins them, discovered the trapdoor behind Fluffy. Another important event happened for Matthew. He finally mastered the 2nd level of his current occlumency training. It was time to apply the 3rd and final level on his brain. But that gave him another problem. Although he was always aware where Quirrellmort was located and could react, but only if he could move. That was something he couldn't do while applying the spell since it required his whole concentration, and he was restricted into a rune formation. Moving during the spell would most likely cause permanent harm to his brain, something he absolutely didn't need. Although the chances that Quirrellmort would check out the Room of Requirements during his ritual was low, it wasn't impossible. So that was something Matthew didn't want to risk. He also thought about using the ruins of the Black Castle, but the Forbidden Forest was also a place where Quirrellmort visited frequently and hunted unicorns to keep himself alive. And Dumbledore was also aware if Matthew left the wards. Although last year he did nothing, this year with Voldemort's presence it could be different. It wasn't impossible that the headmaster would apparate to Matthew and discover the ruins and with it the scroll, something absolutely couldn't allow. In the end, he concluded his best choice was to use a secret corridor in some unused part of the castle and seal it up from the inside so nobody could interrupt him. The only people who would be able to locate him were the twins Fred and George with the Marauder's map. But he was confident that they wouldn't be able to follow him if he sealed the entrances with rune formations. He decided he would use runes from the Elder Futhark. With chaos runes most people couldn't break them, but he was unsure if someone like Dumbledore was able to find traces of them even if he removed them afterward. So he would use the most powerful and oldest rune system he knew besides chaos runes. Since the expertise of the twins should lay in potions and spell creation, he was confident they wouldn't be able to follow him and break his rune seal while performing the ritual. He was sure they could do it if they had enough time, but the time he needed to complete the ritual was too short. Coralmort had no way to locate him, or any reason, and Dumbledore would do nothing since he had no reason to spy on students while they were inside the wards. Once Matthew chooses a location, he lets Sarah prepare a sealing formation in Elder Futhark. On Friday after classes he headed for the secret corridor he chose in an unused part of the castle. It wasn't used since there were far fewer students in the castle than in previous centuries, because of the many deaths during the last few risings of different Dark Lords. He entered the secret passage that was located behind a statue of a scary-looking gargoyle that opened once he poked the gargoyle in the eye. The inside of the passage was dusty and dark, but quite big enough space for the isolation rune formation he would need to prepare. First Matthew carved the sealing runes on both the entrances of the secret passage. Next he prepared the isolation formation. Now that everything was ready he quickly checked his mental map to make sure nobody was close by and then began applying the third level of the spell. The whole process took multiple hours. He finished early on the next morning. Matthew was quite exhausted since the spell took a lot out of him. His senses and magic control were very restricted once more. He felt as if he was staring through a light mist. He also had a new strange feeling inside of him. He was pretty sure this had to do with his soul. Since this was what the third part of his occlumency technique had to do with, and the final level of the second part is partially there to prepare himself for it, and grant him the ability to slightly control his soul without the use of spells. After he once again familiarized himself to an adequate level with his body, he headed out of the corridor after removing the rune formations. He was happy that he was so careful because according to Sarah the Weasley twins tried to enter the secret passage while he was applying the spell. As he stepped out of the passage realized his mistake just now. If the twins couldn't enter they obviously would have prepared a prank for him on the entrance. But thanks to his restricted mind he realized it too slow. He already stepped out of the corridor onto something. Matthew only heard a poof and smoke raised around him. After the smoke disappeared Matthew looked at himself. His skin and clothes were now red and golden colored. After conjuring a mirror he checked his hair which was now bright red. "Oh, just you wait, it's on. I will get the both of you," cursed Matthew as he returned to the common room where he was greeted by laughter. He prepared a counter potion without trouble, but enough people had seen him that the story still spread through the castle. At lunch, both troublemakers grinned at him, while Hermione was shocked and told him to go to the teachers. Scene break. After this whole episode, Matthew's life continued normally. He would avenge himself in the future, but for now he had other things to do. He needed to broaden his spell repertoire. Although he had some powerful spells, most of his offensive spells were very deadly and his defensive spell was for a wide range of attacks that cost them defensive power. Over the next few weeks Matthew created some new spells with rather specific functions. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully modified. Name, Curse Chains, Weakening, Incantation, Maltina Infirmis, Range, Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 3.3 units, Description, a spell that conjures curse chains that binds the targets. The chains are infused with a multitude of curses, although a bit darker in nature, not overly that would make it an illegal or dark spell. The curses are mainly weakening, binding, paralyzing, and shocking curses. This spell is very useful to restrict and capture a target without killing it. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully modified. Name, Curse Chains, Life Drain, Incantation, Maltina Exorier, Range, Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 4.5 units, Description, a spell that conjures curse chains that binds the targets. The chains are infused with a multitude of curses. The curses on this version of the spell are very dark in nature. The curses not only weaken and bind the target, they also slowly drain the target of its life force. Unfortunately, the life force can't be added to the casters because of the incompatibility between life forces, but it can be converted into magical energy which allows the caster to replenish his reserves while the target is slowly dying. The caster can control the rate of absorption although the highest level is still slow and would take a few hours to kill a target with multiple decades of life remaining. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully modified. Name, Physical Shield, Incantation, Corporal Aegis, Range, Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 7.5 units, Description, a high consumption spell that creates a shield that can block most physical attacks. Attacks of magical nature will just pass through the shield. The shield is designed to block huge projectiles or hits. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully modified. Name, Titan Fist, Incantation, Gigangus, Range, Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 2.1 units, Description, a spell based on magical construct magic. It conjures a giant fist and hits the target with it before it dissipates a few seconds later. It may be deadly for smaller targets. Matthew was happy with his new creations since these would be very useful additions for his repertoire. He spent the next few weeks mastering them in all forms, be it with wand or without, silent or spoken, he practiced them all. In October Matthew had his birthday. He mainly became books from Cho and his friends which he didn't read yet since Flourish and Blotz would always get some new books to their assortment. His parents bought him a computer since the World Wide Web and the first web page was launched to the public on August 6, 1991. His parents believed that would be something he would be interested in besides magic, and they were absolutely right. From Hermione, who last minute discovered he would have a birthday soon, he got a nice homework planner and organizer in a dark blue color. Shortly after his birthday Matthew finally completed the last level of the second part of his occlumency technique. Just a bit over 4 weeks ago he applied the spell in the secret passage. And now he mastered it. The complete second stage took him less than a half year to finish. He once again used the secret passage to remove the spell, just in case something would go wrong, but luckily everything went fine. Matthew's brain reached now a level that surpasses normal humans. No, he wasn't smarter or had a higher IQ, that wasn't what the spell was for. He had a faster processing speed on his thoughts since they didn't waste any time by using inefficient pathways. The speed he processes new information in at least doubled. Now he was able to make full use of his 5 senses because he could process far more of their information than normally. Not only that he got far greater control over his body, mind, magic, and most importantly soul. He now was able to feel his soul and slightly control it, and empower his other abilities since the soul contained another form of energy. With that he was not only able to strengthen his mental defenses, but also his normal magic casting. But this was just the entry level, all he could do was use a few minuscule percentages of his soul's strength. But with the control he gained, he was now able to practice the third level of his occlumency technique. This level would take far longer than the other ones and was far more dangerous since he was practicing control over his soul. Sarah designed when she created his occlumency technique a training method that slowly allowed him to gain control over his soul and access its full strength. Unfortunately, this was also a two-sided sword. If he used too much power of his soul would collapse and he would technically die. That's why this was so dangerous and the training method was carefully created. He would need to learn to perfectly control it so he wouldn't overuse his soul. He would also gain other benefits from that, but for now, they were in the far future. Thanks to his now perfect magic control his spells would only use half the energy than normally. Although his spells didn't become more powerful, he now was able to cast twice the amount, and his reaction speed was far better than before. Only people who were empowered by artifacts or had undergone rituals should be able to react as fast as him. But most auras still could overpower him, but he now should be able to fight an aura-level wizard on an equal level. Most likely they could still beat him thanks to their experience and extensive training. Scene break Thursday, October 31st, 1991 on Halloween, a delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. The whole castle was decorated with pumpkins like every year, and the whole castle was in a festive mood. Today was the day where the division between life and death was the weakest. According to some historical records in the library, ancient necromancers used this day for many rituals. But most necromancers were hunted down, and their records were destroyed centuries before Hogwarts was even founded. Matthew was sad that so much knowledge was lost over the ages because it was deemed too dangerous or evil. Matthew only had arithmancy, transfiguration, and herbology today. He was pretty relaxed since nobody was in danger today since Hermione had almost nothing to do with Harry and Ron since she got sorted into Ravenclaw. He kept an eye on Coromort for the whole day with his mental map. Thanks to keeping an eye on him, he now realized how he smuggled the troll into the castle through the wards without alarming Dumbledore. He was utterly disappointed. Although the method Coromort used was very effective, it was so simple, there was no genius feat of ward breaking or even any kind of magic. All he saw from Voldemort were rather simple non-magical solutions. How he even became a Dark Lord level threat was confusing for him. All he did in the books was throw Avada Kedavras left and right. The only impressive duel was against Dumbledore, who was an over 100 years old geezer. All a bit impressive feats of magic already happened. Since he lost his body, he was an utter disappointment and only chose simple solutions. The more he learned the truth about the events in the original books, the more he wondered if he was overestimating Voldemort as a threat. But there was still the prophecy, and Matthew knew that he couldn't kill Voldemort himself since fate was an important thing in many worlds. With the existence of higher beings which the scroll and the Deathly Hallows proved for him, he was sure there was also an existence that enforced fate in some form. Well, Coromort sneaked the troll through the wards with permission from Dumbledore. He currently was transporting 2 trolls into the castle. One was left in an abandoned classroom in an unused part of the castle on the first floor, probably knocked out until Coromort needed his distraction. The other followed him to the forbidden 3rd floor corridor. The anti-creature wards for trolls were most likely deactivated by Dumbledore himself since the trolls wouldn't be able to enter the castle. That was just such a simple solution. Later Quirrell could just say that another troll must have followed him into the castle if he should fail to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Since the monitoring wards didn't distinguish between creatures and humans inside the wards only during entering, Dumbledore would also not be alarmed. The rest of the day passed without trouble for Matthew, and soon the Halloween feast started. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkin stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Matthew made sure if everyone on the Gryffindor table was present, or if someone had replaced Hermione. But it seems everyone was here. But why do Harry and Ron look so guilty? Wondered Matthew as he observed the two. Ah shit. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw have charms together. Realized Matthew Ron most likely insulted Hermione again. Just then Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. Prefects, he rumbled. Lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. People hurried out of the Great Hall in direction of their common rooms. Well, wizards really lack common sense. Wouldn't it be safest for the students to remain in the Great Hall where 1 or 2 teachers could protect them while the other look for the troll? But no, let's disperse the students in groups and hope none of them meets the troll. Thought Matthew with a deadpan expression on his face as he checked his mental map and searched for Hermione. He found her like in the original on the first floor girls' bathroom. 3 other dots were heading in that direction. 2 were Harry and Ron, who realized that she didn't know about the troll. And another one had the name Kubo. This was most likely the troll since students also had the last name. Matthew secretly also left the group of Ravenclaw students, since he felt the need to make sure that nobody died. If something happened to one of them, it would have been his fault because of the butterfly effect through his existence. Once he arrived on the first floor, he headed to the girls' bathroom. On his map he could see that the troll and both boys were already there. The troll was most likely already attacking them. As he came closer, a foul stench reached his nostrils, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. From inside the bathroom, he could hear scared cries, shattering toilets and wooden stalls, fighting sounds, and loud roars. Matthew sprinted to the door of the girls' bathroom and quickly entered it. He saw a chaotic scene. There was a 12 feet tall troll. Its skin was a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. On the head hung a dark-haired boy who was trying to beat it to distract the creature but to no avail. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club in his long arms that he currently swung at a brown bushy-haired girl hiding under a sink who would turn in a few moments into meat paste. While both boys only could stare at the scene in shock and fear. If he didn't complete the second stage of his occlumency training a few days ago, he would have been too late. Thanks to his new superior reaction speed, Matthew could react the instant he entered the bathroom, with his wand already ready in his hand. Corporegus. He cast instantly while pointing his wand at Hermione. A bright green and thick barrier appeared between the massive wooden club and the scared girl. The barrier blocked the club and made it deflect backward. The troll moved a few steps backward from the momentum, while the barrier shattered from the impact. It was only quickly cast and not very strong after all, but gained enough time for Matthew to summon Hermione and Harry with the summoning charm to him. He levitated both of them to Ron and said, "Stay behind me," while taking a serious look at the troll, who regained its balance and was about to run to them. "You will regret that, you ugly piece of shit," cursed Matthew. First, he levitated some parts like pipes, wood, broken sinks, and toilets at the head of the troll. It was enough to distract it so it wouldn't run at them, which was even hard for Matthew to block. "Take this, P-Brain. Gigangus." He cast and a massive ethereal red-colored fist appeared from his wand and punched the troll into the face. It stumbled backward, but it was far from enough to knock it out since it was a massive creature with a thick and resistant hide. "So you are still standing. Well, bad luck for you since I need to vent my frustration at someone," said Matthew as he began to beat up the poor troll with one gigantic red fist after another. The 3 first-year students woke up from their stupor in fear as they began to watch a 12 feet tall troll getting beaten black and blue by gigantic fists. They even would have some pity with the creature if it hadn't almost killed them a few moments ago. As the troll fell unconscious and completely beaten up to the floor, Matthew bound it with his weakening cursed chains so it couldn't escape until the teachers took care of it. He turned to the 3 first years. "Are you okay?" he asked them. "Yes, I've only got a few scratches. Thank you for saving us, Matthew," replied Hermione as the other 2 nodded. "Is it dead?" she asked after taking a look at the troll on the floor. "No, just unconscious. I felt it deserved a good beating," explained Matthew while chuckling awkwardly. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the 4 of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. "What an actor, he chose the wrong job," mused Matthew. Snape bent over the chain troll and especially observed the chains. Professor McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. "What on earth were you thinking of?" said Professor McGonagall, with cold fury in her voice. as she stared like an enraged dragon at especially Harry and Ron, most likely thinking they did something stupid. You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Snape stared at Matthew and he felt the probing at his mental shields. Matthew gave the potion professor a grin and turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor, you are misunderstanding the situation, began Matthew to explain with a polite smile. Harry and Ron are here for the same reason as me. All of us realized that Hermione, who needed to visit the bathroom before the feast, didn't know about the troll. Since the troll was supposed to be in the dungeons, it would be not dangerous to quickly inform or like me fetch Hermione. But for some reason, the troll wasn't in the dungeon but here on the first floor, explained Matthew as he gave Quirrell a quick look. If Harry and Ron didn't choose to inform Hermione, you would find at least one dead student here. Because I would have been too late myself, I just arrived at the last moment to save her. Instead, you should reward them since none of them broke the rules, including myself. There is no rule against visiting the bathroom during the feast. Maybe we should have informed a perfect, but there was no immediate known danger, explained Matthew. Well, in that case, said Professor McGonagall, staring at the four of them. Next time you should still inform a teacher or perfect. But you are right, under these circumstances you should be rewarded. 5 points for each Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley for thinking about their classmates. And 10 points for Mr. Mason for looking after the younger students, rewarded McGonagall. Only Snape looked a bit disappointed at Harry. Afterward, Ron and Harry headed for the Gryffindor Tower but not before saying goodbye to Hermione. It seems they became friends again, so maybe the canon timeline was still working? But who knows, since Hermione wasn't supposed to die. Matthew would still need to keep a close eye on the events and manipulate them if necessary. Now at least Snape and Dumbledore knew that he was a very capable student with the ability to create spells himself, since Snape without a doubt would have scanned the minds of the others as well. He also knew that Matthew practiced the clemency, but that was only a matter of time. It would have happened sooner or later since he learned the art. But he couldn't change what happened now. Their learning of his magic capabilities was unplanned, but since he didn't use dark spells it was not much to worry of. It was a heat of battle decision he would have to live with. Voldemort most likely also knew some of his capabilities, but would most likely underestimate him in his arrogance. Since some chains and magical fists were nothing that would alarm him. After all, he wasn't logical thinking anymore with his soul so damaged. They arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower and joined the rest of the house to the feast in their common rooms after Hermione thanked him presently. Soon the whole house knew Matthew took out a troll and stared at him in awe. The whole school would know by tomorrow. Matthew decided to lay low for a few weeks. Besides, everyone in the castle knowing that Matthew beat the shit out of a troll, which earned him a new form of respect and fear from many students, like his Slytherin rival Warrington, who Matthew honestly forgot he even existed. Hermione began to spend a lot more time with him, and for some unexplainable reason also Cho. Often when Matthew did his homework in the common room or the library, he would be joined by either one or both of them. They would often ask him questions about magic or just chat with him. Matthew had no problem with that, and even enjoyed their company since he didn't even need to concentrate on his homework. He could help them a lot. Hermione was also interested in the spells he used during his fight with the troll and asked him about them. They are spells I created myself after I realized I didn't find spells to fight larger creatures without killing them. Something like the explosion charm or a powerful cutting charm would be effective against large creatures like trolls, but they could kill them. While beating the shit out of them was painful, but it won't kill them if you don't overdo it, explained Matthew to the studious brunette. So that's how it is. Should I also begin to read on spell creation? Asked Hermione with a shining in her eyes. Haha, no, it's much too early for you. You need a wide foundation of knowledge in many spells and magical theory, and also runes and arithmancy to even start with. I worked hard and spent a lot of time in the library before I created my first spell at the end of last year. Half lied to Matthew to downplay his capabilities. The spells I used in the bathroom I just created recently since I was missing something like these. The body binding curse wouldn't even work for a troll, but my chains are effective, continued Matthew while explaining his reasoning. So that's how it is, muttered a bit disappointed Hermione. She most likely will spend more time in the library now. A small tip from me, you should focus on non-magical sciences since their information is really useful in magic. With magic you can bend their rules but the world still works on them, and you will have a much easier time creating spells based on them. You most likely are continuing your non-magical education, so focus more on science if you have the chance, said Matthew. Okay, and right, thank you for explaining the magical world for me during the summer. My parents were also really happy to learn more of it, replied a happy Hermione. Scene break as they entered November. The weather turned very cold. The mountains around the school became icy gray, and the lake was like chilled steel. Every morning the ground was covered in frost. Hagrid could be seen from the upstairs windows defrosting broomsticks on the Quidditch field, bundled up in a long moleskin overcoat, rabbit fur gloves, and enormous beaverskin boots. The Quidditch season had begun. On Saturday, the first match of the season would happen, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. According to Hermione, Harry became really busy because Oliver, with the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team who was 2 years older than Matthew, pushed them to their limits since he did want to win the Quidditch Cup this year. They had the best chances this year since Charlie Weasley finished in Hogwarts. Too bad for the Ravenclaw team, where Roger was a member of. Harry was so stressed with his Quidditch training that he even needed help from Hermione with his homework. Matthew made sure that she would only help guide them to the right answers and not outright let them copy it so they would learn something. Seems like Ron won't fail in Hogwarts since he somehow still gained Hermione's help. Since the troll incident, Hermione also changed. She became much nicer to her year mates and more relaxed about rules. The life and death situation was a real eye-opener for her. But she also put more effort into learning magic. Maybe she would this time surpass Harry even in defense against the dark arts. Hermione, Harry, and Ron also began to investigate, like Dumbledore most likely planned, the third-floor corridor, especially since Harry saw the found on Snape's leg after the troll incident. They still didn't come to Matthew and ask him about the Philosopher's Stone. On the Saturday of the first Quidditch match, the Great Hall was full of the delicious smell of fried sausages and the cheerful chatter of everyone looking forward to a good Quidditch match. Although Matthew decided to visit this Quidditch match since he wanted to see the canon spectacle, he hadn't much of a choice either way since Hermione decided he needed to help her support their friends. While Matthew was thinking when he became really good friends with Harry and Ron and whether he was part of the Golden Trio, which he hoped not, since he only wanted to be a side character who reaped the rewards and not in the center of the danger, he followed Hermione and his other Ravenclaw friends to the Quidditch pitch. By 11 o'clock the whole school seemed to be out in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students had binoculars. The seats might be raised high in the air, but it was still difficult to see what was going on sometimes. Matthew and his friends joined Ron and Harry's roommates in the stand. They had a large banner on a bedsheet with them. It said Potter for president, and Dean, who was good at drawing, had done a large Gryffindor lion underneath. Hermione also applied a color-changing charm to it. Matthew decided to help them a bit and cast a simple animation charm on the lion so it would begin to roar. Since everyone knows he is capable, why not show a bit off? Since this was nothing special, it wouldn't gather the attention of the wrong sort of people. Someone like Voldemort would think he wastes his time with child play. Lee Jordan was the commentator of the match with his amusing style that manages to annoy Professor McGonagall. The match started without great trouble and Gryffindor took the lead. After a while, Hagrid joined them in the stands. The match proceeded pretty much equally until Harry's broom began to act up and began to distract the other players, like the twins who began to circle Harry to catch him if he should fall. Hermione and Ron came again to the conclusion that Snape was cursing Harry's brooms. And Matthew didn't correct them, since he wasn't sure how the timeline would change once they identified Quirrell as the real culprit. It could have drastic consequences since he would kill without blinking an eye. The situation was solved again by Hermione burning Snape's robes, who in turn knocked Quirrell over. Harry, who was once again in full control over his broom, suddenly headed for the ground. When the crowd saw him clap his hand to his mouth as though he was about to be sick, he hit the field on all fours, coughed, and something gold fell into his hand. "I've got the snitch!" he shouted, waving it above his head, and the game ended in complete confusion. He didn't catch it, he nearly swallowed it. Flint was still howling 20 minutes later, but it made no difference. Harry hadn't broken any rules and Lee Jordan was still happily shouting the results. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 60. "I am not part of the Golden Trio or Quartet. At most I would be an honorary member that would make it the Golden Trio and a half." "Yes, that's it," concluded Matthew as he watched Harry, Hermione, and Ron leave with Hagrid for his hut for a nice cup of tea after that exciting and dangerous Quidditch match, since they didn't ask him to join them. They would most likely talk about Snape as their main suspect and what was protected by the three-headed dog that he wanted to steal. Hagrid would most likely explain about Fluffy and accidentally let the name Nicholas Flamel slip. Matthew wasn't sure if it was accidentally, it was most likely planned by Dumbledore the old schemer, whether Hagrid knows it or not. In the end, it would lead the trio to research more and find out about the stone at some point. So the timeline was preserved. The only question is whether they will come to him for help. Should he explain about Nicholas Flamel? It wouldn't really matter whether they knew what was protected earlier since the main event only happens once Quirrell moves on to stealing the stone. That was only once he found a way to bypass Fluffy, the guardian to hell, or rather the trapdoor. It was Saturday and Matthew had still a few hours of the day remaining. He decided to visit the room of requirements to get some more training. Or rather it was time for him to take the next step. Scene break. After leaving his friends, he arrived in the room and asked for a spell practice room. Once inside, he began to analyze what he knew about magic. There were multiple different systems of magic that different species used. Like wizards had their own magic system, so had house elves or other creatures. Each system was a method that allowed the magic user to harness and use the power called magic. The system should be just a way to allow people to use magic. The final form of magic, true magic it could be called, should be free manipulation of reality by using the magical energy of the world. This was something Matthew wanted to accomplish. He never heard of anyone like that in the wizarding world, but it should be possible based on his analysis of the different systems. The wizarding system of magic can be split into two kinds of magic practices. There is passive magic and active magic. Although some of the schools or practices of magic are connected and mixed between the two, passive magic contains potions, rituals, enchantments, alchemy, and basically everything a wizard uses reagents or needs to prepare for. The active kind of magic could be called charms or spells. It contains a wide range of different magic schools like transfiguration, charms, defense, dark arts, and everything a wizard casts with or without his wand. It didn't matter which school of magic, all of them followed the same principles. A student learned a spell based on a spell model, incantation, and wand movement previously created based on arithmancy, runes, magical energy, and the laws of the world. This spell could based on the school it belonged to manipulate reality in a predefined way. Yes, the spell application could be based on mastery vary, but in the end, the spell was always the same. A lumos would always create light. It could be bright or dark, white or any other color. In the end, it was always light. The mastery of the spell itself could be split into different levels. The first level was casting by using a wand movement and an incantation. The next level was reached by removing the wand movement. This was something all Hogwarts students learned before their OWLs with a wide collection of different spells. After their OWLs, they began to practice the third level of spell or magic mastery, the silent casting. An acceptable level was reached once the student could cast the spell by just imagining the incantation and effect. But that level was only mastered once the wizard could cast the spell alone with his intent. Mastery of this level was something most wizards would never reach, and most with their favorite spells. This was the level Matthew currently tried to attain with the spells he knew. He already mastered the second level with most of the Hogwarts curriculum, only a few 6th and 7th years he wasn't able to practice yet. Spells like the Protean Charm, which was nice to know but didn't add much in a battle situation. But they shouldn't be any trouble with the level of experience he had. Once you mastered a level with a certain amount of spells, it wasn't hard to reach that level with others, it was only a matter of time. His focus in magic train now was rather on reaching mastery over the third level with his magic. Many of his favorite spells already reached mastery where he could cast the only through his intent. It was even easier with spells you created yourself. For example, his Dark Piercing Charm or his Personal Stupefy were more complex than a normal Stupefy or Disarming Charm, but he mastered the third level with them first. But now he came to the core of his analysis. For certain aspects of magic there should be a fourth level. Based on his canon knowledge, this was mainly shown during the duel of Dumbledore and Voldemort in the Ministry. He only found some hints and theoretical knowledge, but no actual spells about it in his database that contained the whole Hogwarts library. There were, according to his current knowledge, two particular branches of magic that could reach the fourth level. The fourth level was casting magic without a specific spell but only to will and effect. Once a wizard mastered the third level of a school or branch of magic, he could reach a level of understanding where he grasped, that was Matthew's theory, something akin to a law of magic, where he could manipulate that particular branch only limited by his understanding of that law, or whatever you want to call it, and his magical energy reserve. The first branch where this level definitely could be reached was Transfiguration, and both Dumbledore and Voldemort reached that level, which both showed during their duel in the original work, especially Dumbledore. Another branch of magic that showed the fourth level was Elemental Magic. Mastery of the elements was a very powerful branch of magic. It was the prime example of magic in every fictional work, be it books, comics, or video games. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort also used that branch of magic during their duel. Voldemort created and fired a snake made of fire on Dumbledore and manipulated it to attack him, while Dumbledore trapped Voldemort in a ball of water during the duel. Elemental Magic was the branch of magic Matthew decided to learn this year. His goal was to reach the fourth level in that branch of magic by the end of the year. He needed to push himself more to his limits. Although he was far more powerful than his yearmates, and should be even able to beat freshly trained Aurors, he was still decades away from reaching the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Even most of the Death Eaters were still a serious threat at the moment, and Voldemort's resurrection was only a bit more than 3 years away. Although all branches of magic were interesting, his survival was the most important thing for him, and only by becoming stronger, he would be able to survive. He didn't need to kill Voldemort, that was Harry's job according to the prophecy, but he needed the ability to survive. And he could definitely flee with his portals even through Portkey and Apparition Wards, but he needed the ability to fight long enough to create and escape through a portal. The Hogwarts library only contained the basics of elemental magic, barely a starting point for Matthew how to proceed with learning this advanced type of magic. Thanks to Sarah's analytical abilities, his database contained and combined a wide range of information about different kinds of topics, and filled the blanks by combining the pieces of information contained in different sources. But in the end, he would need to explore this kind of magic himself. It shouldn't be too hard since even Dumbledore and Voldemort managed to learn elemental magic without an AI chip. Matthew felt with his now enhanced and efficient mind he shouldn't be behind wizards like them, even without the AI chip. With it he was definitely surpassing them. What his database gathered about elemental magic was that the elements can be split into 5 basic elements, which are fire, water, air, earth, and thunder. These elements with enough mastery over them can be combined into basically any other element, which is called composition elements. Based on the ratio between 2 or even more elements, a wizard was able to control forces like ice, metal, lava, and much more. But composition elements were something that was only deduced by the AI chip during its analysis of the gathered knowledge in the database. Sarah concluded that it should be possible to manipulate composition elements based on the spell models of spells like the Freezing Charm Glacius, which was a simple spell based on water and wind elements, or a spell like the Hairdryer Charm, which was used by many wizards every day, was based on basic manipulation of elements like wind and fire. The existence of these charms was what proved the existence of composition elements and elemental magic for Matthew and the AI, at least theoretical. They were never shown on the level of level 4 mastery like during the duel of Voldemort and Dumbledore. The starting point for elemental magic was mastering a wide range of elemental spells of a specific element to at least level 3. But this was much harder than it sounded. After all, there was a reason why not many wizards used even just elemental spells during duels. There weren't many of them. Even in the whole Hogwarts library there could be very few found. By far from enough to bypass the boundary between a 3rd level mastery of a school of magic and their 4th level. Matthew decided he would begin his journey into mastering elemental magic with the element of fire. The most popular element for any magic user in any work of fiction containing magic. It was also an element with a wide range of offensive uses and a very powerful one. Although it was basically the most popular element, here Matthew found already out why there weren't many users of elemental magic. There was only a limited amount of fire spells found in the Hogwarts library. He only found only 6 spells based on fire in the whole library. Although there were many theoretical explanations like flip powder or the importance of fire during potion brewing, his choices in actual charms were very limited. The first one was the Bluebell spell which conjured unique cold flames of blue color, which had unique magical properties. It was mainly used during potion making or if a wizard needed fire without causing burns. Next was the burning charm with the incantation Flagrate. It was conjured weak flames to mark objects with scorching marks. Thirdly was the fire-making spell Incendio, the most likely widest known fire spell in the whole Harry Potter universe. It had many variations but its main use was to conjure flames. Then came the Spark spell every first year. It was a spell that allowed the wizard to conjure colored sparks. The last 2 spells were located in the restriction of the library. There was the Flagranti curse with the same incantation as the name. It shouldn't be confused with the burning charm which had a similar incantation. Its purpose was to heat an object to a high temperature. And lastly was the darkest spell of all of them, the Fiend Fire curse. It really was a wonder to Matthew that the spell was accessible in the restricted section. This was by far one of the most dangerous spells a wizard could learn, since if he was unable to control the curse flames he would be devoured by them himself. But 6 charms were far from enough to master the fire element. After all, Matthew already mastered 5 of them to the 3rd level. Only Fiend Fire he didn't dare to even try out because compared to it the others were parlor tricks. The gap in difficulty between them was broad. For Matthew, the lack of spells was no trouble. After all, he had the advantage of the AI chip. With the help of Sarah, he began to design different kinds of fire-based spells which he would begin to master in the next weeks. He also started to practice the different fire spells he gained in the library in different variations. He also learned another fire-based spell he knew from the movies, Protego Diabolica, basically the signature spell of Grindelwald. It wasn't that hard to learn it since he knew the effect and the incantation, and unlike Fiend Fire it wasn't uncontrollable and only burned specific targets. The spells he created over the next few weeks with Sarah's assistance were Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully created. Name, Fireball, Incantation, Ignila, Range, Midlong, Magical Energy Cost, 3.6 units, Description, a classic spell from any RPG. The Fireball spell shots a volleyball-sized ball of fire at the target and burns it on contact. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully created. Name, Curse Fireball, Incantation, Ignila Diabolica, Range, Midlong, Magical Energy Cost, 6.3 units, Description, like the Fireball spell, it shoots a volleyball-sized ball of flames onto the target. But these flames are black in color and much harder to extinguish and also hotter. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully created. Name, Searing Chains, Incantation, Ignis Vincula, Range, Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 4.1 units, Description, a variation of the chain spells. Unlike the original these ones aren't cursed but they are instead made of fire and bind the target, while at the same time burning them. Beep. The spell creation process is finished. Spell model successfully created. Name, Flame Whip, Incantation, Ignellum, Range, Short Mid, Magical Energy Cost, 3.9 units, Description, conjures a whip made of flames which can be used to hit the target, or bind them. Matthew was already happy with the first few spells he created, but they weren't enough to reach level 4 in fire magic yet. But they were a good start. And in the end, he needed to master them first. But in the middle of November, he got interrupted by a notice on the notification board in the common room. So next weekend we will visit Hogsmeade for the first time, thought Matthew happily while reading the notice with his friends. Next weekend would the 3rd-year students the village of Hogsmeade for the first time. All they needed was the permission form signed by their guardians to participate in the visit. They had almost a whole day to visit the village and could choose themselves when and how long they would visit. They only needed to return before dinner. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the classical golden trio, began to frequently visit the Hogwarts library in order to research the name Nicholas Flamel that Hagrid let slip, Matthew continued with his study of fire elemental magic. Since the golden trio didn't even mention to him what Hagrid had said or asked him if he knew who Nicholas Flamel was, there was no need for him to interfere. It was good for Hermione to make friends since even though she was in Ravenclaw she somehow managed to not make any friends besides Matthew and his roommates, and Cho Chang who regularly was in their study group. The other Ravenclaw first years kept their distance because of her bossy tone when she was nervous. His exploration of the fire element progresses really well. Besides the original spells he created over the last few weeks and mastered, he began to recreate many already existing spells just based on the fire element to deepen his understanding and mastery. For example, he created a lighting charm based on fire. The spell created a harmless sphere of heat and light on the tip of his wand. It wasn't a better replacement for the wand lighting charm, it was actually worse, but increased his mastery of the fire element. He created many such alternative charms like for drying of clothes or even food, a fire-based explosion charm which was actually better in a battle since it also caused burns, a replacement for the mist creation charm Fumos just with thick dark smoke, and any other application he could think of he would be able to replace or copy with fire. Thanks to his superior magic control and high level of acclimacy, which allowed him to precisely feel the condition of his body, mind, and soul, especially since he was currently training his soul every day with the meditation and training techniques of his 3rd level acclimacy, he was able to feel the status and condition of his soul better by the day. He felt changes that made him better attuned with the element of fire. He also felt these changes while practicing any other spell with other elements or laws. He wasn't sure how to call it yet because of his lacking understanding. After all, he was sure he was the first wizard who explored this direction of magic deeply. His understanding of the other elements or laws didn't progress as quickly as over the fire element while practicing different spells. Why that was he wasn't sure yet, but he had many different theories. Maybe the spells were a mix of multiple different elements, unlike his pure fire spells which made him progress slower since almost was not able to sense any progress, or they were more complex. Maybe it worked like in the many cultivation novels he was currently exploring the law of fire while a summoning charm was part of the far more complex law of space, or he just had a natural talent for fire. All of those were possibilities he still had to confirm with further research and exploration. Scene break on Saturday in the middle of November. It was time for the first visit to Hogsmeade this year for every student 3rd year and above. This was also the first visit to the village for Matthew and his friends and the other 3rd year students. Early in the morning Matthew, Roger, Harold, and Blake headed for the castle gate where Professor McGonagall and Filch were waiting. It seems the forms for the Hogsmeade visit were handled by the vice headmistress of Hogwarts instead of the head of each house. After giving his signed Hogsmeade permission slip to Professor McGonagall he was allowed to leave with his friends for the village, but they still got reminded to return before dinner today. They began the short walk to the village. Hogsmeade Village, or simply called Hogsmeade, was the only all-wizarding village in Britain. It was founded by Hengist of Woodcroft. Since before 1714, Hogwarts 3rd years and above had been permitted weekend trips into the village. The village was built on the ruins of the village that in ancient times chased the dark wizard Raxidian and his horde of Dementors away and ended with his death when he wanted to cast the Patronus charm. Matthew was sure that today only very few wizards could cast the Patronus charm since it was apparently a difficult charm today. Hogsmeade was a picturesque little village of cottages and shops, with enchanted candles hanging in the trees during the holidays. The Hogsmeade train station was also a bit outside of the village located, where the students would arrive and depart every year with the Hogwarts Express. Another funny fact Matthew found in the Hogwarts library: at some point in the village's history, it was acknowledged that some of its residents had a tendency to be particularly prone to accidents and injury, to the point where these unlucky locals were being consolation all awarded for their trouble. He found even old news articles of the Daily Prophet about the most maimed award. As of the 1987 to 1988 school year, one of its inhabitants, a former Care of Magical Creatures professor at the nearby Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Sylvanus Kettleburn, had received the Hogsmeade's most maimed award 10 years in a row. So that's how a purely wizard village looks like. It's really a nice village even if it looks a bit old, said Blake, the other Muggle-born student in the group of friends who just entered the wizard. Yes, it's also the only all-wizard village in Britain. I visited it a few years ago with my parents, explained Harold as he began to act as the guide of the group. For their first visit they began to explore the village and their shops systematically. They began at one side of the village and visited every shop on the way to the other side. There were many different shops inside the wizard, like cauldron shop, music instrument shop, herbology shop, clothing shop, quill and paper shop, a post station, some cafes and bars, sport needs, a bookstore, a joke shop, an inn, and even a branch from Ollivander's wand store. The friends stopped in many shops. For example, Matthew restocked his potion ingredients in dogweed and Deathcap, the local herbology shop. Although its selection wasn't as great as in any store in Diagon Alley, it still sold most of the most needed ones, and especially the ones for the Hogwarts potion class, since students were the main audience. They also made a short stop at Tomes and Scrolls, a bookstore established in 1768. Unfortunately, they didn't have any books that Matthew didn't read. Like in many other stores, their goods were far fewer than in Diagon Alley. But for students, it was a nice store to get replacements for their Hogwarts books since they were all on stock for every year. Next, they visited the famous sweet shop Honeydukes, where they refilled their stock on magical sweets, since this was something Hogwarts students never had enough of. Matthew also bought some for Cho, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, since they would still need to wait a few years until they were able to visit the village. After finishing shopping for sweets in the Honeyduke Sweets shop, which by the way also had an entrance for a secret passage into Hogwarts, the four friends decided to check out Zonko's joke shop next. The joke shop was one of the most favorite places for Hogwarts students. It was a shop that could probably advertise jokes and tricks to fulfill even Fred and George Weasley's wildest dreams. And like it was to be expected, some of the current visitors of the shop were the Weasley twins, who currently were browsing the joke products with their friend Lee Jordan. As he saw the twins, he remembered he still needed to get revenge for the prank they pulled on him a few weeks ago, so he began to also browse for some inspiration. Some of the products currently in stock were things like Dumb Bombs, Hiccup Sweets, Frog Spawn Soap, Sugar Quills, and Nose-biting teacups. But nothing of had caught Matthew's interest, since they were too basic to prank such distinguished pranking masters like the Weasley twins, who would spot such pranks miles away. In the end, he decided it was better for him to create a prank himself. His friends bought some pranking stuff in the shop. After they paid, they left the colorful store and continued on. After a while of further exploring and shop browsing, they arrived at the end of the village on the path that led to the Shrieking Shack. The Shrieking Shack was an abandoned house in the outskirts of the village of Hogsmeade. It was believed to be the most haunted house in all of Britain. The villagers thought it was haunted because they often heard screams coming from inside a few years ago. Matthew heard from the Hogwarts ghosts that even them didn't dare to enter it. From the outside, it looked like a very rundown and abandoned house with the windows and doors boarded up. The wood was very dirty and old, and it looked like there was no actual entrance into the shack from the outside. Since Matthew knew the truth about the Shrieking Shack, that it was, in reality, Remus Lupin in his werewolf form who howled in there during full moons and caused the villagers to develop these rumors, and Dumbledore just supported the rumors around the building since they would assist in covering up the truth, he wasn't really impressed of the building. It also wasn't a suitable location for his darker experiments, since the only entrance was through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow, since the shack didn't have any working doors or windows to keep the werewolves inside. Every time dodging the branches of a tree that tries to kill you was a stupid way to enter a secret laboratory, since this would definitely cause some attention. But he still was able to scare his friends with the haunted background info of the shack for his personal amusement. Matthew and his three a bit scared friends left the Shrieking Shack and decided to get something to eat and drink in the village. The first location they found was a small tea shop located on a side road off the high street in Hogsmeade Village. They took a quick look into the shop. The decoration was very tacky, frilly, covered with bows, and cramped. The windows steamed up and the gaudy tables and chairs were all claimed by teenagers holding hands or kissing over cups of tea and coffee. A bell over the door announced customers in a tuneful tinkle. The round tables were decorated with lacy napkins and china sugar bowls and cramped up the small shop. There were a lot of couples inside who were kissing and cuddling. One look was enough for them to quickly close the door again and move away. Let's look for something else. I don't think this is the right shop for us, said Matthew as he looked at the sign at the front of the shop. Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Obviously, the first shop with food and drink we come across was this one, complained Matthew mentally as his friends agreed with him, and they continued on. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of a welcoming and rustical pub with a wooden storefront. It was the Three Broomstick, the most popular inn and pub in the all-wizarding village of Hogsmeade, which was often frequented by students from the neighboring Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The inn was often warm, crowded, and a bit smoky, but clean and welcoming. They entered the warm pub owned by Madame Rosmerta, a curvy sort of woman with a pretty face. No wonder many Hogwarts pupils had a secret crush on her. The pub itself probably fought with the Leaky Cauldron for the title of the oldest pub in Britain. A mirror behind the bar reflected the cozy atmosphere, and popular drinks such as butterbeer and fire whiskey were served in glasses and in foaming pewter tankards, as well as gilly water, mulled mead, red currant rum, and even cherry syrup and soda with ice and an umbrella. Matthew and his friends got some butterbeer and a small meal from Madame Rosmerta and enjoyed the nice atmosphere of the pub. There were lots of Hogwarts students who enjoyed the pub and the nice and warm atmosphere. This was most likely the time the Three Broomsticks made the post-profit with all of the students visiting the village. After enjoying their beverage and recovering a bit, the group of friends continued on with their shopping. For the rest of the day, they would visit the shops that caught their eyes and also restock some of their school necessities that they become short on. As the sky outside became darker, they returned to the castle and joined the rest of the school for dinner after informing Professor McGonagall of their return. After dinner, Matthew visited the Golden Trio in the library and left them some of the sweets from Honeydukes before leaving them in the library, since they were still deeply distracted by their research on Nicholas Flamel. Since they still didn't really ask him, he didn't help them, since it was a good way to not disrupt the timeline. Soon it was Christmas and Harry would get Death's invisibility cloak. An artifact Matthew had a deep interest in, since it could be something that gave him more clues about higher beings in this world. But he would need to be careful about Dumbledore, since he 100% kept an eye on Harry and the cloak. Afterward, he returned to the Ravenclaw Tower where he looked for Cho. She was currently doing her homework in one corner of the common room. He joined her and gifted her the sweets he brought for her and joined her in doing their homework. He spent the rest of the day with Cho. After they finished their homework, they chatted for the rest of the evening chatting. When it became dark outside, Matthew retired to his dorm and fell asleep for the night, since the day was very exhausting for him. They wandered through the whole village and explored Hogsmeade. This much movement made him quickly close his eye. Days and weeks passed and November ended. The weather outside of the castle became colder and colder, and the days got darker. Christmas was coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid, and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. These madmen, thought Matthew as he watched the spectacle. No wonder that Voldemort personally targeted them during the Battle of Hogwarts, and one of them ends up dead while the other loses his ear. But they have my respect. If they knew, they could proudly proclaim that they even pranked Voldemort, which definitely let them surpass the Marauders. The few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. It was the weekend once again, a week before the Christmas or Yule holidays started, and Matthew was on his way to the Room of Requirements. He felt something inside him was about to change. He continued with his exploration and research of the fire element, and progressed by leaps and bounds in this branch of elemental magic. In theory, he may know even more fire spells than Voldemort or Dumbledore. They probably reached the 4th level in elemental magic through their sheer experience and wide range of many different spells. Matthew, on the other hand, began to explicitly improve this branch of magic by exploring the element of fire. He felt he reached the peak of the 3rd level a while ago, since he started to master new fire spells by casting them silently and with minimal movement of his hands and wand after very few tries. Over the course of the last few weeks, he developed a multitude of different fire-based spells and mastered them. There were useless spells or spells he just didn't find a use yet, since you never know, like colored or even multicolored fire, harmless fire, cold fire, and many more. Or entertaining spells like different fireworks that he could even enchant into objects like the Weasley twins would do in the future for their shop. He absolutely should approach them soon and suggest a cooperation between them, since their store would become a good source of money. He also developed more spells with a useful application in battle, like a fire-based cutting curse that doesn't only cut but also applies burns. Different kinds of projectile-based spells like a barrage of fire arrows, daggers, or swords. And different kinds of burning fire barriers that conjure a wall of fire on the ground, which is useful to split up groups of different enemies and limit their movement. Then he also created some more battle spells with a rather limited usefulness, like a fire breath similar to a dragon. But why would he breathe fire if he just can cast it from his wand or hands? Or a fire fist, which is also useless since he doesn't really go into close combat. But who knows, if there's an opportunity, why not beating the shit out of Death Eaters? They at least deserve it. A branch of fire magic Matthew put a lot of effort into was metalworking, since it was a skill that could become very useful in the future. If he ever needs to start a business in the non-magical world, he would be able to make a lot of money in the metal industry, be it automobiles, machines, weapons, or anything else. Metalworking was an essential part of the non-magical world, and being cheap and efficient would earn someone a ton of cash. Matthew first developed a welding charm that, after mastering the spell, allowed him to weld two pieces of metal instantly and perfectly together, so perfect that he even needed to practice to do it worse, since it could cause suspicion in the non-magical world. Then he developed further spells to melt metal, hardening it, and so on. Inside the room, he began to mentally communicate with Sarah. "What is the matter, Sarah?" he asked the AI chip. Beep. The ongoing analysis of host status showed that the host is approaching the threshold in fire magic. All that is missing is one last push to enter the 4th level in fire elemental magic. So I only need to learn one last fire spell to reach the 4th level. Well, I have just the spell that I didn't try yet. With my perfect magic control and deep understanding of magic and fire spells, I should be able to control Fiend Fire, decided Matthew as he thought about the possible spells he could try to learn to reach the 4th level. Fiend Fire absolutely should allow me to reach the next level. With the help of Chaos Runes, I should be able to create powerful safety measures to prevent the spell from destroying the room or the castle, or even worse, me if lose control. After wishing for an appropriate space inside the Room of Requirement, Matthew got a wide empty area with a magical barrier protecting the walls of the Room of Requirements. He began to carve further runes on the ground to create more barriers and formations to extinguish the most destructive spells in all of the Harry Potter books and movies, Fiend Fire. He also added some concealment rune wards so Dumbledore and the other teachers wouldn't be able to sense the dark magic of the curse. If he successfully managed to cast Fiend Fire, he would be always able to destroy Horcruxes and would gain a powerful spell during battle. Once Matthew was sure that everything was working, he stepped into the formation and raised his wand targeting the center. "Anhilio Ignis!" he shouted as a dark red fire left the tip of his wand with a roaring and billowing noise as it quickly spread inside the barrier he created with the Chaos Runes. The flames were abnormally large and take the shape of fiery monsters and beasts such as snakes, dragons, eagles, and chimeras, constantly mutating into other beasts as well as powerful, formless flames that destroy all things around itself. With all his willpower and experience, Matthew tried to subdue the flames and guide them in the directions he wanted. For a moment it looked as if the flames would try to pounce on him, but then they began to follow his command, which made Matthew breathe out a sigh in relief. After he felt something inside him begin to change, he gained a new form of understanding over the fire. He extinguished the flames with the appropriate counterspell. Anhilio Finite! Under his control, the flames began to burn out, and only left dark scorch marks on the floor, which the room was able to fix instantly. Beep. Congratulations, host, you reached the 4th level of fire magic. Your understanding of the fire element reached 1%. 1%? It seems I still gave a long path before me. What kind of level may have Dumbledore and Voldemort reached? Wondered Matthew as he comprehended the changes inside himself. He gained a unique feeling and comprehension over fire different from his magic casting before. Sarah, let's name it the Law of Fire or Fire Law and keep the naming sense for all similar laws. It seems to be an appropriate name, decided Matthew as he thought about the cultivation novels he took this idea from. Confirmed. Host's comprehension of the Law of Fire, 1%. Let's try it out, thought Matthew as he raised his hand and a golf ball-sized fireball appeared above the palm of his hand. Cool. But it seems without a proper spell the size is still limited. He willed the fireball from his hand and it shot against the barrier. Next, he once again tried to cast different fire spells. It was much easier for him to cast them than before, and he even could still control them after he fired them off. On his way back to the Ravenclaw common room, Matthew was deep in thoughts. He finally reached the 4th level in a branch of magic. But he was still away from the level of wizards like Voldemort or Dumbledore, since they had greater control over fire than a small fireball and over multiple elements. He wondered how much of the laws of fire they comprehended, and what would happen once 100% was reached. Was there a 5th level? The castle was fully focused on the preparations for Christmas and the holidays. Hagrid, like every year, prepared large Christmas trees for the Great Hall. The hall looked spectacular. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and not less than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. Like every year, a spectacular sight. In one day, the holidays would start, and most of the castle's population would leave with the Hogwarts Express. Matthew would this year remain in the castle because he needed to study the Mirror of Eris before he stole the stone, so he was sure he could exchange the Philosopher's Stone with his fake one before when he attempts his heist. Unfortunately, he was unable to locate the mirror inside the large ancient castle. All he could do was to use Harry to locate the castle. For that, he prepared a few nice Christmas gifts for the Golden Trio. Since he hadn't much to do with Ron, a few sweets were enough. For Hermione, he got a nice set of useful books that weren't available in the library, but the most important gift was for Harry. It couldn't be something too expensive, or it would be strange. He decided to get Harry a nice pair of glasses that he enchanted himself with. For one, he let the glasses grow with Harry and adjust to his sight level. Next, he put cleaning and self-repair charms on it, and a charm to prevent rain from blocking his sight. But most importantly, he put hidden inside the frame of the glasses a tracking rune formation with Chaos Runes on it, since glasses was something that Harry always needed, since he did use Chaos Runes, an older rune language and more powerful than any other in the wizarding world. He should be always able to track Harry without Dumbledore noticing it. The only thing he was unsure of was if he was still able to track him under the invisibility cloak, which even Death wasn't able to. He didn't believe Chaos Runes were more powerful or older than Death itself, or how much of the story of the three brothers was true. But to locate the mirror, it should be enough, since Harry would take the cloak of before the mirror. Like in canon, the Golden Trio was still looking for information on Nicholas Flamel inside the Hogwarts library. In the holidays, Harry would try to search the restricted section for it, which would lead him to the Mirror of East. Once Matthew got the location of the mirror, he would help them out and score a few friendship points with them. Before the students left for Christmas holidays, he even overheard a discussion between them that made him laugh. And you could ask your parents if they know who Flamel is, said Ron. It'd be safe to ask them, since they didn't want to alarm their main suspect Snape. Very safe, as they're both dentists, said Hermione. Considering they are well-read people, they named you with a name from one of Shakespeare's own works, The Winter's Tale. They could very well know who Nicholas Flamel is, since he is well known in the literature of the non-magical world as the immortal alchemist, mused Matthew while giggling as he entered the library unseen by the Golden Trio. Scene break. He woke up a bit sleepy early on Christmas morning. On the night of the December 24th, Matthew returned late from Flitwick's office, who allowed him to use his Floo connection to attend once again Slughorn's Yule Feast this year. He once again met many prominent members of his Slug Club. The most interesting one was the potion master who invented the Wolfsbane potion, Damocles Belby, one of Slughorn's students that he personally tutored and was, according to him, an outstanding wizard. Marcus Belby, a Ravenclaw student that was 1 year younger than Matthew, was his nephew. During the feast, they had a lengthy discussion about potions and especially the Wolfsbane potion and methods to improve it. During that discussion, Matthew gained a lot of new insights into potioneering and new ideas. Maybe he should attempt to cure lycanthropy himself in the future. It would earn him at least an Order of Merlin second class, since that was what Damocles gained for the Wolfsbane potion that eased the symptoms of lycanthropy. An Order of Merlin from second class upwards would gain him a seat on the Wizard Mote and political power besides fame, which would be useful to enforce his interests in the wizarding world without becoming a Dark Lord. And every Order of Merlin would earn him an additional vote and even could turn his family into a proper noble family from what he gathered. A wizarding family could gain the noble and the ancient title. Noble was through contribution and ancient was through age of the family. Wizarding laws and nobility were a very complex and vast topic. Slughorn himself was very interested in Harry since he knew that he started in Hogwarts this year and spent a lot of time asking Matthew questions about him. Considering that he and Harry became good friends also raised Slughorn's opinion of Matthew further. It was clearly visible in his eyes that Slughorn wished to return to Hogwarts to teach, just to add Harry to his collection. He even suggested Matthew should bring him next year. Matthew was the only Ravenclaw that remained for the holidays. Everyone else returned home. After opening his gifts, he joined the teachers and a few Hufflepuffs, Harry, who looked very happy, and the Weasleys in the Great Hall for the Christmas feast. A magnificent feast. 100 fat, roast turkeys, mountains of roast and boiled potatoes, platters of chipolatas, tureens of buttered peas, silver boats of thick, rich gravy and cranberry sauce, and stacks of wizard crackers every few feet along with the table. These fantastic party favors were nothing like the feeble muggle ones he remembered from home. Harry, who wore his new glasses to Matthew's happiness, pulled a wizard cracker with Fred, and it didn't just bang. It went off with a blast like a cannon and engulfed them all in a cloud of blue smoke, while from the inside exploded a Rear Admiral's hat and several live, white mice. Up at the high table, Dumbledore had swapped his pointed wizard's hat for a flowered bonnet, and was chuckling merrily at a joke Professor Flitwick had just read him. Flaming Christmas puddings followed the turkey. Percy nearly broke his teeth on a silver sickle embedded in his slice. They watched Hagrid getting redder and redder in the face as he called for more wine, finally kissing Professor McGonagall on the cheek, who giggled and blushed, her top hat lopsided. They left the table with a lot of new things. The white mice disappeared and would most likely end up as Mrs. Norris Meal. For the rest of the afternoon, Matthew joined Harry, who thanked him for his gift, and the Weasleys to a furious snowball fight on the grounds. Afterward, he returned happily and exhausted to the Ravenclaw Tower. But he didn't go to sleep but kept his eyes on Harry with the mental map and the tracking charm. After a while, once everyone should have gone to sleep, he saw that Harry vanished from his map and felt with his tracking charm on his new glasses that Harry left the Gryffindor Tower. Matthew was now fully awake again and monitored his mental map that was connected to the wards. Harry was nowhere to be found and his tracking charm only told him he was on the move. It seems the invisibility cloak of death was able to hide his presence from the Hogwarts wards and his tracking spell even if he used chaos runes. One thing still confused Matthew. In the movies, Harry could still see himself on the map while being under his invisibility cloak. He could only guess that it worked because he was under the cloak together with the map, which circumvented the cloaking effect of the Death's Cloak. After a while, Matthew observed how Filch entered the restricted section of the library. Harry was at this moment most likely leaving the library after alarming Filch with one of the cursed books that started to scream. Filch himself headed somewhere on the 5th floor and met up with Professor Snape, who was currently patrolling the floor and looking for any students that broke curfew. He now knew that the mirror had to be somewhere on the 5th floor, since Harry would find the classroom with the mirror inside close to Snape's and Filch's meeting spot. He monitored the area carefully for Harry, who needed to appear any moment now. There he was. Harry appeared in one of the abandoned classrooms on the left side of the 5th floor, which must be the location of the Mirror of East. Suddenly Dumbledore, who until now was in his personal quarters above the headmaster's office, appeared in the abandoned classroom behind Harry. Apparently, the boy didn't notice the headmaster since he still stood in the middle of the room, turned away from the old man right in front of one wall. It seems the door to classroom with the mirror is warded and will alarm the headmaster if someone entered it. Sarah saves the location of the mirror and actively monitors it. Requested Matthew mentally while keeping an eye on Harry. The young boy stood for over an hour standing before the wall of the classroom while the headmaster left after a while and returned to his quarters. Harry suddenly left the classroom and hurried in direction of the Gryffindor common room. Time to confirm the mirror's location, thought Matthew as he opened a portal to the empty corridor before the abandoned classroom with the mirror inside. While standing before the door, he cast some scanning charms and let Sarah analyze the door. Indeed, there is a simple alarm ward on the door, obviously connected to the headmaster. But something like that won't hinder me, he mused as he opened another blue circling portal to the other side of the wall, which allowed him to enter the classroom without alarming the headmaster. Inside, he found an unused classroom. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls, and there was an upturned wastepaper basket, but propped against the wall facing him was something that didn't look as if it belonged there, something that looked as if someone had just put it there to keep it out of the way. It was a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on 2 clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top, Eris Stra Erowite Uba Cafrawite on Wosi. Matthew felt as if he needed to look into the mirror. There was clearly some kind of compulsion worked into the enchantments of the mirror. Matthew began to use his occlumency on full power in order to protect himself from the influence and enchantments of the mirror. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He read the inscriptions on the top. What a dangerous artifact. You really could waste your whole life before the mirror without realizing it, or just get mad, concluded Matthew as he began to study the enchantments on the mirror without letting himself get distracted by the mirror itself while using his occlumency. So the headmaster is currently changing the enchantments of the mirror in order to hide the stone there. That's why it is currently in this abandoned classroom. Analyzed Matthew. It's at least 150 years old according to Sarah's spectral analysis. The magical energy, unfortunately, falsifies the exact age. Sarah recorded all enchantments on the mirror. He requested from his AI. The mirror contains one of the most complex enchantments Matthew has seen up to date. It was a combination of multiple spells using and affecting the deepest feelings of the person in close proximity to it, luring them to stare into it. It definitely wouldn't hurt to add it to his database, since it may be able to give him further information on emotion-based magic like the Patronus. It wasn't enchanted with runes but with charms woven directly into the materials of the mirror during the creation. Dumbledore was currently modifying the enchantments of the mirror by laying new ones based on the original above it. This was one of the weak points Matthew could exploit to gain access to the stone. The new enchantments would fade much faster than the original ones since they were only cast on the mirror, not into it. But thanks to the Elder Wand Dumbledore was using, it would take too long for them to fade out even if Matthew helped the process to exchange the stones before the end of the year. Another weak point he tried was to let the AI chip load fake memories and intentions into his consciousness so he could fool the mirror like he did with the sorting hat and other legitimacy users. That was also his main idea on how to gain access to the stone. But unfortunately that didn't work out, he only got a blurry mess of pictures. Since the mirror not only affected his memories and conspicuousness but also his deepest emotions inside his soul. The enchantments were a bit soul magic, which was even more reason to add them to his database. That must be the reason why Voldemort didn't try to fool the mirror with Occlumency. Maybe Matthew would be able to do it once he finished his Occlumency training that allowed him to control his soul, but for now, he wasn't able to. Now he was happy that he decided to check out the mirror beforehand since he expected that his method to fool the mirror would work. There was one weak point he could exploit now. Dumbledore was still modifying the enchantments of the mirror. Once they were completely modified and the stone was inside, they couldn't be easily changed. But since he was still in the middle of the process, Matthew could add his own backdoor to the mirror, allowing him later to access the stone. At the bottom of the mirror frame, he added a small rune formation that turned invisible once he was finished. Since he didn't have much experience in enchanting with charms yet, he used runes to add to the enchantments, with a few concealing runes. As Long wasn't specifically looking for them, he shouldn't be able to find the backdoor Matthew added to his enchantments, since he used chaos runes. After he was finished, and made sure that his traces were hidden, he took a look at the mirror. Should I drop my Occlumency shields and look at my deepest desire? Asked Matthew himself while standing before the mirror for a few minutes. No, I know what I want. I don't need some meager artifact to show me how I reach the peak of the world as immortal and absolute being, thought Matthew as he turned around with conviction and opened a portal to the Ravenclaw Tower. For one moment as his back was turned to the mirror, his Occlumency shields faltered and an image appeared on the screen. It was Matthew with a group of smiling shadows. Some were female, some of them were children only his parents could be clearly recognized. Some of the shadows looked a bit familiar but it wasn't clear discernible. The world in the background looked extremely peaceful. But Matthew didn't see that, either did the AI chip register it since it only could see images through Matthew's eyes. He returned to his dorm room and got to sleep for the night. The next night Matthew once again returned to the mirror with a portal after he saw on his map Harry and Ron disappearing. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and added a notice me not charm on top of it. Afterward, he carved a small stealth rune formation in one corner and sat down inside of it. He didn't need to wait long until he heard some voices coming closer. It's here, just here, yes. The door opened and Harry dropped the cloak from around his shoulders and ran to the mirror. Sarah, scan the cloak please, requested Matthew mentally while he watched Harry and Ron. See? Harry whispered. I can't see anything. Look at them all, there are loads of them. I can only see you. Look in it properly, go on, stand where I am, said Harry as he pushed Ron in front of the mirror. Ron, though, was staring transfixed at his image. Look at me, he said. Can you see all your family standing around you? No, I'm alone, but I'm different. I look older, and I'm a head boy. What? I'm wearing the badge like Bill used to, and I'm holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm Quidditch captain too. Ron tore his eyes away from this splendid sight to look excitedly at Harry. Do you think this mirror shows the future? How can it? All my family are dead. Let me have another look. Good, the mirror is still working properly, confirmed Matthew as the two boys continued to discuss the mirror. Suddenly they got interrupted by Mrs. Norris. After the cat left, Harry and Ron also decided to leave since it wasn't safe for them here. Sarah, what can you tell me about the cloak? Asked Matthew. The cloak contains a large amount of magical energy additionally to a large amount of another form of energy I named death energy. No enchantments or runes were found, rather multiple readings similar to the law of fire but still different. This may be something akin to the law of death and more imbued into an artifact. More data is needed, but it seems to be a very advanced form of magical artifact creation. Interesting, this also pretty much confirms the existence of death, her or himself. Now I am really interested in what happens if someone became the master of death. Is it even possible for me since I am not part of the Peveril bloodline? He pondered as he comprehended the gathered data. Scene break. Matthew once again saw on his map that Harry returned to the mirror the next night, but this time he met Dumbledore. The mirror will be most likely finished in the next few days and moved to the location where the Philosopher's Stone will be hidden. The Christmas holidays continued on and Matthew further explored the law of fire. He managed to raise his comprehension to 3%. The more he progressed, the harder it became to improve, and it was only the beginning. He realized that it wasn't something that could be forced by training since he almost didn't improve anymore, but rather it needed a lot of experience that came naturally through usage and knowledge. Rather than spending hours playing with fire, he decided to move to another element and create spells for it so he could in the future combine both elements and gain more comprehension into both. He chose Earth. There weren't many Earth-based spells in Hogwarts besides some herbology spells they learned while taking care of the magical plants. So he once again needed to create them himself. He repeated to create a multitude of Earth-based spells during the rest of the winter holidays, be it useful or useless, or spells with similar effects he already had. It didn't matter, every bit helped. Some spells he could use more often were mostly combat-related, like conjuring stones or earth walls to block the unforgivables, or giant fists made of dirt to knock out enemies. In this manner, he spent the rest of the holidays while being unbothered by other students. Scene break in January. Once the other students returned, the lessons began again, while the snow outside began to disappear. One afternoon, under the lead of Hermione, the Golden Trio approached Matthew. Matthew, can you help us with a question about a school-unrelated topic? Asked Hermione. Sure, Hermione. What kind of advanced topic did the three of you focus on the last few weeks? Replied Matthew with a smirk. The three looked a bit sheepishly at Matthew as Harry replied. It was that obvious? Well, Hermione, not. But you and especially Ron so often in the library, that was very obvious. So what caught you three firsties' interest? Asked Matthew with a large laugh. We want to know if you ever heard of Nicholas Flamel? Asked an embarrassed Hermione. Nicholas Flamel, you say? Which member of the staff dropped that name? Most likely Hagrid. Said a now pretending to be serious Matthew while having fun watching the three first years now caught expression. So you are interested in what is hidden behind Hagrid's Cerberus? Since you already know that much, there is no point in hiding the information from you since you would search more and more for it. The answer is actually pretty obvious. You could even find it in the Muggle world since Nicholas Flamel became famous before the Statue of Secrecy came into effect. Hermione already realized why that name felt familiar to her, and that they searched the whole time in the wrong place. You already realized it, Hermione. Well, it seems you were looking for something like famous wizards in this century or the last since he was still alive. But Nicholas Flamel is one of the few wizards that were born a long time ago and don't fall under that search criteria. Explained Matthew with a smile while trying not to laugh about them. Nicholas Flamel is in the non-magical world known as the Immortal Alchemist. He is Professor Dumbledore teacher in alchemy, and he and his wife are over 600 years old. His exact age isn't absolutely known since there are multiple known birth dates for him. He created the famous artifact called the Philosopher's Stone or Sorcerer's Stone, which not only can transmute any metal into gold but also create the elixir of life which grants immortality. Seeing the look of realization on their face, Matthew continued. It seems you realized what the Cerberus is guarding. A stone that makes gold and stops you from ever dying, said Harry. No wonder Snape's after it. Anyone would want it. Anyone? No, I don't think so. I heard Nicholas Flamel didn't stop aging. He is just alive through the elixir but looks more like a skeleton. Snape probably doesn't want to steal it since this kind of immortality is shitty. As for gold, he is one of the prime potion masters in Britain. He has enough gold. Explained Matthew, trying not to say too much so he wouldn't alarm Coromort, who regularly explored Harry's mind. If someone wants to steal it, then for the healing properties of the elixir. It doesn't only prolong life but also heals anything as long you are alive, said Matthew as he guided the three of them in the right direction, but Harry still seemed focused on Snape. Only Hermione gained a thoughtful look. Anyways, you three shouldn't focus on the forbidden corridor. Whatever is hidden there is protected by witches and wizards with decades more experience than the three of you together, said Matthew with a tone of finality. But, tried Harry to continue. No buts. Don't you have a Quidditch game you need to focus on? I've heard Snape will be the referee this time, which isn't necessarily good for you since you hate each other. Yes, you are right. Thank you for your help, Matthew, said Harry with a defeated expression but determination behind his eyes. He won't let the topic rest, thought Matthew as he watched the three first years leave the library. Well, I should also make my move soon since Hagrid will soon get his dragon, and with that, the endgame of this year will begin, concluded Matthew as he returned his focus to his transfiguration homework. Scene break at midnight. Matthew left the empty Ravenclaw common room and headed for the forbidden third floor corridor while using a multitude of stealth spells. The door leading to Fluffy was locked, but any first year could open it with an unlocking charm. Strangely, there were no monitoring charms on the door. Matthew really wondered how mad Voldemort must be to not realize that this was a trap, since everything here pointed to this whole setup being a trap. After making sure that all the teachers were far away, especially Dumbledore and Coromort were still in their respective offices, Matthew began to unlock the door with an unlocking charm while still being invisible and headed into the room. There it was, a large three-headed dog currently starring and growling at the open door and ready to pounce on anyone who would come through. You could see a flash of confusion in its eyes as the door closed again after Matthew entered the room while still being invisible. Fluffy must have realized that something was wrong since it began to bark in every direction looking for an intruder but was unable to locate it. Matthew, who didn't want to risk it anymore, conjured a violin and animated it to play a goodnight melody he remembered from his childhood. After a few moments, Fluffy's eyes began to become heavy and all of its three heads fell asleep as its body placed itself on the floor in a comfortable position. The conjured violin should last for at least 3 hours before it disappeared, enough time for Matthew to accomplish his goals. After the Cerberus fell asleep, Matthew opened the wooden trapdoor and looked into the darkness. There was no way to climb down into the dark hole. He had no choice and jumped down into the darkness. Flump. With a funny, muffled sort of thump, he landed on something soft. He sat up and felt around, his eyes not used to the gloom. It felt as though he was sitting on some sort of plant. It was the Devil's Snare. Only directly above him shone light through the trapdoor into the darkness of the hole. The silent music of the violin and the snores of the Cerberus were now a distance away. As he tasted around himself in the darkness, the tendrils of the Devil's Snare began to grip his limbs. But Matthew stayed calm and didn't fall into panic. The Devil's Snare was a plant that liked the dark and damp. With his mastery over fire magic, he willed a powerful jet of bright and warm, white but harmless flames into existence. The moment the flames appeared in the dark room, the tendrils loosened their grip on him and cringed away from the light. Wriggling and flailing, it unraveled itself from his body, and he was able to pull free. Now that he could see again, he saw he was inside an empty stone room with the Devil's Snare planted on one side where only a stone passage headed away on the other. He began to walk down the passageway and on its end arrived at a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arching high above him. It was full of small, jewel-bright birds, fluttering and tumbling all around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. After taking a closer look, he identified the flying keys as keys, but only because he knew beforehand what they really were and directly looked for them. They are so fast and small that they are hard to recognize. He should find a way to enhance his senses. Maybe there were some rituals, but he knew of none in the restricted section. Levitating in the air was a pair of broomsticks. After taking a look at the broomstick and another one at the flying keys. Yeah, no way I will fly to catch the key. Since he had one of the most overpowered cheats in Hogwarts, why not use it? Although he wanted to pass the protections without directly opening a portal to the last chamber to satisfy his own ego that he wouldn't be outdone by 3 first-year students, or a mad dark lord. He opened one of his blue glowing portals and passed through the door without the need to unlock it. The next chamber was so dark he couldn't see anything at all. But as Matthew stepped into it, a light suddenly flooded the room to reveal an astonishing sight. He was standing on the edge of a huge chessboard, behind the black chessmen, which were all as tall as himself and carved from what looked like black stone. Facing him, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. The towering white chessmen had no faces at all. Matthew began to cast a multitude of scanning spells to determine the exact nature of the enchantments on the giant chessboard. It wouldn't make sense for him if Voldemort played a chess game when past the protections to steal the stone. There was most likely a way to bypass the chess game. And he wasn't disappointed. The whole chess game had a big hole in its defenses. The room was so enchanted that the door to the next room could only be unlocked once the White King was destroyed, with an absolute conditional enchantment. This kind of enchantment could only be changed once the condition was fulfilled. Until then they were unbreakable and unchangeable. But it wasn't stated that you needed to play the game to destroy the White King. Since the chess game repaired itself after a while, Matthew cast a fire explosive spell at the opposite side. All of the white figures blew up in a massive explosion, and the wooden door behind them opened by itself. Damn wizards really lack logic. This was so obvious that it was boring, thought Matthew as he passed through the chessboard and stepped over the destroyed figures of the white side. He was pretty sure that Coromort used a similar method himself to bypass the protection in the canon, or rather in the future. He most likely didn't bother to analyze the enchantments. He seems more to be a kill and destroy and think later type of madman currently than the cold and calculated type of person he was in his youth. Matthew walked through the next dimly lit passageway. A familiar disgusting smell filled his nostrils. Well, another troll waiting for me. At least I can practice my earth spells on him, laughed Matthew mentally, not a bit bothered by the upcoming fight. After all, it was only another dumb troll. They may be spell resistant, but blunt force still harms them fine. At the end of the passageway was another massive wooden door waiting for him. As he opened the door, his eyes met with the eyes of a troll even larger than the last one he fought on Halloween. The big and ugly creature began to roar the moment it spotted Matthew and instantly swung his big wooden club in his direction. Thanks to his regular exercise, Matthew was able to dodge the attack with a quick jump succeeded by a roll. He quickly obscured the sight of the troll by summoning a dust and dirt cloud before the troll. It was one of the earth spell he created in the last week. The distraction gave him enough time to gather enough magical energy to cast a large stone fist spell. Similar to its energy-based counterpart, it was strong enough to physically harm the resilient creature through blunt force. The troll got pushed back and lost its footing, but Matthew didn't stop his attacks. He began to shoot multiple stone projectiles at the troll's head. Soon the dumb creature laid on the floor knocked out. That was close. I really need to improve my reaction speed and senses. If I were a bit slower I would have been meat-paced, thought Matthew while he caught his breath. He quickly began to repair the damages to the room, since he didn't want to alarm the teachers that someone had already stolen the stone while keeping an eye on the knocked out troll. The troll should wake up soon since it was only knocked out, and thanks to its rough and thick skin it didn't take any damage. Once everything was back as it was before, he walked through the next door into the next room. It was a wide but empty room with only a wooden table in the center of it. On the table were 7 differently shaped bottles standing in a line. Let's what kind of potions did Professor Snape prepare? Muttered Matthew as he approached the table. The moment he stepped through the door, over the threshold a purple fire ignited behind him. On the other end of the room, the way forward was blocked by another fire with black-colored flames. Since he knew the flames would appear, he wasn't bothered by their sudden appearance. He continued straight to the table. He also ignored the roll of paper lying next to the bottles since he already knew the solution to the logic puzzle Snape created. After all, thanks to Sarah, he had a total recall of the Harry Potter books. Matthew was more interested in the potion and the flames since there were not many fire-based spells in the Hogwarts library. In the 2 longest bottles was nettle wine, while in the 3 mid-sized one was a poison. After analyzing each of the poison bottles, Matthew quickly lost interest in them. They were only relative common poison, although deadly. Every student would need to create antidotes to in their 5th year. The rounded bottle and the smallest bottle were far more interesting. This was potion Snape created personally. Each of the potions contained counter to curses contained in their respective flames. The flames were cursed similar to fiend fire but weaker. They were also resilient to any form of extinguishing or flame resistance that isn't exactly designed for the flames and its curses. Only the predefined enchantment cast by the flame creator himself, in this case, Snape, could extinguish them. After letting Sarah analyze the flames and their enchantments, he also gathered a bit of the potion to experiment later with it. The room would reset itself once nobody was longer alive inside it. The only way to leave the room, at least for common wizards, was through the flames, so either you died or used the correct potion. The vials were also so enchanted that they would refill themselves once the room was reset. After confirming his theory, Matthew took the smallest vial and gulped down the whole potion. It was as ice flooded his whole body from tip to toe. He stepped into the dark flames. They engulfed his whole body, but he couldn't feel them. Strangely enough, they were enchanted so they wouldn't harm his clothes, which was a weakness that he could use to bypass them if he didn't have the potion. He could transfigure himself with a timed rune formation into the fabric and throw himself through the flames. Once the timer ran out, he would transform back. The flames were so dark that he didn't see anything while continuing forward. The last chamber was a brightly lit large round room, with a mirror of Eris in its center. There was nothing else special about it. He didn't locate any further enchantments. All that was here were the enchantments on the mirror. In Matthew's opinion, this was a wasted chance since Dumbledore could easily use the room to trap the Wraith of Voldemort here until he found a way to kill him. So many lives could have been saved that way. He walked to the mirror and took out the fake Philosopher's Stone he created during the summer holidays. After scanning the complete enchantments, he was happy that he prepared a backdoor beforehand since he was now sure there was no real way for him to get the stone now. He placed the fake over the rune formation and channeled his magic into the runes. They began to glow, and the stone in his hands disappeared and another one appeared and the runes on the mirror dissipated. The history books about the Flammels always described it as ruby red in color, but it was more akin to a deep blood red. Once he held the stone in his hands, he could feel the power inside the stone. He quickly stored the stone in a sack he enchanted with runes to hide it from someone else sensing it. After placing the stone in his trunk, he opened a portal close to the Ravenclaw Tower and left the chamber without leaving any trace behind. Matthew silently stepped into the dorm he shared with his friends to not wake them up. But they were currently sitting on their bed and waiting for him. As they stared at him as he opened the door, Roger began to ask, "Where were you, Matthew?" "I needed to go to the bath. Sorry for waking you up, guys," he replied with an apologetic look. "So you were in the bathroom for almost 3 hours? Don't lie to us, Matthew. You can share the truth with us," answered Blake, slightly angry. "I'm sorry, guys, but you know I love magic. And the teachers only rarely give pre-OWL students access to the restricted section. I sometimes use the night to sneak into it and do a bit more reading on more advanced topics or some topics frowned on," lied Matthew with an actual half-lie since he often did that in the past. "So you study dark magic? Are you sure that is a smart thing to do?" asked a worried Harold. "There is no dark magic," scoffed Matthew. "This is a purely made-up thing by the Ministry to restrict magic that can be easily abused or is too dangerous in their opinion. Magic is all about intent. You can even torture or kill someone with a tickling charm or a levitation spell," explained Matthew. "That may be true, but there is a reason why some books are in the restricted section. They could exhaust your magic. That's why they are only available for older students. You should be careful, Matthew," explained Roger. "I know, but the theory is still interesting. I am very careful in my exploration of magic. A wand is like a gun, and normally you don't give guns to children, but in the magical world, everyone walks around with a wand. I was always aware of the dangers once I started in Hogwarts. Come, let's go to sleep since I am spent," said Matthew as he lay down on his bed. "Good night, guys. Don't worry, I am very careful. You know me," he said as he closed his eyes. "Are you okay, Matthew? You look tired," asked a worried Cho, who was currently sitting with Matthew and Hermione in the library behind a big pile of papers and books studying together. Yeah, I am fine. I just didn't sleep much. I've gathered some unexpected data during my current potion research that kept me awake. Turns out I am not always right. I also can make some very wrong assumptions," replied Matthew with a chuckle as he looked at the worried Asian girl. "Did you break curfew again?" came Hermione with a bossy tone from the other side. "You shouldn't break the rules," she continued with a scandalized voice. I know, but the day just doesn't have enough hours for me, especially with curfew," replied Matthew with a defeated voice. "Don't worry, Hermione. Curfew isn't one of the rules you could get thrown out for. At most I would have to do some detentions. But most teachers are understanding, especially if you are a good student." He calmed the bushy-haired first year down. "If you say so. But please be careful," said the worried girl. "Yes, don't worry. Come, let's continue studying. Seen Draco how utterly wrong I was," mused Matthew as he returned to the room of requirements where he once again checked the results of his latest experiments on the Philosopher's Stone. But this is also good. Matthew spent the last few weeks after stealing the Philosopher's Stone experimenting and studying it. After all, even Nicholas Flamel only knew a fraction of the things the stone could accomplish, summarized to turning metal into gold and immortality through the elixir of life. His systematical study of the stone with the help of the AI allowed him to discover many possible functions. The Philosopher's Stone was full of pure energy derived from the life force of many humans. Matthew confirmed that this particular stone was created during the Black Death pandemic around the year 1350. From the stone, he derived the ritual for the creation of the stone, but this was something only a Dark Lord would do since it required hundreds of thousands of human lives to form a stone of this size. He also was able to replicate the elixir of life, the alchemical potion that kept the Flammels alive for centuries. But it had some major flaws. It only added lifespan to the body. It converted the life force inside the stone into lifespan in form of an elixir, but the body didn't stop aging, it doesn't get revitalized. The life force inside the stone is too chaotic in nature to create an elixir that added directly life force to the consumer. It was a flaw inherent to this Philosopher's Stone. Based on its creation, Matthew improved the ritual to create a Philosopher's Stone so it contained pure usable life force, but it would most likely remain a theory. This new version of the stone would be not in crystallized form, but it would become a liquid similar to blood and could be absorbed by someone. It would then grant the consumer a lifespan of millions of years and empower his body further while keeping him youthful. The vast amount of energy would allow him also to access many new alchemical powers like transmuting different materials at will. At least in theory. The creation of the stone would require trillions of human lives, far more than humans on Earth. He would need to sacrifice multiple generations to create one stone. Although he would do a lot to ensure his survival, he wasn't that mad. The high cost for the stone came from the conversion of chaotic life force to pure usable life force. It wasted a lot of energy. But there was no way to improve the process, at least at the moment. With the stone currently in his possession, Matthew could accomplish many new things that were a problem for him previously. One of them was acquiring raw resources in large amounts. He discovered that he could turn not only metals into gold but also stones, wood, and dirt into simple metals. Unfortunately, it didn't work with magical metals like goblin silver for some reason. Something was missing there. Since he didn't possess a sample, he was unable to figure it out. He filled one of the compartments with different kinds of metals and rare elements, so he had a stock of them if he ever needed them. He also created enough gold in form of different bars and coins so he could exchange them in a pawn shop if he ever was on the run. The most interesting discovery for himself was that he could possibly create high-grade magical essence with the stone. With that, he would be able to create a new potion to expand his magical reserves. His progress, after all, slowed down to the level of a talented wizard in his 5th year. Yes, he was far more advanced than students similar to his age, but in a few years, there would be a war that would endanger him. And he was at least 60 years away from the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort at his current speed. So this discovery was a welcome surprise. But while he was trying to create high-grade magical essence, he made a discovery that utterly surprised him and also worried him. "Sarah, is this analysis really correct? You didn't make a mistake during your calculations?" he asked the AI mentally. Yes, my calculation was made while considering all common scientific safety and failure-proof measures. These results are correct with a probability of 99.3%. When he scanned the Philosopher's Stone in Gringotts, he soon found out that the stone was created with humans as the main ingredient. The obvious conclusion for Matthew was that the creator of the stone was a Dark Lord based on the amount of lives needed. The supposed creator was Nicholas Flamel according to every history book in the magical world. The only discrepancy he found were some records in the non-magical world mentioning the stone as early as in the 9th century in Spain. He ignored them as he believed they were just some legends, but there could be more to them than on the first look. During his experiments, he found two distinct magical signatures remaining on the stone. One of them was the one of the creator and another was the one who used the stone the last centuries. And they were different from each other. It seems that Nicholas Flamel wasn't a Dark Lord but another third party created the stone and Nicholas acquired the stone. There should be another Philosopher's Stone out there since this stone was created over 4 centuries after the first records of the stone. Well shit, there may be another Dark Lord level threat out there that also was immortal and centuries old. At least I can return to my original plan and exchange the Philosopher's Stone for the knowledge in the Flamel's library, maybe even a scholarship. Being the student of Nicholas Flamel would give me a lot of prestige. Planned Matthew as he observed the blood-red stone in his hand. But after I took full advantage of the Philosopher's Stone. Well, I can't wait too long since the Flamel's lifespan was limited without the stone. Let's get back to work. He thought as he returned to his experiments to create the high-grade magical essence. Matthew was currently walking to Hagrid's hut. He had a really good mood today. Just now on his way down through the castle, he spotted how Harry and Ron pressed their ear against the forbidden door on the 3rd floor to check if Fluffy was still alive. They were now pretty sure that Professor Snape would soon steal the Philosopher's Stone, while Hermione actually suspected Quirrell. How did he know that? Well, Matthew continuously practices the mind arts every day. His mastery over occlumency also improved his legilimency, in which he reached a new level. He was now able to scan surface thoughts of unprotected minds without alarming or harming them. And his recent scanning of their minds showed that Harry recently spotted how Snape threatened Quirrell, which confirmed his suspicion. While Hermione really started to suspect the teacher, because she realized that Quirrell's stutter was fake. Apparently, she remembered that natural stutter only occurs at the beginning of a sentence, not in the middle or end of it. He was currently heading for Hagrid's hut for a small visit, which he did from time to time because of events like today. Another piece of information he picked from Harry's thoughts was that they met Hagrid acting strangely in the library today searching for books in the dragon section. That meant the events around the dragon egg began, and Matthew obviously wouldn't miss seeing the real-life breeding of a dragon. It was valuable data he only could gather in other countries since Britain didn't have any dragon reserves where they were bred. There were only some common Welsh green and Hebridean blacks in the wilds watched by the ministry, but that was too risky to just casually study them. Once he arrived at the hut of the gamekeeper, he knocked on the massive wooden door. "The door is open, come in, you three," came the reply from inside. Matthew opened the door and entered the hut. "Hello, Hagrid. I don't know which three you mean, but it's just me today. I came over for a small visit," he greeted politely. "Oh, Matthew, it's you. Came for a visit, huh? Come and I may find a cup of tea or two for you," said Hagrid as Matthew entered the small hut that was currently very warm, almost hot. So Hagrid is currently nesting the dragon. Sarah scanned and records all the data about the dragon egg currently in the iron pot on Hagrid's fireplace. Requested Matthew. It didn't take long before another knock came from the wooden door interrupting their chat. "It must be Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They also wanted to visit today," said Hagrid as he opened the door. "Hello, you three, come quickly in." "Hello, what brings you three here?" asked Matthew, who got spotted by the golden trio. Hello, Matthew," greeted Harry. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, just visiting, Hagrid. I do that occasionally." "And you dodged my question what you three were doing here," replied Matthew with a smirk. "And we were here to ask Hagrid a few questions about the stone," replied Hermione. "SHHHHH. Did ya lose your mind? Ya can tell everybody about the stone," said a panicking half-giant. "Hee, don't worry, Hagrid. I knew long before the three of the Philosopher's Stone. It was me who told them about Nicholas Flamel. I even already stole the stone," said Matthew while laughing. "What?" the other four shouted. "Just joking. Man, guys. Don't be so tense. I already cast a privacy charm, so nobody will listen in," continued Matthew. They continued to ask Hagrid about the stone until Harry felt it was too hot inside the hut. "Well, that's something," Harry muttered to the others. "Hagrid, can we have a window open? I'm boiling." "Can't, Harry, sorry," said Hagrid. Harry noticed him glance at the fire. Harry looked at it too. "Hagrid, what's that?" Said Hagrid, fiddling nervously with his beard. "That's her. Oh, Hagrid seems to have acquired a dragon egg. I was checking it out for a while now," interrupted Matthew Hagrid's nervous fiddling, as a black egg appeared below the lid of the pot. "Where did you get it, Hagrid?" said Ron, crouching over the fire to get a closer look at the egg. "It must have cost you a fortune." "Won it," said Hagrid. "Last night. I was down in the village having a few drinks and got into a game of cards with a stranger. Think he was quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest. But what are you going to do with it when it's hatched?" said Hermione. "Well, I've been doing some reading," said Hagrid, pulling a large book from under his pillow. "Got this out of the library. Dragon breeding for pleasure and profit. It's a bit out of date, of course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, cause their mothers breathe on IMC, and when it hatches, feed it on a bucket o' brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And see here, how to recognize different eggs. What I got there's a Norwegian Ridgeback. They're rare, them." He looked very pleased with himself, but Hermione didn't. "Hagrid, you live in a wooden house," she said. But Hagrid wasn't listening. He was humming merrily as he stoked the fire. Soon they left Hagrid's hut very worried. Matthew followed after confirming that Hagrid would call them once the dragon would hatch. He and Hermione headed for the Ravenclaw Tower. "Don't worry, Hermione. Everything will be fine. See it as an opportunity. How many times will you see a real dragon? Or even see one hatch? This is an event you won't see often in your life," tried Matthew to pacify the bushy-haired girl. "But Hagrid could land in prison. The breeding of dragons is outlawed in Britain," she continued to rant. "If it comes worst to worst, we will find a way to help Hagrid. Ron's and the twins' older brother Charlie works as dragon handler in Romania now. I am sure he is able to help us out. And if worse comes then I am sure Headmaster Dumbledore will be also able to help us out. He is a very resourceful man." Scene break. While waiting for the egg to hatch, Matthew continued with his experiments on the stone and his training in earth magic. Although the exam phase was also approaching, he didn't really need to study much. His understanding of theoretical magic was superior to any teacher, and his practical skills were beyond OWL if not Newt level. Beep. Congratulations, host, you reached the 4th level of earth magic. Your understanding of the law of earth reached 1%. Finally, thought Matthew, now I can test out my theory and combine both elements. This should accelerate my understanding and mastery of both elements. Hoped Matthew as he continued on with his training. He started to melt down some stones, tried to control the resulting lava. It took him a few tries, but his combined understanding of fire and earth helped him succeed. In that manner of fashion, he continued to practice the lava element during his waiting times for his experiments on the stone. One particular afternoon he succeeded in summoning lava. Similar to the Aquamenti charm, but just with lava and without a particular spell. Beep. Host understanding of the law of fire reached 3% and the law of earth 2%. Yes, it works. But it still takes time. Sarah, can you estimate what level of understanding Dumbledore and Voldemort have reached? He asked. According to the gathered data, it should be around 20% and 25% of each element. This value is based on host progression and capabilities. A more accurate estimation can be made with more data. So Dumbledore and Voldemort are still far away from the peak that I can currently perceive. Since there should be also something after mastering a law, maybe they are only a bit powerful mortals. And there are higher beings out there far beyond them, not to forget legendary figures like Merlin and Morgana, murmured Matthew. Sarah, show me my status. Beep. Stats calculated. Displaying new status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 2, Strength, 2.7, Agility, 2.7, Vitality, 2.9, Magical Energy, 115.2, Law of Fire, 3%, Law of Earth, 2%, Status, Healthy and Energized. Well, my progress pretty much slowed down to natural pace. I am approaching the level of a 7th-year student. It's good but too slow. Matthew turned to the cauldron behind him with a deep blue glowing substance behind him. But luckily I got the Philosopher's Stone and am able to extract high-grade magical essence from it. Now all I need is to create a new potion formula. He bottled the high-grade magical essence into bottles. While I have the stone, I should keep producing it. Having a nice amount of rare ingredients will always be useful. Sarah, begin the potion creation process. Try to create the potion with the most promising effect, requested Matthew. I have a birth to attend, he said as he looked at a note that he received today. Task confirmed. Beginning potion creation process. Estimated needed time, 25 days 16 hours and 34 minutes. Scene break. On his way to Hagrid's hut, he met Hermione just coming from the library. Outside they were joined by Harry and Ron, who came from herbology. They hurried through the grounds to the edge of the forest. Hagrid greeted them, looking flushed and excited. It's nearly out. He ushered them inside. The egg was lying on the table. There were deep cracks in it. Something was moving inside. A funny clicking noise was coming from it. They all drew their chairs up to the table and watched with bated breath. Sarah, record the hatching process and activate all useful scanning spells. Matthew quickly requested mentally as he also anticipated the birth of the small dragon. All at once there was a scraping noise and the egg split open. The baby dragon flopped onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty. It looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had a long snout with wide nostrils, the stubs of horns and bulging, orange eyes. It sneezed. A couple of sparks flew out of its snout. Matthew catched them with an vial he specially enchanted previously to collect fire. It wouldn't be strong enough to contain fire from adult dragons or fiend fire, but for newborn baby dragons it was enough. These flames would prove very useful to comprehend more of the law of fire, since they contain all the properties of real dragon flames, just not the strength. He may also be able to develop a fire resistance potion for dragon flames. Sorry, I just collected some dragon flames to study. I created the vials myself, explained Matthew a bit sheepishly as he registered the other 4 people staring at him. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid murmured as he returned his attention back onto the small dragon. He reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. Bless him, look, he knows his mommy, said Hagrid. Hagrid, said Hermione. How fast do Norwegian ridgebacks grow, exactly? Hagrid was about to answer when the color suddenly drained from his face. He leapt to his feet and ran to the window. What's the matter? Someone was looking through the gap in the curtains. It's a kid. He's running back up to the school. It was Malfoy. Sorry, Hagrid, I was so excited for the hatching that I forgot to put up privacy charms, lied Matthew. Obviously he knew that Malfoy would spot the dragon, but he needed Harry in detention so he could see Quirrell feeding onto unicorns. While the Golden Trio was bothered by Malfoy's nasty smile for the next week, Matthew visited Hagrid frequently to record the whole growth process of the Norwegian ridgeback. I've decided to call him Norberta. Originally I wanted to call him Norbert, but Matthew here pointed out the SA female, said Hagrid, looking at the dragon with misty eyes. She really knows me now, watch. Norberta! Norberta! Where's mommy? He's lost his marbles. Ron muttered in Harry's ear. Matthew could still hear him clearly and had to suppress a chuckle. Hagrid, said Harry loudly. Give it 2 weeks and Norbert's going to be as long as your house. Malfoy could go to Dumbledore at any moment. Hagrid bit his lip. I know I can't keep him forever, but I can't just dump him, I can't. Harry suddenly turned to Ron. Charlie, he said. You're losing it too, said Ron. I'm Ron, remember? No, Charlie, your brother Charlie. In Romania. Studying dragons. We could send Norberta to him. Charlie can take care of him and then put him back in the wild. Brilliant, said Ron. How about it, Hagrid? And in the end, Hagrid agreed that Harry and Ron could send an owl to Charlie to ask him. That set the canon events in stage and Matthew made the most of it for the next weeks. He visited Hagrid as often as possible and collected a few more research materials. Besides flames, he also collected some skin and scale, and most importantly, while Hagrid was looking away, he was able to draw some blood from the quickly growing dragon. While he was waiting for his potion recipe to finish the dragon, and all the data he was able to collect proved to be in useful extraction. It was so effective that he improved his law of fire comprehension by another percent. The events around the dragon played out almost same as in the original, just Hermione wasn't with them because it was too dangerous to head to the Ravenclaw Tower first to get her. But Ron joined them instead because he didn't get bitten by the dragon, since Matthew was able to prevent that. Harry and Ron got caught and got detention with Neville and Malfoy inside the Forbidden Forest. They also were ostracized by the rest of their house for losing so many of the useless house points. Instead they joined now Hermione, Cho and Matthew often during their study session in the library. Soon Harry would meet Quirrell feeding on unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. But Matthew didn't care much for it. He was sure that Harry would come out of it unharmed since he still had the blood protection of his mother. He was instead distracted by something else. Beep. Potion creation process finished. New magical reserve enhancement potion formula successfully created. Please name the potion. Finally, it took forever. Let's call it the Tears of Blood potion, since only the Philosopher's Stone allowed me to create the potion. And the stone is basically made of blood of innocent people. So the name seems suitable, decided Matthew. Beep. Name confirmed. Potion is now called Tears of Blood. Snape wants the stone for Voldemort, and Voldemort's waiting in the forest, and all this time we thought Snape just wanted to get rich, explained a scared Harry to Matthew in a silent corner of the library. So let me get that right. You saw someone or something drinking unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest, pretended Matthew to analyze the situation. That's insane. Not you, Harry. The person who drinks unicorn blood must be insane and accepts to live a cursed life. Only someone who would be sure to find a way to counter the curse of an insane person would do that. Yes, I know. It's Voldemort, the centaurs told me, and Snape must be stealing the stone for him. The elixir of life must be able to counter the curse. Harry tried to blame Snape again. I don't think so. Snape was a teacher at Hogwarts for years, and I know personally that he is actually a good person who needs to pretend to be a bad person because of politics. He helps me often with advanced potion knowledge while pretending to give me detentions. It must be someone else. Also, I don't believe the elixir of life would counter the cursed life unicorn blood gives, explained Matthew. Only if, what if Voldemort didn't die when the killing curse got repelled by you, but instead only lost his body? He may be possessing someone in the castle, and that someone is just a disposable pawn drinking unicorn blood to keep Voldemort alive who will create a new body with the elixir of life. That makes actually a lot of sense. Maybe Snape is possessed, murmured Harry, who raced up to find Ron. Well, that could have gone better. He is really stubborn, sighed Matthew as he saw the boy leaving the library. Well, maybe he will develop a more critical thinking ability after he meets Quirrell in the mirror chamber. Well, not that it matters, my potion is ready tonight. Not like I will have to help them fight Quirrell. thought Matthew as he returned to Cho, who was doing her homework. What did Harry want? She asked. He was a bit panicking because he found out what was behind the forbidden door on the 3rd floor. I had to pacify him a bit, explained Matthew. Let's focus on our work. Scene break, beep. Potion perfectly brewed, no problems found. Matthew heard Sarah's mechanic voice in his mind while holding and observing a vial with a blue glowing concoction inside. On the table were another 15 vials of the potion waiting for him. Finally, it's ready. Sarah, how often can I use the potion? According to my calculation, the first 3 potions should be consumed every 2 weeks in order to not strain the body. From then on, the potion can be consumed weekly since the effect won't be as strong anymore and the body will be acclimated to it. That means I have enough potions for the rest of the year until the beginning of the next year. For the rest of the year, I should focus on creating raw materials with the stones so I can stock up on the stones products. It's May already and the exams are in their final phase. Soon the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort will happen and the year will end. The Flammels will run out at the end of June of potions and die, so I have 4 weeks. Analyzed Matthew. In view of that, Matthew started to extract another batch of high-grade magical essence since the process takes some time before he prepared a bed in a corner of the room of requirements, where he would consume the Tears of Blood potion. Once he sat in a comfortable position on the bed, he gulped the blue content of the vial down. A warm feeling spread through his body, but especially in the center of his body slightly below his heart. He could feel the concentration of magic rising massively. Beep. The massive increase in magical energy registered. 120. 136. 140. 143. This potion didn't cause any pain in his body, only heat. But he felt some kind of strain on his soul thanks to his heightened control and perception through his occlumency. After a few minutes, the heat in his body calmed down. Potion effect finished. Congratulations, the host reached the magical energy level of a young adult with a new value of 162.5. Wow, that was a massive increase in power. He muttered in amazement. But the effect will be less and less with every potion consumed. He thought, and this was the only potion I could take before the conflict between Harry and Coromort happens. He thought seriously. Sarah, show me my status. Beep. Stats calculated. Displaying new status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 2, Strength, 2.7, Agility, 2.7, Vitality, 2.9, Magical Energy, 162.5, Law of Fire, 4%, Law of Earth, 3%, Law of Wind, 1%, Status, Healthy and Energized. Well, the results for my work this school year are not bad. Not that I reached the 4th level with 3 different elements. I should be able to take on a subpar wizard like Quirrell if the worst case scenario happens and Harry is in danger. Since he isn't really a capable wizard, he seriously didn't use his wand while fighting Harry in the books, but instead tried to choke him with his own hands. He thought as he finished the magical essence extraction. Scene break. Over the course of the next few weeks, Matthew worked continuously on the Philosopher's Stone, getting as many raw ingredients from it as he could store. He also created a big amount of gold so he would be able to buy some things he directly needed. His trunk was getting awfully full, so he had to enchant a few enchanted bags to carry more stuff. But he limited the amount of gold he created so he wouldn't destroy the economy, which would earn him many enemies. He just created enough to gain the resources he needed in the close future. One evening he had to hurriedly leave the room of requirements to a portal because he got interrupted by Coromort. It was soon time for him to finally try to steal the stone, so he most likely was guided by Voldemort to quickly check on his Horcrux. Quirrell had probably no idea what he was even doing in the room, and all the information would die with him since he wouldn't survive the week. The rest of the inhabitants of the school were distracted by their final exams. Matthew completed his exams without trouble. Once their exams were finished, Hermione was panicking about all the things she forgot about in her Hermione-esque fashion. Without a doubt, she would only get outstandings. Cho must have completed her exams also nicely since she always looked happy. After their exams were finished, he was with Hermione on the way to the Great Hall for dinner until he heard a pair of loud footsteps coming closer. Hermione, Matthew! He heard Harry's voice coming from a corner, followed closely by the red-headed Ron, who was slightly out of breath. Shit. I really got involved in the main event, thought Matthew as he listened to Harry's explanation. Pooh, that was close, thought Matthew, who watched the Golden Trio leave. Luckily for Matthew, they decided to split up and focus on different objectives. Hermione, Ron, and Harry would keep an eye on the forbidden door on the 3rd floor corridor over the course of the day, while Matthew would keep an eye on Professor Snape and send them a Patronus message if he should leave for the stone. Since that wouldn't happen, Matthew wasn't at risk of exposing himself directly to Coromort and gaining Voldemort's direct attention on himself. On his mental map, he already saw Coromort pass through the protections of the stone and arrive in front of the mirror, while the 3 first years arrived in front of the door. He summoned his silver glowing 3-legged crow Patronus and spoke to it. Harry! I couldn't lurk any longer around the teacher's room keeping an eye on Professor Snape since I got caught and no longer have a reason to be there. I no longer have an eye on him. And send his Patronus towards Harry. That should be enough for them to follow them inside. Thanks to Harry's infamous temper, he won't wait any longer in front of the door and follow Quirrell inside. He mused while keeping an eye on his mental map while heading for the 3rd floor corridor. Indeed, the 3 first-year students began to move and headed for the stone's chamber. He watched as the events of canon unfolded and began to follow them inside the moment Harry entered the stone's chamber, and Hermione returned and picked up Ron. Matthew once again let Fluffy the Cerberus fall asleep by conjuring and animating a violin, and was about to jump down the trapdoor again, as the door behind him opened again. And Dumbledore hurried into the room. Matthew raised his wand before sinking it again, pretending to be startled. Professor Dumbledore, good that you are here. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the thief inside, believing it to be Snape. I was just about to follow them in order to protect them. Please help them, explained Matthew hurriedly while trying to look worried. Mr. Mason, wait here and help them to the hospital wing once they arrive here, explained the old wizard after stopping for a moment, taking a look at the animated violin. After his explanation, he jumped down the hatch and continued onward. Why didn't he apparate? Questioned Matthew, being aware that the headmaster of Hogwarts was able to apparate anywhere in the castle since the wards didn't restrict him. He is like me, an actor who wants to let the events play out for similar reasons but doesn't want to cause any suspicions. Laughed Matthew in his mind. It didn't take long for Hermione to arrive at the bottom of the trapdoor while dragging the hurt Ron behind her. On his mental map, he could see that Harry and Quirrell were currently close and most likely fighting, while Dumbledore was arriving at the chamber. In a few minutes, the shade of Voldemort will pass through here. Hermione, let me help you, he said as he raised his wand and pointed it at the 2 first years and levitated them up the hatch. Are you okay? How is Ron? He asked her while being genuinely worried. According to canon, they should be relative unharmed, but there still could be a butterfly effect. I am fine, but Ron got hurt by a strike from a giant chess knight on a life-size magical chessboard. Professor Dumbledore applied first aid on him before he followed Harry to help him, but he still needs to get to the hospital wing, explained the bushy-haired girl like a waterfall. Sarah, be ready to skin Voldemort in a few moments, he requested mentally as he turned around and pulled Ron and Hermione behind himself, protectively staying in front of them while saying, Get behind me, something dark is quickly approaching. He quickly conjured a shield and his Patronus. Seconds later, an ominous mass consisting of dark smoke and mist flew very fast and past them. Voldemort in his dark shade form looked really scary and dangerous, and was only a mutilated soul without a body. The shield and Patronus charm were able to protect them from any negative influences as he passed them. He ignored the 3 students, or wasn't even aware of them because of his madness or shade form. What was that? Asked the scared Hermione while staring at the exit where the shade just disappeared. That must have been Voldemort. He is really still alive. It seems the headmaster was fast enough to take care of him and Quirrell. Let's hope Harry is unharmed, replied Matthew. They left for the hospital wing while Matthew levitated the unconscious Ron before them. The moment they've arrived, Madame Pomfrey ushered them into beds and checked them all over while complaining about the irresponsibility of the headmaster. He himself arrived 15 minutes later with an unconscious Harry. Matthew knew that he took so long because he must have checked Harry's scar inside the stone's chamber. He saw on his map that the old man was there alone a while with Harry. The fake stone was destroyed. He felt the destruction through a rune he placed inside the stone during its creation that would notify him once it was destroyed. After the headmaster informed them of the vague details of what transpired in the stone's chamber, he left them alone. They stayed overnight inside the hospital wing because Madame Pomfrey wanted to make sure they were okay. While he was undisturbed at night, Matthew checked the data from the scan of Voldemort's shape form. His body was made of the same form of energy as any soul, but in some kind of twisted and negative way. He also possesses much less of the energy than anyone else. To be precise, he should only possess 1/64 of his original soul's size since he still didn't use Nagini as his final Horcrux. It was impressive how much potential Voldemort had wasted by wasting so much of his soul, since the original size of his soul was at least double the amount of any other average wizard. This also confirmed that the soul was a direct influence on a wizard's talent and power. Seeing break, Harry woke up 3 days later and was fine, although a bit disturbed by the events that happened with Quirrell and Voldemort. After all, the boy made his first kill down there. It was no wonder that he didn't feel good. He also thought that the Flammels would die because he was unable to save the stone. And Matthew couldn't correct him since this would only cause trouble for himself. Matthew meanwhile prepared himself to explore a place he wanted for a while but couldn't because of Voldemort's presence inside the castle. He currently was enchanting a container he made of an iron titanium alloy he transfigured from some raw ores he created with the Philosopher's Stone with runes and enchantments to contain anything placed inside without letting it influence the outside world. Thanks to the usage of chaos runes and multiple charms, he was able to create a container that would be able to keep every Horcrux locked safely inside. The next day, Matthew arrived at the entrance leading to the Room of Requirements. Matthew once again walked before the entrance to the Room of Requirements up and down 3 times, like he did hundreds of times in the past 3 years. But this time his goal was another room that he never entered before in order to preserve the canon timeline, at least the actions of Voldemort, since a predictable enemy was easier to beat. I want to enter the Room of Hidden Things, thought Matthew while walking up and down the wall. At his third passing, the familiar wooden door appeared at the ancient stone wall. Once he opened and stepped through the door, he arrived at an unfamiliar sight. Inside he saw a room full of different things. It was a completely chaotic place. There were mountains full of different things and objects. There were thousands and thousands of books either in tottering piles or in very old-looking bookcases. There were bottles with potions, many of them broken. A lot of different stuff like cloaks, hats, jewels, clothes, some bags, old furniture, broken wands, brooms, and many more things. It was a room full of chaos, the Room of Hidden Things. Damn, sorting through this stuff will take me ages. And I can't use any of the house elves since it could potentially alarm Dumbledore. I don't think I would finish it before graduating even if I spent every second of my free time here. Cursed Matthew as he took in the beautiful but chaotic sight. He took a broken wand into his hand but nothing happened. And a lot of this stuff is just broken trash. Maybe I could use the raw components but nothing more. I really need to find some cheap labor, muttered Matthew as he threw the wand back onto one of the piles. Well, back to my main objective for today. I need to find the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. First, let's try this. Accio Diadem of Ravenclaw. Matthew felt his magic acting but something blocked it while waiting for a few seconds. Nothing happened. Well, damn, that would have been too easy. Now that I think of it, didn't Harry already try it and it didn't work? This must be a protective charm worked into the room. After all, it's called the Room of Hidden Things. He mused as he began to walk into the room. Well, no choice, I have to search for it the old-fashioned way. Just as he wanted to begin his search, he heard the AI chip's mechanical voice in his head. Beep. Picking up energy radiation of 2 different souls in 2 directions. Oh, thank God for you, Sarah. But 2? Is someone else's Horcrux here? It can't be Rowena's Ravenclaw's soul seed inside the diadem since it should be in the same location. So who else could have created a Horcrux? He wondered. Well, more research subjects for me. Sarah, lead me to the closest location. Matthew wandered further into the room under Sarah's guidance. As he passed another pile of interesting-looking objects, among them a heavy, blood-stained axe, he muttered. It would be a waste to let all of this being burned to ashes through fiend fire. After a few minutes of fighting himself through a labyrinth made of piles of curious objects, he arrived at a particular chest full of jewels. Beep. First soul energy radiation coming from this chest. So the unknown Horcrux must be inside. Since the diadem of Ravenclaw was close to the statue of an ugly old warlock statue, he muttered as he cast a few detection charms. No traps or curses. Maybe it got placed here without knowing what it was. Matthew began to work himself through the jewels. Most of them were not of high quality, but would together still fetch a few thousand galleons. Unfortunately, his trunk was currently too full with the materials he created with the stone, although some jewels would be nice to have since they also could be exchanged for money without alarming others about the origin of his gold or harming the economy. It's not like he created them from valueless metals like the gold he created with the stone. As he searched through the chest, one particular stone fell into his eyes. This can't be. But this must be the Horcrux. The particular stone he found was very familiar to him since he was currently in possession of a similar stone. It was a small yellowish stone made of multiple cubic facets, undulating the energy from a powerful but familiar and unsentient soul. Matthew fished the stone already in his possession out of his trunk and compared the both of them. The moment both stones came close, a flash of energy appeared and the 2 small stones fused together, forming a slightly bigger one. The soul inside the stone became more active but was still not awake. Damn, it was really another part of the stone. And they fused together without me doing anything. I need to be more careful if I find another one. I am in no way ready to face the being inside the stone. Just what are they? Wondered Matthew as he observed the strange multifaceted stone resting on his palm. Now I should be able to gain a deeper understanding of it. But I have other priorities now. He muttered as he began to head in another direction after putting the stone back into his trunk. Under the lead of Sarah, he arrived at a place where an old-looking shelf was located. Close by stood the old and ugly statue of a warlock, on whose bust Harry would place the diadem without knowing what it was, just using it as a marker. At least in the original timeline. Matthew had to search around a bit before he spotted it. It looked like a nondescript and colorless old tiara, which Matthew felt he shouldn't pay much attention to. But only on the first look, this was only the effect of a powerful notice me not charm Voldemort must have placed on the diadem. Once he used his occlumency to overcome the effect of the charm, he saw how the diadem of Ravenclaw really looked. It was a beautiful diadem made of the finest goblin silver with a blue sapphire shaped like an oval worked into it. He could feel powerful magic from it since his senses became really sensitive to magic. Unfortunately, most of it was the disgusting and corrupt feeling from Voldemort's Horcrux. But deep behind the dark magic, he could feel something beautiful and pure. Yes, the soul seed of Rowena Ravenclaw is still present. If I manage to remove the Horcrux, I can restore this priceless treasure. And even use it. Most people only believe its powers to be a legend, but they just don't understand how to use it. He cheered as he looked at the legendary artifact. This would be the first artifact in his collections of treasures every proper wizard should have. The first piece, being the founder of his house, made it even more important. Although he could feel the suggestions from the diadem to put it on, he ignored it with the help of his occlumency. He knew this was a trap of the Horcrux trying to take possession of his body. He took out the chest he prepared before coming here and put the Horcrux inside until he was ready to handle it. He began to return to the entrance of the room, although he wanted to explore and collect all the treasures inside. Currently, he just didn't have the time or the space to carry them with him. But he will definitely return next year. This was his treasure trove now. It was already late, and he returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. A lot happened this year and Matthew was able to gain a lot while keeping the canon timeline mostly intact. Even though he was really busy all the time, he once again managed to finish his exams at top of the year. The same goes for Hermione. Even through all her panic, there was never a point to worry about her results. After the death of Quirrell and Matthew acquiring the first Horcrux of Voldemort, the year finished really fast. He had no real opportunity to take a closer look at the diadem of Ravenclaw and kept it all the time safely inside his trunk. He rather spent his time producing as many materials from the Philosopher's Stone as possible since he would have to return it by the end of the month. The school year approached its end and the population became busy with packing their stuff before the feast since the Hogwarts Express would depart the day after. The mood in Gryffindor wasn't good since they were at the last place thanks to Harry and Ron losing so many house points during the dragon smuggling. The rest of the houses were also somewhat cast down since Slytherin was once again winning the House Cup this year. Matthew didn't really care since he already knew better. Harry was also cast down since Professor Dumbledore told him he would need to return to the Dursleys over the summer holidays. Matthew talked a lot with the young boy to raise his mood but was secretly happy about this development since it was critical for one of his plans over the summer holidays. Only the photo album he got from Hagrid with pictures of his parents raised his mood. Scene break. Another year gone, Dumbledore said cheerfully. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. In 3rd, Hufflepuff, with 352. Ravenclaw has 471 and Slytherin, 472. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. Yes, well done, Slytherin, said Dumbledore. However, recent events must be taken into account. The room went very still. The Slytherin smiles faded a little, while Snape had a displeased frown on his face. The corrupt shit show began and Dumbledore began to disperse points. Matthew and Hermione also got points, but not as much as Harry and Ron together, and lastly with Neville's bravery to stand against his friends Gryffindor ended up taking the first place in the House Cup while Ravenclaw got second since the smartest house was always close behind Slytherin's lead and only was behind them thanks to Snape's unfair treatment. Which means, Dumbledore called over the storm of applause, for even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating the downfall of Slytherin since most of them were sheep. We need a little change of decoration. He clapped his hands. In an instant, the green hangings became scarlet and the silver became gold, the huge Slytherin serpent vanished and a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. Snape was shaking Professor McGonagall's hand, with a horrible, forced smile. Well, at least Harry's mood got a lot better, thought Matthew as he watched the Gryffindor table, before turning his gaze to his own house where he saw Hermione a bit downcast but trying to be happy for her friends. Don't be so down, Hermione. Did you still not realize that the House Cup is nothing more than a carrot on the stick to keep discipline in the castle? It has no consequences for your personal growth or later career, explained Matthew trying to lift her mood. I didn't think of that, she realized. Well, just keep doing your best and view the points you gain as praise from the teachers personally, and you will go far in life, he said with a smile while eating some tasty pudding. Scene break. The next day all the students were heading in direction of London with the Hogwarts Express. During the general confusion, Matthew made his move. He performed an exchange charm on an invisibility cloak that he enchanted himself and looked similar to the Potter's invisibility cloak and exchanged it with the one in Harry's trunk. Since he didn't use his wand, nobody was able to sense his use of magic since there were no professors present and he didn't use his wand. He borrowed the cloak since Harry wouldn't need it during the summer holidays, and the Dursleys would put his stuff into the cupboard under the stairs the moment they arrived in Privet Drive. He would break into Privet Drive once he accomplished everything he needed the cloak for the summer and put it back. The Blood Wards wouldn't harm him since he wasn't harming or intending to harm Harry. After a few hours of a train ride through Britain, the Hogwarts Express entered King's Cross Station, and the students who already changed into their non-magical clothes began to leave the train. After saying goodbye to his friends, he looked for Harry. Harry, I hope you will enjoy your holidays. Although I know your relatives are unpleasant, he said as he found the boy leaving the train. If something should happen, you can call me since I live not that far away from Surrey. We even may meet during the summer, said Matthew after handing Harry a piece of paper with his phone number. After greeting the Weasleys and chatting a bit with Hermione's parents, they watched how Harry had to leave with Vernon Dursley, Harry's fat uncle who once again had a purple head. Harry would keep them at bay this year with his bluff of defending himself with magic since the Dursleys didn't know about the no magic at home rule, although Petunia Dursley should know since she grew up with Lily. How was that, Vernon Dursley? He heard the voice of his father who approached him from behind. Hello, son, we were a bit late today? Mr. Mason greeted his son who was currently hugged by his mother. Hello, Matthew, you grew a lot again. Mrs. Mason fawned over her son. Hey, Mom, Dad. Please, Mom, not here, he muttered. You know Mr. Dursley, Dad? Yes, he works for Grunnings, that's the company that supplies us with drills for our machines. I have a business dinner this year at his home about a new contract, his father explained. Right, there was an event like this. Wasn't that when Harry met Dobby the house elf? Matthew mused as he followed his parents to their car. Right, the name of the business partner was Mason. That's perfect. I don't need to break into Privet Drive to put the cloak back. I just need to finish my business before the dinner and accompany my parents. Then I can put the cloak back without trouble, thought Matthew as he drove with his parents to their family house. Although Matthew had currently holidays, he had no time to waste since this time he had a very tight schedule and a lot of things to accomplish. He was currently heading for Diagon Alley where he needed to visit Gringotts to exchange some of the gold he created with the Philosopher's Stone into wizarding currency. It was impossible for him to create galleons from the gold himself since they were not only made from gold but also had counterfeit magic unique to the wizarding banks in the world. This kind of magic was a tightly kept secret by the magical financial institutes of the wizarding world and hard to replicate even with the help of the AI chip since it was created by multiple different races together. All of them had their own kind of magic that Matthew didn't know. The only bank in Britain was Gringotts thanks to an ancient agreement by the idiots of the ministry, which allowed the goblins to gain a monopoly over the finances in Britain. Basically, the purebloods made themselves dependent on Gringotts since most of their wealth is there. Only a few smart pureblood families may have scattered their finances over Europe in different banks, but most of them weren't very smart. He could sell the gold to different ingredient suppliers but they don't have such a large need for gold to sell it in the magnitude he currently needed. Besides, as currency, gold was only used rarely, and for very specific purposes in alchemy, potioneering, and different magical products. It could take months or years, time that Matthew didn't have at the moment to sell the amount he currently needed since all of them had their own supply either way. Matthew once again stepped through the familiar entrance of the marble building and approached one of the free tellers. Greetings, Teller Ergus. I am here to exchange some gold I recently acquired into wizarding currency. He began to greet after reading the goblin's name from the nameplate on his desk. The goblin Ergus answered with a typical goblin sneer. Hello, wizard. Will the transaction amount be larger than 1,000 galleons? Yes, I found quite the large pile of gold, explained Matthew politely. Please follow me to a private room, wizard, said the small creature as he guided Matthew through a corridor into a private room with a table where a few chairs stood on both sides. The walls were made of marble that was decorated with carvings. Among the carvings you found some privacy runes hidden. Once the goblin closed the door, the runes began to glow for a moment, while he pointed to one of the chairs. Please take a seat. About how much gold are we talking here? Began the small creature with a glint in its eyes. Matthew took his trunk out and piled a few bars of gold onto the table. This much to be precise. Ergus took a bar into its hands and began to inspect it. Growling nice, 24 carats pure gold and a sizable amount. The exchange rate between gold into galleons is 1 kilogram of gold to 10,000 galleons. For every transaction, Gringotts takes a fee of 25%. 25% is too much. I can visit the gnomes in Swiss next month and exchange the gold with a fee of 5%. He bluffed. You also are unable to threaten me with my gold since I am not a pure-blood wizard and don't keep all my assets at Gringotts. At most you would be able to inconvenience me until my schooling in Hogwarts ends. From then on I wouldn't need to do my business in magical Britain. But that would be inconvenient for both parties since we could have a profitable business relationship. After all, potioneering is just one of my future business branches. Explained Matthew politely but with a serious look in his eyes. The goblin began to growl but the respect in his eyes grew. Find the lowest I can do or we would have the purebloods on our backs. That's fine with me for now. They completed the transaction and Matthew left the bank with over 15,000 galleons in his trunk and another 50,000 in his vault. That went better than expected. Well, they also don't seem to like the purebloods but like gold. Most likely I am really a good future business partner for them, thought Matthew as he headed down the alley to a shop he didn't visit for a while. He arrived in front of the trunk shop where he already bought his trusted trunk and entered the small but practical storeroom which was packed with trunks in all sizes and colors. The same old shopkeeper still tended to the store. Welcome back, what can I do for you today? Is everything alright with your trunk? Asked the old shopkeeper behind the counter. Yes, I am very happy with my old trunk. But I need actually an upgrade. I would like to purchase a house trunk for myself, explained Matthew with a bit of anticipation in his voice, once he remembered Newt Scamander's epic trunk. That won't be cheap, the base version costs 10,000 galleons. That's also the amount you will need to pay up front, the rest for the upgrades can be paid later, explained the shopkeeper. Wasn't it 15,000 galleons the last time? Asked Matthew positively surprised. Oh yes, but the wizard remote removed in a new law the need to register the trunk with the ministry. The fee for that was 5,000 galleons. A rich pureblood wanted to purchase a few and it was cheaper for him to remove the law altogether than to pay the fee, replied the shopkeeper with a laugh. Good for me. More customers. And also good for me, it saves me some money. What are the features of the trunk? The standard version comes with one small, two middle-sized, and one large room that connects them. Security and weightless enchantments are included in the price. But there is no shrinking enchantment for house trunks since that would destabilize the pocket space. Every additional small room costs 1,000 galleons, middle ones 2,000 galleons and large ones 4,000. It takes 3 days for the trunk to be finished since I also need to test the stability of the pocket space, explained the old man. Okay, I will take one with additionally one small, two middle-sized and one large room. I will pay the 10,000 galleons up front and the rest once in 3 days, ordered Matthew as he took out the money. Okay, the final price will be 19,000 galleons. Thank you, here is your recipe. Finished the shopkeeper the transaction. See you in 3 days. Yes, bye. Matthew left the store after he put his purse back. So I will still need to use my original trunk as portable inventory until I find a better solution. At least I have a nice portable base now, thought Matthew as he began his way home. 3 days was enough time to finish one of his objectives. He didn't need much storage space for each of his objectives. Now his only problem was how to get there since he still wasn't able to apparate. It was just too risky to study it by himself. Although he knew how to create portkeys, they only could be created for places where you already were once. So he had no choice to use that method of travel. Once his parents fell asleep, Matthew placed a Notice Me Not charm on his door and opened a portal into a deserted back alley in the middle of London. He left the alley and headed directly for the next street close by. At the street, he took his wand out and raised it slightly. After a few moments with a loud plop that apparently nobody noticed besides himself since there were no lights in the windows turning on or people complaining, a purple AC Region 3 RT with 3 floors appeared on the empty street and stopped in front of him. The door opened and an 18 or 19-year-old man, with large, protruding ears and quite a few pimples in a purple uniform stepped out. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your one hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shumpike, and I will be your conductor this evening. Where do you want to go? He began while looking at Matthew. I need a ticket to Scarborough. Visiting my grandparents there, who recently moved to the coast, explained Matthew with a smile, while beginning some small talk with the talkative Stan as he stepped into the purple bus. There were no seats. Instead, half a dozen brass bedsteads stood beside the curtained windows. Candles were burning in brackets beside each bed, illuminating the wood-paneled walls. And a few wizards and witches clearly drunk were sleeping in them. That will be 16 sickles until Scarborough. For 3 more you will get a hot chocolate, said Stan. I only need the ride, replied Matthew as he handed the money over. Thank you. Take a seat, we start in a few seconds, warned Stan as he leaned against the window. And how they started. Scene break fuck. What is wrong with wizards? Never again will I use that ride from hell, cursed Matthew as he rested against the wall at his destination. I really need to learn apparition. At least I can now create a portkey if I ever need to travel to the coast, although there isn't much in the city. What was he even doing here? Scarborough was one of the cities directly at the coast of the North Sea, and one of the cities closest to the wizarding prison Azkaban. According to Fudge, the island is somewhere located in the middle of the North Sea, somewhere south of Hogwarts. In the books, Sirius said he turned into his dog form and swam to the mainland, so Azkaban should be somewhere close to the coast hidden with wards from the non-magical population. But that was just the information from canon. Matthew was able to pinpoint the exact location of the island with the help of Sarah by analyzing the historical records and logs he found in the Hogwarts library about the first expedition from the Ministry once the island appeared in the North Sea. He also used the local legends of the non-magical world as further information, since for a while during the Middle Ages very dark legends were told about this particular patch of sea. Not only did found Matthew the location of the island, he could also pretty accurately reconstruct what happened back then, although some of it was only his theory of which he may found proof today. Before Azkaban became a prison for the criminals in magical Britain, it was the base of an ancient dark wizard going by the name Echrisdes. He was one of the darkest wizards in the history of magical Britain. He may even surpass Voldemort or Grindelwald. Echrisdes practiced the darkest kinds of magics known to wizardkind and studied the darkness so deeply like very few wizards. He is also known as the creator of Dementors. Matthew was sure that he was originally immortal, or at least a way to extend his life, and only died because of a spell gone wrong or his extended lifespan run out. He knew that since the legends in the non-magical world about that particular patch of the North Sea about disappearing sailors spanned over centuries. And Echrisdes was the builder of the fortress of Azkaban. Before his arrival it was just an empty island. The Ministry grew aware of the location of the Dark Island after the concealment wards disappeared through Echrisdes' death. The Ministry of Magic sent an expedition to the island, which returned so shocked and disturbed by the horrors they found in the fortress that they only would share very few details about the island. The Ministry left the fortress that reeked of dark magic in use for years since they didn't dare to destroy the fortress, who is the home of the Dementors, to not provoke these dark and immortal, or immortal creatures. They even feared that the fortress itself would defend itself and exact revenge on them since it was so full of dark magic that it may have developed its own consciousness similar to Hogwarts, just dark. Later they restored the fortress and began to use it as the prison it was known for today. Because of Echrisdes was the creators of Dementors, Matthew was interested in him. Dementors were not native to Earth, they originated from another different dimension, which name he didn't know of, only that it was full of dark creatures and powers. He knew that information from the Scroll of Chaos he found beforehand in the Black Castle ruins. The knowledge of how to summon Dementors was inside that scroll. Raxidian, the master of the Black Castle, and summon of Dementors lived centuries before the legends of Echrisdes began. Since the scroll was still inside the ruins and there were multiple of them, Echrisdes may have possessed another one, although there was a slight chance he found the scroll before Matthew and returned it to the ruins. But Matthew's hunch told him it was another scroll. And inside the records of the Ministry of Christie's created not summoned the Dementors. The creation of Dementors wasn't recorded in the scroll he read before. Matthew arrived at the coast. The sea was rough tonight and colored in darkness, with a slight mist over it. Only the moon illuminated the wild water and was reflected by it. It would be impossible for him to swim there. He tried to locate the island where Azkaban was on with his eyes, but it seems like the Ministry not only concealed it from the non-magical but from everyone. Concealment charms are annoying, but if you know the location they are easy to see through if you know how. Sarah, please mark the location in my vision where the island should be. He requested mentally as he observed the sea. In his vision, a circle appeared marking the spot where the island should be. Concealment charms can have a lot of weaknesses since wizards don't have much knowledge about nature. They mostly only hide from their eyes by distorting the light. But I already created in my first year a spell that can see through most concealment wards or charms. My echolocation spell uses sound, it only needs a slight modification and I will be able to perceive what is behind the concealment, he thought. After casting his modified echolocation spell he was able to perceive the cliffs and large walls of the fortress. Even though the spell the place gave him a dark feeling, he couldn't imagine what it must have been centuries ago when the Christies lived there. Once Matthew located an advantageous position among the cliffs that he could stand on, he began to take out his trunk and prepare himself for his upcoming expedition. Matthew took Death's invisibility cloak that he borrowed from Harry out and put it over his head. Next he cast Internum Patronum. This charm was a modification of the Patronus charm. Its purpose wasn't to chase Dementors away but to counteract their harmful fear aura and also the presence of dark magic inside the fortress, and would ease the pressure on Matthew's occlumency shields. A spell perfect for stealth operations like these where Dementors were present. The cloak was enchanted with the help of the laws of the universe itself by some very powerful being that maybe was Death herself. It was able to hide his presence from any wards or creatures. He could only be caught if he didn't silence himself since his breathing and footsteps could still be heard. The cloak was even able to hide the presence of his soul, which made him invisible to Dementors. Matthew made a lot of tests with the cloak once he arrived home. Unfortunately, the cloak didn't recognize him as his owner, and he only could temporarily use it until Harry realized it was missing. That's one of the things he was able to find out in his experiments. All three of the Hallows were bound to ownership, not only the wand, and Harry was their most legitimate owner. Once preparation were finished, Matthew opened a portal and landed on a cliff that pointed to the coast. Now he clearly felt the ominous and horrifying presence of this place. It was really disturbing. The fog here was also much thicker, and instead of white, it was a dark gray, clearly indicating the influence of the dark magic in this place. Now that he passed through the concealment wards, he was able to take a look at the infamous prison of Azkaban. It was an ancient tower-like fortress, shaped like a triangle with a hole inside. It was made of a dark and old, somewhat eroded through the rough wind and weather of the North Sea. With the help of an earth-based scanning spell, he was able to send a pulse through the building and get a rough idea of the layout of the castle. Also, he felt the location of the close-by inmates. What he couldn't make out was where the Dementors were. Right, they are hovering and flying. With my earth pulse charm I won't be able to locate them, he realized. But it didn't matter, they were, either way, unable to spot him, and there were no inmates on the other side of this wall he was currently staring at. The walls weren't protected against magic that manipulated stones and earth, since they didn't expect an intruder to pass through the wards without them noticing, since they had anti-apparition wards and anti-portkey wards in place. Like in Hogwarts, they didn't work on his portals, but he felt that the light of the portals was too flashy, so instead, he manipulated the wall with earth magic to create a hole that allowed him to pass through and enter the fortress. He arrived inside an unused and unlocked cell with old and rusty bars. The whole section of the prison was currently unused. The dark presence of the building felt even more intense on the inside, combined with the aura of Dementors that would turn every prisoner insane given enough time. No wonder this place was considered one of the worst places in the world. Matthew began to explore the prison and spent the next few hours looking for any clues about the Dark Wizard at Christie's. Through his exploration, he got a good idea about the structure of the prison. The upper section of the prison was the place where the criminals were located with some minor crimes and had only a temporary stay. In that section was also the guard room for the few wizard guards stationed in the prison. Connected to the guard room was an arrival room where portkeys left and arrived from the Ministry of Magic. This was also the only official entrance to the fortress. How he knew that? Well, he was currently watching how a prisoner was brought here by an aura and placed inside one of the cells for low-level prisoners. The deeper and lower you walked down the fortress, the higher was the level of the prisoner. In the deepest and lowest parts of the prison, he found the inner circle of the Death Eaters. Amongst them was a dirty, skinny, and exhausted Bellatrix Lestrange who was still yelling. The Dark Lord will save me. He will reward me for my loyalty. He will come for me. While the other inmates also yelled sometimes, it was more of despair and agony. Bellatrix must have been that insane from the beginning that she kept her sanity inside this horrific building, and just her body was affected by the poor conditions of the prison. What an insane chic, thought Matthew as he watched her. A few cells further down the corridor was Sirius Black, who was currently resting in his dog form. He was a large black dog that looked like a grim but had a dirty and chaotic pelt thanks to this place. It was no wonder that this was the high-security section of the prison. The oppressing and dark feeling from the ancient building was here far stronger than everywhere else. It was worse than even inside the Black Castle ruins in the Forbidden Forest. He didn't want to imagine which horrific and dark experiments happened inside these walls to leave such traces behind for the centuries to come. Dementors were patrolling the corridors. No human guards were present. They only patrolled the upper floors and came only down here if they needed to bring the prisoners food or if someone came to inspect them. The high-security section was somewhat under the ground behind the cliffs. There were no windows here. Before someone could break out, if he could muster enough strength, he would need to climb a few floors upwards while dodging the Dementors. This was only possible if you were invisible, or an animagus like Sirius, which they didn't pay attention to since they don't have eyes. Azkaban also possesses a graveyard to accommodate those who have died in the prison. Most of the prisoners inside its walls died of despair, having lost the will to live, and added to the dark aura of horror and despair of the ancient fortress. The graveyard was established in the 1730s, but the high-security part of the dungeon was, according to the records he read, always down here. Something down here must have been causing the darkness and miasma of pain and agony, not just the Dementors. And Matthew had the feeling that his goal must be somewhere down here since the scrolls were some of the darkest artifacts known to mankind. But no matter how much he looked around the lowest floors, he didn't find anything. The Ministry must have removed every one of the dark books and artifacts they could find, maybe even destroyed them. It was probably even the first expedition. They probably found the remains of the experimental subjects the Christies left behind and their records of what he did exactly and destroyed them. But the darkness and pain in this building remained strong, so somewhere here needs to be a hidden chamber or something. He didn't believe that a powerful wizard like a Christies would leave his most valuable things openly. If the Ministry found one of the scrolls, then he would have at least found a mention of it somewhere. Even Horcruxes were mentioned in one of the books of the Forbidden section before Dumbledore removed it. Then a dark magic scroll should be mentioned in some historical records. Somewhere there should be an entrance. There was only one direction he could look further. He needed to go deeper. Since the darkness got more suppressive and terrifying the further down he was, meant that the source of it was below the prison. There may be a hidden entrance somewhere, but after a few hours of search, he was unable to find it. Matthew had another method to search down there. He placed his hand on the floor and sent a pulse out with the help of his earth magic. He searched on the whole underground floor for an entrance, tunnel, or staircase hidden somewhere, but was unable to locate anything. There has to be something, he thought, annoyed, and continued his search. I can't give up now. Any ideas, Sarah? Possibly the way further down caved in or got destroyed. The host should try using the earth pulse spell in different locations. Since that was his only option, he continued with his search. He used the spell in every room and corridor he entered but was unable to find anything. The last remaining area was the graveyard. He kneeled down in the center of the graveyard, surrounded by gravestones without names, and sent a pulse out. And there, barely at the furthest range of his earth pulse spell, he found a hollow area where a room or a cave could be. Well, no choice, I have to dig down. Good that there are no dementors in the graveyard. There are no living inmates to feed on after all. Though Matthew, as he began to dig his way down with his magic, he closed the tunnel behind him and only kept a small hole open for fresh oxygen. Cold. After he dug over 100 meters down, he finally arrived inside a dark cave and used the feather fall charm to reach the floor. The cave was in absolute darkness. There was no light source. With the help of his echolocation, he was able to feel the area around him. He was in a small room with a stone platform below his feet, the only way out leading further down. He took the hand of glory from his trunk and channeled his magic into it so he could see inside the dark cave. Once light illuminated the cave for him, he was able to see inside the small room. He was in a small chamber with walls made of pitch black stones. All over the walls were runes carved into them, but he couldn't exactly tell what their purpose was since he only recognized some of them. On the floor was another runic formation carved in Elder Futhark and Chaos runes. I am right here. Sarah, can you analyze the runic formation on the floor and record all the runes on the wall? I don't recognize all of them. Beep. Runes successfully recorded. The runic formation seems to be a short-range teleportation formation. It targets a receiver above ground. Usage is not recommended since the host didn't find the receiver above ground. It must have been destroyed. It would only disassemble the host's body into magic without reassembling it at the target. Added new data to the database. This must have been how Acrisdes entered this place. Well, at least I gained some small things already. But what is with this place? The intense and frightening pressure even affects me. I feel fear through my acclimacy in Patronus. Is this really the effect of the scroll? He wondered. For a moment he considered leaving this place. But he came too far to leave now and began to head further downstairs. The further down he walked, the colder and oppressive the atmosphere became. His acclimacy worked on full power, suppressing his instincts, which told him to run. On the floor were human bones scattered all over the place. Hundreds if not thousands of people died here. Matthew arrived at the bottom of the stairs, deep under the earth. It was ice cold. At the end of the stairs was a dark double door which was engraved with containment and protective rune formation, like wizards usually use for their ritual rooms to prevent interruptions during their rituals. Behind this door must be a ritual room. This must be the place where Acrisdes did the main part of his experiments, and where he probably perished. But why do I feel like someone is watching me? His neck hair was currently standing all over his body, and he had an unsettling feeling. Something must be behind that door. Matthew readied himself for a battle. He conjured his Patronus and let it fly around him. Additionally, he conjured a different kind of shield charms ready to protect him once he stepped through the door. After taking in one last breath, he deactivated the formations on the door and opened it. He stepped into a large circular room with a closed door on the other side leading outside. On the floor were the remains of a ritual, which was the most complex ritual Matthew ever saw. Although he had only a rudimentary understanding, it was far bigger than anything he ever imagined. There were many runes he just didn't understand. The whole setup gave off an unsettling feeling, and the room was filled with a deep dark mist but empty. But Matthew didn't let his guard drop. Something was very wrong here. Welcome, mortal fool! An unsettling and dark voice resounded through the whole room. I really need to thank you for freeing my avatar from this boring place. It was imprisoned for centuries. My previous servant Acrisdes created this prison in case something should go wrong? What an annoying mortal. Who are you? No, what are you? Why are you calling me mortal? Matthew asked while trying to locate the ominous being. Oh, you foolish boy. Obviously, you are just a mortal. But nice to meet you. I am Nightmare, ruler of the nightmare realm of the dream dimension. God of nightmares is one of the most powerful beings of the universe. Soon to be ruler of this small world thanks to you. Introduced Nightmare himself. You are a god. Where are you? Asked Matthew nervously. I am in deep shit now. Is he the creator of the scrolls? No. That one felt different. It was more chaotic. This god emits fear. Will I die today? Panicked Matthew. Oh, I am everywhere. In the shadows lurking under every child's bed, in the dark, subconscious recesses of every human head, you will find me in my realm of horrors. For I am Nightmare and your new master. After all, you deserve a reward for freeing my vessel from this prison. Come accept my power, boy, and become one of my mortal servants managing this world and its worthless mortals for me. Offered Nightmare as the black mist gathered in one place and formed a body. It was an old man with white skin. He had gray hair, and in his eyes had pure black irises. It wore a cloak similar to Dementor's but formed from the pitch black mist that surrounded his whole body. He looked similar to how Acrisdes was illustrated in historical records. It gave off a very oppressive and nightmarish feeling. Matthew never heard of this kind of being. There was no indication that the Harry Potter universe possessed this kind of demonic entity. Well, I may have doomed the whole world now, he thought as he tried to think of a way out. Bow to me, mortal, and accept my power, commanded Nightmare with his horrific otherworldly voice while he hovered above the ground. The black mist pulsated around him. Sorry, before that I have some questions. What will happen to me once I accept your power? How are my working hours? What is my pay? Began Matthew, trying to buy some time while communicating with Sarah while calculating his options. What are the results of your skin, Sarah? Any chance I could beat that thing? This being's current body possesses the capabilities of a rank 5 wizard. He is stronger than Voldemort, or Dumbledore if it were in his peak form. Currently, there are only energy levels of a rank 3 wizard inside the body. It seems to be greatly weakened, and is trying to feed onto the host sphere. The AI chip implemented countermeasures and temporarily suppressed the host's emotions. It seems to have similar properties to Dementors and should be affected by Expecto Patronum. Since it is more powerful than them, it will be less effective. There is a slight chance that the host is able to destroy that vessel. Good, not all is lost. My Patronus and the AI chip is shielding me from his influence. If it really is a being that rules over Nightmare, I won't be able to really kill it as long there are beings that dream, but I can destroy its vessel on this planet. Him giving me power should be a trick to take over my body or absorb my energy to strengthen itself. Analyzed Matthew while forming a battle plan. Stop stalling, mortal fool. I know you are just buying time. There is nowhere for you to escape. Accept my gift or accept your death, demanded Nightmare impatiently while staring down at Matthew. As if I would bow to someone. I would rather die, god or not, he said as he raised his wand and put more power into his 3-legged crow Patronus that circled around him until now and guided it against Nightmare. So you choose death, fool. Die. Nightmare shouted, and tendrils of black mist show away from his body and countered the Patronus charm. A fight between darkness and light, fear and happiness, both of these forces pressed against each other and remained in a stalemate. Good, he really isn't that powerful. I should be able to do that, he thought as he opened a portal. What's this? Leaving so soon? Without so much as a goodbye? I'll not have any of that, shouted Nightmare as he shot projectiles of darkness in Matthew's direction, who had to jump back to dodge. He fights only with rare power. His reserves must be depleting quickly with such a wasteful fighting style. Could it be that he has no real fighting experience since his main body is so powerful with infinite reserves that he never had to fight subtly and lacks actual experience? That's his weakness and my chance. I just have to tire him out, concluded Matthew and began to shout. Is that all? I thought you are God. How dare you, worthless mortal, shouted an enraged Nightmare and shot more waves of darkness against Matthew. I rip out your soul and drag it into my realm to punish you for eternity. Too good that I am working out regularly, or else I would have been in real trouble, he thought as he dodged the attacks while he further distracted and tires Nightmare out with his Patronus. I will never submit to you, Matthew shouted as he looked with defiance at Nightmare and shot a volley of spells at the demonic being, which did no damage. As his eyes fell at Nightmare, the world around him changed. He suddenly was in a world full of darkness. There were a lot of cries full of agony resounding from everywhere. There were piles of dead bodies and bones around him, while a being with the same hair and eye color as Nightmare sat on it and stared him down. Welcome in my realm, mortal. Now you will pay for your transgression. The being now identified as Nightmare said. Shit, he must have put me to sleep. Sarah, wake me forcefully up. Matthew quickly shouted in his mind as he operated his occlumency on full power to eject any mental attacks. The world around him changed again, and he was back awake. An attack was currently flying at him. He was barely able to dodge, but still got scratched on his arm. The fight continued on, and Nightmare's attack slowed down since he ran out of most of his energy. Still, any attack method Matthew tried out did not affect Nightmare. Even Fiendfire, his strongest and most destructive spell, was just brushed off. He was pretty sure a Dementor would have died from Fiendfire. Avada Kedavra! Shouted Matthew with all the hate he could muster as a green lighting of energy left his wand and hit Nightmare head-on. A soul destruction spell. Good thinking, mortal, but with your level of power, it wouldn't harm me if you send millions of them at me. Just give up, you won't be able to kill me. If you give me your body, I will promise you your family and friends will get a quick death. Obviously, you will still need to accept your eternal punishment. Offered Nightmare as he laughed at him. Never! Shouted Matthew, a soul spell? That is interesting. So? It seems that is the only method I have. Sarah helped me put the full capacity of my soul into one attack. Beep. That method of attack is not recommendable. Host's soul will gain permanent damage since the host still has not trained his control over his soul enough to perform this feat perfectly. I know, but I have no choice. This is the only method I have left. Everything else didn't harm him, and I need to destroy this vessel to win and survive here. The consequences are something we can solve later. So on my command, requested Matthew as he began to gather every bit of magical energy inside his body and added the energy of his soul into it. Beep. The assistance process started. Host's soul power is depleting at a quick rate. Burn! Shouted Matthew as he created a white burning three-legged crow at the tip of his wand. He put every drop of energy and all the positive emotions he could muster into it. The crow made of brightly white burning flames flew against Nightmare, who was counterattacking with every strand of black mist he had remaining. The black mist was quickly burning away as it impacted the burning Patronus. Nightmare began to shout enraged as the spell hit his body. How could such a young sorcerer destroy my vessel? You will pay for it. I won't forget that. Matthew watched as Nightmare's body burned away in the white fire while shouting in rage. After a few minutes, nothing of Nightmare or the black mist remained as everything burned away. The fire also died out. Everything was dark again as Matthew stared at the spot where Nightmare last was. Well, shit, I just made a powerful enemy, was his last thought as he fell onto the floor and the world turned into darkness. What happened? Asked Matthew as he opened his eyes on the cold stone floor. His surroundings were dyed in absolute darkness. His whole body hurt like he was rolled over by a truck again. Beep. Host fell unconscious for 8 hours after exhausting himself during the fight. You sustained damage all over your body, external and internal, because of an overuse of power. During your resting period, you restored the minimal amount of magical energy to sustain yourself. Immediate healing is recommended. Host's soul also sustained damage. By using so much soul energy, the host also used his soul's essence, which destabilized the integrity of his soul. If no way to restore the lost essence is found, host's soul and ability to use magic will begin to degrade in 6 years, 3 months, and 21 days. Until he becomes a squib able to sense magic but unable to use or manipulate it. Shit, no wonder my whole body hurts. And my soul is dire straits, but at least I am alive and have some time to solve it. He began to curse as he opened the trunk and began to take out some potions and the hand of glory for some light. First, he gulped down a magic recovery potion that was created by using some of the magical essences he created with the Philosopher's Stone. Next, a general health potion that assists the body's natural recovery process without affecting cell lifespan, since human cells are normally only able to split a certain amount of times, which is solved with magic. Next, he applied Murtlap essence over his cuts and wounds and covered them in bandages before he sat down to rest a bit. Sarah, scan my body for any wounds or broken bones I missed, he requested mentally. No broken bones found. The host's body strained on cellular level thanks to high amounts of magical and soul energy channeled through it while casting the enhanced fire Patronus. I recommend limiting the magic usage for the next few days. Generally, the host shouldn't cast large spells until he finds a solution to his soul damage, since it will only fasten the degeneration process. So I am mostly limited to rune-based magic that uses the surrounding as a power source for now or magic artifacts. Well fuck, I really need to be more careful. The world is much bigger than I thought. A being that controls nightmares and generates power from fear, that is just OP. Voldemort is a joke compared to that. Laughed Matthew as he realized what he just survived. I was really lucky that I survived. There seem to be restrictions to that kind of beings, or Earth would be long since have screwed. Maybe they are similar to Mephisto from Marvel, almighty and powerful in their own realm but very weakened on the outside. He concluded. Well, let's hope this wasn't a waste of time and I gain at least another scroll of sin. He muttered as his eyes fell on the door on the other side. He headed for the door, but before he opened it he used every scanning spell to make sure there was nothing on the other side waiting for him. After making sure there was nothing living, immortal waiting for him, he opened the door and stepped through. Through the light of the hand of glory, he made out he was in some kind of laboratory. There were multiple shelves with books on them. They looked old and withered but still readable. The preservation charms must have failed. He will have to read them very carefully. On the other side was a shelf with a lot of rotten ingredients, since their preservation charms must also have failed. In another corner of the room was a pile of different metals, be it gold, iron, silver, or something else. But they were of no interest to Matthew since he currently had more than that on the stock in his trunk, and once he had his new one he would produce even more with the Philosopher's Stone since he still had a bit of time. The lab equipment was rusted or completely eroded over time, and most of the magical artifacts are already broken. Only a few are still working and worth studying, like a faux glass or a cursed sword. But what piqued Matthew's interest was the scroll that lay on the working desk. It looked as good as new and gave off an ominous feeling. He was very familiar with that scroll since he already possessed one of them in the past, which now was hidden away in the ruins of the Black Castle again. He approached the scroll very carefully and placed it in another containment box like the Horcrux before storing it inside his trunk. As if I would dare to read it again. Even when I let the AI chip use my body to read it before, it was able to try to control me and almost succeeded. If the creator were actively focusing on me and the scroll, I wouldn't be myself anymore. Now this time I will be careful and use more precautions before I read it. The knowledge may be valuable, but my life is even more worth and I only have one. He thought before nodding. At least it wasn't for nothing. Once I concluded my business with the Philosopher's Stone and my soul, I will be able to focus on my next project, which will allow me to read the scroll. Next, Matthew began to carefully scan every book on the shelf. Some of the knowledge was already lost to time and a reparo charm was unable to restore the lost knowledge, but it was still a worthwhile haul. He found a lot of esoteric dark magic, research on souls, life, and death, and many experiments into these topics. But most importantly, he found Akrizdi's personal logs and realized what he wanted to accomplish. Immortality is the goal of any proper dark wizard before conquering the world. He already found a way to enhance his life by centuries. He was actually over 1,000 years old and died a few centuries after the founding of Hogwarts. The scroll allowed him to attain such a long life. But the method he found only preserved his life by borrowing foreign energies from another dimension, to be precise from Nightmare, and his soul still aged and was slowly dying. Akrizdi's realized that and was looking for a method of true immortality. He actually found by himself a method to create Dementors. They were a byproduct of his research. Dementors were the tortured sailors Akrizdi's captured around his island. He tortured them into madness and injected energies from the nightmare dimension into them. Their souls were consumed during that process, and they became soul and happiness-sucking creatures that collect energy and souls for their master. Echrisdes wasn't their true master but Nightmare, which Echrisdes didn't know. His research allowed him to devise a ritual that should make him an immortal king of Dementors. At least that was his plan. He believed he would gain control over the fear energy, but in reality, he just turned into a vessel for Nightmare. Although he managed to turn his body into something like a Dementor and immortal as long as he could get energy. Luckily for Matthew or mankind, Echrisdes had enough sense to create a prison that only he could open if it was locked. He must have activated it moments before his death, but that was only what Matthew concluded after reading the last entry of the log where Echrisdes noted down his precautions. In the end, he became a vessel for Nightmare which got destroyed by Matthew. This whole episode taught Matthew that the world wasn't as simple as he thought, and was much bigger and more dangerous than on the first look. The wizarding world was just a small drop. There were beings and even whole dimensions or universes outside of Earth threatening mankind, and with it him. He was already that far that he wouldn't rule out the existence of the whole alien civilization. After all, the universe was gigantic. They just didn't find anyone yet. His personal power was far too small to feel comfortable. Voldemort or Dumbledore were powerful on the scale of the wizarding world, but on the much bigger scales of the universe, they were small roadblocks to overcome and surpass. Matthew's current schedule was enough to handle Voldemort if the time comes, but it was still too slow. After all, he had no idea how to vastly surpass him and reach a level where he could survive beings like Nightmare or the creator of the scrolls. He needed to accelerate his training. Didn't plan to do that so soon, but this will help me to become stronger faster, thought Matthew as he wrote a rune formation onto the wall. He was currently limited to runes until his body healed enough. Luckily, it was possible to use most of his spells with runes. It was just slower. Once he finished, a portal formed and he came out in an unused area of the prison and hid below the invisibility cloak. He picked up a stone from the ground and carved a small rune into it. Once he was finished, he sneaked downstairs again and approached the prison cell of Sirius Black, who was currently sleeping in his animagus form. He finished the rune formation on the stone he prepared beforehand and activated it with that. It was a formation that combined the spells Silencio and Muffliato, keeping all sounds from leaving the close proximity of the stone. This area was now safe and any discussions couldn't be overheard. Good day, Mr. Black. So you are an animagus. This is a juicy piece of information. What did you say? Greeted Matthew with a happy tone. The small dog quickly stood up and looked around, unable to spot where the voice came from. Oh right, you don't see me. I am here, said Matthew as he dropped the cloak and appeared on the other side of the bars. The black dog turned into a tall man with long, dirty, and unkempt black hair and gray eyes. He looked really pale and haggard. Azkaban did no service to his body. He wore rags, which were probably the clothes he wore prior to his imprisonment. Almost 12 years of prison destroyed them completely. He was dirty, and his teeth were yellow. But his eyes still had an intelligent look to them. Unlike the other prisoners, he kept his sanity. Where did you get that cloak? What did you do to Harry? He asked angrily, suddenly full of energy, as he tried to grab Matthew through the bars. Sirius clearly recognized that cloak. He and the other marauders often used it during their school days. To Harry? Nothing. I just borrowed the cloak without letting him know. I will return it later, but it was the only way to sneak here in since this cloak doesn't make only invisible. It blocks any form of detection including wards. But your questions are really good. They just proved to me that I didn't sneak into Azkaban for nothing. Half-lied Matthew as he explained. What do you mean? Asked Sirius, clearly not able to completely follow. You are innocent, aren't you? Asked Matthew, guiding the conversation in the direction he wanted. I became very early friends with Harry. I was actually met him a few weeks before he learned of the wizarding world and saw how he was treated. Treated? Wait, what do you mean learned of the wizarding world? Asked Sirius, worried as he realized where this was going. Well, Harry grew up with muggles, his last living blood relatives to be precise, his mother's sister, replied Matthew. Petunia and that fat fuck, growled Sirius. He grew up with them? Where is Remus? Did nobody check what kind of people they are? Remus Lupin? I don't know his whereabouts. To my understanding, there seems to be some kind of protection related to blood on Harry. That's at least my guess and most likely the reason why Dumbledore put him there. But he could also be safe in other places. Please let me finish my explanation first before you interrupt me, continued Matthew as he saw Sirius wanted to ask something else. I met Harry and saw how he was treated. So I began to research where else he could live. And all I found was you, the supposed traitor of his parents. My gut told me something was wrong here. You grew up with James Potter like a brother. Nobody is born evil, you couldn't have faked that. Then I read a report about your imprisonment and had only one question. What kind of spell leaves only one finger behind and nothing else? I concluded Peter Pettigrew was the real traitor and framed you. You had no trial and couldn't defend yourself. The Imperious Death Eaters helped, most likely they're out. Long story short, I am here to confirm the details and try to find out any pieces of information to capture Pettigrew so you could be free and give Harry a happy home, explained Matthew. Sirius stared at Matthew with shock for a few minutes. You are right. Pettigrew was the real traitor. But I feel I am at fault because I convinced them to change Secret Keepers. It was all my idea. So that's why you muttered I killed them during your capture. Is Pettigrew also an unregistered animagus? Interrogated Matthew. Yes, his form is a rat, a common garden rat, which should currently miss a finger. A rat? Damn, I know where Pettigrew is. Sirius, keep your head down. I will capture Pettigrew and get your freedom. All you have to do is wait. But I will need to handle this carefully so the Death Eaters won't be able to arrange your death, pretended Matthew. Here, drink this potions. They should be able to restore your health a bit. If you feel something is wrong, escape with your animagus form. They have no wards preventing that. But wait, for now it's better to not show our cards and alarm the enemies. Okay, I trust you. And please protect Harry. How is he? After talking a bit about Harry and confirming the details, Matthew destroyed the silencing stone and left the place and created a portal to leave the prison island. It was already day on the outside. He called the night bus and returned with it to London, from where he opened a portal to his room. He stepped out of his room and greeted his parents. Morning, Mom and Dad. Damn, I slept long today. But I was really tired yesterday. Good morning, Matthew. Here, have something to eat. I seem to have forgotten to wake you up today, said his mother while handing him the remains of breakfast. She was clearly affected by the notice me not charm. This was good for Matthew since he didn't need trouble with his parents because of his nightly adventures and businesses. Matthew just finished setting up his brand new house trunk. He moved every one of his important possessions inside his new portable living and workspace. First, he set up the layout of the trunk. The shopkeeper showed him how he can connect and move the different rooms when he collected his new trunk. The ladder into the trunk ended in one of the 4 middle-sized rooms he ordered and had the purpose of a hallway connecting the different areas. On the left side was a door that lead into his living area. It was made of 2 middle-sized rooms. One of them was a basic kitchen/living room with another room that lead into the bedroom. He transfigured furniture from somewhat he collected from a close-by forest. Only the mattress was something he actually bought in a store and was of really high quality. Also, there was a nice new perch for Morgana in there he purchased in Diagon Alley while collecting his trunk. The faux glass he found under Azkaban was also hanging on the wall. He already studied it while waiting for his trunk to finish. It showed some Slytherin students he recognized as Warrington and his friends. They were of no consequences to him since they were too weak and stupid to do anything. No, what troubled him was another shade on the glass which was still far away, but he couldn't guess who it was since he kept low-key the whole time. Nightmare and that creator of the scrolls didn't appear on the glass. They were probably too powerful to be sensed by such a weak artifact. Currently, there was not much else of his personal stuff there since he didn't want to clear out his bedroom, only some clothes were there. After all, he wanted to keep it a secret that his trunk was a house trunk, and the thoughts of his parents weren't protected. On the right side of the hallway was another door that led into his working area. It connected to one of the large rooms that now served as a laboratory/study with a library area where he would keep his rare books or written works. The room had 3 doors, one leading into another large room which was his new storage room. He stocked that room up with space-extended cabinets where he added stasis and safety enchantments. He figured that out a long while ago after analyzing his original trunk. Although it was forbidden to put an expanded space into another because they would cause an unstable space reaction and collapse, there wasn't an expanded space but a pocket space. According to his analysis, it was the smaller version of a pocket dimension that was easily movable. While a pocket dimension was far larger, it would require a massive amount of energy to move or even create. According to legends, only powerful wizards like Merlin or Morgana Le Fay managed to create pocket dimension, and the knowledge was lost to wizard kind. He moved almost his complete stock of ingredients, metals, materials, potions, and unimportant books he didn't want to throw away into the new storage, and it wasn't even 10% filled. The Horcrux and the scroll were also stored in a safely locked cabinet inside their respective containment boxes. He decided he would spend the rest of the time before he returned the stone creating as many materials with the Philosopher's Stone as possible. Only some basic potions were left in the trunk like for healing, and so on. Another door led into one of the small rooms. He was now using it as a ritual room with a lot of containment and protections, enchantments, and runes on it. Now he wouldn't need to use the room of requirements or a secret corridor anymore for any of his rituals or magical maturities. The last door led into the last middle-sized room, which still had no purpose. Last but not least was a door in the middle of the hallway that led into the last small room. It was one of the most important rooms, the bathroom. It was stocked with a simple toilet he enchanted with a vanishing charm, vanishing all the waste, and a rudimentary shower and sink using water summoning formations. Scene break. So that how it is, murmured Matthew. He was currently coping up in his new laboratory reviewing the data he had on souls and searching for ways to heal it. On a side note, he found out after analyzing the data on the 3 unforgivables that they were soul magic. That's the reason why they were the unforgivables, and not something like a blood-boiling charm. They either controlled, tortured, or destroyed the soul of the target. As for ways to heal his currently damaged soul, well, he had one but he was unsure if he should use it. His research showed that the soul was made of 2 parts. Soul energy is a powerful form of energy that a soul generated naturally similar to magical energy, but every living being had it, and it was much harder to use. And the second part was soul essence. It was a higher form of soul energy containing the consciousness of a person and basically made up the body or core of the soul and was protected by soul energy. That was what was currently damaged inside Matthew. While casting the Fire Patronus and destroying Nightmare's body, he used a part of his soul essence instead of the energy because of his lacking control since he didn't master his 3rd Occlumency level yet. Currently, the way for him to heal it was to add new soul essence to his soul. The problem was he couldn't produce it himself. He tried but he was unable to find a way, so the only way was his second method. Devouring the Horcrux. He devised with Sarah's help a ritual that allows him to basically absorb the Horcrux from its container and add the soul essence to his soul. Additionally, he would gain all the memories inside the Horcrux which could be interpreted as good or bad. Voldemort had a lot of knowledge and experience but did also some really disgusting and horrendous things, which made Matthew unsure if he should proceed with it. Are you sure, Sarah, that there is no way to use the life energy inside the Philosopher's Stone to heal my soul? He asked his AI chip. Negative. Life essence and soul essence are 2 fundamentally different forms of energy, although they are both required for human life. Life essence represents the physical aspect of life necessary for the body to survive, while soul essence is necessary for the spiritual aspect. For example, Exidris found a way to replenish the life essence inside his body which made it immortal, but he didn't manage the same with his soul, which led to its degeneration slowly. Although a soul with enough control can survive without a body at least temporarily, the amount of time depends on how powerful the soul is. With enough power, Host could become a being of pure energy. At least theoretically, all the collected data supports that. I see. So basically I am facing a similar problem as Exidris, but I have somewhat a solution for now, and Exidris had centuries and didn't manage to create soul essence. I don't believe I would manage that before Hogwarts, no, not even during the 6 years I have time. Well, let's do it. I will bear with the uncomfortable memories. They will probably harden my resolve. At least you are able to remove the emotions from it, but you are still part of my soul and all memories are a part of me. Let's do it. Horcrux devouring ritual created. All the components for the ritual were ready, and the best about it, the object with the Horcrux would be unharmed. Matthew moved into his brand new ritual room and began to engrave the ritual circle onto the floor. The ritual circle consisted of 2 small rune formations on opposite sides, surrounded by a large rune formation. Matthew took the diadem of Ravenclaw out of its containment box and put it into the formation for the Horcrux. Its purpose was to force out the soul or soul fragment out of the object and restrain it. This was also the first step of the ritual. The second step happened in the second small rune formation. This formation was the place where the soul recipient would sit, this case Matthew. It will guide the soul fragment into Matthew and let his soul absorb the new soul. One of the requirements for it to succeed is that the soul of the recipient is more powerful than the soul fragment, or the new soul would absorb the original soul and take over the body. Since this was a Horcrux, there was only a part of a soul inside. To be precise, the diadem had 1/32 of Voldemort's original soul inside and was the 5th Horcrux he created. And at last, there would be a battle of souls initiated by the outer rune formation. It worked after the principle the winner takes it all. This included all the memories and a slight power-up since a soul was a factor related to the amount of magical energy a wizard possessed. The others were fitness and how acclimated a body was to magical energy, which happened through usage or age. The outer formation also absorbed magical energy from the surroundings and powered the whole ritual. Now that everything was set up, it was time to start. Normally a rune formation needed a bit of magical energy to start at the first time even if it was powered through the energy of the environment, like an ignition inside a car. But Matthew worked another method into the ritual since he wanted to remain in the best currently possible condition. The past events taught him to be careful since he never knew what could happen, and Voldemort was the one wizard with the most experience in soul magic who entered realms never did before. He possessed abilities that included possession, which was a branch of soul magic and vastly more experienced than Matthew. Matthew pulled a vial with magical essence out of his pocket and poured it onto a specific part of the ritual circle which absorbed the essence and began to work. This method was normally too wasteful, but he still had the Philosopher's Stone, and considering the risk of the whole process it was worth it. The rune formation with the Horcrux inside began to glow in bright green light and engulfed the diadem of Ravenclaw. This lasted for a few seconds before a black and grey ominous mist began to leave the Horcrux followed by a bit of blue mist. Right there was also the soul seed of Ravenclaw inside the diadem. Realized Matthew, and now it won't work anymore. Too bad. He thought as he watched as the 2 different veils of mist gathered together. The blue mist formed a small blue glowing ball, while the black and grey mist formed into a deformed creepy-looking ball with a snake-like face that looked like an abomination. You're good that the last step will purge the taint of the losing souls, thought Matthew while preparing himself for the next step. Now the rune formation he was standing inside began to glow in white light, and both balls of souls began to get attracted by the formation. He also began to glow white and the 2 souls entered him. After a few seconds, all 3 souls began to gather in one spot and began to fight each other for superiority, as the outer rune formation began to glow in bright red light. This battle would happen in the mindscape, inside Matthew's universe. He appeared floating in the center of his mental universe. There appeared a blue shade but it instantly flew away in another direction. It happened so fast that Matthew couldn't even follow. He didn't even have the time to. Another person appeared. It was a handsome young man with jet black hair and dark eyes and pale skin. He recognized very few similarities with the Voldemort of the movies after his rebirth. Mostly his eyes were similar. There were now ugly deformations from the years of incest the Gaunts practiced. This was most likely how his father Tom Riddle Sr. must have looked, who was said to be quite handsome himself. So you are the one who tries to use my soul. How about you join me? I will grant you unimaginable power and make you my rig dash dot. Began the man. Blah blah unimaginable power, riches, immorality, and so on. That's everything I can get myself. You are powerful in the wizarding world, but on the large scale just a small fry. Accept your fate as my stepping stone and surrender. Give me everything you have. Interrupted Matthew, bored by another villain's speech. Nightmare was far more impressive since he showed a level of power Voldemort couldn't have because of his limited foresight. Compared to standing before Nightmare or the creator of the scrolls, Voldemort was a joke. You insolent mudblood, you will for your disrespect to your superior. Once I have your body, I will keep a bit of your consciousness so you watch your parents and friends die. Shouted Voldemort in anger. Yeah, sure pretty boy. Damn, compared to the future version you look like a girl. Come on Tommy boy, let's do this. Taunted Matthew. Avada Kedavra. A green flash appeared from Voldemort's wand and headed for Matthew, who dodged it with a sidestep. So it seems that he is limited to spells. Although he is a powerful combatant, this is my mind. I am the god here, thought Matthew. He summoned a meteorite shower and threw it against Voldemort, who was stunned about the turn of events. Not so arrogant anymore? You are a joke. Although you are powerful with a wand, there are beings out there who can do stuff like that in the real world. And both of us are ants compared to them. But unlike you, I will reach heights far surpassing you and reach their level one day. While you are just a power-up for me. Laughed Matthew as he watched how Voldemort desperately tried to stop the meteorites and throw them back. He actually managed to stop one, which was impressive for the power level a wizard usually reached. But the other still hit him and knocked him out. After making sure he was out cold, Matthew approached him and placed his hand on the soul body and began to absorb it. The cracks that appeared in his mental universe when he injured himself began to close and the whole place actually expanded a bit. It was working and his soul essence began to restore. After a few minutes the whole process finished and Matthew stood up again. So where did that soul seed of Rowena Ravenclaw go? Murmured Matthew as he tried to locate it. He located in the area of the AI chip inside his mindscape. Sarah currently restrained it. Once Matthew arrived at a mechanic-looking planet floating in the darkness of his mental universe, Sarah directly communicated with him. Artificial spirit detected with similar and compatible functionality to the AI chip. Upgrade of the AI chip possible. Allowed to proceed? So our assumption was correct, and Rowena Ravenclaw basically created an artificial intelligence in form of a soul seed inside the diadem. Well, that knowledge will be useful for our next project. Is there any knowledge inside the spirit? Asked Matthew. Negative. No database functionality is present. It is only a processing unit with logic algorithms enhancing the thinking process of anyone using the diadem. Then there is nothing to gain for me. The soul essence inside the spirit is minuscule. Nothing for me to gain here. Absorb it, Sarah. He allowed, and a bright blue flash appeared, and the spirit flew into the planet, which began to glow for a moment and absorb it. Once Matthew saw that everything was fine, he left his mindscape and awoke in the real world again. The ritual circle was no longer glowing since the process was completed. The diadem lay on the floor without undulating much magical energy anymore. It was now a common diadem made of goblin silver. It still had a lot of historical value, and goblin silver was quite expensive. A nice treasure for his collection. He definitely wouldn't return it. No, he would place it inside his bedroom, in the trunk, for now as a nice decoration and memento. Next, he closed his eyes and concentrated on his body. There was no longer any pain anywhere. His physical injuries healed a few days ago, and now his spiritual also were healed with the essence of his soul restored. Instead, he felt more powerful than before. Sarah gave me a report and scanned my body to show me my new status. He requested. Beep. Host soul essence grew by 5% compared to before the injury, which resulted in a slight growth of magical energy. The limit before needing to undergo a magical maturity raised a bit from 250 to 280. Compared to other rank 2 wizards, host will now be able to cast more spells and have generally larger reserves. The upgrade of the AI chip is also finished. It has now double the processing power, and most importantly, it can now create a subchip similar to a soul seed which can be implanted into other objects, which will allow the host to cast magic through it and always be connected to it. Current limit 3. This limit is based on the strength of the host's soul. The memories from Voldemort are currently getting processed. Every bit of his taint and personality will be removed before integrating them into the host's memories and the database. Damn, that is perfect. That will make the next project far easier. No, we can even change the specs a bit. Once Voldemort memories already notify me. I can't wait for all his knowledge. Realized Matthew before he returned his thoughts to the current tasks. And my status? Beep. Stats calculated. Displaying new status. Matthew Mason, Wizard, Rank 2, Strength, 2.8, Agility, 2.8, Vitality, 3.0, Magical Energy, 205.4, Law of Fire, 4%, Law of Earth, 3%, Law of Wind, 2%, Law of Water, 1%, Status, Healthy and Energized. Nice, although my physical stats are growing really slow, my magical energy reserves are growing nicely. With the help of the potion, I will soon reach the limit and be able to undergo another magical maturity. The laws are really hard to master, but nothing I can do here, just practice and discover. Summarized Matthew. Now that he was able to solve the problem of his damaged soul, he could soon start his next project, which would allow him to study the new Scroll of Sin. But first, he needed to contact the Flammels. Since their time was running out, and he had gained the most important things from the stone already. The immortality was only a partial solution, and he didn't want to rely on a potion to live. He could easily end up like the Flammels if he was unlucky. And infinite wealth was nice, but only could bring him so much on his path to power. He couldn't pay beings like Nightmare with a bit of gold to leave him and Earth alone. Even the knowledge he could purchase was limited since the rare stuff was hoarded and kept secretly. No, rather he would want access to the library of the immortal alchemist and study a bit under him. There must be books that were lost over the centuries and knowledge that probably would be family magic somewhere else. No, this opportunity was too good to pass. Matthew began to write a letter. Dear Mr. Flammel, I happen to gain possession of a very rare magical artifact that belongs to you. You hid it last school year in Hogwarts to protect it. Once I realized what kind of artifact was currently inside our school, I couldn't pass the opportunity to study the stone and I wanted to see if I could do it. I stole the original under Dumbledore's nose and exchanged it with a decoy. Now that I have finished researching it, I would be happy to return it to you. To my understanding, your time is literally running out. Happy to hear from you to discuss a finder's reward. To prove I am telling the truth, I added a little gift to the parcel. Yours sincerely, Matthew Mason, soon to be 4th year Hogwarts student. PS. I would also be happy to hear about who really created the Philosopher's Stone. He put the letter into an envelope and packed 2 vials with the elixir of life into a parcel, and began to leave the house trunk with the parcel. Once he arrived in his room, he headed to Morgana, his beautiful black owl. Hey girl, how are you? I need you to make a delivery for me. Are you able to reach the Flammels? He asked her as he patted her head. Morgana replied with a happy cry and nodded her head. Nice, I need you to deliver that parcel and letter to them. Wait for an answer from them. Then come back. He patted her a bit before binding the parcel and letter onto her leg. Then he opened the window in his room and Morgana flew out with a happy cry. So that's that. Now I need to produce as much as possible with the stone before I return it. He murmured as he returned into the laboratory inside his trunk and began to work. He only left it for eating with his parents and even slept inside. After all, he didn't want to regret not using as much of the stone as possible. All the materials he produced with the Philosopher's Stone barely scratched the life force reserves of it. The Flammel still could produce hundreds of thousand years worth of elixir of life. They won't be able to live that long. After all, their soul was still mortal and would slowly die. The lifespan of a mortal soul was about 2,000 years if it wasn't replenished. So although they still had more than half their life before them, they wouldn't live eternally. Matthew was currently sitting at breakfast with his parents when Morgana flew through the open window. And last Christmas, this famous American weapon producer and his wife died in an accident and left their SO. Is that Morgana? His father got interrupted when Morgana arrived during a recap of important events that Matthew missed while being in Hogwarts. Oh, it's a letter I was desperately waiting for, said Matthew as he took of the letter on Morgana's leg. Who is it from? Is it a girl? Began his mother with an excited voice. No, Mom, I write regularly with my friends from school and there are also girls among them, but we don't have that kind of relationship. We all are a tad bit young for that. No, I contacted Nicholas Flamel, who is a very famous and accomplished wizard, and asked him if I could study under him in the future, explained Matthew while opening the letter. Wait, the Nicholas Flamel, from French legends? The immortal alchemist and supposed creator of the Philosopher's Stone which grants immortality. He is real and still alive, or is it someone else? Asked his father a bit excited. Yes, that one, and the stone is real, or how else would he be alive? And he invited me to meet him and discuss an opportunity to study under him over a cup of tea tomorrow afternoon. I should visit him tomorrow at his home in Paris, said Matthew as he explained the details of the letter. How are you supposed to get to Paris that quickly? Asked his mother a bit muffled by the timing. Magic, answered Matthew with a grin, but as he watched the unamused look of his mother he began to further explain. The letter is something we call a portkey. It is a piece of magic created to travel over wide distances. This magic can instantly transport someone all over the planet. When I say a certain keyword, it will bring me to their family home in Paris, and later return me to my origin, he explained. So you can travel instantly to America or Japan from here? Asked his dad. Theoretically. It is kinda regulated by the ministry and you are supposed to register any travel through portkeys with them. But they are not competent enough to actually trace any portkey travels. He mocked them as he thought about the Triwizard Cup where Harry was transported to the graveyard in Little Hangleton. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems politics are always the same no matter if non-magical or magical, concluded his father. Well, can I go? This is a once-a-lifetime opportunity. I can study under the most famous alchemist in the wizarding world, asked Matthew. His parents looked at each other, having a discussion with their eyes. After a few seconds, his mother began. Okay, you can go. Since you are always so well behaved and study so hard, we will allow it. But for that, you will join us during a business meeting in 3 weeks. I think you are familiar with them. They are the Dursleys and your father is currently discussing a contract about drills with Mr. Dursley. They also have a son a bit younger than you, requested his mother. Matthew grimaced. Okay, I will go. But they are not nice people, but this can be an opportunity to help a friend of mine. Is that so? Oh, and be back tomorrow at night. I don't want you strolling through Paris by yourself, requested his mother. Okay, I am in my room, I still need to prepare some stuff, said Matthew as he left the table and headed to his laboratory. Scene break the next day in the afternoon took the letter into his hands and said. Really a funny guy that Nicholas Flamel. Sacred Blue. This was the keyword to activate the portkey. While Matthew disappeared in a whirl, for him the world began spinning around him. He holed himself onto the letter, not daring to let it go as he got squeezed through a hole while spinning around. A few moments later he arrived above a spot of grass and began to step through the air, having seen that in the Harry Potter movies. No matter how shitty the wizarding travel methods are, he would never succumb to them. So he landed with grace and on both his legs on the ground in some kind of garden. Not bad for my first time with a portkey, he muttered as he looked around trying to find out where he currently was. It was some kind of spacey backyard surrounded by tall fences preventing a view in and out of the garden. There were different kinds of fruit trees and flower beds there. You could see that the owner takes care of this place. The house was built in a typical French style with rose bushes growing at the wall. Unlike the neighboring houses, the one which the garden belonged to was quite a bit older than the others, but it was in a really good shape. Magic could accomplish many things. Matthew felt the magic surrounding the place. There were powerful wards here, almost as strong as the ones in Hogwarts. And many charms similar to the Notice Me Not charm made this place inconspicuous for the non-magical as close by. This place had a really nice flair, and a lot of wards he didn't recognize. This must be where the Flamels are living. Damn, I really want to study the magic here, muttered Matthew as he approached the door leading into the house. Just as he wanted to knock, the wooden door opened, and an old lady appeared in the frame. Oh, welcome, you must be Matthew. We were waiting for you. She greeted him with a strong French accent. Hello, ma'am, and you are? He asked. Oh, where are my manners? I am Perenelle Flamel. She introduced herself. Hello, Miss Flamel. I am honored to meet you. He greeted her as he began to follow her inside the house. They arrived in a kitchen where a nice French tart was standing on a counter. None of that, Mrs. Flamel, call me Perenelle. My husband was really intrigued but also worried by your letter. I really want to hear more about how you acquired the stone. That boy Albus must become quite careless in recent time, she said while treating Dumbledore like a child. Do you want some tart? I made it with apples from my garden, she explained proudly. I would love to try it, said Matthew politely, as he watched her placing some pieces of the tart on plates. He helped her carry them to the next room, which was a spacey but cozy living room with a nice table where they sat down. My husband will be here in a moment, she said as they continued to chat nicely. After a few minutes of small talk, the door to the living room opened and an old man with shoulder-length white hair stepped in. This was the immortal alchemist Nicholas Flamel. He looked exactly like in the Fantastic Beasts movies. Ah, there you are. Did you forget the time again? You are irresponsible like always, Nicholas, began Perenelle to scold him. Sorry, dear, he replied a bit sheepishly before looking at Matthew with a serious look. So you are Matthew Mason. A young boy wants to extort me? He asked as a powerful invisible pressure began to emit from his body. The old man was full of magical energy and the tension in the room became really oppressive. Damn, he feels stronger than Dumbledore, thought Matthew as a bit of sweat run down his back. Beep. Level of power of a rank 5 wizard detected. Analyzing situation. Weakness detected. The opponent's body is very weak. It has deteriorated through the many centuries. He can only attack with the power of a rank 4 wizard and is slower than most. A quick and deadly attack has a 53% chance of succeeding since the host is in close range. Only 53% success chance? So basically a coin flip. This situation is extremely dangerous. I thought he would be nicer since he isn't the Dark Lord who created the stone and was portrayed as a nice person in the movies. Did I miscalculate? How to calm him down were Matthew's thoughts as he desperately tried to think of a way to solve this situation. Suddenly Perenelle stood up and hit Nicholas on the shoulder and a slight crack was heard. Stop scaring our guest, you old fool. The suppressive aura around Nicholas disappeared. Ouch, Perenelle, please. But he still tried to extort me. And he clearly wants to take advantage of the situation. He complained as he put his shoulder, who was dislocated, back into place without a twitch. Well, maybe he is a Slytherin at Hogwarts. They tend to have a similar disposition to Ombreland students in Beauxbatons. And you know that is the way they have to act in this kind of house to gain respect or to even survive. That doesn't make him a bad or evil person. She berated her husband. Ombreland is one of the 3 houses in Beauxbatons known for their cunning, logic, ambition, curiosity, and cold, which is basically a combination of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. So she is not wrong, realized Matthew as he recalled what he read about the most prominent magic school in France which the Flamels attended in the past and are sponsoring it over the last few centuries. Well, you are not completely wrong, Perenelle. But I am a Ravenclaw student, although the Sorting Hat considered Slytherin for me. But because of today's political situation and the extreme prejudice against me being a first-generation wizard, it put me into Ravenclaw since I fitted in both houses," explained Matthew politely. "See, you old fool. Sorry, Perenelle, but that doesn't change the fact that he tried to extort me," complained the ancient alchemist. "Well, that's not true. I admit my wording could be a bit misleading, and I apologize for that. But I was actually suggesting a trade between us. I am offering the Philosopher's Stone in my possession," continued Matthew with a smile. "And what is stopping me to take it from you now that you are here?" asked Nicholas with a glint in his eyes. "The hat still wanted to sort me into Slytherin. Obviously, I hid it somewhere only I know and can reach the location. And you don't even need to try legitimacy on me. I was able to fool Voldemort for a whole year. It will be very hard for any wizard to even read my surface thoughts. HMPF. What do you want, boy?" asked Nicholas a bit grumpy. "I want to become your student," offered Matthew. "Denied. I don't take any permanent students anymore. I swore an oath on that," denied the alchemist without a moment of thought. "Ask for something else, boy." Matthew already expected this answer. This was only his opening offer after all. "Then I want access to your personal library without you removing any books or censoring any of them. I also need some information you have. For that I want an explanation that is answered truthfully," requested Matthew. I can give you access to my library, but only for 1 week. You can read as many books as you want, and you will get access to all of them. From today on, until next Saturday you can access my library. I will even create a portkey for that week," offered the alchemist with a grim smile. "Ha, the old man is trying to trick me. He believes me to only be a talented student who can only read a few books in a week. After all, in my last life when I began to read it took me 6 hours to read a Harry Potter book. Even if I became faster over the years it would still take almost 5 hours, and for magic or science books it will take much longer. Even with perfect recollection, I am still limited by my reading speed. Normally. Too bad for him, I already solved that problem. With my scanning spell, I can read books just by touching them, so I can read more than a handful of books in the minute," laughed Matthew internally while nodding his head. "Okay, deal. And my other request?" His grin became wider for a moment before becoming serious again. "Well, that depends on what you want to know. If it isn't something very personal, inappropriate, or out of my knowledge I will answer it truthfully with all background information," said the old man. "That's acceptable. How about we write it up in a formal contract with both of us putting a validity charm on it, and each of us gets a copy? I know they are not magically binding, but this contract could still harm your reputation if I made the details public. View it as a safety measure for me," requested Matthew. "I would never break my word, brat. But if it makes you happy, let's do it," grunted the old man. "Here is some paper and a quill. This is a blood quill, it will make it even more valid," said Perenelle as she summoned said tools. The blood quill was a black feather with a few enchantments on it. But it didn't give off the feeling of dark magic, so it wasn't really a dark artifact as depicted in the Harry Potter books, but rather a tool that could be misused as a torture device. After the contract was written up and checked by me and Nicholas for any mistakes, we both checked the contents for any mistakes or tricks. Once we both were happy with it, we signed it by using the blood quill. Matthew only felt a slight sting on the back of his hand while writing with it, but no wound appeared. You need to write more with it for that to happen. Maybe if Dumbledore would have to sign with his whole name, he could get a wound, thought Matthew while Matthew watched Nicholas sign. "Now that is done, get my stone, boy," requested the old man. "Just a moment," said Matthew as he took his wand out and pointed it onto his hand. He wordlessly activated a rune formation he prepared beforehand and summoned the Philosopher's Stone to his hand from his trunk in London. "Here is your stone." While thinking, "I still can summon it to me for a few weeks if you should break our agreement, since the magic of the rune formation is active now." The immortal alchemist took the stone and put it back into his pocket. "Since I am in a good mood and today already is halfway over, you can use my library until tomorrow in a week," he said with a smug smile, thinking he had tricked Matthew. "I will show you the way in a moment. But first, let's finish the second part of our deal. What is it that you want to know from me?" "We will see who will have the last laugh, old man," thought Matthew as he asked. "Well, I want to know something pretty simple. Who is the real creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and is that Dark Lord still alive?" He directly dropped the bomb. "So you studied the stone that deeply? Not even Albus knows about that. Well, that's something I can answer. After all, this is something you should now know either way since you used the stone and made a powerful enemy with that," explained Nicholas. "The person who created my Philosopher's Stone is dead. I killed him although I was too slow to save so many lives. You must already know what the stone is made of. But the person who invented the stone was his teacher, and is still alive. His name is Esteban Corazon Diablo. In recent centuries he uses also the alias Diablo or Esteban Diablo. Diablo? Like the Spanish word for the devil? If he really created the Philosopher's Stone and is still alive, why did I never hear of such an old and capable wizard? There should be at least some mentions of him in a history book, or a chocolate frog card or something," wondered Matthew. "Well, he isn't a wizard." The alchemist casually dropped that bomb. "Not a wizard? Then how did he create a Philosopher's Stone? And even then, why is he so dangerous if he isn't able to use magic? Now non-magical weapons are really dangerous, but back then swords and arrows were the peaks of weapon technology, and you couldn't take care of him?" asked Matthew while a bad feeling was growing. "For that, let me start at the beginning and explain his origin and journey to what he is today. I researched a lot about him, but many records about his early life are rife with contradictions and conflicting accounts. But I still managed to get a rough background on him. Esteban was born into Spanish nobility sometime in the 9th century. During his youth, he became interested in the art of alchemy. After the death of his father, Diablo used his vast family fortune to fund his quest to master these ancient arts. Many branches of alchemy are usable without magic as a catalyst," explained the old alchemist. "Alchemy without magic? So he was able to use the energies of the environment for it," realized Matthew. "Most likely even I am unsure of the exact details. I found out that he spent a lot of his time traveling through all of Europe learning the craft of alchemy from masters of that time. At some point, he managed to create a Philosopher's Stone that allowed him to prolong his life. From then on he used the stone as his source of power and managed to master the craft of alchemy so deeply that he is able to use molecular transmutation without any preparations. That is one of the ways he fights. Even I myself are unable to replicate that feat, and I tried," continued Nicholas. "That's possible? Like he puts his hands onto the floor and it transmutes into a spear attacking the enemy?" asked Matthew while he thought of the Fullmetal Alchemist manga. "Yes, similar to that. Although he doesn't need to touch the target, he can do that in a limited range around him, similar to transfiguration with wizarding magic, just more efficient. I clashed a few times over the centuries with him, and that ability is annoying. But that is not all. Later on, he also acquired some forms of magic. During his travels, he visited Transylvania and met the vampires there, where he became an expert in scolomantics and corpus hermeticum, which allowed him to access the magic of demons and even contact them. At some point, he made some kind of deal with them and acquired a better form of immortality that kept his body youthful. The exact details are unknown for me, but in all our fights I was always unable to kill him only to chase him away," he said with a great expression. "Non-magical S can learn magic? That's new," muttered Matthew. "Yes, and very dangerous? They borrow powers from someone else, and it has a price," warned the old alchemist. "That sounds a bit like the sorcerers in Marvel. Maybe if I am powerful enough I can recruit some non-magical S and let them borrow my magic and gain an army with that," pondered Matthew while he asked. "Why is Diablo even coming after you?" "Well, after I finished studying in Bosbaton I devoted myself to the study of alchemy. Through that I later met a colleague who studied under Diablo and learned how to create a Philosopher's Stone. Diablo suggested him to create one himself and gain immortality through it. Once I learned the truth about how the stone was created, I tried to stop him, but I was too late, and during the Black Death pandemic millions of people more died, which made it one of the gravest events in human history. I confronted my friend and colleague, and after a battle, I managed to best him and take the stone on me. Later it turned out that he was nothing more than a pawn Diablo manipulated to create a new Philosopher's Stone since its powers weren't infinite. Since the stone was successfully created, he found out that I possessed it and came after me. Voldemort wasn't the only one last year who targeted the stone. I couldn't handle both of them, so I left the stone with Albus, who took care of Voldemort while I handled Diablo, explained the alchemist. So that's how it is. I wondered that for a while now. There is no way you couldn't fight Voldemort, who doesn't even have a body, realized Matthew. Yes, with his body he would have been a troublesome opponent, but without it, he isn't a challenge. But the world is much greater than you think. Even I don't know its true size, but I saw a few things. Well, back to Diablo. This wasn't the second time he created a Philosopher's Stone. He did it multiple times over the history. Usually, during wars, he used the deaths to create a new stone. For example, he assisted El Cid during his conquest of Valencia. Will he come after me? After all, I don't have the stone anymore, asked Matthew. Probably not, but he could try to gain information about me, explained the alchemist. Well, doesn't mean I won't. After all, if I take care of him, I could gain a lot of new knowledge and a Philosopher's Stone without offending any powerful people in the wizarding world, thought Matthew while saying, Thank you for answering my questions. That was very enlightening. I will be more careful from now on. Could you show me the library now? Sure, follow me, boy, replied Nicholas as he left the living room with Matthew following him. Perenelle already left a while ago taking care of the garden. The house was far bigger from the inside than the outside. It had a comfy rustic interior, although a bit old. The house was lighted with rune formation rather than with torches like usual. Nicholas led him upstairs through the magical expanded house. They arrived at a massive wooden door, which was sealed with rune formation in Elder Futhark. The alchemist took his wand out and manipulated the runes guarding the door before he turned to Matthew. I added you into the door protection for 1 week. The portkey will bring you into the garden and return you to your origin. You can only use it in the garden. The rest of the house is warded against any form of magical travel I encountered in the past. Only beings that can overpower my wars are able to break through. To enter the library, you only have to put your hand in the middle of the formation, like this. As Flammel put his hand onto the door, the runes began to glow, and the door swung open. A wide circular room appeared. There were a lot of wooden shelves placed all over the room. The library had the size of about the Hogwarts library. Some of the books looked really ancient, and were behind a glass case under preservation charm. In the center of the room stood a table, with some stools beside it, and also some recliners to comfortably read. Well, I will need the week for that, realized Matthew as he saw the number of books here. Many of them were unfamiliar to him. It was really a dream place for someone like him. Hermione would be really envious if she knew that he was inside the library of Nicholas Flamel. I will have to act efficiently here, or I won't be able to finish them all. Welcome to my personal library. I gathered quite the collection over the centuries, explained the alchemist with a smug grin that really annoyed Matthew. On the left side you find the alchemy section. It's the largest collection of the library. Many of the books there are notes from my research over the centuries. If you live as long as me, you begin to forget things, and will need to start making ordered notes, introduced the immortal alchemist. But there are also many books from famous alchemy masters or former students of mine. You should start with one of the introduction books on the shelf on the right side. There you will find a systematic approach to alchemy. Nice, this part of the library will be full of new pieces of information. Hogwarts had only a few alchemy books and all of them had very specific topics with no background information. Now I can fill in the missing pieces and form a basis for alchemy, thought Matthew as he nodded. On this site you will find the rest of the topics. My main interest was always alchemy, so I have fewer books on other branches of magic, but I always kept the most interesting or useful ones. You will find many esoteric and exotic books among them. I would be very careful with the dark arts books. I only kept the darkest ones. I never had a reason to use the dark arts a lot, and only need them if I come across a particular dark wizard and don't know how to beat him. Okay, I will be careful with them, said Matthew while thinking. Maybe there is the Horcrux creation method amongst them. Then I don't need to wait until I can access the Black's family library. The books in the glass cases are original versions and very rare. Many of them are the only remaining copy, written by the author himself. Don't use them. On the shelves below them you will find a copy I created with the same content. The originals are there to show off their collection value, said Nicholas with a no-nonsense tone in his voice. No problem. So can I start reading? Asked Matthew with anticipation in his voice. Yes, enjoy your time here. Make the most out of it. Don't forget your time is limited here and there are many books in my library, said the old man with his annoying grin. Just the old man, said Matthew as he approached the alchemy introduction section and took a book into his hand. Don't worry, Mr. Flammel. I am a very fast reader, he said with a grin himself as the book in his hand glowed and all the information appeared in his mind. See, already done with the first book. I long since developed this method of reading with my clemency so I wouldn't waste so much time with learning the basics, gave Matthew a half-true explanation. The grin on the old man's face disappeared. You knew what I was doing. That's why you didn't bargain for more time with me. Oh, you brat, well played, and here I thought you were still naive. Well, I will leave you alone. Even then you have a lot to do, said the old man as he left the library. The look on his face said he was annoyed, but his eyes showed that he was actually impressed. Matthew was now alone in the library and earnestly began to skim one book after another. For now, he focused on the alchemy section. The introductory section already took him the rest of the afternoon. There were hundreds of books introducing the basics of alchemy. The whole library had a bit fewer books than the Hogwarts library, but in general more on magic, especially alchemy. This is probably the largest and most complete collection of alchemy books on the whole planet. Once it became dark outside, Matthew had to leave the library. His parents were after all expecting his return and probably were already worrying for him. He would continue tomorrow. He looked for the Flammels and received the portkey from them. It was an old French coin. After saying goodbye to the Flammels, he used the portkey he just received and arrived back in his room. He changed into a fresh set of comfortable clothes and headed downstairs, where his mother was currently preparing dinner and his father watched a game show on TV. I'm back. Hey, Matthew, how did it go? Did you get the apprenticeship? Asked his mother excitedly. No, Nicholas Flammel doesn't take personal apprentices anymore. Even with his immortality, he can feel the age and doesn't feel so fit anymore, said Matthew. Don't worry, son. You will get other opportunities, comforted his father him. But I did get a 1-week internship for the next week. He will help me learn the basics and answer all my questions. And I will get access to his library for that time. Half lied to Matthew. Sorry, Mom and Dad, but I need a reason to visit the Flammels without sneaking out of the house for 1 week. So a half lie is the best choice. Oh, that's nice. Congratulations, Maddie. I am so proud of you, congratulated his mother him. Mum, stop using that name. It's embarrassing, said Matthew with a slight blush. The emotions of the previous owner of the body were already a part of him, so that feeling came naturally. So can I go? I will come every night back and would leave in the mornings again. They gave me a portkey specifically for that reason, explained Matthew with the cutest eyes he could make. Of course, you can go. That is a nice opportunity for you. But don't forget to prepare for your non-magical exams. They are happening in 2 weeks, said his mother. Thank you, Mom. You know me, I am always prepared for them. I've already studied everything for them. Only a bit of repetition the week before the exams and I am fine, said Matthew. Scene break the next week was very busy and stressful for Matthew. He had a lot of work to do and not much time. He awoke every day at 6 a.m. in the morning before his parents were even awake, and used the portkey in form of the ancient French coin to visit the house of the Flamels in the outskirts of Paris. The Flamels let the door for him open, and he would instantly head for the library since he didn't want to misuse their trust and lose access to the library. They would absolutely know if he did something else. Their wards were on the level of Hogwarts just with only 3 people inside. They could monitor wherever he was. He would spend the whole day scanning book for book in the library, and head back late in the night. The only break he had was lunch breaks with the Flamels. At night he would eat the food his mother left for him, and then head instantly to bed before falling asleep, just to repeat that whole thing the next day. But it was worth the trouble. Matthew gained a lot of new knowledge. While the library in Hogwarts targeted students in a wide range of topics, to give them a basic understanding, the library of Nicholas Flamel consisted of advanced books in many branches of magic, especially alchemy. On the evening of the last day of the week, he finally scanned the last book of the library. Yes, I did it. I read the whole library, cheered Matthew as he put the last book back on the shelf. He was currently completely exhausted. I really need to upgrade my scanning spell. With all that new knowledge I just gained, it should be possible. Not only that, the memories of Voldemort were also processed during this week and are ready to be integrated into my database. So you really read, well, rather memorized every book in my library? Said Nicholas Flamel as he entered his library. Yes, I did it. Take that for trying to trick me. Laughed Matthew as he finally took a breath and was able to relax. TCH brat. Use the knowledge you gained wisely. You gave me the impression you are wise enough for it. Some of it is dangerous, and if you misuse it, I promise you I will come after you. Threatened the alchemist with a serious look on his face. I promise I won't become a Dark Lord or anything. I just love knowledge and want to master magic to its peak. Explained Matthew. The peak? Huh. You still have a long road ahead of you for that. You only enter the advanced parts of what wizard magic can do, and branch slightly into other aspects of magic. There are things out there far beyond your current imagination, replied the old man while reminiscing about the things he saw during his long life. Even I didn't reach the peak of alchemy in the over 600 years of my life, and you want to reach it in magic overall. I feel that I am on a good path, and I already witnessed some of the things you were speaking of, said Matthew as he thought of Nightmare and the Scrolls. Also, I have an advantage no wizard had before me. The AI chip is the ultimate learning tool. Only Rowena Ravenclaw created something comparable but inferior since she was limited by her time, added Matthew mentally. Since you are done, you should leave now, boy. And don't bother me unless necessary. But only if you get into trouble beyond the level of some Dark Lord like the Riddle Idiot, said the alchemist as he ushered Matthew out of the library. Matthew finished his business with the Flamels and left this time through the front door. He put the fruitcake Perenelle baked for him into his trunk. Now he began to walk in direction of the city. Since it was still bright, he had some time. He could head home now, but why not take a nice break and explore Paris a bit? At the same time, he began looking for a nice hidden spot in the city where he could arrive with a portkey in the future if the need ever arose. Having more escape locations was always a nice thing. He spent the day exploring the non-magical side of the city, enjoyed some nice sweets, visited the Eiffel Tower, and so on. The magical side he would save for later when he had more time, although he spotted the entrance to the Place Clichy, the magical district in Paris. It was a large bronze statue depicting a woman sitting on a pedestal in the Montmartre district. Once it began to darken outside, he used the portkey that only works until today and traveled back home. Welcome back. And how was the internship? Greeted his mother as he arrived for dinner downstairs. It was cool. I was able to learn the basics of alchemy. This is a subject that is rarely taught in Hogwarts. It is only available if there are enough students with enough OWL qualifications and interest. I think the last time was over 2 decades ago, explained Matthew. So basically I learned and gained a lot there. Scene break. I learned a lot, thought Matthew as he reviewed all the new knowledge he gained over the last week. He currently was inside the laboratory of his trunk and analyzed all the new information. First of all, he gained a systematic approach to the whole subject of alchemy, something that he didn't find before since it was rarely taught and not many books were available. Alchemy was basically a mixture of magic and science, which allowed the practitioner to unleash very powerful forces and accomplish many things, amongst them things like immortality. It mainly uses chemistry but also a bit of physics and biology depending on the branch of alchemy. Overall, alchemy can be split into 3 major branches. They are transmutation, property manipulation, and alchemical material manipulation. Transmutation is the most obvious and most widespread school of alchemy. In general, it's the alteration of the form or structure of matter or energy. It is closely related to transfiguration but allows the permanent transformation of different kinds of materials, not only into the same chemical structure but also into different ones, like the famous legend of turning common metal into gold. But that is not all there is to transmutation. Although he only found some basic experimentation and records inside the library of Nicholas Flamel, biological transmutation was also a branch of transmutation. For example, a past Dark Lord who was very accomplished in necromancy and alchemy created an abomination called Flesh Golem, an undead being created of multiple corpses animated like Inferni. Good that Voldemort is so arrogant and short-sighted, or magical Britain would have long fallen. Property manipulation is the power to change the physical and chemical property of matter. It encompasses melting, gasification, disintegration, fusionism, freezing, refining, reduction, and restoration. It also affects the supernatural side of properties, and was most likely the branch of magic that allows the goblins to create something like goblin silver. Last but not least, there was alchemic material manipulation that, as its name says, was responsible for the manipulation of alchemic materials and allowed to create things like the Philosopher's Stone, the Elixir of Life, and if something like it exists, even the prima materia, the legendary material the universe itself originates from. These 3 basic branches of alchemy and their combination enabled an alchemist to accomplish many things, including soul and life force manipulation, artifact creation and other craftsmanship, potion creation, and a lot more. It was a very complex branch of magic into that Matthew now gained a wide understanding, including even the basics of the more exotic branches of it. But that was not all Matthew gained in the Flamels library. He deepened his understanding of all branches of wizarding magic and gained some rather exotic spells and rituals, including the Horcrux ritual, fire-based illusion magic, the method to create the Golem of Prague, and more. Overall, it even raised his understanding of the elemental laws by 1 to 2%. With that, I am almost set for my next project. But first of all, Sarah, how far along are you with the memories of Voldemort's soul? He asked his AI chip. Beep. All emotional and corrupting aspects were removed from the memories. Only the informations remain. Should I begin the integration into the database? Yes, proceed. Once Matthew gave his confirmation, a new string of information appeared in his mind. It not only added and broadened his understanding of the Hogwarts subjects, but also gave him a deeper understanding of the dark arts and its rituals. If Nicholas Flamel was a master and most acknowledged expert of alchemy, then Voldemort was that for the dark arts. He learned of many spells and rituals. Many of them were disgusting or had a terrible price to pay. Amongst them were human transfiguration, necromancy, blood magic, and more. One of the cool things he just learned was how to fly without a broom, although he would still need to practice a bit. He didn't integrate the experience and muscle memories of Voldemort since it would be a crutch to him, even could be harmful. After all, his body was completely different from Voldemort, not only in stature but also through the rituals. Another useful piece of information he learned was the exact protections on the ring hidden in the old Gaunt cottage and how to bypass them. He didn't learn of the amulet since Voldemort didn't hide it yet when he made the diadem his Horcrux, although he now knows for sure that the other 2 Horcruxes are in possession of Bellatrix and Malfoy. That just confirmed that his canon information was accurate. Thursday, July 23, 1992. How did you do? Asked his mother as she picked him up from the local school where his exams happened. I completed all questions. Pretty sure I will receive full marks or pretty close to the perfect score. Oh, and I saw Hermione at the exams for the younger years, said Matthew without a doubt. That wasn't arrogance, that was how he did on all his exams for his non-magical education. He even got offered to skip grades. With the help of the AI chip and his improved mental capabilities, he pretty much was a genius and would get such an offer sooner or later. But that would just mean more work for him and didn't matter for him since he would be able to attend university after he completed the exams in the same year as he graduated from Hogwarts. There was no need to rush that part of his education since people would only ask questions about why he is lazing around for a few years if he finished early while still attending Hogwarts. I am proud of you, Matthew. You are really doing well. I and your father couldn't be happier. Since you finished all your schoolwork over the summer, enjoy the rest of the holidays however you want, said his mother before adding. But don't forget, tomorrow in 1 week we have a dinner invitation from the Dursleys. We already said you would also come. No problem, Mom. A friend from school is their nephew and lives with them, so I won't get bored, explained Matthew while adding mentally, and I can improve his home life, maybe? So how is Hermione accepting the life with magic? Began his mother to chat. After a while the mother-son pair arrived at the driveway of their family house. The time passed during their little chatting really quickly. Scene break in the afternoon. Matthew was once again in his laboratory inside his house trunk. It was time to start his next project. This project is rather a large-scale project with many smaller projects, and would give him in the end a distinctive advantage over any other wizards. It would also solve his current lack of manpower, preventing him from taking full advantage of the Room of Lost Things last year. The basic to that was a problem many first-generation magicals were trying to solve. It was even a popular topic used in many Harry Potter fanfics in his last life. How to use electronics with magic. The higher the concentration of magic, the quicker an electronic device would break. Magical districts like Diagon Alley or the Ministry use usually containment wards to prevent the magical energy from leaking in large amounts and affecting the electronics around them. But this didn't allow them to use electronic devices inside the district, Ministry, or Hogwarts for a long time. They wouldn't break instantly, but long-time exposure would break the device. In fanfics, authors usually use a half-assed solution like carving some runes onto the device that isolates the electronics from magic, and it works. But that solution is a paradox in itself since the runes use magic itself and are close to the electronics which would affect them. This is the hard reality many Muggleborns faced. They even published books with their research and couldn't solve the problem. Although Matthew had an idea how to solve that particular problem. After all, alchemy allowed one to create new materials with specific properties. His new knowledge would probably allow him to create a material that prevents magic from leaking into the device. But that wasn't what Matthew planned to do. The practice of manipulating electronics with magic was usually called technomagic, but Matthew wanted to accomplish the complete opposite. He had no idea how nobody had that idea yet, but why not recreate machines, electric devices, and technology with magic? Wasn't that the superior solution? Why rely on electricity and their unclean and bulky power generation if you just could use magical energies that were all around you? Matthew would be the first wizard on Earth who created Magitech, a combination of the advantages of magic and technology without their respective weaknesses. The first device he was currently creating was a CNC machine to allow him to carve small runes onto anything. More runes would allow him to create better artifacts or machines. This would be also the machine he would use to create products he would sell in Diagon Alley. A computerized numerical control machine was a device controlled by a computer. In his case, for now, his AI chip. He probably would create a magical computer in the future, but for now, the AI chip was enough for his laboratory. This machine worked on multiple axes. This one was designed for 6 and allowed automatic and precise processing of different workpieces. Magic could accomplish many things, but precision wasn't really a thing. Since centuries, wizards still relied on smithing and similar handwork to create their artifacts. Even alchemy could only create rather bulky forms, and the rest was accomplished through handwork. Even now, Matthew had to carve the rune formations for his device by hand. With his CNC machine, it would be much easier, although he would use that one only once for his personal use. It was after all only the first generation created with primitive tools. Once he finished with the CNC machine Mark I, he used it to create another one. The Mark II had already multiple improvements that were only possible by using a more precise carving method than by hand. The Mark II had more axes and most importantly a laser carver that allowed Matthew to create microscopic runes on hard objects. He wouldn't use this machine for the artifacts he would sell in the future, for that the Mark I CNC machine was good enough. It would already be able to create products like brooms superior to anything on the current market. To accomplish this, Matthew took only one day. The rest of the week before visiting the Dursleys was spent on the main objective of the whole project. This objective combined almost everything on the knowledge he gathered. It especially used engineering, physics, alchemy, enchanting, golem creation, and even necromancy, particularly the Inferni creation method. Yes, he created a Magitech robot for his future main workforce. Can you hear me, Sarah? Asked Matthew after he placed one of the 3 subchips inside the robot. Yes, I can hear you. Worker drone 1 Malawin Quacha is fully operational, replied the mechanic voice of Sarah from the robot. Perfect, said Matthew as he inspected the robot. The worker drone was still relatively simple and didn't have much combat potential, but as a worker, it was good enough. It was mostly made of steel with some magical ingredients mixed into it. It had protection against transfigurations and direct manipulation inbuilt, but offensive spells would still destroy it relatively quickly since steel wasn't strong enough to resist high heat and similar. Its arms could be exchanged with different tools and attachments. One of them was a specific rune formation allowing it to heal splinching from apparition. Matthew did that so he could practice apparition without the help of others. Its normal arms were formed like human hands and pretty much allowed them to do everything a human does just without feeling pain. The robot had eyes created through alchemy and runes similar to Moody's just without the extra enchantments like X-ray vision. It cost too much power. As a power source, it used like a wizard the magical energy of the environment, but because of the lack of better materials, it was limited to the level of a third-year student. One of the main problems of these drones was how to control them. The animation charms of Inferni and golems only allowed very simple and unprecise motoric movements, and not much control, which was good enough as cannon fodder, but as a worker who needed to make decisions, not good. So he overcame the problem with the new ability of the AI chip it gained by absorbing the soul seed of Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, which would allow Matthew to create 3 drones for now. July 31st, 1992. Don't worry, Hermione. I am sure everything is okay with Harry. I will ask him tonight why he didn't reply to any of our mails when I am visiting his family with my parents. It's probably the fault of his relatives. They absolutely hate magic. Calmed Matthew, he was currently talking over the phone with. I hope it's just that and nothing worse, said the girl on the other line. Don't worry. Everything is fine. I am sure the headmaster has monitoring spells on the house that will alarm him if Harry is in danger, explained Matthew. Well, it was nice to hear from you. I still have a bit to do today. Okay, have a nice day, Matthew. You too, Hermione. Bye, said Matthew as he hung up his family phone. So Dobby is stealing Harry's mail. Perfect. That means the events of the Chamber of Secrets are happening and another Horcrux will be in Hogwarts, thought Matthew as he returned to his room. Matthew was thinking for a while now about ways to surpass wizards like Voldemort, Dumbledore, or Flamel. His potions are a nice shortcut that saves him a lot of time, but it seemed that wizards have a limit they can grow naturally in power. Thanks to his recent contact with the Flamels, he was able to see where the limit was. A rank 5 wizard the level of Voldemort, and Flamel was the natural limit of wizard kind, the bloodline shackle, if you want to make the comparison to Warlock of the Magus world. Even after living for over 600 years, the Flamels were unable to break into the next level naturally. He wasn't even sure if there was a next level at the moment, since beings like Nightmare weren't humans, or even mortals. Yes, he still had a lot of growing space until reaching rank 5, but at this point, it was only a matter of time for him. That's why he was already looking for ways to transcend that level, or even just to gain an advantage over other wizards. Absorbing and infusing the Horcruxes of Voldemort was such a method. There wasn't any longer much knowledge for him to gain from most Horcruxes, maybe only the ones inside Harry or in the future Nagini would add something to his database. But a Horcrux still could strengthen his soul, and with that his magical energy reserves and the boost he gains through using soul power. So Horcruxes were definitely of interest for him. The only other one he could get to at the moment was the one in the Gaunt Shack. But he already knew what kind of protections were around it, and only a Parselmouth had a chance of getting it relatively safely. That's why he decided to leave it be for now. After all, he still had time. Tom Riddle's diary was the next Horcrux he could get to now. But he would at first let things play out and let the diary awake the basilisk. He was pretty confident he could slay it, and he would legally gain ownership over the corpse. In the wizarding world, there was really a law called the Law of Conquest, that amongst other things let the slayer of a magical creature or beast, as long the kill was in order to protect oneself or others, gain ownership over the remains. And damn, a basilisk was rare. He could gain a few million in galleons if he sold the parts, but more importantly, he could directly trade it with others for rare objects that you couldn't buy with money. So the plan was clear, let events play out until the situation becomes dire enough, save the day. Profit. Oh, and absorb the Horcrux in the diary, then stab it with a basilisk tooth and give the useless remains to Dumbledore. So the old man would have something to do besides focusing on a powerful student who just slew a basilisk. Scene break. They can't be that bad, said his father as they pulled into the driveway of 4 Privet Drive with their family car. You will see. They probably will pretend that Harry isn't even living with them or exists, while he is probably in his room pretending that nobody is there, said Matthew as he had just explained Harry's situation to his parents. If that's true, then I will try to make it clear that the business deal will only happen if they treat that poor boy decently, decided his father. Yeah, that's what I hope for. How about you suggest that he can also visit us sometimes during the summer breaks? Although probably not this year since I heard that the Weasleys are planning to invite him, said Matthew. That's a good idea, dear, allowed his mother as they stepped out of their car and approached the house. The neighborhood consisted of a number of boring, boxy houses with gardens at the front and back. These were almost exact replications of each other. A perfect ordinary non-magical street in Little Whinging, Surrey. Number 4 Privet Drive is a large and square house with 2 floors. It has a low garden wall in front, a garden behind with flower beds and a greenhouse, and several chimneys. His father rang the doorbell. A fat boy opened the door with a foul, simpering smile. May I take your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? And yours too? Began Dudley. Damn, this is too funny, thought Matthew as he watched the act the Dursleys put on for them. They stepped into the house and Matthew instantly recognized the famous cupboard under the stairs. Besides that, the place was unnaturally clean, without a speck of dust. So that's where Harry lived in for the first 11 years of his life. As the elder Dursleys began to greet them and lead them further into the house, Matthew began to wandless cast a few low-powered scanning spells, so that they wouldn't trigger the trace monitoring Harry's home. The result was that all of Harry's school things were locked inside the cupboard. On the top floor were 2 magical signatures. So this world follows the Harry Potter books since in the movie he had his stuff in his room. And Dobby is already here. As he followed them into the living room. The living room is also decorated in pastel tones of beige, salmon pink, and peach. It had a boarded-up fireplace, in front of which sat an electric fire. There were currently a lot of nice dishes prepared, amongst them a masterpiece of a pudding, which would originally land on the head of his mother. As the Dursleys entertained his parents, Mr. Dursley was just telling some Japanese golfer joke as they got disturbed by yelps and hits from upstairs. Dudley must have left his television on again, the little tyke, explained Mr. Dursley a bit flustered as he left the living room heading upstairs. Once he was downstairs again he pretended that nothing has happened, while Matthew threw his parents a knowing look who nodded in response. Matthew decided to stand up. Excuse me, where do I find the bathroom? He asked politely. Just the first left-hand door upstairs, explained Petunia with a sickening smile but some worry in her eyes. As Matthew left the living room he approached the cupboard door and opened it with a wandless unlocking charm. It was small and dusty, with some spiders inside. Currently, there was a trunk with Harry's belongings inside besides some cleaning utensils. Matthew quickly opened it and replaced the fake invisibility cloak with the original, which he took out of his original trunk that he still carries everywhere with him. Once that was done he closed and locked the cupboard again, before heading upstairs. Matthew approached the door to Harry's room as he heard voices inside. Harry Potter mustn't be angry with Dobby. Dobby did it for the best. Have you been stopping my letters? Asked Harry with anger in his voice. Dobby has them here, sir, replied Dobby a bit awkward. Harry Potter will have them, sir, if he gives Dobby his word that he will not return to Hogwarts. Sir, this is a danger you must not face. Say you won't go back, sir, asked Dobby hopefully. Oh, I have to interfere now or Mom will end up full of pudding, thought Matthew as he opened the door. No, said Harry angrily. Give me my friend's letters. So here you are, Harry. Happy 12th birthday, greeted Matthew as he just saw how Harry snatched the letters from Dobby's hands and was shocked about the newcomer. Oh, you have another visitor? He entered a small bedroom with barely any furniture inside. Basically, all Harry had were a bed, a desk, and a wooden wardrobe. On the door were multiple locks that could be only opened from outside. Luckily, they weren't locked. Matthew, how are you here? Asked Harry slightly confused, while Dobby stared at the newcomer warily. Dobby was less than 3 feet tall, with spindly arms and legs, an oversized head and dark eyes. He had pointed, bat-like ears and a squeaky voice. All he wore was an old pillowcase. Oh, my father is currently looking for a new supplier for the drills he needs in his company. And the company Grunnings that your uncle works for is one of the possible contractors for that. So here we are at dinner with your relatives, explained Matthew casually. Didn't they even mention our last name to you? But more importantly, who is your guest? The Masons are your parents, asked Harry a bit shocked before getting back on track. That is Dobby the house elf. He is the reason why I've gotten no letters the whole summer. He doesn't want me to return to Hogwarts because there will be some kind of danger there he can't talk about. So that's how it is. Nice to meet you, Dobby. I am Matthew, introduced Matthew himself as he stretched out his hand to the small creature. Even the friends of the great Harry Potter are so nice to Dobby and treat him like an equal, squeaked the elf with tears as he shook Matthew's hand after staring at it for a few seconds. Nice to meet you, sir. Please calm down, Dobby, said Matthew. It is just common sense to treat everyone equally and polite. But I have already got a good idea about what kind of family you come to. So Harry shouldn't return to Hogwarts because he won't be safe there. Yes, that's why the great Harry Potter can't return to Hogwarts. Something really dangerous will be happening there, said Dobby. Won't the other students also be in danger? Asked Matthew. Yes, replied Dobby with dropped ears. And you don't warn them? Asked Matthew. I can't, or I already have to punish myself. If I warn every student I would have to die, said Dobby with a sad tone. I see. But Dobby, there is another problem. Harry won't be safe outside of Hogwarts. Voldemort is still alive and he is after Harry. If he doesn't return to the safety of the wards in Hogwarts it is only a matter of time before he is found and killed, said Matthew while the elf shrieked as he heard Voldemort's name. What, the Dark Lord is still alive? Asked Dobby with teary eyes. Yes, and Harry will only be able to survive if he learns to fight and becomes a fully educated wizard. So he will need to return to Hogwarts. There may be some danger next year but the danger outside of the castle is far greater. Dumbledore, the wards, and the teachers will be able to protect him there. Here he is far less safe, reasoned Matthew. You are right, sir. Please, great Harry Potter, sir. Be careful in Hogwarts. The danger is really great. So be extra careful. Say that you will be careful. demanded the elf, who was taking the whole argument better than expected. He seemed rather focused on Harry's safety. Would he imprison Harry somewhere secretly like a mad stalker if he believed that everywhere was dangerous for him? Mused Matthew as he watched the elf. Yes, I will try to stay out of trouble, replied Harry, who followed the discussion a bit baffled. Okay. Dobby will now return. He hopes he will see both of you again one day. And stay safe. Finished the elf a bit teary and unsure if he did the right thing. Take care, Dobby. We will try to find a way to help you, said Matthew as he knew the elf would be free by the end of the year. Maybe he would help a bit out, but Dobby was a nice guy and a great ally to have. Bye, Dobby. And thank you for warning me, said Harry as they watched the small elf vanish in thin air. Oh right. Here, Harry. Happy birthday again, said Matthew as he handed the boy a packed broom polishing set as a gift for his birthday. Thank you, Matthew. I thought all of you forgot me over the summer, said Harry as he stared at his mail and gifts he had just gotten. Don't be a fool. We were all worried for you. Hermione called me multiple times asking what to do. She or Ron would have come personally if she didn't know I was visiting today. I guess your relatives would have prevented you from replying to us, said Matthew as he eyed the lock on Hedwig's cage. Hey girl. Don't worry, you will soon have more freedom. So you didn't keep your trunk, they shouldn't be able to take it from you with the notice me not charm on it, said Matthew as he petted the snowy owl who squeaked happily. They didn't notice it, but they still knew I had school things and demanded that I put it in there. So my stuff was safe, but I couldn't keep it inside my room, explained Harry a bit awkwardly. I see. Well, how about you come downstairs with me? I already talked it over with my parents, and they agreed to force the Dursleys to treat you better, explained Matthew. My father will use the business deal to force them to treat you decently. So you can always tell me if something isn't right, and my father will pressure their company. The economy isn't so good right now, and the amount of handymen they can sell to is sinking since more and more young people want rather study than work. So they have fewer customers, and contracts like these are really important for them, said Matthew as he led Harry downstairs. As they stepped into the living room, Mrs. Dursley was the first to spot them, and her face grew pale. Mr. Dursley turned around and only saw Harry as he turned purple. Boy, what are you doing here? He asked before he turned silent as he spotted Matthew besides Harry. Mom, Dad, this is Harry, a friend from school. He was upstairs. I found him in his room, introduced Matthew as the Dursleys turned even paler. You are a freak, said Dudley very tactfully, not realizing the situation. He really was as dumb as described in the books. No, I am a wizard like my friend Harry here. And we have some rather handy abilities. Harry, did you already learn the ringlet tail jinx? Asked Matthew innocently as Dudley also turned pale and his hands headed to his butt. He just seems to relive some rather traumatic memories. I don't think so, you will have to show me that next year. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, greeted Harry a bit shyly as he stared at the inhabitants of the room. And for a moment the Dursleys were speechless about how to handle that situation. To make a long story short, that dinner party was over. The mood was at an all-time low, and the Dursleys were speechless, or rather out of ideas how to save the dinner. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were now staring at Matthew with disgust, while unsure how to proceed, while already Dudley run out of the living room to hide in his own room. Matthew's mom wasn't amused about that piglet tail joke Matthew made. In the end, Matthew's parents had to lead the discussion, since the Dursleys no longer desired to have them in their home. The results were that Grunnings would have that contract as long they treated Harry decently, which meant no more chores, enough food, access to his homework, no longer locking Harry in his room, and Hedwig was allowed to fly during the nights. Which made Vernon particularly unhappy, but in the end accepted it since his career was pretty much at risk for that. With that, Harry's living conditions improved during the summers at least for a while. Harry would also leave in a few days and stay with the Weasleys this summer since he got an invitation from Ron with his mail. This time Mr. Weasley will pick him up personally instead of his son stealing the cars. This was probably as good as Matthew could make Harry's life during his stays with the Dursleys. Once he managed to prove Sirius's innocence, Harry would stay with him. Fuck Dumbledore and his blood wards. The wards at 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Blacks, were equally powerful. If they added a Fidelius charm to it, it would become the safest place for Harry. After that whole discussion was over, the Masons were basically no longer welcome. They weren't thrown out or anything, but the icy looks they received sent a clear message and made them excuse themselves. After making sure Harry took his trunk upstairs and saying goodbye to him, they left Privet Drive and drove home. Matthew's parents were disgusted about the Dursleys and their behavior towards magic, and especially Harry. They demanded from Matthew to regularly ask him how his treatment was. Well, that went as expected, thought Matthew as he lay down in his bed and fell asleep. Scene break. That's basically why Harry didn't reply to any of our letters. Well, at least his situation at home should be a bit better from now on. Finished Matthew his explanation of the events from last night to Hermione. I can't believe they would treat their own relatives that way. Are they even humans? Complained Hermione with disgust. And what kind of danger could Dobby have spoken of? No idea, but you guys should stay out of it and don't endanger yourself. Let the teacher handle it. It's their job after all, said Matthew. Well, in reality he was joking since he knew that there was no way that would happen. After informing Hermione about everything and confirming that she would write Ron, they had a bit of small talk before finishing their call. Once he hung up the phone, he headed into his room and entered the laboratory in his house trunk. Now that he infiltrated Azkaban, finished his exams, and improved Harry's living situation, he had no troubling matters to attend and could try something a bit risky. But there should be no actual danger for him. After all the simulations he did with Sarah beforehand confirmed that it should work. He now wanted to try out if one of the main reasons why he even created the Magitech drones worked. His plan was actually pretty simple. He wanted to read the Scroll of Sin through his drones. The effect of the mind magic and corruption on the scroll shouldn't work on a drone since it wasn't a living and thinking thing. His analysis of his last try reading the first scroll showed that it directly affected the brain of the person who tried to read it. In theory, if the drone read the scroll and processed the information, it shouldn't affect Matthew. His past interactions with beings Line Nightmare and the creator of the scroll made him extremely cautious and wary. He created all the safety nets and alternative plans he could think of. Be it mental defenses for the drone itself, temporarily disconnecting it from the main AI until it sends a signal, self-destruction protocols, and more. He was as prepared as he could be, using all the knowledge he gained for these safety measures, be it from Hogwarts, the Flammels, or Voldemort. Matthew placed the box in his ritual chamber. He isolated the whole room. Nothing could leave without his permission. Drone 01, are you ready? Asked Matthew the metallic-looking robot which glowed with the runes all over its body. All systems ready? Beginning Sin protocol. Waiting for permission, replied Drone 01 with the mechanic voice of Sarah. Okay, you can begin, ordered Matthew. Disconnecting from the main frame. Protocol start. Began the drone as it entered the ritual room. Matthew closed the door behind it and sealed the room by activating its protection. Now he was only able to feel what was going on inside through a beforehand prepared echolocation formation. Drone 01 opened the box and took the scroll of sin out that Matthew found below Azkaban. As it began to read the scroll, a dark and red mist raised from it and tried to enter the drone. But it was currently resisting the effect of the magic. It continued reading the scroll without stopping. The head of the drone began to glow in red color, as if it was heating up. But no matter what it read and read without stopping, its leg began to melt. The magical energies of the scroll were overloading the Magitech drone and slowly destroying it, but the mental magic did not affect it. As it finished reading the scroll, it dropped to the floor together with the drone's arms as the shoulder connection was molten. Then its eyes exploded, but it sent the signal to Matthew that it was finished and ready to re-establish the connection. Of course, its eyes had to explode. The most expensive part of that whole thing had to break, muttered Matthew as he activated a rune formation integrated into the containment box from outside the sealed room. The scroll began to float and enter the box, which closed after it. Once that was done, Matthew unsealed the room and entered it. Inside was an extremely strong smell of smoke and burnt remains. Sarah, begin scanning the status of Drone 01. If the systems are intact and show no sign of corruption, connect to it, and download the processed content of the scroll into the database. Requested Matthew. Beep. Confirming task. Beginning scan. 30%. 60%. Beep. Finished. No corruption was detected. All rune circuits are damaged but sub-AI chip remains intact. Re-establishing connection to subunit. Beginning download of new data. Success. The whole operation was almost a perfect success. He found a way to read the scroll of sins without facing the creator of them. Only negative point was that he would have to repair his drone and replace a lot of parts. And that probably every time he read one of the scrolls, if he even found others, since he had no idea where to find them. There was a lot of new information inside the scroll. It was mostly spells connected to the so-called nightmare dimension. Probably the place that nightmare ruled, but it wasn't one of the things explained there. There were spells about how to control beings that inhabited that dimension like dementors, how to conjure and use energy from it, curses related to fear and nightmares, and even how to harness the fear of others into magical energy. This spell could be extremely useful. If his opponents feared him enough, they would be unable to overpower him. Acrisides used the spell to summon energies from the nightmare dimension and infuse them into the prisoners that he tortured during his experiments, and created dementors that way. He controlled them with the spells from the scroll and basically had an immortal army. In reality, Matthew believed that Acrisides was more dangerous than Voldemort, and the world had luck that he killed himself during his experiments, or they would have almost no chance of stopping him. The knowledge inside the scroll was powerful but dangerous, and Matthew will have to be very careful of how he used it. They should be his trump cards and not casually used, since all of them were dark in nature and would affect the humanity of the caster. Matthew didn't want to end up as a total madman. Carpet Market, Diagon Alley, August 4th, 1992. Today Matthew had a meeting in Diagon Alley. He was currently on the Carpet Market in a side street of Diagon Alley in the Wizarding District. It was centered around a Victorian wrought iron arcade similar to those seen around the United Kingdom, such as Leadenhall Market. The shop facades, along with the wrought iron, were Victorian facades painted over in a bright technicolor palette. A small Gothic building sat in the center of the market. His goal was a Victorian-looking office building with multiple signs, one of them saying Tonks Solicitor Firm. He entered the building and headed to the second floor, and knocked on the door of their office. A few moments later the door opened and a fair-haired, big-bellied man opened the door and looked at Matthew. "Yes, how may I help you?" he asked with a mellow and pleasant voice. "Good morning, I have a meeting at 10 a.m. with Solicitor Edward Tonks," greeted Matthew. You are my 10 a.m. appointment. Come in. Nice to meet you, I am Edward Tonks, the solicitor and owner of this law firm," greeted Edward Ted Tonks as he energetically shook Matthew's hand. "Nice to meet you, sir," replied Matthew. "Come sit down, young man. Do you want anything to drink? I have coffee, tea or water?" offered Edward as he led Matthew to a desk with chairs from both sides. "No thank you. I just had breakfast." "Okay. So how can I help you? Underage magic? Or something else?" asked Edward. "Well, first of all, I would like to know if there is anything like a solicitor-client privilege in the magical world?" asked Matthew. Edward blinked for a few moments before replying. "Yes, there is. I am required to keep silent about anything you tell me. The wizarding world had this kind of law even before the non-magical world, since they are vastly beneficial to purebloods and their interests. So anything we discuss will be kept confidential. My office is under privacy charms so nobody can eavesdrop," he explained. "I see, that's perfect. The reason I need legal help is quite risky and needs to be handled carefully. It's not even for me. I choose your law firm because you are related to the person who needs legal help by marriage," explained Matthew. "What? Who?" asked Edward with bafflement. "Sirius Black," dropped Matthew the bomb, coming directly to the point. "What? Do you know who he is? What he did?" asked Edward with anger in his voice. "Please calm down, sir. Let me start at the beginning. Do you know any curse or spell that leaves nothing behind but a finger?" asked Matthew. Edward began to hesitate and think for a while. "I can't think of any. Even during the war, it was the only time that all that left was a finger," he replied thoughtfully. "Yes, this kind of curse would have been specifically designed that way, and the effort is too much for that. Creating a curse leaving a specific body part intact is very complex. So complex that it isn't worth the effort," explained Matthew. "That made me suspicious that something was wrong, so I began to dig deeper. Why would someone betray his own brother who he dearly loved? Sirius and James Potter basically grew up as brothers. There's no way that Sirius could have faked this the whole time. A close friend, yes. But a brotherly bond would have been obvious. You should know Sirius better than me since he was the closest family your wife had. I only have my pieces of information from other people. This was the second sign that something fishy is going on. Yes, you are right. My wife also didn't believe that Sirius back then did it, but then he was convicted and brought to be Azkaban. His trial must have proved that he has done it. Well, that's the core problem. Sirius never had a trial. That's not possible. How do you know that? His records are sealed and can be only accessed with the permission of the minister," asked Edward with shock on his face. That's why I asked about the solicitor-client privilege," began Matthew sheepishly. "I kinda broke into Azkaban and asked Sirius personally. Since I couldn't find more information, this was my only option." Edward's mouth was now wide open and he stared at Matthew as if he grew a second head. "You did what? How is that possible? You couldn't be older than a 4th or 5th year and broke into one of the safest places of magical Britain?" "Yeah, I am quite the capable wizard. With a few tricks and original spells, it isn't hard to bypass the wards. After all, the ministry is quite incompetent and their aura force is understaffed. Tricking the Dementors isn't that hard. And nobody would expect someone breaking into Azkaban," joked Matthew. "So you spoke to Sirius and he said he didn't have a trial. Are you sure he didn't lie?" "Yes, he also told me that Peter Pettigrew is alive. Sirius and Peter are both Animagi. If Sirius wanted, he could actually break out any time. The problem is that he feels that the Potters' death was their fault. It was his idea to secretly exchange the secret keeper. Pettigrew was the secret keeper while everyone believed it was Sirius, and they would come after him. But Pettigrew was a spy for Voldemort and sold the Potters to him. Later Sirius hunted him down because he wasn't thinking correctly. As he confronted Peter, he cut off his finger, blew the street up and turned into his rat animagus form, and fled in the confusion, while Sirius was captured by Aurus and imprisoned," explained Matthew. "That's a lot to take in. But to even accomplish something we will need to find Pettigrew. We will also need to move fast and quickly proving his innocence since the Malfoys have a real interest that Sirius never gets free. So they can inherit the Black Estate," began Edward now in his solicitor mode. "Well, I already know where Pettigrew is. I can capture him as soon as we are ready. He is quite slippery, so let's not alarm him. Where is he? Let's keep that a secret for now. I really don't want to alarm him. Okay. I can contact Madame Bones. She is the head of the Diamelia and impartial on the side of justice. She would make sure that Pettigrew doesn't disappear. I will need to find the eyewitnesses from back then and get their statements. To collect all the proof I need some time," murmured Edward. "What about the Malfoys? They are quite wealthy, which is a problem here in Britain," asked Matthew. "Once we are ready to make our move, I will contact the goblins and freeze their accounts temporarily. The goblins are responsible for inheritance. They take line theft very seriously. Our proof should be enough to freeze their accounts before the trial. As for Fudge, we will release a statement to the Prophet and the Quibbler. He won't be able to move against public opinion, but our moves need to happen in a short time before the trial so our opponents are unable to counter us. I completely agree. Okay, I will also inform Professor Dumbledore the day before so we will have his assistance. How much will your payment be? Good idea. Having the Chief Warlock on our side will be a great help. Don't worry about the payment. The black account will pay for it once we are successful. I am doing my wife a favor here. After all, Sirius was her favorite cousin and member of her family. It took a while to plan the details, but now they had a real strategy to get Sirius out of prison. If they succeeded, Matthew would gain access to the Black Library and the Horcrux in Creature's possession. And the political power of the Blacks wouldn't hurt either. While Matthew was in his meeting with Edward Tonks, he felt through the tracker on Harry's glasses that he gifted him to Christmas, that he got picked up by the Weasleys and traveled to the Burrow with them. If Matthew remembered right, they would visit Diagon Alley on the same day that Lockhart the Fraud was signing books. Matthew would also visit the alley to buy his school things that day just to make sure that the events followed canon and nothing unexpected happens, like Lockhart gaining the diary. A few days after his meeting with Edward Tonks, Matthew used a portkey to travel to the Scottish Highlands. To be precise, to the mountain range close to Hogwarts where Sirius would have hidden himself in the original timeline. He needed a wide and open space where he could practice without alarming anybody. Beforehand, he repaired his Magitech drones since he needed its assistance for his training. Once he arrived, he explored the mountains a bit until he found a small valley where he would be hidden from sight and other humans. After placing privacy and notice me not wards around the valley, he was ready to begin his training. There were two pieces of magic he wanted to learn since they would be very handy. The first one was the art of apparition, the most common traveling method of adult wizards. Who wouldn't want to learn a form of teleportation? Apparition was a magical form of transportation, in which the user traveled instantly from one location to another, without traversing the space in between. This was accomplished by having the user focus on the desired location in their mind and then purposely disappearing from where they were, to reappear at the desired location. Apparition was by far the fastest way to get to the desired destination, but was tricky to pull off correctly and disastrous if botched. If the wizard screwed up, it would result in splinching, or even death. That was also the reason why he needed his Magitech drone to practice apparition. He just felt that the risk of splinching himself was too dangerous, since he valued his life and all his body parts but didn't dare or rather could ask another wizard to help him learn it. He didn't want to share his true capabilities at the moment. So he designed his drones modular with the ability to exchange their arm tools. One of these tools was imbued with rune formations for healing and another the splinching reverse charm. As his first target, he transfigured a wooden ring where he would fit in and placed it on the ground a few meters before him. According to his knowledge, the further the distance a wizard operates, the harder it gets. It had a theoretical range limit based on the power of a wizard and his concentration. It was advised that intercontinental apparition should only be attempted by the most highly skilled of wizards. But in theory, if a wizard had enough power, he could even apparate to other planets. But the power cost was immense, and even someone like Dumbledore could at most apparate from Britain to the United States. That's why Matthew chose as beginner distance only a few meters. Are you ready, Drone 1? Asked Matthew, making sure his safety net was in place. All systems ready and operational, replied the drone in its mechanical voice. Okay, then I will begin, murmured Matthew as he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He imagined himself standing in the middle of the wooden ring and channeled his magic, and after a few minutes, nothing happened. Are you thinking about the 3Ds, sir? Destination, determination, deliberation, asked the drone after a while, quoting Wilkie Twycross, the ministry instructor from the Department of Magical Transportation that guided Harry's batch of Hogwarts students in the books. Wow, now I already get mocked by a supposedly emotionless AI, joked Matthew as he tried to guess what he was missing. After all, apparition was a relatively difficult and advanced form of magic only learned by students at their end of education and only used once they reached adulthood. Just trying to assist you with your goal, sir, replied the drone in its monotone voice. Matthew knew that apparition was not really teleportation but a form of wormhole travel. Teleportation was the instant transportation of matter or energy from one point to another without traversing the physical space between them, while apparition, according to his analysis, created a small wormhole between two places and squeezes the wizard through it, similar to his portal creation magic, just faster. Maybe his mental image was wrong, since he imagined himself to instantly appear in the ring. He should try to imagine the whole wormhole creation process between two places while focusing on the target location. His focus on determination and destination should be perfect. He was a master of occlumency after all. The problem should be the deliberation, the image of the whole process. Be ready, Drone 1. I will try it again, said Matthew with new determination, ready to try his new theory. Affirmative, replied the drone, still focusing on its creator. Matthew once again closed his eyes and focused on his target, the space inside the wooden ring. But this time he imagined himself squeezing through a hole in space leading to his target location, and suddenly felt his whole body twist. The next thing he knew, everything went black. He was pressed very hard from all directions. He could not breathe. There were iron bands tightening around his chest. His eyeballs were being forced back into his head. His eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. With a loud crack, he arrived inside the wooden ring. He just operated for the first time. Are you okay, sir? Asked the drone after seeing no damage or harm on Matthew's body. Yes, I am perfectly fine. No splinching or anything, replied Matthew while thinking that it was not bad for his first apparition attempt. Yes, it felt kinda sloppy and weird, while the noise that accompanied his apparition was very loud, while masters of the art were able to do it with only a simple plob. For his second attempt it was not bad. Now that he understood the principle, he began to practice from a further distance. In the end, he spent the rest of the day practicing apparition and managed to improve significantly. At the end of the day, although it was still kinda loud, he managed to do it without needing to concentrate for a long time. He even operated home all the way from the Scottish Highlands to his family garden in London. He would spend the next few days practicing to master the art, and push the other magic he did want to practice to the back of his schedule, since less than perfection was unacceptable for him, especially for life-saving and practical magic like apparition. Scene break a few days later at breakfast with his parents. An owl from Hogwarts with his shopping list arrived. After reading its contents and confirming what he needed for his 4th year in Hogwarts, his mother began to ask him, "When are you visiting Diagon Alley?" Already accepting the fact that he could do his school's shopping alone. "I will go on the 19th of August. There will be a book signing event at Flourish and Blots, the bookstore where we got my books. The author, a person named Gilderoy Lockhart, is rumored to be our teacher this year, and I would like to take a look at him before the year starts," explained Matthew while also wanting to see the canon events in order to make sure that everything goes according to his plans. "Oh, did you read his books?" asked his mother with interest. "I read one of them, and they are absolutely a fantasy novel. And I don't mean because of magic. No, all the things he wrote about were exaggerated and sometimes impossible. He even claimed to have cured lycanthropy, which isn't true. But he sells his books as truth," ranted Matthew. "And such a person will be your teacher?" asked his father. "Probably. I guess that most people are scared of the position of the dad teacher since it is apparently cursed. So the headmaster at this point hires anyone available. Maybe next year you should try to apply for the position, Dad," joked Matthew with his family. On the morning of the 19th, Matthew operated to a rarely used alley close to the leaky cauldron. His mastery of apparition is at a point where he can apparate with only causing a slight plop. Matthew's understanding of spatial magic also grew by leaps and bounds thanks to this new understanding, but also thanks to the many spatial magics he already learned, be it portal creation, space expansion, or apparition. Recently he even began to study his house trunk in order to understand pocket spaces, and hopefully later pocket dimensions. There were the few things he needed to buy for his next year in Hogwarts, besides the books on his list like the standard books of Spell Grade 4 or the Great Book of Runes Volume 2, and the restock of his potion ingredients. He needed to buy new school robes since he already outgrew his last one. The growth of his magical energy reserves and the absorption of Voldemort Horcrux also affected his body and speed up its development. He became pretty tall for his age and was a few centimeters larger than his year mates. Probably the only one larger than him was a Slytherin cousin of Gregory Goyle, which name he didn't remember, and probably was somehow related to a troll. Matthew could easily be mistaken for a small adult wizard. His relatively mature look helped with that impression. The Leaky Cauldron was full of students and their families since most of them decided to visit Diagon Alley today because of Lockhart's book signing. If it weren't for the canon events, he would have chosen another day for his shopping, but he needed to make sure who acquired the diary and that he could locate it. A tracking charm would be of immense help. Once he pressed himself through the masses of people inside the cauldron, he headed for Madame Malkin's Robes, for all occasions one of the best clothing stores in the alley. It was located on the north side of the alley. They had a stock of robes in every price class and served to all kinds of customers from every part of wizard society. As Matthew entered the small shop full of robes and different kinds of clothes, he directly was greeted by the owner. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling witch who was dressed in mauve clothing. "Welcome, young man. How can I help you today?" she asked. "I need 5 new sets of school robes, 7 sets of everyday robes," requested Matthew politely. "Which kind of fabric do you want? And which house are you in?" questioned Madame Malkin as she began to take his measurements with a tape that moved on its own. "I am a Ravenclaw student. My preference would be the best fabric you have. Don't worry, I can afford it," explained Matthew. After a while, he left the store with his new clothes stored in his old trunk that he still carried around as his portable inventory. Next, he headed back down the alley in direction of Slugs and Jigger's apothecary in order to restock his potion ingredients for this year. But as he passed Quality Quidditch Supplies, a store stocked with many Quidditch-related items such as quaffles, bludgers, broomsticks, and a Quidditch starter kit, the same store Harry saw his Nimbus 2000 for the first time, he heard someone call out to him. "Matthew!" yelled Cho as she approached him. "Oh, hi Cho, how are you? Did you enjoy your holidays?" asked Matthew, happy to meet one of his friends. "I'm fine. My holidays were nice. We visited our family in Nepal. But I am already happy to start school again," she explained while she began to blush at the last part as she looked at Matthew. She is really a hardcore Ravenclaw. She seems to enjoy studying very much. Maybe she will become a teacher in the future," concluded Matthew as he replied. "That's nice. I visited Paris for a week but mostly spent my time here in London. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to visit the magical part of Paris yet. Maybe I will visit that next summer. Paris sounds nice. I also would love to visit it one day," said Cho. "And are you excited for Hogsmeade this year? Did your parent already sign the permission slip? You definitely don't want to miss the visits to the village," said Matthew with a smile. "My parents already signed it. I am really happy that I can visit the village from now on during some weekends. If you want we could visit " She began to say something but they got interrupted by a couple that approached them. "Cho, why did you suddenly run off?" "Oh, who is your friend?" asked a beautiful dark-haired Asian woman that approached Matthew and Cho with a slightly short Asian man with dark hair. Cho looked a lot like the woman. You almost could think they were sisters, but had the eyes of the man. Sorry Mom and Dad. I just saw my friend passing the store outside and wanted to greet him. This is Matthew Mason. He is a fellow Ravenclaw 1 year above me and helps me often with my schoolwork if I have any questions. Matthew, these are my parents. This is my mother Salmi and my father Ming Jia Chan," introduced Cho to her parents. "Hello, nice to finally meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Chan. As Cho said, I am Matthew Mason, but please just call me Matthew. I have heard of you. My daughter often talks about you. Now I can understand why not only do you have the smarts being top of your year but also look quite handsome," teased the mother. "MOM, please stop," cried a red-faced Cho. Matthew chatted a while with the Changs before he needed to continue with his shopping. Cho's mother really enjoyed teasing her daughter. Matthew didn't think much of it since it seemed the natural behavior of a mother, and Cho probably had already eyes for Cedric since they ended up a couple in the books. Although he forgot to ask Cho what she wanted to ask him before her parents interrupted them. Well, he could ask that once they were in Hogwarts. After he restocked his potion ingredients in the apothecary with his nice discount, he headed for his final destination. Flourish and Blott's bookstore were already filled with people from the outside. In front of the store, he saw a group of familiar redheads and Hermione and her parents standing. They were looking for someone. "Oh, Harry isn't here yet," thought Matthew as he approached the group of people. "Hello everyone, how was your summer? What are you looking for? You guys look so lost," asked Matthew as he greeted them. "Matthew," exclaimed Hermione as she hugged him before she began to ask him. "Did you see Harry? He flew traveled for the first time and didn't speak clearly enough. He didn't land in the cauldron. It's never calm with Harry around." "No, I didn't see him. How about we split up and look for him? I will go down the alley. Mr. Weasley should go in direction of the cauldron and look into the shops, while a group of you look into the surrounding shops and someone stays here and waits if comes to the bookstore," suggested Matthew. "Good idea, Matthew. Let's do as you suggested," replied Mr. Weasley. They split up and Matthew once again walked down the alley. This time he directly headed for Knockturn Alley since he knew he would find Harry there. Matthew entered the familiar dark street that was Knockturn Alley. He visited it multiple times and had no trouble finding his way through the shady alley. He directly headed in the direction of Borgin and Burke's, and a bit down he spotted a familiar dark-haired boy that was full of dust and ash. An age witch stood in front of him, holding a tray of what looked horribly like whole human fingernails. She leered at him, showing mossy teeth. A hag that tried to grab Harry who backed away. But where was Hagrid? Didn't he save Harry in the books? Having no choice, Matthew stepped forward and made his presence known. "There you are, Harry. Are you okay?" Harry and Hag made a slight jump as they got interrupted. "Matthew!" exclaimed Harry as he rushed to the older student's side. "Oh, how nice. 2 boys for me. How about you dears come with me?" said the exited creature. "Just the right target to try one of my new magics," thought Matthew as he stepped before Harry and said with a dark tone. "I would be very careful who you try to target." His eyes began to glow yellow and a fearsome aura pressed onto the hag, who directly got affected and began to step backward full of dread. But Harry, who was behind Matthew, didn't see the change in his eyes and neither felt the aura since he wasn't the target. "I am sorry, my lord. Please, I won't bother you again," she gulped as she rushed away. Dread aura is a really useful spell, although a bit dark, but still one of the most harmless ones I found in the scroll. Thought Matthew was pleased by the result of his little test for his new spell. In combination with himself powering up through fear of others, he would have a massive advantage against most mortal enemies. "You okay, Harry?" asked Matthew as he turned to the younger boy. "Yes, thank you, Matthew. Where are we?" "Well, my friend, you landed in quite a dangerous place. This is Knockturn Alley, the dark side of Diagon Alley. This is the place where all kinds of criminals, dark creatures and dark wizards meet and do their shady business. You are quite lucky that I found you. That hag was about to kidnap you. Hags are creatures that like to eat children. They are even known in Muggle stories. Usually, they are the bad old witch in these stories," explained Matthew. "What are you doing here in Knockturn Alley?" asked Harry as they approached the intersection with Diagon Alley. "I was looking for you. I met Hermione and the Weasleys who were looking for you since you didn't land in the cauldron like everyone else. You need to speak more clearly next time. No need to be nervous. If you were unlucky, you could have landed at the other end of the country," admonished Matthew the boy a bit as they stepped out of Diagon Alley just as they heard a loud voice from their left. "Harry! Matthew! What do you think you're doing down there?" bellowed Hagrid as he spotted both of them leaving Knockturn Alley. "Hagrid!" exclaimed Harry happily. "Hello, Hagrid. Harry did travel today with Flip Powder for the first time. Unfortunately, he landed in Knockturn Alley. I was looking for him. With Harry's luck, I guess he would have landed there. So I headed into Knockturn Alley and found him there just as a hag tried to grab him. I scared her away and brought Harry back. That's dangerous, Matthew. Ya are still underaged. And Harry, ya are a mess, said Hagrid gruffly, brushing soot off Harry. Skulking around Knockturn Alley, I no dodgy place, Harry. Don't want no one to see ya down there. I realize that, said Harry, ducking as Hagrid made to brush him off again. Matthew told you, I was lost. What do you want down there anyway? You were clearly heading there? I was looking for a flesh-eating slug repellent, growled Hagrid. They're ruining the school cabbages. You're not on your own? I'm staying with the Weasleys, but we got separated. Harry explained. We've got to go and find them. They set off together down the street. How come you never wrote back to me? Said Hagrid as Harry and Matthew jogged alongside him. He had to take 3 steps to every stride of Hagrid's enormous boots while Matthew didn't fare much better. Harry explained all about Dobby and the Dursleys. Lousy muggles, growled Hagrid. If I'd known, not all non-magical S are bad. But the Dursleys are disgusting. My father forced them to treat Harry better, commented Matthew. Harry, Matthew, over here. Hermione Granger was standing at the top of the white flight of steps to Gringotts. She ran down to meet them, her bushy brown hair flying behind her. Nice to see you, Harry. Hello, Hagrid, greeted Hermione, both the newcomers. So Matthew found you? I am so glad. We were all worried. Are you going to visit Gringotts? As soon as I've found the Weasleys, said Harry. You won't have long to wait, Hagrid said with a grin. There was the rest of the Weasleys sprinting down the alley heading for them. Harry, Mr. Weasley panted. We hoped you'd only gone one grade too far. He mopped his glistening bald patch. Molly's frantic. She's coming now. Where did you come out? Ron asked. Knockturn Alley, said Hagrid grimly. Excellent, said Fred and George together. We've never been allowed in, said Ron enviously. I should ruddy well think not. Enough that Matthew entered alone to look for him, growled Hagrid. Mrs. Weasley now came galloping into view, her handbag swinging wildly in one hand, Ginny just clinging onto the other. Oh, Harry, oh, my dear, you could have been anywhere. Gasping for breath, she pulled a large clothes brush out of her bag and began sweeping off the soot Hagrid hadn't managed to beat away. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, gave them a tap of his wand, and returned them, good as new. Now that everyone was reunited, the Weasleys and Harry began with their shopping as Hermione and Matthew accompanied them. Hagrid left the group. Meanwhile, Harry told them that he saw the Malfoys and Borgin and Burkes and Hermione's parents rejoined them. First, they visited Gringotts while Matthew, Hermione, and her parents waited outside. Harry and the Weasleys visited their respective vaults. From Gringotts on the group split up. They would meet in 1 hour at Flourish and Blotts. Mr. Weasley took Hermione's parents for a drink. No doubt he wants to question them of the non-magical world. Matthew had no idea how someone, as interested in Mr. Weasley in the non-magical world, could be also so ignorant. Matthew joined Harry, Hermione, and Ron since he had almost completed his shopping besides the books and didn't want to miss Mr. Weasley's and Mr. Malfoy's fight. He after all planned to create a pensive for himself soon. Oh right, and he also wants to confirm the diary's location. After 1 hour of the trio buying their school stuff, they headed with Matthew for the bookstore. They were by no means the only ones making their way to the bookshop. As they approached it, they saw to their surprise a large crowd jostling outside the doors, trying to get in. The reason for this was proclaimed by a large banner stretched across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical Emmy today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. We can actually meet him, Hermione squealed. I mean, he's written almost the whole book list. Oh boy, thought Matthew as he stared at the exited brown-haired girl. Hermione, are you for real? If you actually read his books you will realize that Lockhart is a fraud. I have no idea why Dumbledore invited him as our dad teacher. Well, maybe he didn't have any other candidates, but you will learn nothing from him. But he wrote our book list, stammered the girl with shock in her eyes, while the 2 other boys already lost excitement for the next year. In one of his books, he stated that he wrestled with a werewolf, a creature that has a chance to infect you with its curse with only a scratch, and created the cure to lycanthropy. Trust me, if he created the cure for lycanthropy, he would be loaded. Potion masters are highly sought and have no problems making money. There's no need to scam his students by making them buy his second-rate fiction books, preached an annoyed Matthew. Just read the books, and you will realize it yourself. Just don't get blinded by his smile. He may have zero talent in magic, but as a con artist he is top-notch. But he wrote books, muttered the girl. You can't trust everything that is written in books, especially here in the magical world. They don't have an actual review proceeding like the peer review the scientists have in the non-magical world. And even if there were, they still can publish their written work even if it is manipulated or paid by companies in their favor. You need to always question what you read. Find other sources, ask your teachers, confirm it yourself. There are many methods. But don't believe everything you read somewhere even if it's published in a seemingly trustworthy source, explained Matthew, trying to make the 3 young students to use their brains while thinking about the experiences of his past life with the climate crisis. Okay, but I will still read his books. I will make myself an image of him, said Hermione while realizing one of her mistakes. The 4 students entered the store and found a crowd of people already inside. The crowd seemed to be made up mostly of witches around Mrs. Weasley's age. A harassed-looking wizard stood at the door saying, Calmly please, ladies. Don't push, there, mind the books, now. They squeezed inside. A long line wound right to the back of the shop, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his books. They each grabbed a copy of their necessary school books and sneaked up the line to where the rest of the Weasleys were standing with Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Oh, there you are, good, said Mrs. Weasley. She sounded breathless and kept patting her hair. We'll be able to see him in a minute. Matthew had to roll his eyes at that comment, while the golden trio smirked at his reaction. Gilderoy Lockhart came slowly into view, seated at a table surrounded by large pictures of his own face, all winking and flashing dazzlingly white teeth at the crowd. The real Lockhart was wearing robes of forget-me-not blue that exactly matched his eyes. His pointed wizard's hat was set at a jaunty angle on his wavy hair. A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large black camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. Out of the way there, he snarled at Ron, moving back to get a better shot. This is for the Daily Prophet. Hey, be careful. Just because you are a photographer of the Daily Prophet, no need to harass the students here. You even stepped on his foot, admonished Matthew the man as Ron rubbed his foot that he stepped on. Sorry boy, replied the man a bit flabbergasted. Gilderoy Lockhart heard him. He looked up. He saw Ron and Matthew, and then he saw Harry. He stared. Then he leaped to his feet and positively shouted. It can't be Harry Potter? The crowd parted, whispering excitedly. Lockhart dived forward, seized Harry's arm, and pulled him to the front. But Matthew grabbed Lockhart's arm and stopped him right there. Thanks to his high fitness, he was as strong as an adult wizard and could hold him there. And what exactly are you trying to do here? Asked Matthew as he started at the Ponce with a threatening look. I and young Harry here could make it on the front page together if we pose for a nice photo. So let me, explained the man with his annoying smile that gave Matthew the feeling he wanted to bash his face into the ground but restrained himself as he interrupted the explanation. And that made you think you could just grab Harry and drag him in front of the ground? An underage wizard whose guardians are not present. That's child harassment. Do you have the permission of Harry or his guardians? Scolded Matthew as he didn't let go of the man's wrist. Yeah, no sorry. Harry, would you like to pose for a photo with me? Tried Lockhart as the last try. No sorry. replied Harry, relieved that he didn't need to pose for a photo that landed in the papers. Oh, okay. Well, at least let me apologize to you, ladies and gentlemen, he said loudly, waving for quiet as Matthew let go of his arm. What an accident this is. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time. Of course, he still does turn the situation into his favor. In PR, he is probably the biggest expert in the wizarding world, thought Matthew. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present him now, free of charge. The crowd applauded again. He had no idea, Lockhart continued, giving Harry a little shake that made his glasses slip to the end of his nose, that he would shortly be getting much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his schoolmates will, in fact, be getting the real Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd cheered and clapped, and Harry found himself being presented with the entire works of Gilderoy Lockhart. He quickly left the limelight as Matthew followed him. Thank you, Matthew, said Harry. Don't worry about it. I can't stand the guy either way, replied Matthew as they reached Ginny standing there with her new cauldron. You have these. Harry mumbled to her, tipping the books into the cauldron. I'll buy my own. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Said Draco as he approached them. After one idiot, another follows directly. The moment of truth, mused Matthew. While Matthew was in his thoughts, the whole situation escalated further, and Malfoy's father and Mr. Weasley joined them. Well, Arthur Weasley. It was Mr. Malfoy. He stood with his hand on Draco's shoulder, sneering in just the same way. Lucius, said Mr. Weasley, nodding coldly. Busy time at the ministry, I hear, said Mr. Malfoy. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime? As he reached into Ginny's cauldron and mocked her books. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of Wizard Malfoy, replied Mr. Weasley after Lucius called him a disgrace. Clearly, said Mr. Malfoy, his pale eyes straying to Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Matthew, who were watching apprehensively while Matthew just stared back, bored by Lucius's insults. The company you keep, Weasley, and I thought your family could sink no lower. And at this moment 2 adult wizards began fighting with their fists. They only were pulled apart as Hagrid arrived. Matthew kept watch of the whole situation and kept Ginny's books in his eyes the whole time. During the exchange, Lucius pulled an old black book out of his robes while everyone was distracted by their fight. Here, girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you. Pulling himself out of Hagrid's grip, he beckoned to Draco and swept from the shop. Once the Malfoys left, Hagrid also parted ways with the group once again. Once everyone bought their school books, they left the store and headed for the leaky cauldron. The Weasleys and Harry left using the Floo connection inside the pub. This time Harry said his target loud and clear, although you could see that he wasn't a fan of this kind of wizarding travel. In the end, he successfully returned to the burrow together with the Weasleys. I should also take my leave. I still have a bit to walk home. It was nice to see you again, Mrs. and Mr. Granger. See you on the train, Hermione, said Matthew as he wanted to leave the wizarding pub to travel home. It was nice to meet you too, Matthew. And please call me Dan, said Hermione's father. Maybe we can drop you off? Where do you live? My family home is in Bloomsbury. You don't need to take me with you. It's just a half an hour's walk. I have no problem with that, explained Matthew. It's no problem, dear. We have to drive through Bloomsbury either way. A 5-minute detour to drop you off is no problem for us. And call me Emma, replied Hermione's mother with determination, while her husband and daughter just chuckled. Are you sure? I really have no problem with walking, said Matthew politely. Don't worry, Matthew. We live in Hampstead. Bloomsbury is on our way either way. You can answer me some questions about my summer homework on the way, said Hermione as she grabbed his arms and dragged him off, while her parents followed the two of them to their car. On the drive, Matthew chatted with Hermione about her holidays, homework, and answered some of her parent questions. After a while, they arrived in front of Matthew's house. Thank you again for dropping me off, thanked Matthew the Grangers again as he left the car. No problem, dear. You always look after Hermione in that school. That is the least we could do. We really should invite your parents for dinner next holiday, said Emma with a smile. Well, every decent person would help the younger students if they can. I will tell my parents that. They probably would love that. Goodbye together. See you on the train, Hermione, replied Matthew as he closed the door and watched the Grangers drive off before he entered his family's home. Scene break. Next day, mountain range somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Matthew once again traveled to the wilderness close to Hogwarts to train without disruption. This time he used apparitions since he mastered the art now, and it was easier and quicker than creating a portkey. There was 2 spells he wanted to learn the last time that needed space to practice them. The first was apparition that he couldn't train in his family's garden because of the loud bang an amateur caused. It would disturb his neighbors and cause unwanted attention. The second one was a spell or magical ability that he wanted to learn for a long time, flying. He already studied the enchantments on brooms as early as in his 2nd year in order to develop this spell. But he only managed to create enchantments for other objects, like his clothes, that would allow him to fly. But he stopped that since he didn't want to overly rely on artifacts for his personal abilities. Yes, using protective enchantments on his clothes was useful and was something he did, but he didn't rely on that. The problem with artifacts was, they could be easily tampered with and stop working, especially during a battle. A hole in a cloak that he used to fly or a spell against enchantments, and he would drop from the sky, which was a death sentence during a battle. So additional enchantments on his artifacts were fine as an additional layer of protection, but not as core ability like his main defense or mobility like flying. That's why he was happy that he finally gained a spell that would allow him to conquer the sky. This spell was sought for centuries by wizards and wasn't found even today by anyone besides Voldemort. Only Voldemort and Severus Snape used this spell in the books. Although in the movies the members of the Order of the Phoenix did also fly, Matthew believed that was an inaccuracy of the films to make it more flashy. In the books, there was no mention of it. And he didn't find a spell like this in any library, be it Hogwarts, the Flamos, or any other book he read. Kenilworth the Wisp in the book Quidditch Through the Ages summarized it beautifully. No spell yet devised enables wizards to fly unaided in human form. Levitation is commonplace, but our ancestors were not content with hovering 5 feet from the ground. They wanted more. They wanted to fly like birds but without the inconvenience of growing feathers. And how right he is. Matthew tried out to levitate himself once he learned the spell in his first year. But hovering slowly over the ground was just lame and not comparable to flying. The unsupported flight was different from levitation, which only allowed objects to fly a few feet off the ground and did not work on humans. The unsupported flight was specifically designed for human use, giving one the ability to fly far up without the aid of an object. Luckily, he absorbed Tom Riddle's soul piece and with it his memories, or it would still take a while to develop a flying spell since it was actually a quite complex piece of magic involving very advanced arithmancy equations. Without an actual base spell, it would have taken months to develop it himself. Voldemort used as inspiration and base of his flying spell, the innate ability of Obscurus, who gained it once they turned into their Obscurus form that looked like a black shadowy mass. One example would be Credence Barebone, who in 1926 unleashed that ability in the middle of New York. His first flying attempts ended horribly with him crashing into the ground. Good that he had enough common sense to prepare the ground of the small valley he was currently in with softening charms so he didn't hurt himself. If he ended up hurt, he would be able to fix any damage with his rudimentary understanding of healing magic. Matthew continued practicing without a break, and after a few hours of crashing into the ground, he made visible progress. Surrounded by a mass of blackness, only his face visible, Matthew slowly soared through the sky. He still was quite slow, but that was only a matter of control. He definitely would improve on this ability before school began. His magic consumption was also bearable. He is able to fly for an hour nonstop at the moment. With larger reserves and better mastery, he would also improve on that aspect. Matthew would spend most of his days before school began in that mountain range trying to master unsupported flight, and he reached an advanced level in that ability. It was another useful tool in his steadily growing arsenal of spells. Before school started, he also developed some new spells. Amongst them was a spell that allowed him to read books in an area. With that, he wouldn't have trouble reading a whole library in one day. Another thing he completed, he reached the limit on his current magical energy reserves. He consumed his magical energy potion weekly over the last few months, and now reached the point where it didn't have any effect on him anymore. Soon he would break into the level of experienced adult wizards and aurors, the rank 3 wizard. Once he had his magical maturation, the potion still should have a slight effect, aiding him greatly in his growth rate. But one thing troubled him greatly. Nicholas Flamel, even after over 600 years of life, was only a peak rank 5 wizard. Magical energies reserves expanded constantly through growing older even if one didn't use magic, but Flamel didn't break through. That meant rank may 5th be the natural limit of a wizard's magical reserves. And he found no magical creature yet with larger reserves. So there was no point going down a warlock path like Leyland in Warlock of the Magus World did. Maybe the basilisk was a creature on a higher level which Matthew didn't believe. It was at most rank 6, which wasn't very useful. He would know it once he confronted the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Tuesday, September 1st, 1992. After his busy last few days of practice and his insane progress, it was finally time to leave for his 4th year in Hogwarts. Half an hour before the Hogwarts Express left, he arrived with his parents at platform 9 3/4. Have a good school year and keep up the good work. We will see you next summer, Matthew. Oh, and think about a place you would like to visit next summer. I and your father would like to spend a part of the next holiday somewhere else, said his mother as Matthew stood at the entrance of the Hogwarts Express. Sure, Mom, I will write you once I have an idea. Bye, see you next summer, finished Matthew as he hugged his parents before he entered the train. Since he was early, he had no problem finding an empty compartment. Once he settled his trunk on the luggage rack, he sat down below it. He was a bit nervous about this year and had an unsettling feeling in his gut. Although he made preparation to keep himself safe, as a talented Muggleborn he would be one of the prime targets for Riddle and his 1,000-year-old basilisk. And his experience told him no matter how he wanted to keep the timeline intact, there was a good chance that things would spiral out of his control or expectations. This time he prepared himself for as many eventualities as he could think of. For once he prepared multiple specially enchanted glasses with the purpose of protecting himself from the deadly gaze of the basilisk. According to his calculations, they should be able to block the gaze of the basilisk completely. Glasses alone would save him from death and only petrify him. With his enchantments, he could fight it. He had normal glasses, but also aviator goggles in case he was sure he would have to fight the basilisk. Normal glasses could after all drop to the ground easily during a fight. He already wore glasses, so the other students wouldn't wonder too much why he suddenly wore glasses once the basilisk attack started. Another one of his preparations was a few rooster he borrowed from farms close to London. An animal that could possibly one-shot a basilisk with a cry was too good to not to use. They were currently inside his trunk taken care of by his 3 drones that he created, had a few more drones ready but he could only use 3 sub-AIs at the moment. Additionally, he designed a collection of spells with the purpose of fighting large and magic-resistant animals. And a shield charm to block the death gaze of basilisk as an additional layer of protection, and if he needed to protect others. Healing potions, mandrake restorative drafts, and more were ready in his trunk. His drones had subroutines to revive him if he ever was petrified even through his protections. All these careful preparations and he still felt nervous, but there was nothing Matthew could do. Probably I am just overthinking and there is nothing to it. My clash with Nightmare made me probably just nervous, thought Matthew. 5 minutes before the train started he felt Harry arrive at the station through the tracking charms on his glasses. The Weasleys were as late as every year. The moment he felt that Harry passed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Matthew was able to breathe out. At least that worked as planned and Dobby kept his word. As the Weasleys with Harry in tow rushed to the train, the door to Matthew's department opened. A small girl with waist-length, straggly, dirty blonde hair, protuberant silvery eyes, and faint eyebrows stood in the entrance. She had a distant, dreamy look in her eyes. Around her neck was a butterbeer cork necklace that added to the aura of distinct giddiness she naturally exudes. She had a large baby blue-colored trunk with her. Luna. Oh damn, why didn't I think of it? I could have saved the life of her mother. She died somewhere before last school year. Well, maybe I could have saved her. A bit hard since I didn't know the exact date of the accident, but I could have warned Pandora. Realized Matthew as he stared at the small girl that looked a bit like a small bunny. Hello, how can I help you? Asked Matthew with a friendly smile. Strange, muttered Luna as she inspected him with a stare. What is strange? Wondered Matthew as he was unsure what to make of her. In the book she was described as a quite particular person who believed in creatures that no one has ever seen, but here she was and acted in a way she never did in the books. He wouldn't think much of it if he was a normal person, but he was a reincarnated person and Luna specifically picked him out. There are no Raxperts, Nargles, or anything around you. That is extremely strange, she explained matter-of-factly while she stared at him as he were a giant mystery. Okay, isn't that normal? I never heard of them before. But first, let me introduce myself. I am Matthew Mason, a 4th-year Ravenclaw student. Do you want to join me in my compartment? He asked since Luna had just become an interesting person for himself. I am Luna Lovegood. Everyone is surrounded by small creatures, most commonly Raxperts and Nargles, some people more some less. But I never met someone who had none, she explained with a deadpan face as she sat down before him. Matthew took his wand out and levitated her trunk on the luggage rack above her. Nice to meet you, Luna. So what are Raxperts? Asked Matthew. Sarah scanned her surface thoughts for me. I want to know what she sees. He requested from his AI as he didn't want to risk doing it himself. He feared, like in multiple fanfics described, that Luna's mind was a scary place for any legilimens with natural defenses from her colorful imagination that were dangerous for normal people. But Sarah's logical algorithm should be able to bypass that. And the results of the mind probe were fascinating. Luna's view of the world was quite beautiful and fascinating. She seemed to have an innate ability like Parselmouth or Metamorph Magi related to her sight. People were for her surrounded by a mix of colorful particles that allowed her to predict how a person was acting. These particles seemed to represent based on a color a spectrum of emotions that a person was feeling and would feel in a few moments. It was somehow related to the future. According to what Matthew picked from her explanation about Raxperts was that her mother must also have that ability since it was her that named them for Luna and explained what they did. Raxperts were invisible beings for her that float through the ears and make a brain go fuzzy and causing a person to become unfocused and confused. While Nargles seemed to be mischievous beings related to some negative emotions. But what really was interesting for Matthew was the fact that Luna was able to predict the future emotions of a person with it. And that may be also the explanation why Luna couldn't see the aura around him. He named that ability Aura Sight. He originally didn't exist in the timeline of the Harry Potter books. If this whole story was determined by fate or a similar being, then Luna accessed that predefined fate and was able to see it with her Aura Sight. But Matthew was somehow inserted into the timeline from outside, so maybe he wasn't affected or included in the fate of this timeline yet. If this conclusion was right, he may be able to even break prophecies. Well, that's an interesting and good theory. But I have no way to confirm it. The only way I can currently think of is to kill Voldemort myself, which is extremely risky. If I destroy his Horcruxes before he gets his body back, he may become really immortal, although probably a monster. If I confront him once he has his body back, I would have not only to fight one of the most powerful Dark Lords in history, but also his army of Death Eaters. Which is just suicide. Doesn't matter, my future self can handle that. While Matthew was deeply in thought pondering the meaning of Luna's ability and his own existence, the door to his compartment opened again. Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Ginny stood at the entrance. Hello, Matthew, can we join your compartment? Or are you waiting for your roommates? Asked Hermione. Sure, guys, come in. I'm not waiting for them. If they didn't join me here yet, it just means they already have space somewhere else, replied Matthew as he was pulled out of his mind. Matthew and Luna, who currently had a copy of the Quibbler in her hands, notably it was upside down, she must have pulled it out while he was deeply in his thoughts, watched as the four newcomers stowed their trunks and Hedwig's cage in the luggage rack. Good that I sent Morgana already to Hogwarts this morning. I wouldn't want her to travel in the small space inside the Hogwarts Express. Only now did they realize that someone unknown was also in the compartment, well unknown to Harry and Hermione. Oh, Luna, you are also here. That is Luna Lovegood. She is a good friend of mine. She lives close to the Burrow in a rook-like house just over the hill close to the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. Greeted Ginny, happy that she met her childhood friend as she introduced her. Hello, Ginny. Greeted Luna with her dreamy voice while she looked at her over her upside-down magazine, then her eyes inspected the other newcomers before stopping at Harry. Had a good summer, Luna? Ginny asked. Yes, said Luna dreamily, without taking her eyes off Harry. Yes, it was quite enjoyable, you know. You're Harry Potter, she added. I know I am, said Harry. Matthew and Ron chuckled. Luna turned her pale eyes at Ron. Hello, Ronald, nice to see you again, she greeted before turning to Hermione. Hello, replied Ron a bit sheepishly. And I don't know who you are, said Luna as she looked at Hermione. Hermione Granger, nice to meet you, Luna, greeted Hermione with a smile as she sat down beside Matthew. How did you meet Luna, Matthew? She asked as she inspected the Quibbler. Oh, she found me and thinks I am quite fascinating, replied Matthew Harley while Hermione stared at him with a deadpan expression. So I invited her to join me in the compartment. Turns out Luna is quite the interesting person herself. Isn't that so, Luna? MHHH, it's the first time I met a person without a Nargles or Raxpert's infestation, replied Luna dreamingly as she dropped her copy of the Quibbler on her legs. What infestation? Asked Harry visibly confused. Don't think too much about it, Harry. Loony Lovegood was always quite strange. She believes in creatures that don't exist, explained Ron like an idiot, while pissing off two people in the compartment, his younger sister who stared at him in anger, and Matthew who had a good impression of Luna. So that's where that name came from in the books, realized Matthew as he stared at Ron with cold eyes. Don't be a dick, Ronald. If you ever had an open mind and would have actually listened to Luna, you would have realized how fascinating she is. She was born with an interesting ability. Like seers that are born with a third eye and are able to predict the future and create prophecies, Luna has the ability to perceive a person's emotions. I was able to realize that after asking her what she meant with Nargles and Raxperts. She is able to see them as particles that surround a person, and based on their looks they represent a different emotion. A quite fascinating subject, explained Matthew while smiling at the young first year with a dreamy look. The other people in the compartment looked at her now visibly impressed. Before Harry suddenly realized. Wait, doesn't that mean that Matthew has no emotions? He asked. To my knowledge I have emotions. My current theory is that Luna can't see my emotions because of my occlumency shields, explained Matthew with a half-truth. Occlumency? What is that? I never read of that, wondered Hermione. It's the magic of closing one's mind against external intrusions like mind reading, which is called legilimency, explained Matthew patiently while realizing he just gained the chance to earn some more favors with Harry. Mind reading? There are wizards who can read our minds? Asked Harry, horrified by that revelation. Legilimency. It's called legilimency, and yes, Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore are quite proficient in the art. Because of them, I learned to defend my mind, replied Matthew before adding as he saw that Hermione was about to ask a question. You didn't read anything about it because this branch of magic is quite advanced and complex. The only books in Hogwarts are in the restricted section, said Matthew as he stood up and pulled a notebook out of his trunk and created permanent duplicates of it that he handed out to the people in the compartment. Here, this are my personal notes on the topic. With that, you can learn it yourself but don't share it with others, said Matthew. He had given each of them the first stage of his own occlumency technique, which is mostly the traditional occlumency technique, just a bit easier to learn with the specialized meditation. He had no problem sharing that much since the results were the same as if someone would learn occlumency traditionally. It was just a bit faster and easier. While the other stages were his personal secrets, and he would only share them with people he was sure wouldn't betray him, basically his family if they could use magic. Hermione, Ginny, Harry, and Luna looked quite eager to learn it, while Ron already lost interest probably because he would have to read. Especially Harry since he hated Snape and didn't like that he could read his mind. And Matthew had no problem if they became more capable, they would keep more of Voldemort's focus on themselves. And Matthew could stay in the shadow. As for Riddle's diary, learning it, it was as good as dead. It will only exist until the end of the year. And it was only an easier way to learn occlumency which Riddle already learned. The rest of the travel went without trouble. Over the course of the train ride they were visited by Matthew's roommates, and Cho at some point. Once they arrived at Hogwarts, Luna and Ginny joined the other first years for their ride over the Black Lake with Hagrid. They absolutely will enjoy the ride, since the sky was nice and clear tonight. While the rest of the school traveled from the platform with the Thestral carriages. The Great Hall filled up with Hogwarts students as the professors watched from the head table. Soon the welcoming feast for Matthew's fourth year would begin. After the older students settled in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall arrived with the new first-year students not much later. The new students were tiny from Matthew's perspective. All of them were awed by the sight of the Great Hall and the ancient castle. You could see the glimmer of exploration in their eyes. At the same time, they were unsure and scared of how they would be sorted into their new houses. The sorting ceremony was like every year. The hat started with its impressive vocal prowess. Once he finished, Professor McGonagall began to call out the new students in alphabetical order so they could get sorted to their houses. There were no surprises this year, no Ginny and Slytherin, and so on. Ginny landed like every Weasley in Gryffindor, and Luna became a Ravenclaw, the only house you would expect of her. Luna was just made for Ravenclaw. No, she was a true incarnation of Ravenclaw with her high intelligence, wisdom beyond her years, her creativity, and especially her open mind for learning all kinds of new things. The only other notable person that got sorted was Colin Creevey, the fanboy of Harry, who also got sorted into Gryffindor. Although the names Demelza Robbins and Richie Coote sounded familiar, they probably were mentioned in the books, but Matthew didn't pay much attention to them. Rather, he was focused on the new Ravenclaw first years. To be precise, how they already began to distance themselves from Luna after exchanging only a few words. It made Matthew frown how narrow-minded Wizarding Society was, although it was a bit understandable since Luna was a bit of a special case because of her abilities and genius intellect. I know I shouldn't care about it, but Luna's treatment by the other student was always a sore spot for me when I read the Harry Potter books as a child. But I have the knowledge and power to change it for the better, why not use it? I already made changes to canon, so being Luna's friend wouldn't hurt. I absolutely won't tolerate any bullying in Ravenclaw. After all, our house should be unified, or was that talk about being a family only for show? Decided Matthew. The rest of the welcoming feast wasn't really noteworthy. Matthew spent most of his time chatting with his roommates about their summers while enjoying the tasty food of the feast. Like every year, the house elves were surpassing themselves, although the food was a bit conservative. Maybe I should gift the elves a few international cookbooks this year, mused Matthew as he enjoyed his food. After finishing their meal including desserts, the plates vanished and Headmaster Dumbledore began with his traditional speech of staying out of the forest, no magic in the corridors, and the rest of the rules Filch the caretaker wants that the students usually ignored. Once they finished the school song, the students led by their prefects left for their common rooms. Inside the Ravenclaw common room, Professor Flitwick was already waiting to welcome the new students to the castle and the old back. After his speech of house unity and the introduction, he also left. Matthew and his roommates headed for the dormitory of this year, where their luggage was already waiting for them. This was actually the first time for Matthew that the elves transported his trunk, since his old trunk was always shrunken on a chain at his neck. His roommates also noticed the change from last year. "Were you too lazy to carry your trunk yourself this year?" asked Roger with a grin. "Nah, it is a new trunk. It has some new features. Unfortunately, they don't work with a shrinking enchantment," explained Matthew. "Wait, the only trunks who don't work with a shrinking charm are. You have a house trunk?" asked Harold as he realized the truth, since he came from a pure-blood family that owned multiple businesses in Diagon Alley. Some of them are not quite legal, although nothing dark, rather some members of his family trade with stolen goods. He is actually quite a useful contact to have. Thanks to his family, he was quite knowledgeable about different goods. "How did you afford one? They are at least 10,000 galleons apiece." "Hello, potions genius, you know," replied Matthew while laughing. "My potions sell quite well, and I thought a house trunk would be a useful investment." After that topic was done, the four friends chatted a bit before falling asleep. Scene break Wednesday, September 2nd. Early in the morning, Matthew finished his workout routine and headed for the Great Hall, where he found Professor Flitwick with his schedule. After receiving it, he headed for the Ravenclaw table to enjoy his breakfast. It was quite early in the morning, but Cho was already sitting at the table. Matthew joined her for breakfast. "Good morning, Cho. Nice to see you. We hadn't much a chance to talk yesterday. How was your first night back in the castle?" greeted Matthew as he loaded some grilled sausages and scrambled eggs onto his plate. "It was nice. Hogwarts just feels like home," replied the Asian girl. "I know the feeling. There's just something about this place that is different," said Matthew, since he also felt like Hogwarts was his home. Living with his parents in London felt more like a vacation for him. After all, he spent the majority of his new life in Hogwarts. This summer made it half a year that he spent in the non-magical world. He didn't know much of the things happening there, since most of his focus was spent on magic. The only topic he was informed of was science, since it was useful for his magic research. The rest he knew enough from his past life. "What do you have this morning?" asked Matthew. "Potions with the Gryffindors," replied Cho. "That's good. That way you will almost get the Slytherin treatment from Snape, since he hates the lions," chuckled Matthew. "Yes, that will be nice. And what do you have?" asked Cho as she peeked at his schedule. Let me check," said Matthew as he opened his schedule. Once he read what he would have this morning, he couldn't stop from grimacing and sighed in disappointment. "Damn, I have data with the fraud. Just what I needed to start this year." "Fraud?" asked Cho, a bit confused. "Well, Lockhart is in my opinion a fraud. The stuff he wrote in his books is total bullshit. Although the deeds somehow happened, how he described them in his books isn't possible. There is no way he could have wrestled with a werewolf or any of the other stuff he wrote. Something about him is suspicious," explained Matthew. "You should be careful around him, Cho. Don't stay alone with him in a room," he added, a bit concerned. It was never mentioned in the Harry Potter books since it was a series for children, but him raping female students and then oblivating the deed just made too much sense. "Don't worry, I won't. But thank you for your concern," smiled the girl. "I also don't like him too much makeup for an actual expert in defense." "Ha, true," laughed Matthew as he was actually impressed that she didn't get blinded by the Ponce's charm. The rest of the breakfast they spent idly chatting with each other. After a while, the rest of their friends joined them at their table. After breakfast, Matthew left with his roommates for the Dada classroom and their first wasted lessons of the year. Once Matthew, Roger, Harold, and Blake reached Lockhart's Dada classroom, Matthew immediately led them for seats in the last row under the baffled look of his friends. Usually, they sat in the first row because they were Ravenclaw, so this was a bit of a shock for them. "And why do we sit in the last row?" asked Blake with a questioning look at Matthew. "There is no chance we will learn anything in this class. Here we at least can do something else like study our own books or do homework without getting his attention. And trust me, if my gut feeling is right, you will thank me later," explained Matthew while he remembered how Lockhart in the books called students to play out his books. While they waited for Lockhart to arrive, Matthew looked around the Dada classroom. Different from the last years, rather than a classroom for defense, it became an art exhibit with Lockhart as the main model. The walls were decorated with moving portraits of the blonde idiot. To be honest, it wouldn't be a surprise if Lockhart had put a marble statue of himself in the classroom. After a while, the doors to the personal chamber of the Dada teacher, which was connected to the classroom through a set of stairs, opened, and the blonde fraud stood at top of it with his disgusting charming smile, in a pompous pose to show off. He began his class as he headed down the stairs in a manner of showmanship. "Welcome to this year's 4th year Dada course. Your teacher." At the bottom of the stairs, he headed for one of their classmate tables and picked up one of the copies of Voyages with Vampires and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. "Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the band and banshee by smiling at her." He waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly, while some of the girls looked smitten. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in." When he had handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes, start, now." Matthew read the content of the test, and they were filled with useless questions of trivia about Gilderoy Lockhart, just like in the books. He sighed in disappointment as he took a look at his roommates, who also stared at the questions in disbelief. He obviously could fill in the test seriously since he tested his new area book scanning spells secretly out in Flourish and Blots, and with that gained also all the content of Lockhart's books unwillingly. But where would be the fun in that? He spent half an hour filling the test with long answers full of nonsense. There was no way Lockhart would have enough time to correct them in the lesson today. If he needs to waste my time, so will I waste his. That was the thought Matthew had. After half an hour, he collected the tests and began to check them in front of the class while commenting about their contents. He skipped over Matthew's test while replying he would have to correct it later. Once he finished skimming through the test, he continued with the lesson. To Matthew's disappointment, Lockhart wasn't incompetent enough to try making a lesson about Cornish pixies in a 4th year class. Instead, he retold them about his travels with vampires. The rest of the lesson was an absolute boring waste of time. Well, at least Lockhart still could keep up his facade of being a competent wizard since he didn't get wrecked by Cornish pixies, although the majority of his class already began to doubt him. "Can you believe he gave us a quiz about himself? How arrogant can a person be?" complained Harold on their way to lunch. Why Matthew listened to the discussion of his friends with a face that said "I told you so." Scene break. Well, Lockhart could keep his dignity until his second lesson. In Harry's class, he used the pixies for his lesson and got trashed by them. This was just the excuse Matthew waited for. After his classes in the afternoon, he headed for Professor Flitwick's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," came a voice from the inside after a few moments, and Matthew opened the door. "Hello, Professor Flitwick," greeted Matthew, his head of house. Mr. Mason, come sit down." "Biscuit?" offered the small professor as Matthew sat down in front of his desk. "No thank you, sir." "So, what can I do for you today?" asked the professor with his squeaky voice. "I would like to have the permission to engage in self-study instead of attending Dada lessons this year. We both know there will be nothing for any student to learn since Lockhart is obviously a fraud," explained Matthew. "I see," replied Flitwick while thinking about the request. "I understand where you are coming from. Lockhart is a very controversial choice even among the professors, but it was a lack of better options that allowed him to become the new Dada teacher, or rather he was the only candidate this year. If it were my decision, I would permit your request, since you are an outstanding student, and I have no doubt you would use the time wisely." Unfortunately, only the headmaster can make that decision according to official school regulations. Let me quickly write a letter with a recommendation from myself. And then you can ask him yourself. Professor Flitwick wrote a short note for Headmaster Dumbledore before handing it to Matthew. Do you know where the headmaster office is? Asked the small professor. Yes, behind the gargoyle statue in the gargoyle corridor on the 3rd floor. Nodded Matthew. Correct. The password is Center Shock. Once the gargoyle begins to move, stand on one of the stairs and it will take you upwards. Good day to you, Mr. Mason. I hope the headmaster will grant your request, explained Professor Flitwick as he led Matthew out of his office. Once Matthew was outside of the office, he began heading for the 3rd floor while being in his thoughts. So it was finally time to meet Dumbledore. I dodged that particular meeting for a long time. He thought, well, at least I finally will be able to see the Phoenix Fox for myself. A good chance to finally skin it. Well, sooner or later he would have to meet Dumbledore. Why not leave a good impression now? Matthew was nervous about this meeting. The people in his old world had many different opinions about Dumbledore. Some saw him as a Dark Lord, others as senile, or so engrossed in the greater good that he forgot what really mattered. The most likely option was that the political situation and the circumstances were so bad that he had no other option for his choices. The wizarding world Matthew lived in was to his knowledge canon, not an alternate version, so his Dumbledore should be the same. An old man that had to make many hard decisions in his tragic life. As Matthew arrived in front of the ugly gargoyle statue made of bronze that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office, he greeted it. Hello, I would like to meet the headmaster, stated Matthew as he watched the gargoyle. The statue was supposed to have the ability to talk. Suddenly the statue moved its mouth. Password? So you can talk. Interesting. The password is Center Shock. Once the password left Matthew's mouth, the gargoyle statue began to move. It began to rotate, and a stairway began to appear from the ground in the stairwell leading to the headmaster's office. Matthew quickly stepped onto one of the upper steps and let himself be lifted upwards. After a short while, the stairs stopped at a platform in front of a massive and old wooden door. Matthew stepped onto the last platform and knocked on the door. After he heard no reply from the inside for a while, he was unsure how to proceed. In the end, he decided to enter the office and wait for the headmaster inside. After all, since he came that far, he had permission to be here. The gargoyle wouldn't have moved like with Umbridge during the 5th Harry Potter book when she forced Dumbledore out of the castle. The headmaster office was a large circular room, with a number of spindly tables upon which were set delicate-looking silver instruments that whirred and emitted small puffs of smoke, as well as an incredible collection of books. This was probably Dumbledore's personal collection. Matthew's magic sensitivity was already so high that he felt the protection surrounding him. He probably isn't able to scan their content without breaking them, or the headmaster's protection. For now, he decided against risking it. There may be a few rare books amongst them, but they weren't worth the trouble. In the center of the office stood an ancient head desk where the headmaster worked from. Behind it on the wall hung a collection of portraits. They were the previous headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts since the invention of the magical portraits. The portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster or headmistress hung behind the head's desk. It was the largest portrait and was currently occupied by Armando Dippet, a pale-skinned and frail-looking wizard with brown eyes, white balding hair, and a beard. Greetings, headmasters and headmistresses, nodded Matthew politely as the portraits watched him and greeted back. Will be Professor Dumbledore available today? He will be soon here. Just sit down and wait a moment. His Wizengamot meeting should have finished by now, replied the portrait of Armando Dippet with a smile. As Matthew sat down on one of the chairs in front of the desk, he took a closer look at the office. On top of a shelf on the left side rested the sorting hat on his permanent spot. Next to the shelf was a glass cabinet that shined and glowed. Matthew guessed that the pensive was inside of it. It was currently locked. On the right side of the desk stood a perch for the Phoenix Fox, which was currently empty. Behind it on the same side was a stairway that led up to a small balcony with a door that probably lead to the headmaster's personal quarters. Sarah, be ready to scan and record the fire-traveling ability of a phoenix. Dumbledore may arrive with Fox. Matthew hadn't to wait that long, and suddenly there was a burst of flames and Dumbledore appeared behind his desk while holding onto Fox's legs. Whoa, that was cool, muttered Matthew unconsciously in amazement as he saw it for the first time in real life. Thank you, Mr. Mason. Fox is an amazing being, replied Dumbledore with amusement as Fox thrilled happily as he landed on his perch. Fox had crimson feathers on his body and a golden tail as long as a peacock's. His claws and beak were gleaming gold, and his eyes were black. Today was definitely no burning day, and Matthew was lucky enough to witness the bird in its full beauty. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. And nice to meet you, Fox, greeted Matthew a bit embarrassed. Fox replied with a happy thrill of his beautiful voice as he nodded at Matthew with an amused gleam in his eyes. So how can I help you today, Mr. Mason? I believe this is the first time we talk privately, asked Dumbledore as he also settled down behind his desk. Yes, Professor. My request is actually pretty simple. I would like to take up my right for self-study instead of attending data lessons. My reasoning is that I don't feel that Professor Lockhart is actually qualified to teach a class. No disrespect to your choice in teachers. I understand that the position of the data professor is hard to fill with the teacher leaving willingly or unwillingly every year. I even have a recommendation from Professor Flitwick, explained Matthew coming straight to the point as he handed over the note from his house head. I see, replied Dumbledore a bit in his thoughts as he took a look at the note. I actually have no problem with that under certain conditions. You will have to at least self-study half the lessons in the library so that Madame Pants can see that you actually study. I will inform her to keep an eye on that. In the other half, you can use empty classrooms to practice the spells since I know that actual practice is important. At the end of the year, you will have to write an exam that I will prepare personally for you. If you shouldn't at least get an acceptable, you will have to repeat that year, said the headmaster with a gleam in his eyes. I have no problems with that. I am rather excited that you will personally test me, replied Matthew. Oh, well, my staff seem to always praise you in our staff meetings. And your grades are top-notch, so I want to actually test you myself. But be warned, I won't take it easy on you. It will be actually harder than any test you have participated in before since I want to see your actual limits, explained Dumbledore with his twinkling eyes. No problem, sir. I wouldn't expect anything less. Will there be a practical part? Asked Matthew. Of course, nodded the headmaster. But there is still another condition. Professor Lockhart has repeatedly stated his wish that he would like to restart the dueling club. We had to stop it in the past because Professor Flitwick became head of House Ravenclaw and hadn't the time anymore to organize it. But as you are already aware of the true nature of Professor Lockhart's abilities, I was rather reluctant to accept the request. I would like that you, Mr. Mason, act as Professor Lockhart's assistant during the club. It will be focused on the pre-AL students. I believe you have enough skill to teach them. Oh yes, please, I mean I have no problem with that condition. When would the club begin? Asked Matthew, controlling his excitement that he can legally beat up the idiot during a duel. It will still take a while since there would be a lot of paperwork I have to complete with the Department of Magical Education. The earliest would be in December, answered Dumbledore while being visibly amused. Yes, no problem, Professor. Then thank you for your permission. I have no problem with your condition. I will spend my Friday data time in the library, while on Tuesdays I will use an empty classroom to practice my spells. Have a nice evening, Professor, finished Matthew as he left the office. You too, Mr. Mason, came the reply as Fox thrilled a goodbye. Damn, I can beat the shit out of Lockhart, even on the dueling stage in front of the whole school. That's fucking amazing, cheered Matthew. He even jumped a few times since the corridors were currently empty and most students were already in their common rooms. The meeting with Dumbledore went better than he expected. He actually expected he would have to force the matter in some way by blackmailing the old man. Maybe I should have tried the same with History of Magic, pondered Matthew as he headed to the 7th floor. Better not to try my luck. He arrived at the wall opposite the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach Trolls ballet where the secret entrance to the Room of Requirements was located. One of the reasons he created his Magitech drones was that they could serve as his menial workforce, besides completing risky tasks for him. And that's the reason why he was here today. The last target of his first day back in Hogwarts was the Room of Hidden Things, a room that contained centuries of resources, artifacts, books, and treasures. But unfortunately a lot of junk. It would take months to properly sort through it, an amount of time Matthew didn't want to waste himself. And during the whole time, the room would be unavailable for usage. Good that he already had a house trunk with protections and privacy charms set up by default in addition to his own. It was the reason he got a house trunk already even though he was still required to attend Hogwarts without the ability to travel by himself legally. He also emptied the content of his original expanded trunk into it. After walking down in front of the wall 3 times he entered the room through the door that appeared. Nothing changed since his first visit. It was still filled with all kinds of objects and junk that formed a maze. Once he closed the door he took the shrunken trunk around his neck and accessed it. His 3 Magitech worker drones exited the first compartment of his trunk. All 3 of them had this time hand attachments as arms, with functionality similar to a human, just with more access of movement since they were magic-based robots and not limited by human limbs. Each of them carried a, by Matthew expanded bag with quite the big amount of space inside. This will allow them to work longer before having to return to Matthew's old trunk where they would sort the content of their bags into specific compartments. So are you 3 ready? Don't forget compartment 1 is for rare resources like metal and gems, 2 is for wooden and fabric resources. Into the 3rd compartment come all magical ingredients that are not for potions. The 4th compartment is for books while the 5th is for magical enchanted artifacts. The 6th and original potion compartment with stasis charms will be for all potion ingredients and potions. Lastly, everything you are unsure of but could be useful comes into the 7th compartment. Trash like normal wood, old furniture, completely broken objects remains here. Although I still want the unreadable books, maybe I will find a way in the future to restore them. Explained as he watched his 3 drones analyzing his commands. Beep. Confirming orders. Working routine established. All systems are functional and ready. Beginning operation? Yes, you can start. I hope you will find something nice for me here besides some resources or books I already know most of the content of, muttered Matthew as he hoped this wouldn't become a waste of resources. Although the Room of Hidden Things contained centuries worth of objects, it still was mainly only professors and students in a school who hid their junk here. This could become a major waste of time in the end. Worst case, all he would get of worth were some notes of students or professor with some interesting spells on them that they created during their time here. Like Snape in his old potion book under the name of the Half-Blood Prince. Scene break. You are not attending data anymore? How is that fair? We still have to sit through our lessons with that half-wit, complained Roger as Matthew told his roommates a few days later about the change to his schedule as they headed in direction of their data class. Well, if you would have as exemplary grades as me, you also could ask Professor Dumbledore for permission to self-study. But you will have to finish much harder exams than normal, gloated Matthew with a smug smile on his face. Oh, come on. Shut up, you git. You just sounded like Lockhart now, retorted Roger. Oh no. I just had one lesson with him and was infected by his idiotism. I need to visit Madame Pomfrey, maybe she will be able to save me, replied Matthew with mock panic as he left his friends and headed for the library. See ya, fellas. Greet the dunce from me. Inside the library, he greeted Madame Pants, who greeted him with a smile. After all, Matthew was one of the few students she liked since he always treated the books in the library with respect and had a great love for knowledge. There was very few students she liked, and they were mostly Ravenclaw students. Once he sat down he took out some of his notes and began to work on them. There were multiple projects he was currently working on. In defense, he currently was developing room-based spells that were able to exhibit a far larger amount of power than normal spells. He is also steadily improving his mastery of elemental magic through practice. As for the normal defense curriculum, why would he have to study something he already learned? He was able to cast all the required spells silently, wandlessly, and without wand movements. What was there more to do? He was rather more interested in exploring more exotic pieces of magic. He probably could already complete the exams for his magical education with outstandings. But why should he rush it? There were still so many opportunities for him in the next few years here. And he had the feeling once he stepped into the bigger world that things would become chaotic. There also were the legacies of the founders to explore since Rowena Ravenclaw left something behind, why not the others? He currently had multiple guesses about their whereabouts but was only sure about one. The legacy of Slytherin should be in the Chamber of Secrets, and only accessible for a Parselmouth. There is no way that all there is to something called the Chamber of Secrets is that it's a nesting place for a 1,000-year-old basilisk. The legacy of Hufflepuff may be hidden in the kitchens but he couldn't find anything there, he already checked multiple times. Maybe he needed some kind of key. As for Gryffindor, his best guess was the Forbidden Forest. And the only place he didn't check yet was the Acromantula nest. He didn't want to slaughter an army of spiders for now. After all, they still were Hagrid's friends, maybe he could use the distraction caused by Harry and Ron this year? Another one of his current projects was Ginny Weasley. To be precise, he was monitoring the condition of her and her soul as he scanned her at every opportunity. He also recorded every detail with the help of Sarah. Currently, he had the unique opportunity to collect data of a Horcrux possession in a safe environment. This observation project already gave him unique insights into his understanding of soul magic. He also practiced continuously his soul control with his occlumency. He was very close to mastery and a major change in understanding of his own soul. It would only take a few weeks until he completed it. The next few days passed without trouble for Matthew. His Magitech drones are making steady progress in the Room of Hidden Things, although they did not found anything major yet. At least he gained a few interesting notes depicting spell and potion research he didn't think of yet. Like an alternative version of the levitation spell, instead of like the standard version which was basically lifting an object with an invisible magic hand, this one was based on gravity manipulation. They found the notes in a schoolbook used in 1604. This spell was developed by a Hogwarts student. His final target was to fly. He based his ideas on the research of Jarlath Hobart, who also wanted to fly and invented the levitation charm in 1544. Interestingly, the student whose name he didn't know realized the existence of gravity. A wizard, a student discovered gravity good 80 years before Newton published Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica. But that were the only unexpected gains yet. Still, the basics of manipulating gravity with magic would be useful. While his lessons this year were mostly unspectacular, the only ones that were of interest to him were Transfiguration, in which they were currently studying cross-species switches and ancient runes. Cross-species switches may sound unspectacular, but transfiguring another human into a ferret or pig also fell into that category, and that piqued Matthew's interest. How did it work? After all, it was pretty much a feat of reality bending. Malfoy seemed to be aware of who he was when the fake Moody turned him into a ferret and kept his memories of that event. How was that possible? After all, human and ferret physiology was completely different. So Matthew spent his time in Transfiguration analyzing and finding the truth to these questions. He had no problem completing this kind of spells after all he was already further ahead. At this point all he could improve on were his understanding and mastery. In ancient runes, they would have to complete a rune enchantment project as an exam this year which they had time to complete over the whole year. Matthew had no problem completing that task, he rather was unsure of what he should do. He didn't want to hand over just anything, but also nothing too advanced. So he was still in the middle of his brainstorming phase. He still kept working on potions and created new ones all the time. Some of them he sold and added them to his income. but he limited himself to 2 or 3 a year and nothing too groundbreaking since he didn't want to gain unwanted attention. The problem was he reached a low in his progress. He could create many potions but none of them were majorly useful for him. While something like improving his body permanently or a complex problem like curing lycanthropy was out of his grasp and he had no idea how to solve it. Scene break on Saturday as he was following his usual workout routine he was joined by the Gryffindor team at the Quidditch training grounds where he normally worked out. Hey guys, how are you? So would you make them train even earlier than usual this year? Greeted Matthew while he tried to hold back his snicker as he watched the tired Gryffindor team in their red Quidditch robes. Matthew, are you here to spy on us? Asked Wood with suspicion. Why would I be here to spy on you? I was first here. Are you here to spy on me? Retorted Matthew. The twins couldn't keep their laughter at that comment, while Woods' mouth dropped open at that retort, unsure of how to reply. Don't worry, Wood. I have no interest in your training strategy. Just here for my regular workout routine that I follow every morning. This is the time I always train to keep myself fit, explained Matthew while deciding to prank Wood. And even if I wanted to spy on you, I don't need to. Your secret plan is probably something like harder, earlier and longer. Am I right? He asked as he looked at the rest of the team who all couldn't hold their laughter now. We can share the field, I will keep at that side and won't disturb you. Are you fine with that? I like fairness so I won't share anything, okay? Fine. Sighed Wood as he turned to his team and began their training. He pushed the Gryffindor literally through the mud. After a while, they were joined by Ron and Hermione who also got accused as spy by Wood. After getting stared down by her as if he was an idiot he had no choice but to accept her presence. They just came from breakfast and wanted to see how Harry was doing. Click click asterisk asterisk click asterisk resounded over the Quidditch field. And there was Colin Creevey taking pictures of Harry. Matthew could see how pissed Wood was. But the Gryffindor captain didn't get far in accusing the oblivious fanboy as a Slytherin spy. The Slytherins don't need a spy, Oliver, said George. What makes you say that? Said Wood testily. Because they're here in person, said George, pointing. Several people in green robes were walking onto the field, broomsticks in their hands. I don't believe it, Wood hissed in outrage. I booked the field for today. We'll see about this. Wood shot toward the ground, landing rather harder than he meant to in his anger, staggering slightly as he dismounted. Harry, Fred, and George followed. While Matthew watched that spectacle from the side, it, after all, had nothing to do with him yet. Flint, Wood bellowed at the Slytherin captain. This is our practice time. We got up specially. You can clear off now. Marcus Flint was even larger than Wood. He had a look of trollish cunning on his face as he replied. Plenty of room for all of us, Wood. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie had come over, too. There were no girls on the Slytherin team, who stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the Gryffindors, leering to a man. But I booked the field, said Wood, positively spitting with rage. I booked it. And the situation continued to further escalate as Malfoy got introduced as the new Seeker of the Slytherin team thanks to a generous donation from his father. Ron and Hermione also joined them in order to find out what was happening. I'm the new Slytherin Seeker, Weasley, said Malfoy smugly. Everyone's just been admiring the brooms my father's bought our team. Ron gaped, open-mouthed, at the 7 superb broomsticks in front of him. And Malfoy continued to mock him as Hermione interjected. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in, said Hermione sharply. They got in on pure talent. The smug look on Malfoy's face flickered. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. He spat. This was the moment the whole situation escalated completely and Matthew realized his mistake. Originally he wanted to curse Malfoy secretly as punishment. Shit, Ron's wand isn't broken. This is bad. He hurried in their direction realizing how ugly it could become. While he headed their way he watched how Ron's curse impacted Malfoy and the blonde racist began to spit out snails. This was obviously an insult the Slytherins couldn't let sit on them and curses began to fly between both groups. Luckily Matthew was already close enough. With a wave of his wand, a blue glowing barrier made of hexagonal layered shields appeared between both groups and blocked the barrage of their spells. And no moment too late, from the side of the Slytherin students he recognized some rather dark ones like a bone-breaking curse. The sudden appearance of the shield made both sides stop slightly confused while Hermione was visibly relieved. Are you done, you idiots? Asked Matthew with a dangerous tone in his voice. Who do you think you are, mudblood? Asked Warrington his rival as he raised his wand against Matthew. Matthew with a quick motion stunned him with a silently cast stunning charm. That idiot never learns. Anybody else? Asked Matthew as he stared down at the Slytherin students. None of the Quidditch teams dared to continue with their fight. After all, they weren't even able to react at Matthew's casting speed. In the end, the Slytherins had no choice other than to cut their losses. They took Malfoy and the unconscious Warrington and carried them in direction of the medical wing to Madame Pomfrey. Once the Slytherin Quidditch team was out of sight, Matthew turned in direction of Ron and glared at him. Did you need to attack him? But he called her mudblood, complained Ron while some of the Gryffindors nodded. It was just words. Nothing more than a reflection of his jealousy of Hermione. If you lower yourself to his level, you are not better than him. Look at Hermione, she stayed calm. But there is nothing you could say that justifies violence on a school ground. You may not know it, but some of you would have gotten seriously hurt if I didn't block the curses. There were some nasty dark curses amongst them that could have sent you to St. Mungo's. Would that have been worth it? Asked Matthew as he stared at the Gryffindors. No. I'm sorry for starting a fight, muttered Ron a bit downcast, but he still didn't believe he shouldn't have attacked Malfoy. You should visit McGonagall and tell her what happened here. The Slytherin will definitely inform Professor Snape. Ron will most likely get a detention, but it is better than letting Professor Snape handle the situation. You are right. Let's head for Professor McGonagall before they arrive with Snape. Can you take care of Hermione? Replied Wood. Yes, I will. You also should explain to Harry what the whole situation was about. He looks pretty confused, said Matthew as the Gryffindor team left to find Professor McGonagall. Are you okay, Hermione? I don't know. Why is the Wizarding Society so backward? Asked the young girl with a sad look in her eyes. It's a complex topic. Like I told you when I met you for the first time, the Wizarding Society is a completely different world with different traditions and cultural values. While we are still in Britain at the same time we are not. And most Muggleborns didn't understand that and followed the values they believed in. This created discord between the people and over the centuries changed to hate. No matter what our values are, how we believe they are better, we have no right to force them on them and change their culture. Instead, Muggleborns should have created new things and added them to their culture instead of forcing their culture to change. Changing Yule to Christmas and Samhain to Halloween as Dumbledore does in Hogwarts is the wrong way, and will only create conflict. Explained Matthew as he thought about the mistakes society did in his past life that only split humankind up. But I did nothing of that sort, complained Hermione. No, you didn't. You and I are just experiencing the results of the choices of our seniors. Draco isn't a bad person, he just grew up with hate his parents developed over time. And trust me, this is not unique to the wizarding world. In the non-magical world, there are also people trying to enforce their values on others and the result is never pretty. No matter how you believe you are right. Don't let his words hurt you. He just didn't know better. We just should do our best to accept their culture while introducing ours to theirs. And one day we may even be able to heal the rift created by forcing acceptance. Hermione was now visibly calmer as Matthew patted her on the shoulders. Thank you, Matthew. That helped. Scene break in the end. Both the Gryffindors and Slytherins got detentions for the fight, while Matthew got awarded points for de-escalating the conflict. Harry had a look of despair on his face since he had to help Lockhart with his fan mail on Saturday. Matthew once again fell into the calmness of the school year, the only noteworthy events where Harry heard a voice after detention, which meant Ginny woke the basilisk of Salazar Slytherin up. Matthew was able to witness how Ginny's soul began to weaken. But it wasn't a constant process, it seemed to only happen when she was directly communicating with the Horcrux inside the diary. The soul seems to be deeply connected to the emotions of the person, and this was what the diary exploited. The other was an invitation to the 500th death day party of the almost headless Nick the House Ghost of Gryffindor. Harry asked him if he wanted to join them. After all, he himself wasn't really a fan of the idea of going there himself. For Matthew, it was actually an interesting opportunity. His understanding of ghosts was limited. What were they? Souls? A part of a soul? Something else? For him, it was a unique opportunity with many research subjects. Not to mention the knowledge and experience all the ghosts held themselves. Helena Ravenclaw was almost 1,000 years old, all the things she must have seen. But she was an elusive ghost even for the members of her own house. This would be a nice opportunity to get closer to her. Currently, he was inside his house trunk. He sat in a meditative pose on his bed. After a while, he opened his eyes. I did it, muttered Matthew to himself. He completed the third part of his occlumency technique, the part concerning his soul. Now that he completed it, he could control all aspects of his own soul. Not only was he able to empower his magic with the energy inside his soul, but there were also many other things he could do now. Like using his soul force to shield his soul from outside magic, like the unforgivable S. Yes, if he had enough strength in his soul remaining, he was able to resist the killing curse, which would serve as a nice trump card against Voldemort. Also, he could not only empower his magic but anything that required energy, like healing. Another thing he now always consciously felt was the state of his soul. It even felt as he could his soul to move outside of his body. But that was one of the things he didn't dare to do for now, since he didn't have enough information about what would happen to him. It would be really stupid if he couldn't return to his body and was stuck outside of it. Although it would be cool if he had something like an astral form similar to the sorcerers in the MCU, but it was different, they were still connected to their body. Matthew felt he could leave it completely. The only information he had about it was Voldemort's wraith form and possession abilities. Since he had Voldemort's memories, well, at least a pretty actual version of them, he knew that his ability to possess others was a side effect of the Horcrux ritual. The ritual turned his body into a soul vessel itself and anchored a part of his into it. But through the splitting, his soul became very versatile, which allowed him to develop the ability to possess others, at least temporary, and only long-term if they didn't resist. But that was different from Matthew. There was no permanent connection between his body and soul once he left it. All of this was a completely unexplored field of magic for him. He wasn't even sure if he could call it magic since he didn't use magical energy to control his soul. Rather, he used his soul to control magic. At least he had a few points of research he could use to further explore this new research topic, like the ghosts or Voldemort's wraith form. October arrived and his time at Hogwarts was pretty uneventful. Since the confrontation between the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch team, not much happened. Although all members of House Slytherin gained a look of wariness on their faces. His display of strength had gained their respect, but at the same time, their jealousy put them on guard of him. But like you would expect of Slytherins, they didn't dare to make any moves on him since they did not really know his true capabilities and choose a wait-and-see approach. His classes continued as expected, although he didn't learn much new, the experience of the professors were still invaluable. During the self-study lessons, he mainly focused on defense of the dark arts and the creation of new spells. With his expanded database of knowledge, he managed to create more powerful versions of many of his charms cast with the help of runes. Their only disadvantage was their slower casting speed, but if he had enough preparation time like a proper wizard always should, they would become an essential part of his magic arsenal. Ginny's constitution became worse over the last few weeks. The Horcrux was feeding on her life force, the same energy source a Philosopher's Stone was made of. Interestingly, her soul force wasn't affected, although her soul itself became more dormant, which allowed the Horcrux inside the diary to take over her body from time to time. This whole process was interesting to observe and allowed Matthew to gather a lot of valuable data. Currently, he was on his way to the room of requirements. His Magitech drones finally found something with very exotic energy readings, although they couldn't identify the purpose of the artifact. These unique readings intrigued Matthew to take a look at that artifact. It wasn't the first enchanted artifact his drones found, but it was the first one they couldn't tell the purpose of. The exotic energy surrounding it interfered with their artificial eyes, which made any visual data sent to him uselessly. The other artifacts they found were common and Matthew could create them better if he needed to. They were only useful to make some cash. Once he arrived inside the room of hidden things, he could already see the visible changes to the room. It was clearly emptier than before, although still full of things. But these things in the front consisted mostly of useless junk with no real use for Matthew or no great worth. His drones are nowhere seen, but he could hear how they worked deeper inside the labyrinth of objects. Matthew directly approached his trunk resting on the floor close to the entrance. Inside the last compartment, he found the interesting object. It couldn't be, muttered Matthew as he stared at the object now resting in his hands. An hourglass made of crystal surrounded by rings of dark metal that was rusted over the ages. It hung on a long chain equally rusted as the ring. Inside the crystal hourglass was glowing sand, the source of the strange energy given off by the artifact. I can't believe my luck, this is a time turner. How the hell does an artifact with the ability to time travel get abandoned in a school full of kids? Aren't they strictly regulated by the Ministry? Specifically the Department of Mysteries? Wondered Matthew as he observed the necklace resting in his hands. Does it work? Wondered Matthew. Besides being rusted, it looked as if it was intact. It should work, but he would first perform some tests on it and let one of his drones try it out before using it himself. He knew how they worked in principle, and that the sand inside was called the sand of time, an alchemical product whose production method was lost over the ages. And nobody found a way to experiment on the existing one since it was a highly unstable product once removed from its specially prepared container, the hourglass. It would cause a violent reaction with unknown consequences for people close by. The theory is that they got permanently displaced in time, or just died through accelerated aging. Such a reaction would last until the energy inside the sand itself would replenish, since it only had a limited amount of energy. It would replenish the energy itself, which allowed its user to travel for a few hours back in time indefinitely. The longer the jump, the more energy it cost, and if the jumps were too far or too many in a short period, it would empty itself forever. But this discovery was a major boon for Matthew, who was mostly running out of time these days. Scene break Saturday, Halloween, October 31st, 1992 at 7 o'clock. Matthew and Hermione met up with Harry and Ron, who didn't look like they wanted to be here. Their look became even more regretful as the group passed straight past the doorway to the packed Great Hall, which was glittering invitingly with gold plates and candles, with a wonderful smell of pumpkins passing them, and directed their steps instead toward the dungeons. A promise is a promise. Hermione reminded Harry bossily, and Matthew had to chuckle at that. You said you'd go to the Death Day party? Come on, it isn't so bad. You will have the chance to attend the Halloween party next year again. But an invitation to a Death Day celebration is a unique opportunity. It's rare for the living to attend one. You should be honored. Sir Nicholas must have a really high opinion of you, Harry, commented Matthew as Harry blushed a bit. The passageway leading to nearly headless Nick's party had been lined with candles, too, though the effect was far from cheerful. These were long, thin, jet black tapers, all burning bright blue, casting a dim, ghostly light even over their own living faces. The temperature dropped with every step they took. A sound as if thousands of fingers scraped on a blackboard came from their target. Is that supposed to be music? Ron whispered. They turned a corner and saw nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway hung with black velvet drapes. My dear friends, he said mournfully. Welcome, welcome, so pleased you could come. He swept off his plumed hat and bowed them inside. Thank you for the invitation, Sir Nicholas. I am honored for this opportunity that most of the livings get never to witness, thanked Matthew as they entered the hall. You are welcome, Matthew, beamed Sir Nicholas a bit with pride through his mournfulness. It was an incredible sight. The dungeon was full of hundreds of pearly white, translucent people, mostly drifting around the crowded dance floor, waltzing to the dreadful, quavering sound of 30 musical saws, played by an orchestra on a raised, black draped platform. A chandelier overhead blazed midnight blue with 1,000 more black candles. Their breath rose in a mist before them. It was like stepping into a freezer. The group began to explore the venue. There were many ghosts present besides the inhabitants of Hogwarts. While they dodged the moaning Myrtle, one of the first victims of Voldemort, they discovered the food served at the celebration. On the other side of the dungeon was a long table, also covered in black velvet. The second year approached it eagerly, but the next moment had stopped in their tracks, horrified. The smell was quite disgusting, while Matthew chuckled at them. Large, rotten fish was laid on handsome silver platters. Cakes, burned charcoal black, were heaped on salvers. There was a great maggoty haggis, a slab of cheese covered in furry green mold and in pride of place, an enormous grey cake in the shape of a tombstone, with tar-like icing forming the words, Sir Nicholas D. Mimsy Porpington died October 31st. 1492. Matthew left them a bit on their own as he spotted the Grey Lady, the ghost of House Ravenclaw, and approached. "Good day, Lady Helena," greeted Matthew, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. During her lifetime, Helena Ravenclaw was a tall witch, with waist-length hair. It was probably dark-colored, but since she was a ghost, but instead of glowing blue she was grey still, while translucent it was hard to tell. While she was alive she must have been quite the beauty, but it was hard to tell through her proud and haughty appearance. She wore a floor-length cloak. She looked at Matthew and recognized him since she frequented the Ravenclaw Tower, although didn't communicate much with the students. "You are one of the Ravenclaws. What are you doing here? And how did you know my name?" she asked with a wary look on her face, probably being reminded of another student who realized that the Grey Lady was Helena Ravenclaw. That student was also known as Tom Riddle. "Oh, sorry, I didn't want to offend you, Lady Ravenclaw. But since you recognize me as a Ravenclaw, you should realize it isn't hard to tell if a person is observant and sharp enough, which I am both. As for why I'm here, Sir Nicholas invited me alongside Harry Potter." "I see. What do you need of me?" she asked quite coldly. "I require nothing of you. Instead, there is something I can do for you. Not only did I complete your mother's legacy which she left for future generations, I also probably solved your greatest regret," explained Matthew. "It can't be. He tainted it with his dark magic. It is too dangerous for students. You should stay away from it," warned Helena, now visibly distraught. "No worries, Lady Ravenclaw. I already cleansed it." He didn't want to drop the exact details in public, since you never knew who was listening. "How about we meet tomorrow night at midnight in the Ravenclaw Tower? We can talk about it more deeply without interruption," offered Matthew. "Okay, we will talk tomorrow at midnight," she said with a cold look as her face was full of suspicion. As Matthew left the Grey Lady, he looked around the party as he searched for the Golden Trio. Sarah was working full-time scanning as many ghosts as possible, gathering a lot of information about them. After a while, he found them together with the moaning Myrtle and Peeves, who were currently bullying the ghost girl. "Don't lie to me," Myrtle gasped, tears now flooding down her face, while Peeves chuckled happily over her shoulder. "Do you think I don't know what people call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle. Ugly Myrtle. Miserable, moaning, moping Myrtle." Just as Peeves was to whisper into her ear, Matthew interrupted them. "Fuck off, Peeves, or do you want me to seal you in a bottle again for a few weeks?" threatened Matthew. He created a nice charm in the past which allowed him to seal ghosts into objects, and used it frequently on Peeves as revenge for some pranks they tried to pull on him. "Matthew, you brat. I will remember that," yelled Peeves as he flew away. "Don't cry, Myrtle," tried Matthew to calm the crying ghost girl, to no await as she flew away while crying. Peeves' words already hit a critical point. "Oh dear," said Hermione sadly. After they talked a bit with Sir Nicholas, who was still not admitted into the Headless Hunt because he wasn't fully beheaded. After a speech of the Gryffindor House ghost, the group of living decided to leave the party of the dead. In hope of still getting some dessert, they headed in direction of the Great Hall, while Matthew anticipated Harry hearing a voice in the wall. He was ready to record more of Parseltongue since he already knew what the basilisk would say. In the end, it would help him create a translation and learn the language himself. "Pudding might not be finished yet," said Ron hopefully, leading the way toward the steps to the entrance hall. And then Harry stopped. There it was, a hissing sound like a snake coming from the walls. Section. Rip, tear, kill, section, there it is. Record it, Sarah. Wait, what? Not only did Harry halt in his steps, but Matthew was also shocked. Did I just understand what the basilisk was saying? I didn't imagine that because I remember the scene from the movies. Sarah, did it really happen just now? Beep. Affirmative, the host seems to have understood the basilisk. Harry, what are you? It's that voice again. Shut up a minute. Section. So hungry for so long. Section. Listen, said Harry urgently, and Ron and Hermione froze, watching him, while Matthew pretended to do the same. Section. Kill. Time to kill. Section. The basilisk voice was growing fainter as it headed through the pipes away from them. Under the lead of Harry, they run after the voice he was hearing. During the chase, Matthew was in high tension, hoping he didn't have to fight the basilisk. Luckily, he wore his protective glasses since the start of the year. Although some students wondered why he was wearing them, he had stated for medical reasons, so they weren't wondering anymore. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the first floor, Ron, Hermione, and Matthew clattering behind him, away from the rustling sound of the great hall where the students were still feasting following the basilisk who had begun to smell blood. "It's going to kill someone," he shouted, and ignoring Ron's and Hermione's bewildered faces, he ran up the next flight of steps 3 at a time. Harry hurtled around the whole of the second floor, Ron and Hermione panting behind him, while Matthew had no trouble following with his excellent stamina, not stopping until they turned a corner into the last, deserted passage. "Harry, what was that all about?" said Ron, wiping sweat off his face. "I couldn't hear anything." But Hermione gave a sudden gasp, pointing down the corridor. "Look. There it was, shining on the wall was an ominous message written in blood, illuminated by the light of the flickering torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." "What's that thing, hanging underneath?" said Ron, a slight quiver in his voice. On the floor was a large puddle of water, that the basilisk released once it left the pipe. Somewhere there must be an entrance to the pipe system, and with it to the chamber, realized Matthew as he memorized the location so he could take a look at a later point in time. Below the message on a torch bracket was Mr. Norris hanging from her tail in a lifeless petrified state. "She is petrified," muttered Matthew as he touched the cat, and cast a few scanning charms with his wand. This was after all the first victim of the basilisk and the chance for him to confirm whether his protective glasses would work against the basilisk. "Petrified?" asked Hermione while staring at the lifeless cat with a sad look. "Shouldn't we try to help her?" asked Harry awkwardly before being interrupted by Ron. "We should leave now. Trust me, we don't want to be found here," replied Ron. "Too late," muttered Matthew as he saw the students on his mental map. A rumble, as though of distant thunder, told them that the feast had just ended. From either end of the corridor where they stood came the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs, and the loud, happy talk of well-fed people. The next moment, students were crashing into the passage from both ends. The chatter, the bustle, the noise died suddenly as the people in front spotted the hanging cat. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Matthew stood alone, in the middle of the corridor, as silence fell among the mass of students pressing forward to see the grisly sight. "Enemies of the air, beware! You'll be next, mudbloods!" shouted someone from the crowd. "Obviously, the pompous idiot needs attention again," sighed Matthew. Just at this moment, an old, rough voice resounded from behind the crowd of students. "What's going on here? What's going on?" Argus Filch, the old rheumatic and hunchbacked caretaker, arrived and was pushing through the crowd. Attracted by Malfoy's plea for attention, he headed in their direction. Then he saw Mrs. Norris and fell back, clutching his face in horror. My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked. Suddenly his eyes fell on Matthew, who still had his wand in his hand, as he had cast diagnostic charms on Mrs. Norris not long ago, and was on high caution for a possible basilisk attack outside of his knowledge. Oh shit! You! What did you do to my cat? He screamed while pointing at Matthew. You killed her! Calm down, Mr. Filch. She isn't dead. We just found her. Tried Matthew to explain while getting a headache from this whole situation. I don't believe you. You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. He screeched as he was about to jump on Matthew. Argus! This was the moment Dumbledore and the other teachers arrived. The headmaster passed the bystanders and approached the cat hanging from the torch bracket and detached it after a short moment of observation. Come with me, Argus, he said to Filch. You too, Mr. Mason, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. And another blonde idiot needs attention. Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. My office is nearest, headmaster, just upstairs. Please feel free. Thank you, Gilderoy, said Dumbledore. The now silent crowd of students parted, letting Dumbledore through. Lockhart, looking excited and important, hurried after Dumbledore. So did Professors McGonagall and Snape. As they stepped into Lockhart's office, which was also filled with portraits of himself, Dumbledore put Mrs. Norris carefully on the desk and began to inspect her. The tip of Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur. He was looking at her closely through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers gently prodding and poking. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed. Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. And Lockhart was hovering around all of them, making suggestions. It was definitely a curse that killed her, probably the transmigrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Come on. No, it wasn't, interrupted Matthew, annoyed by the idiot, as all eyes in the room fell on him. She isn't even dead. Mrs. Norris was petrified through very dark magic. According to my diagnostic charms, it wasn't wizard magic but something else entirely. I never saw or read anything about something similar with this kind of signature, explained Matthew. You are just a student, you have no idea what you are talking about, boy. Don't interrupt the prof, commented Lockhart, pissed off by Matthew's disrespect of him. I believe Mr. Mason is right, resounded the voice of Dumbledore, who just finished casting spells with his wand. Mrs. Norris seems to be indeed petrified, said Dumbledore as his eyes met Matthew's, who suddenly felt a push against his occlumency shields. Not being surprised, he steeled the strength of his shields and didn't let the headmaster peek into his mind, who quickly withdraw his legitimacy probe. That was uncalled for, headmaster. You shouldn't use legitimacy on your students, replied Matthew with a distrustful voice. Albus, you didn't, exclaimed Professor McGonagall with shock in her voice. I'm sorry, Minerva, but I had to confirm their innocence. The situation is very serious, and as the headmaster I have the permission to safely use a mind probe on students if required. Mr. Mason's shields are very powerful even from my perspective and didn't allow me to take a look, but I could confirm their innocence through a quick probe of the other three, explained the old man. Mr. Filch was meanwhile still crying over his cat as the headmaster turned to him. She's not dead, Argus, he said softly. Not dead? Choked Filch, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. But why is she all stiff and frozen? She has been petrified, said Dumbledore. But how, I cannot say. Ask him, shrieked Filch, turning his blotched and tear-stained face to Matthew. He had his wand in his hand. He must have cursed her. No, Mr. Mason is innocent, said Dumbledore firmly. He and the other three students just found her first. Mr. Mason was trying to find a way to help her. That's why he used his wand. He did it. Filch spat, his poachy face purpling. You saw what he wrote on the wall. Potter found, in my office. He told him I'm Filch's face worked horribly. He knows I'm a squib, he finished. I didn't know you were a squib, sighed Matthew in expiration. And Harry probably doesn't even know what a squib is or that you are one. He lived his whole life in the non-magical world. And there's no course in Hogwarts actually introducing the common knowledge of the wizarding world. Excuses. I want someone punished, screamed Filch. If I might speak, headmaster, lacking education aside, said Snape from the shadows. Potter and his friends may have simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, he said, a slight sneer curling his mouth as though he doubted it. But we do have a set of suspicious circumstances here. Why was he in the upstairs corridor at all? Why wasn't he at the Halloween feast? With all respect, Professor, this is at most circumstantial evidence. It doesn't matter what we were doing in the corridor. Shot Matthew back, protecting the younger students with him. The headmaster already confirmed our innocence through a mind probe, which he did because of the special circumstances. But if you want to know, we visited the death day party of Sir Nicholas today. There are hundreds of ghostly eyewitnesses for that, and we're now on the way to the kitchens to get something to eat. We wanted to use the secret corridor behind the portrait on the second floor when we came across Mrs. Norris, explained Matthew, covering Harry, earning more of his goodwill. HMPF. I see, replied Snape, disappointed, who missed an opportunity to punish Harry just now. But I don't believe they are being wholly truthful, headmaster. He tried again but got interrupted. Innocent until proved guilty, Severus, he said firmly. Snape looked furious. So did Filch. But in the end, none of them got what they wanted. After explaining about the cure with the mandrakes, Dumbledore got interrupted by Lockhart, who offered to make it but only earned the ire of Snape. Why not ordering some mandrakes, Professor? Asked Matthew. Wouldn't that be faster? That would be indeed the case, Mr. Mason. But unfortunately, grown mandrakes are quite expensive. The school doesn't have the budget to afford them, so the best choice, for now, is to grow them ourselves, explained the headmaster, looking a bit sad and older than he was, probably remembering the troubles of running the school. I see. That's unfortunate, replied Matthew. There was a very awkward pause while Snape still looked icily at Lockhart. You may go, Dumbledore said to Matthew, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They went, as quickly as they could without actually running. When they were a floor up from Lockhart's office, they turned into an empty classroom and closed the door quietly behind them. Inside the empty classroom, Matthew directly addressed Harry, who dragged them here. You have questions, Harry? Shouldn't I tell them about the voice I heard? Asked Harry, concerned about the fact that he was the only one hearing the voice of a killer. Not really. Dumbledore already knows of it since he scanned your minds against your will, and the other teachers don't need to know. They just would treat you differently and with suspicion. I respect the teachers, but they are narrow-minded, replied Matthew while Hermione looked at him a bit offended. Don't look at me like that, Hermione. You know it is true. Just think about how they allow Professor Snape to treat Harry. They are good people, but wizards generally lack common sense and logic. But she stopped herself as she thought more about it. He's right, you know. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world, added Ron his 2 cents. See, whispered Matthew to Hermione, since Ron just proved his last sentence. The girl meanwhile stared at him with disbelief that he was using Ron as an example for wizard kind. You do believe me, don't you? Asked Harry, worried. Course I do, said Ron quickly. But you must admit it's weird. Don't worry about it, Harry. You most likely have a magical gift. Many families in the wizarding world had abilities in their bloodline, like Luna's special sight. Or before you were in Hogwarts, there was an older student with the metamorphomagus ability. She could change her appearance at will. Unfortunately, this is most likely the origin of the whole pureblood nonsense, explained Matthew. My first thought was that you were a natural legilimens. But that isn't possible. I would have felt that with my occlumency since you can't control it. You most likely have an ability that we don't know yet. Maybe you can feel murderous intent in form of a voice. Bullshitted Matthew, not wanting to reveal his cards yet. Harry visibly relaxed at that since that explanation made sense. He was worried that he was going mad. He decided to change the topic and talk more about the events of tonight. What was that writing on the wall about? The chamber has been opened. What's that supposed to mean? You know, it rings a sort of bell, said Ron slowly. I think someone told me a story about a secret chamber at Hogwarts once. Might have been Bill. There's not much on it in the library, commented Matthew, which was true. A chamber of secrets is only mentioned in some older history books about legends of Hogwarts. But the legend was never clearly explained. Maybe if we had older copies of Hogwarts history, we would find something on it. But not sure where to get one. And what on earth's a squib? Said Harry. To his surprise, Ron stifled a snigger, while Matthew had to chuckle at that. I knew you didn't know what that was. Ron should explain that. He probably knows more about it, since he lived his whole life in the wizarding world. Well, it's not funny really, but as it's filch, he said. A squib is someone who was born into a wizarding family but hasn't got any magic powers. Kind of the opposite of muggle-born wizards, but squibs are quite unusual. If Filch trying to learn magic from a quick spell course, I reckon he must be a squib. It would explain a lot. Like why he hates students so much. Ron gave a satisfied smile. He's bitter. Probably, commented Matthew, while Harry realized why Filch was that upset. A clock chimed somewhere. It's midnight, said Matthew. Let's better head to our common rooms, before Snape or Filch catches us and try to frame us for something. Harry and Ron left for the Gryffindor common room, while Matthew accompanied Hermione to the Ravenclaw common room. On the way, the girl questioned him about the events of tonight, about his diagnostic spells, and especially his knowledge of the Chamber of Secrets. Once they arrived in their common room, they split up and headed for their respective sleeping dorms. Inside his own, his roommate was already waiting for him, ready to question him. After clearing the facts up so that the truth that Matthew wanted to spread would spread through his friends, they headed to bed. While Matthew decided to head into his trunk, which wasn't unusual for his friends since he slept often inside his own bed in the trunk. The reality was a bit different. For Matthew, the day wasn't over yet. He had to solve a question that he had for a while now. He directly headed into his lab, where he headed for an area where he had quite a bit of space. Serpensortia, he cast. This was one of the spells he mastered already in his first year at Hogwarts. A dark green snake appeared out of his outstretched finger and landed at the spot he was pointing. It was a Chinese green snake. He summoned a non-venomous snake to test out if he was a Parselmouth. His mastery over the spell was good enough to be that specific. Just as he was about to address the snake, he heard it. Section, what happened? Where am I? Section asked the snake, confused by its sudden whereabouts. And confirmed for Matthew that he wasn't imagining things back then. He actually understood snakes. He knew for sure he wasn't able to in the past since he tested it out when he learned the snake summoning charm in his first year. There was only one event he could think of that could have caused it. Before he delved deeper into that topic, he still had to try one thing out. He looked at the snake, remembering that Harry only could speak Parseltongue while looking at snakes or their pictures, and concentrated on it. Section hello. Section greeted Matthew with his first successful word in Parcel. Section, I am sorry for having disturbed you. There was something I wanted to test out, so I summoned you. Section the green snake looked at Matthew. Section A speaker. I have heard of your kind. Don't worry about it. How can I help you? Section asked. The snake exited while it stared at Matthew. Section, you already did. I wanted to know if I was able to speak the noble tongue of snakes, which we are currently doing. Thank you for your help. Section chuckled Matthew as he answered the snake in Parcel. The both of them chatted for a while before he sent the friendly green snake back where it was before. He long since developed a counterspell for the snake summoning charm, since he disliked the practice of killing a snake with the snake banishing charm. Instead, he used a reverse snake summoning charm which sent the summoned snake back from where it came. Normally wizards wouldn't bother creating such charms since they accomplished the same with just killing it off, but Matthew had no problem creating spells with the help of the AI chip. He used his advantage to create a ton of spells that had minimal usefulness, but through it, his understanding of magic deepened. The only way for me to become a Parselmouth was while healing my soul with Voldemort Horcrux, he muttered as he headed into his storage, inside one of the many cupboards where the materials and test probes of his past experimentation. He was researching souls for a while now, and his main source for ingredients related to his soul was himself. Inside this cupboard, he had some very small vials filled with crystallized soul essence. They were from the time when he tried to reproduce it himself artificially. He was able to extract small amounts from his own soul and preserve them in crystallized form, just enough not to harm himself. They were from a time before he absorbed the Horcrux when his soul was in its original state. During his experiments, that the essence of one's soul not only contained elements unique to oneself. Some are inherited from one ancestor. His newly discovered ability gave him new insights. Most likely where magical abilities are inherited through souls. So the whole pure blood theory is complete nonsense. This is interesting, muttered Matthew as he compared his original soul essence with his current one. There were slight differences between both of them. Large parts of them had the same markers and were similar in most aspects, but at some points, the nature of his soul essence changed and became the same as Tom Riddle's. Once he compared it with a sample of the Horcrux, they were mostly different, but some small parts of his own soul absorbed and adapted to Voldemort's. I am not related to him, concluded Matthew, since he could, similar to a DNA test concludes the blood relation between two people. The parts of my soul that were used up during my fight with Nightmare were replaced by some parts of the Horcrux soul essence. Instead of completely reforming into the original soul essence, it rather combined with mine and made me a Parselmouth. But I am not related to Slytherin or Voldemort. The markers for that are in a completely different part of the soul, concluded Matthew. Too bad. The Basilisk would recognize me even less as heir of Slytherin than Harry. And I won't be able to trick any inheritance tests to get to any vaults since my blood isn't related to them in any way. Matthew spent the next few hours researching the changes to his soul for any other side effects, negative or positive. After confirming that that was the only change, it was already early in the morning, and his usual schedule would begin soon. He directly headed to his bedroom and took out the time tuner. In the last few weeks, he made sure to test whether it still was working. After a row of experiments, he even sent one of his drones into the past. Of course, he ordered it to disconnect and only connect once it passed self-travailed into the past to not cause any time paradox. That experiment was a huge success. It confirmed that the time tuner was indeed fully functional. He now had much more time at his hands. Inside his bedroom, he used his time turner to travel back a few hours to the beginning of the night shortly before he originally entered the trunk and locked his bedroom door. Then he lay down onto his bed. Sarah, wake me up 15 minutes before my past self enters the bedroom, so I can unlock the door again and hide in the bathroom, requested Matthew before closing his eyes. After hearing the confirmation of his AI, he fell into the world of dreams. Scene break next day. While the majority of the students were still distracted by the attack on Mrs. Norris last night, the students were trying to find out more about the Chamber of Secrets, and which caused all copies of Hogwarts history to be borrowed out, while the library was filled with students on a Sunday. Meanwhile, Matthew wasn't bothered by that. He rather experimented with his newfound gift and began to befriend the snakes in the area of the castle and even summoned some that fit into this habitat. After all, information were everything, and having a spy network nobody really paid attention to would be invaluable. So he decided to take full advantage of his gift and began to establish it. In the evening, he spent time with his friends in the common room. As it became darker outside, more of the Ravenclaws headed to bed. After a while, Matthew was the only person remaining in the common room. Shortly before midnight, he placed a privacy charm around him so he wouldn't be overheard. At point midnight, the Grey Lady appeared through a wall. "Hello, Lady Helena," greeted Matthew. "What did you do to it? It's no longer there. His taint is slowly fading from the castle." She directly began to question him. The taint is slowly fading? Could it be the curse on the data position? Was it bound to the diadem? Since it is only fading, it's still there. Which is good since I need the curse so I can take advantage of the timeline. No need to worry, Lady Helena. As already mentioned, I cleansed the diadem of your mother from the Horcrux. Unfortunately, it also destroyed any enchantments on it. It is now only a historically valuable artifact made of goblin silver, explained Matthew as he pulled the diadem out of an expanded pouch around his waist. The moment the diadem appeared, tears appeared on the grey face of Helena Ravenclaw as she stared at the diadem from a close range. She even tried to touch it with her ghostly hands, but they passed through it. "Mother," she whispered. "It's really free of his influence. I can't feel any of the darkness that surrounded it previously." "Thank you. Don't worry about it. The one who found it was Voldemort and left a piece of his soul inside it, which shackled him to life. Since I am one of the people he would kill in his mad ambition, I need to kill him," explained Matthew. "I hope you are okay if I keep the diadem." "Yes, you can keep it. As long as you honor the legacy of my mother, I am fine with it. After all, you are one of the students who completed her inheritance," replied the ghost much warmer with a smile which he has never seen before on her. He was probably the first student who saw her smile. "About that, I have a few questions. Did the other founders also leave something in the castle? I see, you are a hunter for knowledge. I won't tell you where or what exactly they are, but each of the founders left something for future generations behind. Although the legacy of Salazar was repeatedly misused in the past, like yesterday. But nobody found the reward yet," commented the Grey Lady. Thank you. You confirmed my theories. So the legacy of Salazar is in the Chamber of Secrets, and it isn't the monster," realized Matthew. He talked with the Grey Lady a bit longer, who was very welcoming to him now. She was a very wise and knowledgeable person, which was a useful contact for Matthew to have. Although he was a bit disappointed that she didn't pass on to the next life. This was one of the things he tried to confirm today, whether a ghost would pass on once its regrets are solved. He wanted to gather data on that information. Either the diadem wasn't her regret, or there was no passing on like in the legends and movies of the non-magical world. At this point, he couldn't confirm the truth. Scene break for a few days, the school could talk of little else but the attack on Mrs. Norris. Filch kept it fresh in everyone's minds by pacing the spot where she had been attacked, as though he thought the attacker might come back. He was seen scrubbing the message on the wall with Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, but to no effect. The words still gleamed as brightly as ever on the stone. When Filch wasn't guarding the scene of the crime, he was skulking red-eyed through the corridors, lunging out at unsuspecting students and trying to put them in detention for things like breathing loudly and looking happy. Him always guarding the place was annoying for Matthew, who wanted to check out the location for any entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. But Mr. Filch was there all day long and punished any student passing by. Since Matthew didn't want to waste his time with some useless detention, so he had no choice to postpone his investigation. He didn't dare to explore it at night since the basilisk doesn't appear on his map. Salazar Slytherin seems to have excluded it from the wards, preventing anybody from locating the chamber. Matthew didn't want to fight it yet. The basilisk attack was the most discussed topic amongst the students of Hogwarts. Once Hermione asked Professor Binns in her history class about the legend of the chamber, the legend spread through the castle. That Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 legendary founders of Hogwarts, left somewhere hidden in the castle a chamber containing a monster, a powerful creature waiting to fulfill his last wish. Purging all Muggleborns from the castle, at least that was what the legend stated and was suggested in the Harry Potter books. But Matthew wasn't any more sure about that. It's been around 1,000 years since the founding of Hogwarts. The legend passed many retellings. Even in his past life, the topic was discussed controversially amongst the Harry Potter fandom. Not everything was always like it looked. If he were to take a deeper look at the founders, would they really work with someone who was at least in today's legends inherently evil? During his discussion with the Grey Lady a few days ago, she also talked quite fondly about all the founders including Salazar. Maybe his ideas and ideals just got twisted over the centuries through the evil and mad deeds of his descendants like Tom Riddle and similar. Matthew actually feels a form of kinship to Salazar Slytherin. He felt that he was the founder that represented his ideals the most. His ideals were the most useful if someone's goal was power. Matthew himself wasn't a hero or a person trying to do good. No, his main focus was himself and his friends and family, and he would use everything to accomplish what he wanted, which he felt was similar to what Salazar Slytherin believed in. Sharing the same gift as him also helped increase his goodwill towards the deceased founder. Many people were affected by the attack, but most of all were Ginny Weasley. Ron believed the cause was the petrification of Mrs. Norris since apparently she loved cats. "But you haven't really got to know Mrs. Norris," Ron told her bracingly. "Honestly, we're much better off without her." Ginny's lip trembled. "Stuff like this doesn't often happen at Hogwarts," Ron assured her. "They'll catch the maniac who did it and have him out of here in no time. I just hope he's got time to petrify Filch before he's expelled." "I'm only joking," Ron added hastily as Ginny. But Matthew knew the true reason. The red-headed first year already began to experience blackouts, where she lost hours of her time without remembering what she did meanwhile. The hold of the Horcrux over her became much stronger recently. According to Matthew's analysis of the data he collected about a Horcrux possession, there should be no lasting aftereffects besides psychological damage that could be resolved afterward, if the Horcrux was destroyed before it completed its revival. Once it was destroyed, all of the stolen life force will return to the owner it originally belonged to. This seemed to be one of the properties of life force Matthew discovered in his research. This would also happen if he absorbed the Horcrux. This was one of Matthew's targets this year. After all, how could he pass on a chance of strengthening his soul further and enlarging his magical reserves with it? The Horcrux was a part of the soul stored inside an object, while the stolen life force was also stored inside the object. It would, later on, form a new body. If this process was interrupted by removing or destroying the soul, the life force would escape since there was nothing keeping it there anymore. Scene break while the whole school worried about the basilisk attack and Harry being the heir of Slytherin. Their original suspect Matthew was a Muggleborn, which made the whole Slytherin house protest against these rumors, while Matthew could just laugh about them and imagine what would happen if he outed himself as Parselmouth now. Obviously he wouldn't do something so stupid, although it was an amusing idea. Meanwhile, Matthew and his friends were currently discussing their plans for the first Hogsmeade weekend that was approaching. Since it was already November, the first Hogsmeade weekend was announced. It would happen 1 week after the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin on November 7th. Every student 3rd year and above was already anticipating the opportunity to leave the castle, especially since the attack. Just as they were discussing their plans for the weekend show past them, Matthew realized that it would be the first time she was going to Hogsmeade since it was her 3rd year, and because she became close to him she didn't form a deep friendship with her original friend Marietta. "Hey Cho, do you want to go to Hogsmeade?" he asked. As he asked that, his friends began to stare at him with a stunning look but remained silent. Cho stared at Matthew as her cheeks began to redden and she replied, "Sure, I would love to. When do you want to meet? How about at 9 a.m. in the Great Hall? We could get a nice breakfast and leave then?" answered Matthew while thinking about it. "That sounds good, see you then," she replied as she quickly began to leave. "Yes, I and ouch." Just at that moment he got kicked under the table by Roger. Cho was already out of your range. "What was that for?" asked Matthew, confused why he was suddenly kicked. His friends stared at each other for a moment and began to sigh. "For all your intelligence in class and magic, you are really clueless sometime," said Harold while shaking his head. Matthew meanwhile was visibly confused. What do you mean? Do you really have no idea what just happened? Asked Roger. I asked Cho if she wanted to join us for the Hogsmeade trip. What is your problem with that? Blake took the book he was currently reading and hit Matthew on the head. We don't have any problems with Cho joining us to Hogsmeade. But that's not what you asked for, idiot. Ouch, stop hitting me. What do you mean? Matthew cried out while rubbing his head. You just asked her for a date. We had to stop you from disappointing her or even breaking her heart. You deserve to get hit for being such a dense idiot. Man, it's almost as if you were some kind of dense protagonist of a story, complained Roger. What? Exclaimed Matthew. I did ask her for a date, didn't I? Realized Matthew as he thought about his choice of words. Man, I should have chosen my words better. What am I supposed to do now? Where should I take her? I have no clue about dates. He cried out. He never really had a date in either of his lives. In his first life, he died before he could take any girls on dates during his study years since he focused on his education. Although he flirted a bit here and there, nothing really happened yet. In this life, he was still too young to have any dating experience. His body is still undergoing puberty, so his emotions are mysterious and complex regarding girls. How should we know, you lucky bastard? We are not older than you. We don't have girls basically throwing themselves at us without even having a clue. They shouted as they stood up and began to surround Matthew. Hey guys, we can talk about everything. There is no need for violence. He tried to stop them as they began to beat him up as only friends would. You believe what? Asked Matthew, pretending to be flabbergasted. Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin, replied Harry. Look at his family, the whole lot of them have been in Slytherin. He's always boasting about it. They could easily be Slytherin's descendants. His father's definitely evil enough. Let me stop you right there. Why do you think Slytherin was evil? Asked Matthew. But look how the Slytherins are. And he is the ancestor of Voldemort, said Harry while Ron and Hermione flinched at the name. I didn't ask whether Voldemort was evil. I asked you why do you think Salazar Slytherin is evil. But your answer is shallow and lacks insight. First of all, the Slytherin students are not evil. They are just a product of the circumstances they grow up in. And many Slytherins are decent. Did you actually talk with many of them besides Malfoy? Asked Matthew while staring patiently at Harry. The boy didn't know how to reply. But no, I didn't speak with many of them, he replied downcast. Exactly, you didn't. There are many decent Slytherins who actually resisted Voldemort as good they could or outright fled the country during the last war. Your dislike for Slytherins is solely based on your interactions with Snape and Malfoy, and Ron's bias against them. Oi, the slimy snakes are no good. It's no bias, it's the truth, interrupted Ron. Sigh. No, not all Slytherin are bad or even evil. Nobody is born evil or becomes evil through a sorting of the hat. It's the circumstances they grow up in that turns someone evil. There are many good Slytherins. In your year, for example, I would suggest you try to talk to Tracy Davis or Daphne Greengrass. Their families belong to the same political faction in the Wizengamot as the Potters before the war, replied Matthew. What is the Wizengamot? And my family was part of it? Asked Harry, visibly confused. It is still part of it. The Wizengamot is basically the parliament and government of magical Britain. The seats are hereditary and your family has one. Dumbledore is currently your proxy until you come of age, to my knowledge. Since you are still too young, explained Matthew. I see, answered Harry thoughtfully. And which faction was my family part of? Which factions are even there? There are basically three factions. The Light under Dumbledore, the Dark faction under Lucius Malfoy, and lastly the Grey faction under the leadership of Amelia Bones, the aunt of Susan Bones, and Cyrus Greengrass, the father of Daphne Greengrass. The Potters were until the Wizarding War against the Voldemort part of the Grey faction. Once it wasn't possible to remain neutral anymore, your father joined Dumbledore's side as the Bones did, while the Greengrass family left the country until Voldemort's fall, he explained. That sounds complex. But if I understand you right, my family was rather neutral? Asked Harry. Yes, basically the Grey faction wanted to keep their ancient traditions while also accepting Muggleborns, while the Dark hate Muggleborns, and the Light is against the traditions of the Wizarding world. This is a very simple summary. I would suggest you do your own reading on the topic. There is a century worth of records about the politics of the Wizarding world in the library, and the Potter play a large part in it. So you could also learn more about your family, suggested Matthew with a smile. Okay, I will do that, nodded Harry. But Salazar Slytherin could still be evil, interjected Ron. I don't think so. It's my opinion on what we know. But Hermione, what did you know about witches and wizards before learning about magic? Especially during the Middle Ages? Of course. The witch hunts. In the non-magical world, there were centuries worth of witch hunts. You mean? Asked the brown-haired girl. Yes, I believe the conflict between the founders was about accepting Muggleborns in Hogwarts. Back then it was different times. Witches and wizards got hunted down by non-magical and burned on stakes. This was also the reason why the Wizarding world began to hide, explained Matthew. Do you really think if Slytherin was evil, he would found a school with the other founders? Or the House Slytherin would be still allowed to exist by Professor Dumbledore? It's more likely that Salazar Slytherin was concerned about the connection of the Muggleborns to their non-magical family. Most like he wanted to either forbid them from attending Hogwarts or permanently take them from their families. Since both are rather extreme options, the other founders disagreed with him. That makes actually sense, muttered Harry. And why did he leave the chamber behind? Challenged Ron. Back then the magical world was still public. The non-magical could decide to attack Hogwarts any time. So Salazar may have decided to leave something behind to guard the castle and its students. But the centuries of mouth-to-mouth propaganda and the political climate of the Wizarding world weren't good for him and made him into an evil wizard in the general public. Dependents like Voldemort didn't help this cause, suggested Matthew. Okay, Salazar Slytherin isn't necessarily bad, admitted Ron hesitantly. But Malfoy still could be the heir of Slytherin. He would fit the whole evil descendant type, suggested Ron. I don't think so. Malfoy is too dumb for it. But I think nothing I say would stop you from your plan, sighed Matthew while secretly being pleased with himself. Well, my goal was just to get Harry interested in politics and his family so I get influence over the Wizengamot in the future. Malfoy could know who the heir of Slytherin is even if he isn't it himself, suggested Harry. So you want to sneak into the Slytherin common room under Polyjuice Potion and ask him? Yes, so can you help us? Do you have the recipe? Asked Hermione. I have the recipe. I will give you the one I improved myself. It still takes 1 month to make but the ingredients are cheaper to get. So you won't need to break into Snape's potion storage, said Matthew. Don't look at me like that. I know that is something you would do. And if I may give you a tip, find out where in the dungeons their common room is. It will save you time and let you ask more questions. If you take the shape of Crabbe and Goyle, you could just stand in front of it and pretend you forgot the password, hinted Matthew as he wrote down one of the Polyjuice recipes he created to sell in Diagon Alley. Scene break. The highly anticipated Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was here. Slytherin with their new and faster brooms was pressuring the Gryffindor team the whole game. Their dirty playstyle was also aiding their advantage. But the Gryffindor team was made of high-quality players. All of them had a considerable amount of talent for the game. This time around, Dobby wasn't trying to save Harry's life by sending a destructive black iron ball called Bludger after him. Without the pressure of the deadly ball targeting him, Harry beat Malfoy, who was at most an average player and only bought his place on the team with the money of his father, by a large margin. In their final confrontation, Harry and Malfoy had a head-on-head race for the snitch while racing at the ground. With his better control over his broom and greater experience, Harry caught the snitch and stopped before the ground. Malfoy wasn't that fortunate. He crashed into the ground and broke his leg. But lucky for him, help was already on its way, in the form of a fellow blonde data teacher. While the Gryffindors were celebrating their victory, Malfoy got carried by his team to the medical wing where he would need to spend a painful night of regrowing his vanished bones. In the end, Gryffindor would be again the hardest competition this year for the other house teams. Even with Slytherin's new brooms, it seemed that fate still played a role in this world. Even with Dobby's absence, someone ended up in the hospital wing, but this time instead of Harry, Malfoy ended up with the vanished bones. Will Lucius Malfoy tries to murder Lockhart? Wondered Matthew as he left the game with his friends. In the night after the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the basilisk attacked once again. This time Colin Creevey, the somewhat hyperactive stalker of Harry from Gryffindor, got petrified this time. With that, the first human victim got attacked and fear actually began to spread through the castle. The young first-year student was attacked on his way back to the Gryffindor Tower after the match. He was only alive thanks to the camera he always carried around with him. Malfoy, who spent the night in the hospital wing regrowing the bones in his left leg, was the first student who knew of the attack since he was present as the professor carried Colin into the hospital wing. He didn't shy away to spread the rumors of the first mudblood being shown its place in the wizarding world the next day. This earned him the ire of many Gryffindors, and particularly Fred and George, who decided to mainly target the young Malfoy in their pranks over the next few weeks. At the same time, it confirmed even more for the Golden Trio that Malfoy knew who the heir of Slytherin was, and they began to prepare for their plan to infiltrate the Slytherin common room and question Malfoy. Meanwhile, Matthew was distracted by something else entirely. What should he do for his date with Cho? Even with the attack, the Hogsmeade weekend wasn't cancelled since there was no danger in the village. The students were more safer there than in the castle. It still meant Matthew had to plan out a date. And he had no idea. Scene break Saturday, November 14th, 1992. On the morning of the day that the Hogsmeade trip was happening, Matthew waited outside the Great Hall of Hogwarts. He wore one of his casual outfits that looked like clothes of the non-magical world but were made by Madame Malkins with all kinds of useful enchantments on them. He was slightly nervous as he'd never been in this kind of situation before. As he was deep in his thoughts, someone tapped him on his shoulder. Hey, did you have to wait long? It was Cho. She arrived while he was distracted and approached him. Currently, she wore jeans, a blue shirt with a jacket over it, since it was slightly cold outside. Hello, Cho. Not at all. I just finished my breakfast. You look cute. He replied quickly. Cute. Very smooth, Matthew. You are a charmer. Calm down. It's just a casual date. Just two students going to Hogsmeade together. Nothing special. Slightly blushing, Cho replied. Thank you. I wasn't sure what I should wear, but since we are visiting the village, I kept it casual. Casual was the right choice. I plan to show you around the village today. Did you have breakfast already? Yes, I woke up early today. So I finished my breakfast a while ago, replied Cho with a smile. Then let's go. So Cho, are there any things you want to see in Hogsmeade? Asked Matthew, trying to start a conversation. He didn't want to talk about Hogwarts right now since any conversation about the Chamber of Secrets would dampen the mood of the date. Oh, I absolutely would love to see the Shrieking Shack. I heard it is the most haunted place in Britain. I would also love to see your favorite spots in the village. You like scary places? Well, the Shrieking Shack was definitely on my list of places I wanted to show you. I will also introduce the best shops on the way. Honeyduke's, for example, is a must-visit stop on any trip to Hogsmeade, replied Matthew while chuckling. Now that he broke the initial ice on the conversation, they fell into comfortable chatter. As they left the castle, Cho linked her hand with his while having a look of determination on her face beforehand. Matthew, although a bit startled at first, had nothing against that interaction. The whole morning they visited all the hot spots of the village while enjoying their date. Cho loved the Shrieking Shack, although she was disappointed that nobody could enter it since it was barricaded. Time passed as both Ravenclaws enjoyed their time together. I am getting slightly thirsty. How about we visit the Three Broomsticks? It's the most popular pub amongst Hogwarts students, offered Matthew after they explored the village for a while already and just came close to the popular pub. That would be nice. I am also getting a bit tired from walking around, nodded Cho. They entered into the warmth of the cozy pub that was currently filled with Hogwarts students. Roger, Harold, and Blake were also there and grinned at him as he entered with Cho. Just as he wanted to join them, these assholes called some other fellow Ravenclaws to their table so that there was no spot for him, and Cho left and began to laugh at him as they shook their head. That table over there seems to be empty, pointed Cho out from the side. She didn't register the antics of his friends. Okay. How about you occupy it, and I will get us some drinks. Are you fine with butterbeer? Yes, that would be nice. After Matthew got the drinks, he joined Cho on the table. Here, your butterbeer. Thank you. How much do I owe you? She asked. Don't worry, it's on me, he replied as he sat down beside her, continuing their chat. So Cho, you said your parents are from Nepal. Why did they leave? Well, although there are magic users in Nepal, wizards were the minority. There were no schools or districts for wizards to live in, and most of the others already left the country, so my parents decided to head for Britain when they got pregnant with me. They wanted me to have the best education and as many opportunities as possible, she explained. But couldn't they join the other groups of magic users in the country? He asked, a bit confused. Not really. To my understanding, they are very hidden from the outside world and rarely interact with wizards. The magic they learn seems also to be different from wizarding magic. To my understanding, there were two groups. One of them uses the energy inside their body to practice a form of material arts. The other group seem to be not born as wizards, but I have no idea how they do magic. My parents did not know much about them besides their existence. They didn't want to interact with wizards, explained Cho. I see. That sounds interesting. I really want to visit Nepal one day to check them out, replied Matthew a bit in thought. They are absolutely worth checking out. The techniques of the martial artists may help me to improve my body beyond its limits. I will absolutely pay them a visit in the future. And these other magic users may have access to demonic rituals and gain magic through deals with them if they weren't born as magic users. Absolutely knowledge worth to acquire, he thought. Matthew and Cho continued with their date. They really enjoyed each other's company today. But all things had to end. Because of the basilisk attacks in the castle, they had to return before dinner so they wouldn't move through the castle during the night. Once they arrived in the castle, they had dinner together before they headed to the Ravenclaw common room together. As they stood before the entrance to the common room. Thank you for taking me out today, Matthew. I know you didn't plan to actually ask me on a date, but I still enjoyed it, she said, shocking Matthew a bit. What? Yeah, you are right, he sighed. But I also enjoyed it. I really would like to repeat it in the future. Me too. Let's be friends for now and see what happens in the future, she said as she kissed his cheek before rushing into the common room, leaving a confused Matthew behind. It took him a while to process what just happened before he chuckled and also returned to his dorm. He was not dating yet, but his youth was heading in a nice direction, completely different from his past life. Hello, Professor Lockhart, you wanted to see me? Greeted Matthew as he entered the office of the data professor again, which was filled with portraits of the blonde man that were currently staring at him. Yes, Mr. Mason, I was expecting you. The headmaster informed me that you will assist me during the dueling club I was organizing, so my experienced self could share my knowledge with the students, greeted the professor. Yes, sir. Do you already have a date for the club planned? Of course. The first official meeting of the dueling club will be on December 17th. The official announcements will be soon on the notifications boards in the common rooms, replied Lockhart with one of his annoying smiles that he probably practiced for hours before a mirror. I see. That's fine with me. So what are you planning to teach and what will my role be? Asked Matthew. You, my capable assistant, will have a showcase duel with me. Don't worry. You have nothing to fear. I know how scary that must have sounded, but I will just showcase the basics. I won't attack you too hard, answered the blonde idiot full of himself, believing Matthew was just another student with no real data teacher for the last few years. Oh, how fun that will be, thought Matthew while politely replying. Okay, Professor, I trust you. And after that, will I be responsible for the 1st to 4th years? Yes, you should show them the basic disarming and defense spells. I will of course show the higher years more advanced magics, which may prove too much for the younger students. Maybe I can show you after that also a few tricks, he boasted. Okay, Professor. I am fine with that. Is that everything? If we have nothing else to discuss, I see you on the 17th, said Matthew as he stood up. No, that's everything. Good day to you, Mr. Mason. Bye, Professor. Scene break. It was almost midnight as he left the office of Lockhart. Originally he planned to directly head for the Ravenclaw common room, but something he spotted on his mental map made him frown. It made him take a small detour, as his new target wasn't that far away. He was already a few corridors away from the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower as he began to hear steps just around the corner. The sound of bare feet on the cold, stone floor of a Hogwarts corridor at the end of November was accompanied by the sound of someone humming. As Matthew stepped around the corner, he saw the tiny frame of Luna Lovegood with her back to him. Luna, what are you doing out here all alone at night? It's currently dangerous in the castle, especially since the Chamber of Secrets was opened. The monster is probably targeting students that are alone on the corridors, asked Matthew. The small, dirty, blonde-haired girl turned to face him as she heard his voice. She was currently barefoot, and her skin was turning into an unnatural blue shade from the cold of the castle in this cold season. She stared at him with her cute blue eyes while visibly shivering from the cold. Hello, Matthew, nice to see you again, she greeted with her dreamy voice while staring at him with distant eyes. What happened to your shoes, Luna? Why are you out here freezing all alone? He asked, worried, already knowing the answer as he took his wand out and cast a warming charm on the small, dirty, blonde-haired first year. Luna, who stopped shivering now with the new warmth from the spell, looked at him before replying. Noggles, these small mischievous thieves took my shoes. They like to play pranks on me. And for some reason, the bronze knocker at the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower decided he didn't want to ask me a riddle today. So I choose to wander a bit through the castle. The night sky is so nice today, she answered dreamily. Are you being bullied, Luna? You can tell me the truth, he asked with a soft voice. No, it's just in the nature of Noggles to play pranks on people. Since I keep them away with my necklace, they probably decided to take my things while I am not there. They probably convinced the bronze knocker to help them. Luna, if other students bully you, we can take care of them. If you have troubles, you can always come to me. We are friends after all, he offered. For a moment her eyes became focused. You would want to be friends with me? She asked with her eyes glittering slightly. Yes, why not? Did you forget? We became already friends on the train. This was the moment when she suddenly began to hug Matthew. Thank you, she muttered with a tiny voice. Don't worry about it. And you also have other friends. Isn't there Ginny? And you, Harry, Hermione, and Ron also became your friends on the train. I'm sure they would help you if you asked them, he replied with a smile while hugging the tiny girl. But Ginny isn't talking to me, she muttered. She may have her own troubles currently. I believe once these troubles are resolved she will be your friend as usual, he explained, realizing that Ginny didn't interact with Luna because of the dairy. Come, let's visit Professor Flitwick. I am sure he will be able to help you and take care of the Noggles. Matthew took the small girl piggyback and carried her to the office of Professor Flitwick, the head of House Ravenclaw, and knocked on his door. It took a few minutes before the small professor opened the door. Mr. Mason, what are you doing here at this lat? Miss Lovegood. What happened? Asked the half-goblin professor as he realized that Matthew was carrying Luna on his back. You see, Professor, I just came from a discussion with Professor Lockhart about the dueling club when I heard close to the Ravenclaw common room a young voice humming. Considering the current situation in the castle, I checked who it was since the voice sounded very young. It's not safe after all. I found Luna here all alone, without shoes, freezing and shivering to wander through the castle. Someone in Ravenclaw stole her things and prevented the bronze knocker from letting her into the common room. Some Ravenclaws are bullying her, Professor, explained Matthew. What? Is that true, Mrs. Lovegood? Asked the professor. I think the Noggles are playing pranks on me, explained the first year. I see. Follow me, Mr. Mason, Miss Lovegood. We will take care of these Noggles, said Professor Flitwick with a furious look on his face as he led them to the Ravenclaw common room. And damn, the professor was small in stature, but he could be really scary if he wanted. The bronze knocker guarding the entrance to the common room was silenced with a simple charm. It prevented Luna from hearing and answering the riddle. The professor called the whole house into the common room and began to look for the culprits. In the end, it turned out to be a few older Ravenclaw girls who picked on Luna for her quirky demeanor. Her belongings were quickly returned to her, and the responsible S would serve detentions for the rest of the year. Matthew introduced Luna to Cho and her friends. Cho quickly took a liking to Luna, since her character was very different from her book counterpart thanks to Matthew's influence, and the lack of Marietta's, who was amongst the bullies. Hermione would also spend more time with Luna from now on since there was only 1 year difference. Even with their different personalities, they became friends. The other members of Ravenclaw still kept their distance from Luna because of her special character, but nobody dared to bully her anymore. The older students even paid special attention to that. Especially the 6th year prefect Penelope Clearwater kept an eye on Luna. A few days after the incident with Luna, an announcement on the notice boards of every common room in Hogwarts exited the students of every house. There would be a dueling club in Hogwarts starting from December. Many of the students wanted to participate since the majority of the students had the opinion that it could be useful, even though some of them joked whether the monster of Slytherin was able to duel. But the hype was there. On the December 17th at 8 o'clock that evening after dinner, a large crowd of students gathered in the Great Hall, especially students of the younger years. Only female post-OWL students were present, probably the ones smitten by Lockhart's charms. Most of the older students seemed to have realized that the fraud Lockhart would hold the club and they wouldn't be able to learn a lot from him. The long dining tables had vanished and a golden stage had appeared along one wall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling was velvety black once more and most of the school seemed to be packed beneath it, all carrying their wands and looking excited. Ready, Mr. Mason? It's time for our grand entrance, said Lockhart from inside the teacher's room connected to the Great Hall where he was currently waiting with Matthew for the students to gather. Yes, Professor, sighed Matthew, a bit annoyed but excited that he could soon beat up the fraud, as he followed the professor into the Great Hall. As they walked onto the stage he spotted Harry who was groaning as he saw Lockhart resplendent in robes of deep plum accompanied by Matthew himself, who grinned at the second year. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Matthew had to roll his eyes at that. Marketing is the only thing the idiot is good in, he thought. Let me introduce my assistant, Mr. Mason, said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about defense himself since he was granted permission to study data by himself by the headmaster this year, and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now I don't want any of you, youngsters, to worry. You'll still have your classmate when I'm through with him, never fear. Matthew had a bloodthirsty grin as he stared at Lockhart, while the clueless professor talked to the students. Hermione and Cho had a worried look on their faces. Hermione probably because she still thinks that Lockhart was a capable wizard, while Cho was just worried whether Matthew would land in trouble at the end of the day. While most other students, especially the males including Harry and Ron, were rooting for Matthew. Once Lockhart was finished, he and Matthew turned to face each other and bowed, showing the proper respect to each other like commonly used in dueling circles. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position. Lockhart told the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. Oh, are we? Thought Matthew. We never discussed what spells or limits we would use in the duel. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their wand, while Lockhart used some kind of showy and complex movement. Matthew simply quickly pointed his wand with minimal wand movement and yelled. Gigangus. A giant ethereal fist shot out of his wand and flew at Lockhart, who wasn't able to do anything since he knew no magic besides the elevation charm. The fist hit Lockhart directly and threw him back against the wall of the Great Hall. From the wall he landed on the floor and stopped moving. He lost consciousness from the impact. He shot another stunning charm at the knocked out professor and turned to the students. So that's taken care of. And that is also lesson 1. Don't try to show off, or you will die in a fight. The overly complex wand style Professor Lockhart used just cost reaction time. If you didn't spend a large amount of time practicing and mastering one of these styles, keep it simple or you lose. At that comment, most of the students began to chuckle while some girls looked offended. Today I will teach you the basics of self-defense. They will also help you in dueling. But considering the current circumstances, self-defense is more important than dueling for now. After all, the monster of Slytherin won't bow before it attacks you. And it won't knock you out. At best you get petrified. If you are unlucky you die. Now Matthew had the full attention of the students. After all, the prospect of dying would always gather attention. Hermione raised her hands at that. Yes, Hermione. He called her. What should we do if we encounter the monster of Slytherin? She asked. That's a tricky question. First of all, don't look at it directly. It most likely has a death stare. If you look at it through, for example, a camera like Colin, or through a reflection like Mrs. Norris with the water on the ground, you will end up petrified, but not dead. So my tip: carries a mirror with you, and if you feel you are in danger, check the corners with it. Only travel in groups to be safe since the monster doesn't seem to attack groups yet. And if you should be alone, run if you have the chance. Explained Matthew. Run? No proper wizards runs. Interjected the arrogant voice of Draco Malfoy. There you are wrong, Mr. Malfoy. Running and dodging is the best defense in any battle. A shield costs a large amount of power and quickly runs out. Most shields are unable to block every spell. But if you don't even get hit, you don't have to worry about blocking the spell. It conserves your valuable energy and lets your life another day. Running and dodging is the basic in any kind of battle. That's also one of the reasons why you should try to stay in shape and work out. He explained. Once you dodge an incoming spell, you would need to neutralize your opponent. An effective way for a wizard is to remove their wand. Since most wizards are unable to use wandless magic, only powerful wizards like Dumbledore are still able to use wandless magic. Disarming in most cases means your opponent is neutralized. The incantation for the disarming charm is Expelliarmus. And the movement is like this. He showed off the spell. After he let the students practice the spell for a while, he addressed them once again. How about we practice in pairs? Let's see. To make it more interesting, let's pair up with different houses. He said. Let's see, how about you, Harry? Against Mr. Malfoy there. Yes, that would be an interesting showdown, said Matthew as he paired the students. After all, he still needed to preserve the canon timeline to take advantage of it. And Harry revealing him being a Parselmouth was a major plot point in canon. After all, it confirmed to Dumbledore that Harry was a Horcrux. While Harry was paired with Malfoy, Hermione was paired with Daphne Greengrass. Matthew's goal was to expand his network of political connections in the wizarding world. And this was a chance to gain a connection to the Grey faction over Hermione. As the students paired up, some glared at each other, but many nodded politely to each other without a will, like Daphne and Hermione, or Cho and her partner Katie Bell from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Face your partners, called Matthew, as he stood on the platform above the crowd of students. And bow. This is after all only a friendly duel. And don't forget, try to disarm each other. Don't forget to dodge if possible. Harry and Malfoy barely inclined their heads, not taking their eyes off each other. The tension between both of them was unmissable. Get your wands ready, shouted Matthew. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents, only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, he put his attention on Harry and Malfoy. Harry swung his wand high, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard he felt as though he'd been hit over the head with a saucepan. He stumbled, but everything still seemed to be working, and wasting no more time, Harry pointed his wand straight at Malfoy and shouted. Rictus Sempra. A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach and he doubled up, wheezing. Well, this doesn't look like disarming to me, said Matthew in direction of Malfoy and Harry, while the rest of the students continued battling. But the rivals ignored him as expected. Malfoy sank to his knees. Harry had hit him with a tickling charm, and he could barely move for laughing. While Harry did show his naivety through sportsmanship and didn't attack Malfoy on the floor, this turned out as a mistake. Gasping for breath, Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's knees, choked. Tarantaligra. And the next second Harry's legs began to jerk around out of his control in a kind of quickstep. At this point Matthew had to intervene. He cancelled the spell on Harry with a point of his wand. Harry's feet stopped dancing, Malfoy stopped laughing, and they were able to look up. Well, the whole Great Hall was in chaos. The Great Hall was a battlefield. Students lay on the floor, some were even unconscious while a haze of greenish smoke was hovering over the scene. But some students did well and followed instructions and kept it to only disarming, like Hermione and Daphne. They both stood facing each other and stopped attacking once Matthew broke up the fights. Well, that was chaotic. What about only disarming? Did you misunderstand? Asked Matthew as he revived some students that lay unconscious on the floor and helped them up. Maybe it's better if we have only one duel at the same time on the stage. Harry and Malfoy, both of you seemed very eager to fight each other. How about you show us your skills on the stage? Up you go, he said. Harry and Malfoy headed up the stage and faced each other on opposite ends. So let's see, the shield charm is Protego. There are generally 2 ways to use it. The first is as a shield around yourself, but it costs a lot of energy. Like this. He showed the charm. The other method is like this, to use it to deflect spells, which conserves much more of your energy. One of the weaknesses of the Protego spell is that it only blocks spell. It isn't able to block projectiles or summons, explained Matthew. At the last part, Malfoy's eyes began to glitter ominously. Let's see what you make out of it. Don't forget, just dodging is more efficient and easier. Let's see what you make of it. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go, he shouted. Malfoy raised his wand quickly and bellowed. Serpensortia. The end of his wand exploded. The hall watched, as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between Harry and Malfoy, and raised itself, ready to strike. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, clearing the floor. Just a few moments before Matthew activated a rune revival spell he placed beforehand on Lockhart. As the professor woke up, he just witnessed Malfoy summoning the snake, and with his acting skills, he was able to regain his bearings, forgetting that he was unconscious. Good idea, Mr. Malfoy. That is an effective way to bypass a shield charm. Although a more experienced wizard can easily take care of it. Let me demonstrate it, said Matthew, but at that moment he got interrupted. Allow me, shouted Lockhart, who didn't want to miss the opportunity to gain importance again. He brandished his wand at the snake and there was a loud bang. The snake, instead of vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight toward Justin Finch Fletchley and raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Perfect, mused Matthew as he watched the situation unfold. Just at this moment, Harry walked in direction of the snake like he was entranced and began to speak to it in Parseltongue. The only beings understanding him were Matthew and the snake itself. Section leave him alone. Section and miraculously, inexplicably, the snake slumped to the floor, docile as a thick, black garden hose, its eyes now on Harry. Harry visibly relaxed. Matthew felt the snake wouldn't attack Harry. This seemed to be an additional sense only a Parselmouth had. Some kind of empathy towards snakes. That was probably why Harry also relaxed at that moment. Harry looked up at Justin, grinning, probably expecting to see Justin looking relieved, or puzzled, or even grateful, but certainly not angry and scared. What do you think you're playing at? He shouted, and before Harry could say anything, Justin had turned and stormed out of the hall. This was the moment when Matthew decided to step forward and send the snake back to where it was conjured from. Before he addressed the hall, I think it's time to end the dueling club for today. Don't you think so, Professor? Addressed Matthew the confused professor who just nodded flabbergasted. Harry stayed behind for a moment. Said Matthew as the students left the hall making a bow around Harry as if they were scared of him. Not only Harry stayed behind but also Ron, Hermione, and also Cho. Professor, thank you for your lessons today. We will also take our leave for today. You maybe should report to the headmaster how the club went today. Don't you think so? Said Matthew as he let the group out of the great hall, only seeing that the professor just nodded before returning through the teacher entrance. While Harry was confused, neither Ron, Hermione, or Cho said something to him. Matthew led them to an empty classroom where they could talk without interruption. Well, that was a shocker. Chuckled Matthew. Based on your expression, I would dare you to have no idea what just happened in the great hall, and why everyone is reacting so shocked. Yes, why was everyone so shocked? Asked Harry as his emerald green eyes wandered over the people present in the room. You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us? Asked Ron directly as Harry looked at him. I'm a what? Said Harry. A Parselmouth. You have the magical ability to communicate with snakes, explained Matthew. I know, said Harry. I mean, that's only the second time I've ever done it. I accidentally set a boa constrictor on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once. Long story. But it was telling me it had never seen Brazil, and I sort of set it free without meaning to. That was before I knew I was a wizard. A boa constrictor told you it had never seen Brazil? Ron repeated faintly. Oh, I remember that. I was there. That's when we met for the first time. So you also talked to the snake. I thought it was just accidental magic that made the glass vanish. Remembered Matthew. Right, that was back then. So? Said Harry. I bet loads of people here can do it. Not exactly, replied Matthew. Remember when we talked about magical abilities a while ago? Like Luna has her magical sight. The ability to speak Parseltongue is also one. People who have that ability are called Parselmouth, and you seem to be one of them. And these gifts are not very common. Harry, this is bad. Injected Ron worried. What's bad? Said Harry, who began to look angry. What's wrong with everyone? Listen, if I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin. Oh, that's what you said to it? What do you mean? You were there, you heard me. Matthew interrupted both of them before it got out of hand. No, we didn't understand you. All we heard was hissing. You spoke a completely different language. Parseltongue, the ancient tongue of snakes. I spoke a different language? But I didn't realize, how can I speak a language without knowing I can speak it? Asked Harry confused. That's why it is a magical ability. You can speak it naturally, explained Matthew. Okay, I spoke another language. And what is so bad about it? I just stopped a massive snake biting off Justin's head? He said. What does it matter how I did it as long as Justin doesn't have to join the headless hunt? Matthew began explaining before the other could explain it with their prejudiced view. If we were in another country it wouldn't really matter. Having that ability by default isn't even anything bad. In India, you would actually have gained a higher status. Since Parselmouths are very respected there, he explained. But unfortunately we are in Britain. The ability has bad rumors around it here. Why do you think the symbol of House Slytherin is a snake? Because Salazar Slytherin was famous for being a Parselmouth, and his descendants inherited the ability from him. But I'm not, said Harry, with a panic he couldn't quite explain. You'll find that hard to prove, said Hermione. He lived about 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be. And did you already forget, Harry? It's nothing bad to be related to Slytherin. Since for all, we know the rumors around him are probably false. Added Matthew. You are right. Muttered Harry, still looking worried. Don't worry, Harry. We don't think differently of you. It's like Matthew said. Only in Britain are there bad rumors about being a Parselmouth. Added Cho. See. And at least we now know what kind of monster is in the Chamber of Secrets. Added Matthew. What? How would you know that? Asked Hermione. Sigh. What are your heads for? Did you already forget the voice only Harry heard on Halloween? What voice? Asked Cho. We were only the first ones where Mrs. Norris was petrified because Harry heard a voice that wanted to murder someone. We followed it and found Mrs. Norris. Explained Matthew. Since only Harry was able to hear it, it must have been a snake. A 1,000-year-old snake. That makes sense. But what kind of snake petrifies people? Asked Cho. Well, that's something you guys can find out. I am pretty sure Professor Dumbledore is already aware of the identity of Slytherin's monster. All facts considered, it's pretty obvious. The more important questions are where is the Chamber of Secrets, and who is the heir of Slytherin? Explained Matthew. Harry, you shouldn't worry too much. Rather keep calm and don't get into the trouble. Scene break in the end. All explanations and logical arguments didn't pacify Harry's worries. That's probably why he didn't fit into Ravenclaw. Harry ended up in trouble the next day. Like in canon, he tried to find Justin and explain the truth to him. And while he did found him, petrified together with the ghost of nearly headless Nick. Where he got caught by Peeves the poltergeist, who instantly began to alarm the whole castle that no living or ghost was safe anymore. After all, Peeves loved chaos. In the end, Harry got dragged to the headmaster's office by Professor McGonagall. But Dumbledore knew after all who the heir of Slytherin truly was and didn't see any point in punishing Harry in any form. After all, he did nothing. The headmaster was probably distracted by now by the fact that Harry was a Parselmouth and began his first research into Horcruxes or other possible origins for Harry's ability. Harry, on the other hand, gained also new insights from the Sorting Hat about himself and his potential and the characteristics Slytherin stood for, and also he learned from Hagrid that his roosters got killed, which he would share with Ron, Matthew, and Hermione. On the other hand, the rumors about him being the heir of Slytherin manifested amongst the students. Very few students believed these rumors to be false even amongst the logical Ravenclaws. Pointing out things like Matthew and Hermione being Muggleborns and some of his closest friends didn't matter to the famous Hogwarts rumor mill. Well, the only few ones who made a joke of it were the Weasley twins, who accompanied Harry and announced him as heir of Slytherin everywhere. While the rest of the Weasley didn't find it amusing, especially Ginny. Her condition became worse, although she was able to hide it very well. Soon she would reach her breaking point and try to dispose of the diary. But her condition was still reversible and would heal in a few months once the Horcrux was destroyed. These rumors and the real dangers in the castle would empty it over the winter holidays. The only mentionable students staying behind would be Harry, Hermione, the Weasleys, Draco and his two Goonies, and Matthew himself. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley decided to visit Bill in Egypt during the holidays, which made the other Weasleys stay in Hogwarts. His parents decided to go skiing over the holidays, and he currently had no interest in winter sports. The free time he would have over the winter holidays would be the perfect opportunity to take a deeper look at the Time Turner to understand its workings. Time was a dangerous branch of magic, not the universe, to mess with, but there was no doubt it would be worth it. Jo, on the other hand, left the castle to spend time with her family. They had another enjoyable date in Hogsmeade together in December before the holiday started, where they completed some of their Christmas shopping. The Golden Trio, on the other hand, was ready to act during the Christmas holidays with their Polyjuice potion plan. Hermione was impressed by Matthew's skill in the art of potions. She compared the original recipe and Matthew's modified one, and only admired his work. It made her even more determined to work harder. She didn't want to fall behind. This competitiveness was a part of her character and made Matthew worry whether his influence would make her work even harder next year than in the original timeline. He hoped his Christmas present would prevent that. The last term before the Christmas holidays ended, and the castle became silent as the majority of students boarded the Hogwarts Express and drove off in direction of London. Instead of gloomy, the castle felt rather peacefully now without all the rumors about the air. The snow on the grounds added to the feeling of Christmas and winter and turned the area into a beautiful white color. Hermione and Matthew were the only two Ravenclaws left in the tower. Luna told Matthew excited that she would visit Denmark with her father to look for Crumplehorn Snorkack before she left. As for Cho, she would celebrate Christmas with her parents. Since there were only Harry and the Weasleys in the Gryffindor Tower, they invited Hermione and Matthew often to stay with them during the evenings. They played exploding snap and wizarding chess for hours until Matthew created a magical animated set of Monopoly with figures moving on voice command, animated buildings, cards, and board. Even with small fake galleons, sickles, and nuts. Percy, who until then often left the tower because he disapproved of what he termed their childish behavior. He had already told them pompously that he was only staying over Christmas because it was his duty as a prefect to support the teachers during this troubled time. Joined them to play Monopoly as he seemed to enjoy the game and its businesslike rules very much. During the mornings, Matthew spent a lot of time studying the time turner inside his trunk. His Magitech drones, meanwhile, were almost finished sorting through the room of hidden things. But unfortunately, they didn't find a lot of exciting stuff since the time turner. The most useful things were the notes of students and professors with exotic snippets of knowledge and treasures like jewelry, currency, and so on dispersed all over the room. Christmas morning dawned, cold and white. Matthew, who was deeply asleep since they played until late in the Gryffindor common room, got woken up very early by Hermione, who burst in, fully dressed and carrying presents for him. "Wake up," she said loudly, pulling back the curtains at the window. "Morning, Hermione," he replied sleepy. "And Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas to you too," she said as she threw his presents to him with a smile. "How come you are waking me up today, especially this early?" he asked, still sleepy. "Well, it is Christmas. By the way, thank you for your present. I loved your introduction on the subjects next year. I will make sure to read all your notes. But I will probably not attend to divination and Muggle studies. I will also try to make sure that Harry and Ron don't, since the subjects are this bad. And the potion is ready. Could you take a look at it before we use them?" "Just to be sure," she replied happily. He gifted her a nice collection of notes to all the subjects in Hogwarts and an introduction to them. They were in an enchanted notebook with a search function he created himself and self-updating, connected to his notebooks to the subjects where he wrote the pieces of information down that he wanted to share. "Oh, so you want to do it tonight?" he asked, now awake. "Yes, it's the best opportunity after the Christmas dinner. Nobody would expect anything," she explained. "MHH, but make sure you check whether you gathered human hairs. The only female Slytherin in the castle is Millicent Bulstrode and she has a cat. Although I would enjoy seeing a cat girl, Hermione, I don't believe you would look that way," he teased jokingly. At that comment she began to blush. "Yes, I didn't forget your warning. The first hair I picked from her cloak was indeed a cat hair, but now I got one of hers. You should get ready for breakfast," she quickly explained before she left his room with a red flushed head. After she left, Matthew decided to open his Christmas presents, as he hoped the others would like his presents. For his father, he prepared a collection of magical liquor, and for his mom the best cosmetics in Diagon Alley. He gifted Harry enchanted Quidditch glasses for bad weather conditions and some sweets, for Ron also a collection of sweets. He pranked the twins with his self-created color-changing gums, which turned the person who ate them into the color of the gum, and some chili chocolate who made someone literally spew fire. It was also meant as his sales pitch to become a co-owner of their joke shop in the future. Ginny got some self-correcting feathers and sweets, for Percy his own set of enchanted Monopoly. He hadn't much connection to the both of them, but it didn't hurt to be in the good graces of the Weasleys. For Luna, he got a book about the platypus, since he was sure this was an animal she would love to discover, and he was sure one of the Lovegood's next holiday targets would be Australia. Cho was a completely different matter. What does someone give to a person he went on some dates with? In the end, he decided to create something himself. He froze some crystal clean water of the Black Lake and transfigured it into a small ice eagle that looked like the symbol of Ravenclaw and enchanted it to never melt. He put it onto a gold necklace he created with alchemy from some gold he found in the room and enchanted it with some useful protective charms. This would be probably a nice gift, maybe somewhat over the top. He himself got mainly books for Christmas, from Hermione a homework planner and some chocolate. From Luna he actually got a book about magical animals that he didn't know yet. He supposed it was from the Lovegood library. They were after all also a pretty old family and must have some interesting books. From Cho, he got a framed photo that they took on their first Hogsmeade date together, some self-made sweets. He also got a famous Weasley sweater from Mrs. Weasley in blue with a bronze-colored M on it. Once he finished unpacking, he joined the others on breakfast. He decided to take the day off today and enjoy Christmas with the others. Christmas dinner at Hogwarts was as always enjoyable. There was no one who wouldn't like it. The Great Hall was decorated with nice Christmas trees as always, and the mood was generally good like every year. After the Christmas dinner, he saw the Golden Trio off to their mission after confirming that their potion was working. They succeeded in infiltrating the Slytherin common room with Polyjuice potion. There were no mishaps this time of someone turning into a cat. In the end, they gained new valuable information for their investigation, although to especially Harry's and Ron's disappointment, Malfoy wasn't the heir of Slytherin, and they had no idea who it was. But they found out that the Chamber of Secrets was already opened once in the past, but they had no idea by whom yet. For Matthew, this was nothing new, but just a confirmation that everything went in his control. It wouldn't take long before he could begin to act to get the Horcrux and the Basilisk corpse. But for now, something else gained his attention. A day after Christmas and Operation Polyjuice, he received a letter addressed to him from Tonk's solicitor office in Diagon Alley. The contents of the letter was brief but important. They informed Matthew that everything was ready to help Sirius. Not only did he collect the eyewitness accounts of Muggles and Aurors present during Sirius's capture, he also accessed his files in the Ministry and secured proof that he didn't get a trial and was only temporarily imprisoned still waiting for his trial. Additionally, he collected signed statements of old school friends on the relationship of Sirius and James and Lily Potter. He even contacted Remus Lupin and informed him of his investigation and their suspicions of Sirius' innocence, and gained the confirmation and a witness that Pettigrew was a rat animagus. Last but not least, Edward Tonks even arranged a meeting with Sirius in Azkaban under the pretense of discussing matters of inheritance concerning the Black family and his wife who was a member of them. In reality, he updated Sirius on their progress and plans and collected his testimony under Veritaserum and his memories of the event, just in case he has to flee because of someone trying to remove him before he can be freed and his innocence confirmed. So all we are missing is Peter Pettigrew to have an airtight case. I should make my move now, since in a few days is the New Year meeting of the Wisengamot, where Sirius' case can be discussed without giving them a chance to react. Muttered Matthew as he realized now was the perfect time to make their move and left the common room and headed in direction of the Gryffindor Tower. Matthew always kept an eye on Pettigrew. If the rat wasn't accompanying Ron to breakfast, probably in order to check the news in the Daily Prophet, he spent most of his time in the Gryffindor Tower since he was relatively safe there from possible predators. Many students had cats as pets and he kept out of their way, so he wouldn't have to blow his cover. Ickle Matthewkins Dash, how can we help you? And what was Dash, that white glowing bird Dash, with your voice? Greeted Fred and George with their famous twin speech as he arrived at a meeting point close to the Gryffindor Tower. That was my Patronus. Besides being one of the few effective methods to combat dementors, they have another handy usage. They can be used for mid-range communications like you just witnessed, explained Matthew. You can use Dash, the Patronus charm? Asked the twins in awe. Mate, you need to Dash, teach us that. Maybe in the future. It's a rather complex charm with a heavy drain on your magical reserves. I can only cast it because I train every day to grow my reserves. You will have to be a bit older before you can hope to cast it safely, explained Matthew. I need your help, guys. There may be a dangerous person hidden in the Gryffindor Tower. How old is the rat of your brother Ron? Asked Matthew, coming directly to the point. You mean Scabbers? It was Percy's rat before he gifted it to Ron, explained one of the twins. Did he find him maybe around 10 to 11 years ago? Continued Matthew. Yeah, that's about right. You don't Dash mean that Scabbers is the dangerous person? Asked the twins, realizing the implication. The rat lived with them for over a decade, and if it was an animagus then it would mean an adult lived hidden in their home, around their little sister. It's probably the truth. The person I believe hiding as Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew, someone believed to be dead. Recently I gained the information that he had a rat animagus form. Currently, it's believed that Pettigrew was killed by Sirius Black, the supposedly betrayer of the Potters. All that remained of him was a finger. But what spell leaves only a finger behind? And 10 years is a long time for a garden rat to live. The timing is curious. A rat with one claw missing appears a few weeks after a rat animagus disappears, wouldn't you think? Summarized Matthew. We need to capture him, said one of the angered twins as they wanted to rush back to the Gryffindor Tower. Calm down. Don't be a hot-headed Gryffindor, stopped Matthew them. I agree we need to capture him, but it is a Death Eater we are handling here if my theory is right, he explained. Shit, what should we do? Should we get the teachers or even the ministry? Asked one of the twins. No, this is also a chance to get Harry away from his muggle relatives. You probably have already an idea how they treat him, but it is worse. Sirius Black is Harry's godfather. This is Harry's chance for a loving family. There are many in the ministry who don't want Sirius to be innocent like the Malfoys, who have a rather big interest in him never being free. So there could be some accidents during the capture if we contact the Auror office. I also don't trust Dumbledore in that matter. He has an unhealthy interest in Harry staying with his relatives. That was also the reason why I began investigating Sirius Black. And I am working with a lawyer who has already begun gathering the evidence. If we capture the rat and reveal him under enough eyewitnesses, we would be able to prove Sirius' innocence without a doubt, explained Matthew. So we still need to capture him ourselves? Yes, but we need to be careful. Harry and your siblings are in his close proximity. If we strike, we need to make sure that we can take him out quickly without any chance of him escaping. I would suggest we do it as soon as possible. For that, we would need to set up a trap. But first of all, we need a way to keep an eye on him so he doesn't get alarmed. If he was able to set up Sirius in such a way that even Dumbledore was fooled, he is not simple. Maybe one of you could keep an eye on him or something and alarm me while I set up the trap, explained Matthew. Fred and George looked at each, holding a silent conversation through their looks. Matthew was already aware of what they were discussing, the Marauders map. This was part of his plan to hide his mental map. Since there was a slight chance that the twins could realize he has something similar to the Marauders map, but he couldn't do it without the twins since he didn't want to reveal the fact that he is able to enter other common rooms without help. We may have a way to keep an eye on Pettigrew's location, started one of the twins after a few moments, as the other took out an empty old piece of parchment. The other twin took out his wand and tipped the map with it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Suddenly a drop of ink appeared at the point the wand touched the blank piece of parchment and began to form a text. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. Then the text began to deform and spread and began to show corridors, rooms, and names above footprints. The map showed the whole castle and its inhabitants' locations. That's useful and surprising. It seems somehow fate is on our side, chuckled Matthew. This is the secret to our success, explained one twin. The Marauders map. Wait, what do you mean fate is on our side? Well, it's pretty simple. We are currently trying to prove Padfoot's innocence by capturing Wormtail, the traitor of the Marauders, laughed Matthew as he explained the truth to the twins. They both stared at him with shock. What? Cried both twins out at the same time. We are currently trying to prove the innocence of one marauder by capturing the traitor amongst them, began Matthew to explain patiently. Are you serious? Asked one of the twins, maybe Fred, baffled. No, I am Matthew. Padfoot is serious and currently unlawfully in Azkaban if Wormtail, whose name is Peter Pettigrew, turns out to be Scabbers, explained Matthew with a deadpan expression. The twins stared at him as if he grew a second head. A name pun? That's your joke? Muttered one of them. Just wait until you meet the real Sirius. That's one of his favorites. How do you know that? Well, I've got my information from the last living, not supposed dead or imprisoned marauder through a third party that is helping me investigate this case. Mooney, you are not joking, mate? The Marauders are our heroes. If this turns out to be some elaborate prank, you would regret that. Wait, Sirius Black and Pettigrew are Padfoot and Wormtail. Mooney is alive. Are you saying? Realized one of the twins. Yes, Prongs was Harry's, Father James Potter. So maybe you should return the map to Harry one day. It's after all part of his inheritance, and would make him very happy, added Matthew as the twins stared at each other. But for now let's focus on the task at hand. After all, we are about to engage a Death Eater and traitor. Let's see, muttered one of the twins as they began to search the map for Pettigrew's name. There. He is really there. In the second-year boys' dorm at the Gryffindor Tower, pointed one of the twins out angrily as he found him. There was the name of Peter Pettigrew currently not moving, resting at one window. Okay. This situation is perfect, said Matthew. Most students are still on holiday, so there's the least possible amount of targets in the tower that Pettigrew could hurt or use as a hostage. We can't risk Pettigrew escaping. With the current political situation in magical Britain, Sirius would be never set free. I will set up a trap in the common room that will prevent the rat from escaping through a hole. So you will need to let me into the tower. Meanwhile, one of you keeps an eye on Pettigrew through the map and warns me if he should leave the sleeping dorm. I can do that, said one of the twins who Matthew knew was Fred through the map. Good. George, you will lead your younger siblings and Harry out of the tower without alarming them. He thought about the diary of Tom Riddle in Ginny's possession. There was no need to alarm young Tom Riddle to change his plans. Make sure that especially Ginny doesn't find out what really is going on. It's better if she doesn't know that a middle-aged Death Eater lived with your family. Who knows what he could have seen. No need to traumatize the girl unnecessarily, he explained. After all, she will need already enough sessions with a mind healer after this year. Okay, I can do that. I think it's time for them to learn where the kitchen is, agreed George. Once the three of them finished discussing their plans, they headed to the Gryffindor Tower, where they entered the common room through the portrait hole behind the fat lady. After spending a bit of time with Ron, Ginny, and Harry, who were playing gobstones in front of the Gryffindor fireplace, George pretended to show them the kitchen after Ron complained he was hungry. Good that the youngest Weasley boy was such a glutton. Fred and Matthew stayed behind and checked the map once the room was empty. The rat was still in the second-year sleeping dorm for the boys. Warn me if he should move, asked Matthew silently as he took his wand out and began to place a runic ward scheme surrounding the common room. Once Matthew would activate it, Pettigrew wouldn't be able to escape while in his rat form since the ward scheme would form a force field preventing anyone from escaping it while active. Although escaping it isn't that hard since it was only a quickly set up scheme without any ward stones or physical anchors. But still impossible for a rat to break through since it was too weak physically, he would need a few offensive spells in order to overpower it. Enough time for Matthew to take Pettigrew out. Its only purpose was to prevent him to escape in his annoying rat form, which was hard to catch thanks to its small size. Once he was finished setting the scheme up, he turned to Fred. Can you get Scabbers pretending to take him to the kitchen where Ron is? Just throw him into the common room once you are at the stairs. Stay outside the ward. I will take him out myself, said Matthew. Are you sure I can help? That rat was spying on my family, responded to Fred unwillingly to let Matthew fend for himself. Fred, trust me here. You will be in my way. This is a real Death Eater, not some Slytherin throwing a childish curse at you. I am far more powerful than you. If I have to protect you during a possible fight, it would only make it harder, reasoned Matthew, determined. If everything follows our plan, this will be over quickly. But it could turn out really dangerous. Sigh, fine. But the next time you will let us fight. We are the same age. You could teach us? Requested Fred. We will see. For now, let's focus on our task. Fred headed upstairs to the boys' dorm while Matthew hid around the corner so Pettigrew wouldn't get alarmed and was caught unaware of the danger. After all, why fight if you could win through an ambush? Matthew concentrated on sound from upstairs. Once he heard a sound approaching from above, he readied himself. Catch! Shouted Fred as he threw Pettigrew down the stairs into the Gryffindor common room. Skree! Cried the rat as it flew down. Once Matthew saw it inside his ward scheme, he instantly activated the trap, and an almost invisible force field surrounded the common room. The from the flight disoriented rat tried to escape through the next best exit but crashed against the force field while Matthew targeted it with his wand. Anima Aversa! He cast the Animagus reversal charm. A white light left his wand and hit the still confused rat Animagus. The grey garden rat with one missing claw began to expand in size. It took on more and more human features as his transformation began to reverse, until only an extremely short and fat man with grubby skin, small watery eyes, and a pointed nose, all of which were lingering attributes of his Animagus rat form, remained on the floor. He was dirty and his hair was already colorless mouse brown and had thinned considerably. He acquired a large bald patch during the last decade he spent as Scabbers. What happened? He squeaked, probably a side effect of his Animagus form, while still laying flat and disoriented on the floor. Before he could react and comprehend what had happened, Matthew shot a stunner in his back and knocked the fat Death Eater out. Before he conjured an anti-Animagus version of his curse chains around the traitor that he just created in order to capture him, since he didn't know of any other Death Eater that was Animagi. That was easier. Well, nothing beats preparations and future knowledge. Once he lowered the wards, Fred walked down the stairs staring enraged at the now bound traitor on the floor. Fred, may I introduce? This is Mesa Wormtail, the traitor of the Marauders. Fred stared with disgust at the rat. So that is the piece of trash that betrayed his friends and probably spied at my sister? Yes, but no cursing him. We still need him to free an innocent man. Warned Matthew as he took out a box with flip powder out of his expanded pocket that he prepared beforehand. Keep your wand ready to stun him if he should wake up. I need to contact the lawyer I am working with to help Sirius, he said as he made sure that Fred had his wand pointed at the unconscious Pettigrew as Matthew approached the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. Matthew knew that Ted Tonks currently wasn't in his office since it still was winter holidays. Good that he knew his fluid dress. He threw a handful of flip powder into the fire before shouting, Tonks' residence! And stuck his head into the green flames. It was a strange feeling. He felt the fire and magic surrounding his head, but it didn't burn him. On the other side, he looked at a kitchen with some outdated but also modern elements. The kitchen tools like the stove and oven were modern, but there were also some medieval-looking knives, cauldrons, and more. The interior design and furniture looked a bit outdated and rustic but were nice. In the center stood a kitchen table for 4 people, which was currently occupied by a person. At the kitchen table sat a young woman reading a magazine. The young witch had a pale heart-shaped face and dark twinkling eyes. And currently she had bubblegum pink hair, but Matthew knew that could change. After all, he recognized her as Nymphadora Tonks, the metamorphmagus daughter of Edward Tonks and Andromeda Tonks née Black. She was currently deeply in her magazine and whipping on her chair. Hello? Greeted Matthew loud and clearly. It was loud enough to startle Tonks, who instantly lost her balance and fell with her chair onto the floor with a small panicking cry. Well, that's one way to meet a new person, said Matthew, amused, already aware of her clumsiness since it was one of her most famous traits. She quickly stood up, while being a bit flustered, and looked around for the origin of the voice before realizing that the voice came from the fireplace. Who are you? She asked, still embarrassed. My name is Matthew Mason. I need to talk with Edward Tonks. Did I use the correct full address? Oh, then you are right here. That's my dad. What do you need from him? She asked after calming down. He told me about you. You must be she whose first name I must not use, Tonks. Nice to meet you. I am one of his clients and really need to talk with him, replied Matthew, grinning. Oh, so you know the rules. Good, because I will hex you if you don't. You can call me Tonks. She teased back. Wait here, I will get him. He is currently upstairs. After a short while, she came back with Edward. Matthew, good to see you. Did you get my letter? Yes, I did. That's why I'm here. Good, everything is ready. Once you know where the rat is, we can contact the DMLE to capture him, he said while nodding. Then you should contact Madam Bones now. And your daughter should also contact Moody. She's still learning under him in the Auror Academy, after all, so she will be able to directly contact him. He should make sure to bring some of the trustworthy Aurors and none of the corrupt ones. After all, we want the case to be airtight, explained Matthew. No way he wanted to risk that a pure-blood supremacist like Dawlish in the Auror office would screw that up now to hide the evidence. That's no problem. But where should I send them to capture him? Asked Edward, slightly confused. Ah, that's what you mean. Don't worry about it. I already captured him. He is currently lying 2 meters beside me, bound and stunned. What? That's dangerous. He is a Death Eater. Calm down. He is already taken care of and someone is guarding him while I am talking to you. I will be waiting in the Great Hall for your arrival. Bring them as fast as possible. I will also contact Dumbledore and the other professors so we can have a Veritas room questioning directly there with many witnesses so that Fudge can't hide it. See you soon, said Matthew as he ended the call. Back in the common room, he turned to Fred. Good job, Fred. Can you get Professor McGonagall to call the teachers and Dumbledore to the Great Hall? I will bring the rat there. No problem, mate. I will get them, he said as he hurried to her office. Scene break after Matthew levitated the fat body of Peter Pettigrew into the Great Hall of Hogwarts, which was currently empty since it still were holiday and not mealtime. He deposited him on the floor in the center of the hall and sat down on the Gryffindor table beside him. He didn't have to wait long until the large doors opened and Professor Dumbledore, followed by McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, entered with Fred leading them. If this is a joke, Mr. Weasley, you will have detentions with me for the next mon, warned Professor McGonagall Fred before she stopped with a shocked face as she saw Pettigrew laying on the floor. How is that possible? He should be dead. Indeed, most curious and troubling, said Dumbledore slowly, deep in his thought. If this turns out to be Mr. Pettigrew, then there was an innocent person who spent 11 years in Azkaban. See, Professor, this isn't a joke, added Fred. Welcome, professors. We found a Death Eater hidden in the Gryffindor Tower. But don't worry, we already contacted the Aurors. They should be soon here, greeted Matthew with a cheery voice. Why didn't you contact the Professor, Mr. Mason? Asked Flitwick with his wand already in his hand, pointing at the body on the floor. Sorry, there was no time for it. He could have escaped or harmed the students currently in the tower. Once we were sure Ron's rat was an Animagus, we acted quickly. George bought Ron, Ginny, and Harry in safety, while Fred and I ambushed him. But that's not so important right now. Professor Snape, can you get some Veritaserum and give it to Pettigrew? We need to be fast, asked Matthew politely. Mr. Mason, interrogating someone under Veritaserum is illegal. You can only administer the potion if the Wizengamot agrees, interrupted Professor Dumbledore. But that's not what I asked for. Yes, the Aurors aren't allowed to use the potion without the approval of the Wisengamot. But there are some loopholes in the law. So why not use it to make sure an innocent can get free? Or isn't that in your interest? Asked Matthew calmly. The other professors besides Snape looked at Dumbledore strangely. The potion can be only handled by certified potion masters or with the approval of the Wisengamot. Professor Snape is a certified potion master, and I know he has always a batch Veritaserum for his higher classes ready. The Aurors are allowed to use any evidence they find how it is once they arrive. Once they arrive they, unfortunately, have to make sure that nothing happens to any evidence. So we are kinda in a hurry. So if you would, Professor Snape, addressed Matthew the potion master with a meaningful look. I see. That's very Slytherin of you, Mr. Mason. I will be on my way, sneered Professor Snape. Thank you, Professor Snape. Professor Sprout, maybe you could go with him in case he needs some help to find the potion. After all, we are in a hurry here, added Matthew. Professor Sprout nodded and left with the potion master, while Dumbledore stared at Matthew thoughtfully before he addressed Matthew. That's very smart of you, Mr. Mason, finding loopholes in the law like that. But is that really necessary? Thank you, Professor. I worked it out with my law wizard. And yes, it is. There are parties like the Malfoys that have an interest in hindering Mr. Black from getting free, explained Matthew with a smug grin, knowing he outplayed the headmaster here. I see. You put a lot of thought into this, Mr. Mason. Even hired an law wizard in advance. Could it be you knew of Pettigrew and didn't alarm a teacher? Asked Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eyes as he stared over his half-moon glasses at Matthew. No, Professor, I didn't know that Scabbers was Pettigrew until today, lied Matthew. I hired Mr. Tonks as law wizard to help Harry. What do you mean? Why does Mr. Potter need help? Asked Professor McGonagall, shocked. Are you aware where Harry is currently living, Professor? My parents had a business meeting with his guardians during the summer, and what I found there wasn't pretty, and I believe I only saw the top of the mountain. Harry wouldn't explain more, but I could see in his eyes it was even worse. At that, Professor McGonagall glared at the headmaster. Albus, I told you they were the worst kind of people. We should have looked for other possibilities. The headmaster looked suddenly older. Yes, Minerva, I admit it was a mistake to leave Harry with the Dursleys. I had no idea that it would be so bad. But back then there weren't many safe options. Even from today's perspective, I am unsure who could have taken Harry in and granted him enough protection, admitted Dumbledore with a pained look in his eyes as the twinkling visibly diminished. But how did that to you realizing that Mr. Pettigrew was alive, Mr. Mason? Well, to be honest, I am deeply disappointed in you, headmaster, or every professor in Hogwarts who knew Mr. Black and the law enforcement. The next day after visiting Harry I began to investigate. And just from reading the old newspaper article, I found the whole thing fishy. Professor, what kind of curse or spell only leaves one finger behind? A blasting curse would leave a total mess behind. A withering curse would leave dust behind. And for it to stop at the finger would need a very specific curse that isn't worth the arithmetic and spell creation work needed. And do you believe that someone who lived with James Potter like a brother and was so loyal to him during their youth would suddenly betray him without a sign? The possibility that the more distant and cowardly friend is the culprit was more likely. So I hired Mr. Tonks, whose wife coincidentally is Mr. Black's cousin. And he recently gained some critical information from Mr. Lupin that Pettigrew was like Mr. Black and Animagus. A rat to be precise. All three professors present felt ashamed that they realized the obvious signs. Professor Dumbledore continued the thought. I see. And young Ronald possesses a rat that was very old and missed its right claw. It seems that in my high age I became more blind than I believed. And there are no Animagus detection wards in the castle since they are so rare. He muttered to himself. Soon Professor Snape and Sprout returned with a vial of Veritaserum. Good Severus, if you would do us the honor of administering the serum to Peter. I can already feel the arrival of the DMLE through the wards, requested Dumbledore with a tone in his voice that left no space for discussion. A few moments after Professor Snape woke Pettigrew up and let 3 drops of Veritaserum drip into the rat's mouth, and his eyes turned distant. It didn't take long as the large doors of the Great Hall opened and Edward Tonks, Madame Bones followed by Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and trainee Orrin Nymphadora Tonks entered. Dumbledore, what is this about? Began Madame Bones before her eyes fell on Pettigrew, and she stopped in shock. Good timing, Amelia. You just arrived in time to interrogate Peter under Veritaserum, who we found alive hidden in the castle, said Dumbledore. I can't interrogate him under Veritaserum. That is against the law. Even if he is supposedly dead, the protections of the law still apply to him, she said with a critical eye as she stared at Pettigrew. This was the moment when Mr. Tonks interfered and cleared the situation up. The DMLE isn't allowed to use Veritaserum to interrogate someone themselves. But if he is already under it, there is no law forbidding them from legally interrogating someone. And Professor Snape is a potion master and is allowed to legally use Veritaserum if the situation requires it, which would be the case here. He explained while smirking while Moody snorted amused at THR loophole in the laws. I see. Well, since everything is according to the law, there speaks nothing against using the evidence we find, she said with a thin smile on her lips as she approached Pettigrew followed by Kingsley and Moody who had their wands ready just in case. Are you Peter Pettigrew? Yes. Where were you born on March 27th, 1960? Yes. Are you a Death Eater? She asked, now very serious. Yes. He replied in a monotone voice after a slight struggle. Was Sirius Black the secret keeper of the Potters? No. At that, a shock went through the older people present in the hall. Who was the secret keeper and why? I was the secret keeper. Sirius believed that everyone would think he was it and they would hunt him down. So he suggested we secretly change it to me. The only people aware of it were me, Lily, James, and Sirius. So you betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord? Yes, I wanted to be part of the winning side. I see. And how are you alive? The moment Sirius realized that I betrayed them, he began to hunt me down. I knew Sirius and his mentality very well. He would definitely blame himself, and losing what was his family would be a traumatic event for him. Once he found me, all I needed to do was to loudly blame Sirius, and stage my death. I cut off one of my fingers as proof and blew the street off with a blasting curse that I learned from the Dark Lord before turning into my rat Animagus form. Soon I found a wizarding family where I could hide as a pet, explained Peter. So you spent the last 11 years as a pet rat? Yes, I lived under my disguise with the Weasleys so I could still follow the news of the wizarding world, waiting for my master's return. That was enough proof for Madame Bones. She once again stunned Pettigrew and turned to Shacklebolt. Kingsley, head to Azkaban and transport Black into a hearing cell. But at that moment she got interrupted by Mr. Tonks. My client won't spend any longer in any cells. He is not only innocent but spent the last 11 years detained in Azkaban without a trial. You will transport him instantly to St. Mungo's where he gets the proper treatment. And publish as soon you return a statement of his innocence, or you won't like the legal consequences for the ministry. He had no trial? Asked Madame Bones as she paled realizing the consequences of an heir to a most noble and most ancient houses thrown into Azkaban without a trial. Kingsley, get Black as fast as possible to St. Mungo's, she ordered as the dark-skinned Auror quickly left the castle. The rest began to transport Pettigrew to the ministry after getting a few further statements about his capture. Once they left with Mr. Tonks who was making sure that everything went as planned, Matthew turned to the headmaster. Professor, how about you contact the minister and offer him your advice? As far as I could gather information about him, he likes to listen to people like Malfoy and would probably try to hide the truth. But you could suggest that he is correcting the mistakes of the last government, which would send a strong sign, and a proper compensation would make it even better, suggested Matthew. That is a good idea, Mr. Mason. You seem to have a considerable talent for politics. Are you planning to work for the ministry in the future? Asked Dumbledore with a meaningful look. Not really. But it doesn't hurt to be prepared for all occasions, explained Matthew. Yes, it is wise to be always ready. Take 50 points for each of you, Mr. Mason, Mr. Weasley. If you would excuse me, I need to visit the ministry, said the old man as he left the hall. Fred and Matthew located George, Ginny, Ron, Harry, and Hermione, who seemed to have joined them in the kitchen. He previously decided with Fred that they needed to protect Ginny from the whole truth about the information for now. In truth, Matthew just didn't want to alarm Riddle since he didn't know how the Horcrux inside the diary would react. Fred and George led Ginny back into the Gryffindor Tower while Matthew pulled Harry, Hermione, and Ron aside. Ron needed to be informed since he soon would realize that Scabbers was missing. As for Hermione, she would figure out that something was wrong and was sensible enough to prevent Ron from sharing the information with Ginny or someone else. "What's up, Matthew?" asked Harry once they arrived inside an empty classroom. After a short moment of gathering his thoughts, he began to explain. "I have some bad news but also some really good ones." "Huh? Did something happen while we were in the kitchens?" asked Ron confused. "Yes, first of all, please keep this a secret of Ginny. She is still very young and we don't need to scare her with such news. I'm only telling you this because you and Harry are directly affected, and Hermione is her because I believe she will be able to stop you from accidentally making it public. Okay? So what's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?" replied Ron nervously. "Do you know what an animagus is? They are wizards like Professor McGonagall who have the ability to turn into a specific animal. They need to be registered at the ministry a week after mastering the transformation," explained Matthew for some background information. "That was just some background info for you to understand what was going on. This summer I visited Harry and his relatives with my parents, and they weren't nice people. So I began to investigate if there is someone else who could take Harry in." "What? You were doing that for me?" asked Harry shocked. "Yes. And during my investigation, I found out that you have a godfather called Sirius Black who was imprisoned under suspicious circumstances in Azkaban without a trial." "They imprisoned someone without a trial? And that is legal?" asked Hermione affronted. "Normally not. But there were multiple parties interested in keeping him there. And the legal system of Wizarding Britain runs largely over bribery. That's how a lot of Death Eaters, the followers of Voldemort, got free, while Mr. Black was imprisoned as one of his greatest followers." "And he is innocent?" asked Harry saddened. "Yes, once I found it suspicious I decided to hire a lawyer to help me with the research. And we were able to contact one of your father's last friends that were alive or free. That friend couldn't take you in because of how bigoted the society is. He wasn't even allowed to contact you because of his illness and would be happy if you decided to contact him. His name is Remus Lupin. Your father had 3 good friends in Hogwarts and Mr. Lupin was one of them. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, who was apparently killed by Sirius, were the others." "I see. And by the sound of it, Peter Pettigrew isn't dead? Was he an animagus?" realized Harry as he listened to Matthew's explanation. "Correct, Harry. In fact, your father, Sirius, and Pettigrew were all animagi. Your father's form was a stag, his nickname was Prongs, Sirius was a large black dog called Padfoot, and lastly, Pettigrew was a rat called Wormtail. Mr. Lupin's nickname is Moony. As for the details you should ask him yourself. I believe he will tell you the truth. Just keep an open mind about it and don't believe the typical slander. You should already know yourself that not everything the general public believes is the truth." "Okay, I will do that. So my father was a stag? That's cool. And wait, Scabbers was an animagus?" shouted Ron shocked. "Wait, a middle-aged man slept for years in my bed. Ugh. And he lived with my family. Oh God." He realized as he visibly paled. "Yes, that's why we are keeping the truth from Ginny. If she should ask what happened to Scabbers, just tell her he runs away." "Okay, ugh, that's so disgusting," said Ron. "I would suggest you talk with your parents about it or with Professor McGonagall. It's better to get some help from adults than to bottle it up inside yourself," suggested Matthew. "I will do that. Where is he now? Did you alarm the teachers?" "The Aurors are already transporting him to the ministry, while they are bringing Sirius to St. Mungo's where he will get treatment for many years of Dementor exposure. The professors were also present during the interrogation," explained Matthew. "Dementors? What is that? When will I meet Sirius?" asked Harry, still shocked about the events. "Dementors are the guardians of Azkaban. They are the darkest creature walking on our planet," interjected Hermione, remembering what she read about them. "Correct. They are living by devouring the happiness of humans. And they even eat souls. They are just disgusting. But unfortunately, they are immortal. Because of that, the ministry has no choice but to control them somehow. So they turned Azkaban into the most terrible prison in the world, in order to control these dark creatures. That's terrifying. Will Sirius be okay? He must have been there for 11 years," realized Harry, worried. Sirius had one advantage over the other prisoners. Nobody knew he was an animagus, and he spent a lot of time in his dog form, which weakened the effect of the Dementors. My lawyer was able to confirm that by arranging a meeting with him to get a statement from him. His wife is Sirius' cousin, so he was able to visit him under the pretense of an inheritance question. So Sirius should be fine. Pooh, that's good. So should I write him also a letter? asked Harry. Yes, that's a good idea. You were the second reason how he kept his sanity. The memory that you were out there kept him sane. So if you write him, I believe it would even help with the healing process. It wouldn't be strange if in a few months he even comes personally to visit you, replied Matthew with a smile. Then I will write him and Mr. Lupin. They probably can tell me a lot of stories about my parents, said Harry, now with his face brightening. Yes, and you won't need to spend a lot of time with the Dursleys again, added Matthew. What do you mean? asked Harry. Sirius is your legal guardian according to the will of your parents. Now that he is free, he can take care of you. Mr. Lupin was actually the next one on that list, but the ministry extra created laws to prevent that. So Merry Christmas, Harry. That was actually the gift I was planning for Christmas for you, explained Matthew. So I won't need to return to the Dursleys again, asked the young boy. That I don't know yet, since I have a feeling that Dumbledore will have something to say about that. But that's something he and Sirius will have to discuss. I am sure that you will spend the majority of your holidays with Sirius, since he also should be able to keep you safe. The ancient seat of the Black family has wards almost as old and powerful as Hogwarts. Soon the holidays passed and the rest of the students returned to Hogwarts in the new year. One topic gathered their collective attention: the arrest and trial of Peter Pettigrew, the true betrayer of the Potters. And Harry was, even more, the focus of Hogwarts' student population. Some pitied him, while many believed that he was, even more, a coming Dark Lord and heir of Slytherin, since the lord of the infamous Black family was his godfather. Many ridiculous theories spread through the sheep of the wizarding world. Peter Pettigrew meanwhile escaped the Dementor's kiss and was sentenced to Azkaban for the rest of his life. The trial happened shortly after the new year, but Matthew didn't need to attend as a witness, since the proof was enough. They didn't even need another testimonial from Pettigrew under Veritasum, which sounded like something Malfoy had his hands in. Fudge followed Matthew's idea and used the trial to portray himself as a minister of justice, correcting the past wrongdoings of the previous administration. Matthew received a big compensation of 110,000 galleons from the ministry, 10,000 galleons for every year spent in unlawful captivity. Meanwhile, Barty Crouch had to fight hard for his position in the ministry. He only could save his job as head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation because he was currently deeply invested in an ongoing project. Matthew guessed the project was the Triwizard Tournament that would happen in less than 2 years here in Hogwarts. While all of this was happening, Harry was no longer bothered by the stares of the other students. Rather, he had always a smile on his face when he walked through the castle. He seemed generally happier. The letters he was exchanging with Sirius and Remus were probably the reason for that. Sirius told him that he planned to visit him in Hogwarts once he was fully recovered. and he also planned to take Harry in over the summer holidays. Harry told Matthew that Sirius also wanted to talk to him once he was out of St. Mungo's. Both Sirius and Remus wrote Harry a lot about his parents and their time in Hogwarts, which made the young boy really happy since all he had of his parents was the invisibility cloak and the photo album Hagrid gifted him last Christmas. Another after effect of his interference in the storyline around the Prisoner of Azkaban and change from the original was that the twins planned to hand the Marauders map to Harry. Matthew was able to convince them to do it on his birthday, with the pretense that this year wasn't safe for any student running through the castle. Although the true reason was to keep the timeline as intact as possible this year, and Harry finding the truth about the heir of Slytherin could cause unexpected consequences if not deaths. Matthew was already unsure how the Horcrux inside Tom Riddle's diary would react to the news of Pettigrew capture. The Horcrux doesn't know Pettigrew personally since it only held the memories of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle and Pettigrew wasn't even born back then. But it knew enough to react to it, even with the few details the Prophet released in its article. Matthew just hoped the change wasn't too major. Scene break a few days ago, Ginny finally was able to rid herself of the diary by throwing it into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Accidentally, she managed to throw it through the forever hormonal ghost schoolgirl who began to have one of her famous meltdowns and completely flooded her bathroom with water. This gained the attention of Harry and Ron, who were on the way back from a class with the Hufflepuffs. They found the diary inside the bathroom and managed to connect Tom Riddle to the events of the first opening of the Chamber of Secrets, 50 years ago. The Golden Trio tried unsuccessfully to decipher the secrets of the diary. They didn't tell anything about it to Matthew, but he still kept his eye on them in secret since the Horcrux was dangerous. And he didn't forget the bad feeling he had at the beginning of the year, even though the events followed mostly the canon timeline. But today he was rather occupied. It was February 14th, Valentine's Day. When he watched the Harry Potter movies in his past life, he was disappointed that part of the books didn't make it into the movies. He found it hilarious when he read them as a child, but now that he is living through this day, his opinion changed. It was one of the most horrifying experiences of both his lives. He currently sat in the Great Hall for breakfast. When he entered the hall, he thought he was in the wrong place since it completely changed. The walls were all covered with large, lurid pink flowers. Worse still, heart-shaped confetti was falling from the pale blue ceiling. It was the definition of over the top. While many of the girls giggled, the boys only watched the situation in shock and disgust. The teacher table showed a ridiculous picture. Lockhart, wearing lurid pink robes to match the decorations, was waving for silence. The teachers on either side of him were looking stony-faced. The students could see a muscle going in Professor McGonagall's cheek. Snape looked as though someone had just fed him a large beaker of Skeelgrill. "Happy Valentine's Day!" Lockhart shouted. "And may I thank the 46 people who have so far sent me cards? Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and it doesn't end here." Lockhart clapped his hands, and through the doors to the entrance hall marched a dozen surly-looking dwarfs. Not just any dwarfs, however. Lockhart had them all wearing golden wings and carrying harps. "My friendly, card-carrying cupids," beamed Lockhart. "They will be roving around the school today delivering your valentines. And the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter into the spirit of the occasion. Why not ask Professor Snape to show you how to whip up a love potion? And while you're at it, Professor Flitwick knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met, the sly old dog." At first, the whole situation was funny for Matthew, especially Professor Flitwick's reaction to the announcement. But that quickly changed once he tried to go on with his day. The situation was only funny if you weren't the one being hunted down by an army of costumed dwarfs reciting poems and messages to him. It turns out he was more popular than he ever believed. Turns out being not bad looking while being intelligent and top of the class was a very attractive combination. Like Harry, he spent the day between classes running from dwarfs shouting at him how his eyes could melt glaciers or his beautiful mind conquers hearts. Once his classes were over, he hid completely exhausted in the Ravenclaw common room where the annoying dwarfs couldn't reach him. Inside the common room, he found Cho sitting at the fireplace reading a book. "Hey, Cho, happy Valentine's Day," said Matthew as he pulled out a pack of Valentine's chocolate. It seemed just appropriate to get her something, although they weren't really dating. He asked his mother to send him some from London. "Thank you, Matthew. It seems you had an exhausting day. Come sit down," she said as she accepted his gift with a smile. "Yeah, Lockhart's stupid cupids hunted me the whole day." "Oh, then we had the same idea. I am also hiding from them. And from Diggory," replied Cho while chuckling. "The dwarfs I can understand. But why are you hiding from Cedric? He is rather persistent in asking me out recently, and today he is acting like one of them," she replied as she rested beside him on the sofa. I see. Do you want me to talk to him?" he asked, feeling a bit annoyed by Cedric suddenly. "No, I can handle him just fine. I know a few nice hexes if he should act over the top," replied Cho while smiling. While Matthew had a nice evening with Cho on Valentine's Day, Harry's day went completely different. He was able to figure out how to communicate with Tom Riddle's diary and learn that Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts for opening the Chambers of Secrets 50 years ago. A fact that he decided to keep for himself for now, since Hagrid was his friend and the attacks seemed to have calmed down, which was no wonder to Matthew since the diary was currently in Harry's hands. The details he would only learn a few weeks later during the Easter break. You guys need tips for your electives? Do you have already an idea in which direction you want to pursue a career in the future?" asked Matthew the Golden Trio as they had approached him about their electives. "Does it really matter? Don't we have still plenty of time to decide on our future jobs? Let's just pick the easiest ones," grumbled Ron, who was of the opinion that choosing electives with the least amount of work was the best idea. "That's stupid, Ron. This choice is actually very important. Although you can write any OWL you want, it will be hard to self-study for them for most people. And the right electives are actually a requirement for many occupations in the wizarding world. There are also some electives you can only pick after you finish your OWLs. Like alchemy, for example. For that, you would have to complete your potion, transfiguration, and runes OWL," explained Matthew. "See, Ron, so just picking care for magical creatures and divination is a bad idea," added an annoyed Hermione, who probably spent the last few hours arguing with the lazy redhead. "Yup, especially since one of them is the least useful option available. But didn't your head of house already tell you that?" wondered Matthew. "Professor Flitwick had a discussion with every second-year Ravenclaw this week. He was very helpful and knowledgeable. It helped me choose the best options for me. Although I'm still a bit disappointed that I couldn't choose all electives. But at least I will still be able to take the OWLs in all of them," explained Hermione. "I see. So what did you pick?" asked Matthew the bushy-haired girl. "Care for magical creatures, ancient runes, and arithmancy. So, pretty much the best options for a Muggleborn." "I have the same," added Matthew. "And what did Professor McGonagall advise to you guys?" he asked as he looked at the two other boys. "She handed us the formula and told us that the choice is important for our future," muttered Harry. "That's it? No one-on-one conversation or career guidance with every student?" asked Matthew a bit baffled, and though only a shaking of their head in reply. The rumors are true that Professor McGonagall is pretty much overworked in her many positions as teacher, head of house, and headmistress. Well, nothing I could change. Then let me give you at least a small introduction about the possibilities. So you had divination and care in mind?" "Yes, they are the options with the least work to do," nodded Ron. "And with the least options for future jobs," added Matthew slightly annoyed. "First of all, divination is completely useless for any of you. Somewhere over the last few centuries, some minor details about the class seem to have gone lost or forgotten. You need to have the inner eye, a special talent or disposition like Parseltongue but more common. Different from Parseltongue, it can appear in anyone, although it is more likely in some family lines. But none of you have it. Did any of you ever space out and randomly tell a prophecy to someone or dream of a future event?" asked Matthew. No. I don't think so," replied Ron confused. Then if you really pick divination, you would have to spend the next few years inventing some prophecies in your coursework. Although divination is less work than the other options, it still is only a few hours less overall. You basically would have to waste a lot of your lifetime inventing answers for your homework instead of doing something productive. Next, there is care of magical creatures. Not a bad option. Mostly useful for occupations that have to do with magical animals like dragonologists or magazoologists. But it is also useful for hit wizards or aurors who sometimes have to take care of rampaging creatures in their jobs. If you want to work in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, then it would also not hurt to have an OWL there, explained Matthew. My brother is dragonologist, although his job is somewhat dangerous, it could still be interesting. So I will definitely pick that, said Ron. Okay, next there is Muggle Studies, which is only useful for a job in the ministry. For some reason, they love it if their applicants have an OWL there. The actual course is outdated by several decades, but easy to learn. So not a bad option for you, Ron. It will look good on your resume, and your mom probably won't complain. If you had any questions, you can ask either Hermione or Harry, since they could easily help you. For you, Harry, it would be a complete waste of time. You actually could teach the course yourself. This is one of the OWLs that you can complete without attending the course. Basically a free outstanding for you, said Matthew. I see. So what should I pick then? I would like to do care, but I still need a second option, since divination and Muggle Studies are out, pondered Harry. Well, there's either arithmancy or ancient runes. Both are a bit harder than the rest, but the most valuable options. Arithmancy is a version of math basically on the level of Muggle secondary education. Its main uses are for predictions, spell and potions creations, and warding. Possible job options would be in curse breaking, warding, enchantments, and the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries is a research department for magic. In principles, the scientists for magic. Arithmancy also looks good for any other job, even if it doesn't have much to do with it, explained Matthew. And lastly, my actual recommendation for you, ancient runes. It's the study of different rune languages and their practical applications. It's useful for warding, enchanting, spell creation, and also an alternative form of casting. While arithmancy is a rather theoretical course, ancient runes is more practical. With a good OWL in runes, you could easily work in the different branches like with arithmancy, but it also has a good practical aspect which is more useful for aurors or hit wizards. In the end, the combination of arithmancy and runes is very useful, but still a lot of work, explained Matthew. That's why I picked them. And I will also write the Muggle Studies OWL, said Hermione. I think both arithmancy and runes would be too much for me, muttered Harry. But you have good arguments. Sirius also told me my mom and dad were actually very good in school. So I think I will pick care for magical creatures and ancient runes like you suggested, decided Harry. Good, both of them are good choices, agreed Matthew. Do you guys have your forms here? We can fill them out, and you can later give them to your heads of house, said Matthew. I have mine here, said Hermione as she took hers out of her bag. Me too, added Ron. I forgot mine in the dorm. I will be right back, said Harry as he left the library in direction of the Gryffindor common room. Harry was gone for a good while. Ron and Hermione became slightly worried while they waited for their friend. Something must have happened, and Matthew had a good idea of what it was. After a while, a shocked Harry returned to the library. So do you have your form? Did something happen? Asked Matthew once the younger boy arrived. Yes, but that doesn't matter right now. Someone searched through all my stuff. They even tried to break my trunk open, but the security enchantments held. But they still found what they were looking for since it was in my school bag. It took me a while to realize. They stole the diary, said Harry with an undertone to Ron and Hermione. What? Hermione looked aghast at the news. But only a Gryffindor could have stolen. Nobody else knows your password. Exactly, said Harry. Matthew decided it was time to interrupt the trio and get to the gist of the situation. Please slow down, you three. Could you explain to me what happened? What diary? When did you start to write a diary, Harry? Asked Matthew, pretending to be confused and unable to follow their conversation. You see, we really wanted to tell you. But you always try to get us away from investigating, began Harry to explain slightly awkwardly. Investigating? You three are impossible. This has again something to do with the Chamber of Secrets. I try to keep you safe. Since a real killer is walking through these halls, probably with an XXXXX class creature under his control. And you are only 3 second-year students with their most powerful defense spell being the disarming charm. Do you really think you could do better than the teachers? Who have decades of experience on you and are some of the most powerful wizards in Britain if not the world. I only let you go with your Polyjuice plan since it was educational and Malfoy wasn't the heir so you would stay safe. But you seem just to have the talent to get in trouble, ranted Matthew. Sorry, Matthew. We really should have told you earlier, admitted Hermione while staring sadly at the ground. Asterisk psi asterisk, you probably should have. Sorry for getting angry at you three. I just tried to keep you safe. So what is this about a diary? Asked Matthew, now focusing on the 3 young students. After a lengthy explanation of how Harry and Ron found the diary of Tom Riddle in Myrtle's bathroom, and how it showed Harry a memory from 50 years ago, Matthew just could sigh again. So you found a diary of a student that was present during the time the Chamber of Secrets was opened the first time. A student that caught the original culprit. And none of you got the idea that something fishy was going on? Asked Matthew as he stared at the 3 with a deadpan look. Hermione had at least the decency to blush. If you are saying it that way, what a coincidence for such an artifact to appear when the chamber got opened again. Especially an artifact with a consciousness. Don't you think so? Added Matthew. What do you mean? Asked Ron, confused. What do I mean? You probably held the artifact responsible for the opening of the chamber in your hands. I am not sure what kind of artifact, but it must be a very complex type of magic. The only artifacts I know of that are able to show memories in such a way are Pensives. And they are very advanced ones and very rare. But this book had intelligence. Alone from that fact, you should be alarmed. This object may have control over another student and be responsible for the opening of the chamber. Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. That's at least what my father always says, muttered Ron, embarrassed. Yes, and you should listen to your father. That are very wise words, replied Matthew. But how do you know that the diary is responsible for the opening of the chamber? Asked Harry. I don't know it for 100%. The abilities of the artifact aside, there were no attacks while you had the diary. That's the first clue, said Matthew. Secondly, someone tried to get rid of the diary. Based on the description of how you found it. Most likely a Gryffindor student. That Gryffindor probably saw that you had the diary and feared that it would do the same to you. So the person took it back from you and is probably back under the control of that thing, explained Matthew with a serious look. What should we do? Asked Hermione, disturbed by the fact that there is some student mind controlled by an artifact. You. Nothing. Keep your heads down and focus on your schoolwork. This is already dangerous enough. The diary sounds like a really powerful dark artifact. I will try to find out more about the diary and inform the teachers once I am sure. Unlike you three, I can keep myself safe, said Matthew as he began to set up himself as the hero in their minds. In a few days, it would be the right time to make himself a name in the wizarding world by slaying the basilisk and saving Ginny from the control of the diary. The play he was setting up for the whole school year was approaching its final act, and the beginning of his path to the top in the wizarding world. Afterward, he parted ways with the 3 younger students and headed for the room of requirements. A few days ago, he received a notification from the AI chip that the Magitech drones in the room completed their task. They also found something else that could prove interesting for him. Once inside the room, he spotted his 3 drones standing before his old trunk in an idle position. Meanwhile, the room was emptier and more organized than before. Although the labyrinth still existed, it was no longer randomly made. The drones grouped similar objects together, and also created a mental map for Matthew if he ever needed to access it. All the useful things were meanwhile in his trunk, be it magical artifacts, ingredients, potions, books and notes, or just valuable things like metals, gems, artwork, jewelry, or even some objects made of goblin silver like a dagger or some jewelry. Interestingly, they didn't find any money. Matthew guessed that the house elves who filled the room over the centuries with the lost things of the inhabitants of the castle put any money into the vault of the school. After all, Hogwarts could find a use for the money, unlike the other objects and trash. Meanwhile, Matthew had an idea of what to do with the goblin silver objects. If what he knew of their culture was true, he could use them to improve his standing with them and improve his influence in the wizarding world. Even get some cash. The goblins were powerful allies to gain. But that didn't matter right now. What really caught his interest was the thing currently resting on his trunk. It was one of the strange multifaceted stones he already found 2 of. Sarah, scan it. Is it the same kind as the 2 others? Beep. Scanning. Complete. Confirming similar structure and energy signature like the previous samples. The soul inside is dormant. Interesting, but also troublesome, muttered Matthew as he stared at the stone worried. The drones almost missed the stone. After all, it looked like a small stone and could easily misinterpret as a pebble. But one of his drones literally stumbled over the stone and fell. Coincidence? He didn't believe in such a coincidence. Especially since his drones aren't supposed to fall over a stone. It was as if the stones wanted to get together and be found. Even if the soul inside them was still sleeping. For now, he took the stone with him but stored it inside a box that he created for Horcruxes and kept it away from the others. He didn't want it to fuse with them like the 2 previous ones. From all, he knew the being inside was too powerful. But leaving it here was too risky. He didn't know what would happen if it fell into wrong hands. Completely shocked while suppressing his emotions, Matthew entered the Ravenclaw common room. He ignored the look of pity the other students gave him. He controlled his anger and sadness as he passed his roommates. Matthew, began Roger with a sad look on his face. Not now. I need time. Please leave me alone for now, interrupted Matthew them. This was currently the last thing he needed. He didn't need anybody giving him a pep talk or helping him to face his emotions. But you, tried Roger again but got stopped as Harold put a hand on his shoulder and shook his hand. All 3 stared sadly at Matthew's back. Without looking back, he entered his shared sleeping dorm and directly approached his house trunk. Once he was inside and sure that nobody could hear him thanks to the protective enchantments, he let his anger and grief free rein as he began to yell. Just yelling without meaning. Just letting his emotions free rein. His powerful magic followed his emotions, and the raging storm he was suppressing for the last few hours finally got unleashed. The things in his bedroom began to levitate and fly through the room. They crashed onto the walls, floor, and roof and left dents and rifts behind. But he simply didn't care at the moment. Right now it didn't matter. How could things go so wrong? He asked himself. Where did I fail? This wasn't supposed to happen. How could things so deviate from the original timeline? I did try to control it, manipulate things to my favor. This is just wrong. Everything was going as planned. I kept the major plot points as close to the original as possible. Did my existence really cause such a grave butterfly effect? Was my try to play God punished in such a way? Just why did this happen? Matthew calmed down as his magic stopped causing chaos in his room and the storm inside him was suppressed through his cold and calculative but righteous fury. He was angry at himself, angry at fate, and angry at Tom Riddle, angry at any higher beings who he felt were now laughing at him. He only could think back to how things went out of his control in a completely for him unexpected way. His own arrogance disgusted him. How could everything become just so fucked up? Earlier today it was a beautiful day. The sun shone brightly with only a few white clouds in the sky, perfect condition for a Quidditch match. The whole castle was excited for the Quidditch match between the experienced and powerful Gryffindor team and the fresh and strong Hufflepuff team under their new house captain Cedric Diggory. While the Golden Trio watched their housemates carefully for any sign of the diary or for a student possessed by it, the rest of the school chattered excitedly. As they were about to leave for the Quidditch pitch for the match, Hermione seemed to have a spark of inspiration and let her 2 friends already go ahead while she ran in direction of the library. Matthew watched it from his house table as he accompanied his friends during breakfast. He also registered how Ginny with a vacant look in her eyes followed her. Hermione, why do you have to be so brilliant but at the same time so foolish? I hope you will learn to be more careful from this experience. Being petrified will help you to use your genius mind more efficiently rather like a foolish and rash Gryffindor. After all, you are a Ravenclaw, thought Matthew as he decided to let the events to play out. After all, she would only miss a few weeks of classes. Classes that she probably already memorized by heart. People left the Great Hall in direction of the Quidditch pitch, while Harry joined his teammates in the cabins. Ron headed for the ranks where his Gryffindor classmates sat. Meanwhile, Matthew was waiting with his roommates for the start of the match. He didn't have to wait long. The teams walked onto the field to tumultuous applause. Oliver Wood took off for a warm-up flight around the goalposts. Madam Hooch released the balls. The Hufflepuffs, who played in Canary Yellow, were standing in a huddle, having a last-minute discussion of tactics. Harry was just mounting his broom when Professor McGonagall came half marching, half running across the pitch, carrying an enormous purple megaphone. Why isn't she using the sonorous charm? Wondered Matthew as he watched the headmistress walk onto the pitch already knowing what was going on. This match has been cancelled. Professor McGonagall called through the megaphone, addressing the packed stadium. There were boos and shouts. Oliver Wood, looking devastated, landed and ran toward Professor McGonagall without getting off his broomstick. But Professor, he shouted, we've got to play the cup, Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued to shout through her megaphone. All students are to make their way back to the house common rooms, where their heads of houses will give them further information. As quickly as you can, please. Mr. Mason, if you would join me, please. Then she lowered the megaphone and beckoned Harry over to her. Potter, I think you better come with me as well. While Harry visibly wondered again whether he was a suspect again, Matthew headed for the both of them. Ron detached himself from the complaining crowd. He came running up to them as they set off toward the castle. To their surprise, Professor McGonagall didn't object. Yes, perhaps you better come too, Weasley. While many students were grumbling and complaining about the cancellation of the match, some looked worried. Something grave must have happened. Harry, Ron, and Matthew followed Professor McGonagall up the castle, who looked visibly devastated. They walked up the marble staircase but didn't head to anybody's office. This will be very hard for you 3, said Professor McGonagall in a subdued and sad voice as they approached the infirmary. There has been another attack, another double attack. Harry and Ron became very pale as they realized what they were about to see. Meanwhile, Matthew steeled his expression. He suddenly became very worried. The feeling from the start of the year was back. Something is wrong. He realized as he checked his mental map. While Professor McGonagall opened the door to the infirmary, he saw all the victims on the map resting in beds inside the infirmary while they were still petrified. But Hermione wasn't there. As they entered the room, Madame Pomfrey stood in front of the bed of Penelope Clearwater. The 5th-year student, only 1 year older than Matthew, that became perfect this year, rested in the bed. She wasn't petrified. On the bed beside her rested another person. Hermione. She wasn't petrified either. Neither was she moving or breathing. Both of them didn't appear on his map. Rather, they looked like they were sleeping. Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater were dead. No, said Matthew as he stared at them in shock. They were found near the library, said Professor McGonagall as she shook her head sadly. Does any of you have an idea what she was doing there? But neither Harry nor Ron heard her at this moment. Both of them stared at Hermione with pale looks on their faces while they didn't move. They stood there petrified. Tears formed in Harry's eyes. Matthew wasn't either in a condition to talk. Right now his mind was in complete chaos while only one thought went through his head. This is my fault. The world stood still for Harry, Ron, and Matthew as they watched the pale, cold, and unmoving body of the bushy-haired girl on the bed. Matthew was deep in his self-regret, and just stared at the body until a white light entered the infirmary. A silvery white phoenix arrived in front of Professor McGonagall, who stood beside the three boys with a sad look and glassy eyes while they processed what they saw. Minerva, gather all the students in the Great Hall. I have something to tell the student body, came the voice of Professor Dumbledore from the white glowing bird. Once the message stopped, the Patronus disappeared in thin air. I will accompany you to the Great Hall. But first, we need to stop at the Gryffindor common room to get the other students, said McGonagall heavily. The headmaster will address the students. You will also follow us, Mr. Mason. Professor Flitwick knows that you are with me. Yes, Professor, said Matthew with a quiet voice. What will happen now, Professor? Asked Harry with a lifeless voice. I don't know, Mr. Potter. The school will probably be closed. For how long I have no idea, explained the professor as she guided them to the Gryffindor Tower. Once arrived, she gathered all members of the house and addressed them. We will head now to the Great Hall together where the headmaster will explain the situation and address the future of the school. The Gryffindors realized that the situation must be serious as they followed McGonagall through the ancient castle. Silently whispering with each other, they arrived at the Great Hall, where the members of Hufflepuff and Slytherin were already present since their common rooms are closer to the Great Hall. A few minutes later, the Ravenclaws also arrived and Matthew joined them at their table. Whispers spread through the whole hall as rumors spread among the students until the door to the teacher lounge opened and Professor Dumbledore stepped into the hall. The Great Hall suddenly became dead silent. Today is a dark day for everyone, said Dumbledore, looking around the Great Hall. He seemed far older than ever and the twinkle in his eyes dimmed. There is much I would like to tell you today. A few hours ago we were still happily anticipating the Quidditch match today, but the events took a dark turn. We lost two of our own who should be standing here right now, he announced with a grave voice. Many students paled and began to look around in order to find the identity of the deceased. Some even had tears in their eyes. After a few moments, his friends realized who was missing and stared at him with sadness in their eyes. Yes, it pains me that I have to announce the death of two Ravenclaw students, namely Hermione Granger, one of the brightest witches to ever walk through these halls, and Penelope Clearwater, a highly respected prefect who always helped her fellow students. Without them, Hogwarts won't ever be the same, he revealed. While the majority of the students looked sad at that news, there were some Slytherins who chuckled and nodded as if someone did something good. Amongst them was Draco Malfoy, who muttered, "Good riddance of the worthless mudbloods." But he quickly shut up as he felt Dumbledore's ice-cold gaze on him. The last time a student died in Hogwarts was 50 years ago under similar circumstances, also through the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. The Ministry chose to apprehend the same suspect as last time and transported him to Azkaban. But since his guilt was never proved, I have to announce with a heavy heart. Hogwarts will be closed from today on for an indefinite period, said Dumbledore as he watched the students through his half-moon glasses. Shit. Hermione is dead. Hogwarts is closed. And the timeline is completely screwed. Even if I revealed Ginny and the diary now as the culprits, I would be in a bad light. I let this shit happen after all even though I knew the truth. Everything is wrong. I am so sorry, Hermione. He ranted inside his head as his sadness turned into anger, and that fucking ferret mocks her. And the stupid Ministry again captured Hagrid without any proof. Why is this happening? Where did I go wrong? While Matthew had his inner hate monologue, Dumbledore continued with his announcement. The Hogwarts Express will leave tomorrow morning. Until then, please pack your things and prepare yourself for your travel home. Don't leave the common room. The castle is to my greatest regret no longer safe for anyone, added the white-bearded headmaster with a deep sigh. We will have dinner now since we are already here. Afterward, you will follow your head of house back to your common room where you will stay and prepare yourself for your departure tomorrow. He ended his announcement as he waved his hands and food appeared in front of the students. Even though the tables were filled with a feast, the atmosphere inside the Great Hall was troubled. Many students were just silent and eat their meals while staring at their plates. There were only a few hushed whispers here and there. Meanwhile, Cho sat down beside Matthew and lay a hand on his. Matthew, how are you? She asked with a concerned voice. Not now, Cho. I just can't talk about it right now. I can't believe she just died like that, he replied with a sad smile. Cho wanted to add something, but decided and just sat and ate beside him while giving him comfort alone through her presence. Once the students finished, they followed their head of house out of the Great Hall. While Matthew followed the group of Ravenclaws behind Professor Flitwick, he spotted a head full of platinum blonde hair in the group following the dark twirling ropes of Hogwarts Potion Master. That was the moment when Matthew's darker emotions amplified through his grief took a hold of him. In his anger, he wandless cast one of the nastier curses he knew. Even though all his anger and wrath, he was aware enough to not use something like the Unforgivables, although for a moment he wanted to. No, he was aware enough to secretly cast the curse he had from the last scroll he collected in Azkaban. The curse was one related to nightmares and fear. It would torture the Malfoy heir with his greatest fears for months. They would become stronger and stronger and corrode his mental state until only insanity remained. He didn't regret that he just basically ended a life. In his opinion, the future Death Eater deserved it, and nobody would be able to prove that he was responsible for it since the curse should be unknown to anyone and he didn't use a wand for it. He followed his fellow Ravenclaws to their common room. He was the walker at the end of the group and they kept their distance from him. Just as he wanted to enter the common room behind the others, he got stopped by Professor Flitwick. Do you want to talk to me, Mr. Mason? If you want, we could head to my office and discuss the events of today with a cup of tea, offered the small professor. No thank you, Professor. The wounds are too fresh. I don't think I am in the right state of mind for now for such a discussion, he said, realizing how dark and angry he just acted a few minutes ago, dooming a student to insanity. Was that a normal reaction? He pondered before he realized he was still standing before Professor Flitwick. Maybe once we return to school in a few weeks or months? If, he added. Okay, but please talk with someone once you are ready, Mr. Mason, said the half-goblin concerned. Yes, Professor. Good night, he said as he stepped into their common room where he ignored the sad stares and looks of pity from the other students. While he entered his trunk inside their sleeping dorm. Once inside his trunk, he entered his bedroom where his emotions broke through the suppressing power of his inclemency and began to run rampant. His magic followed suit and began to cause chaos all around him. The things inside his bedroom began to levitate and fly through his room, causing havoc and destruction all around him. His emotional outbreak took a while until he was able to calm enough and get a grip over his emotions and magic. Slowly his possessions landed on the floor as his magic ebbed down. How could everything become just so fucked up? He didn't have many friends. His calculative personality and ambitions caused that. Even though he planned to use the Golden Trio to use as pawns in his own plans, to reach his goals by manipulating them. But somehow they managed to worm a place into his heart. Instead of characters in books and movies that he viewed as pawns and tools to manipulate in order to gain an advantage at the start of his new life, they became people that were important to him. His friends. Especially Hermione, the smart and lively bushy-haired girl with an inquisitive spirit and desire for new knowledge, who he could hold long discussions about many topics and ideas with. Yes, they became important to him. Her death hit him harder than he ever expected. This whole situation was a shock, a wake-up call for him. With Hermione's death, the whole canon timeline was derailed and out of his calculations. In the original timeline, she would have been one of the most important characters to defeat Voldemort. She basically carried the whole Horcrux hunt and saved Harry's life countless times. Without her, Matthew had no idea how Harry would manage to complete the task that he was fated for. Obviously, Matthew could help him out, but it would make things much more complex for him. For one, he lost most of the advantage of his foreknowledge, and secondly, it would mean he would be a direct target of Voldemort. That didn't really scare him, and Dumbledore would probably do everything in his power for their success, but it still made it much harder to predict the events and to reap maximal advantage. Much worse was that he lost one of his closest friends in this life. He enjoyed her company. And now she was dead. Lost for him forever. A person he enjoyed to spend his time with wasn't anymore. I won't accept it. This can't be how it ends for her. This is something I won't accept, he said with newfound determination. Wasn't this what he tried to change in his new life? Didn't he want to reach the peak of power in this world so he and the people close to himself, his friends, and family won't die anymore? If he just accepted her death, wouldn't he have already failed in his aspiration for the peak of existence? He needed to bring her back. How should I do that? The necromancy knowledge of the rewarding world that he was able to gather was limited to animate corpses, some odd rituals to communicate with the death under special conditions, soul magic, and few odd spells here and there. Even Voldemort's memories didn't have any lead to bring someone truly death back. He thought, maybe I could get the Deathly Hallow in the ancestral home of the Gaunt family and summon her soul back. Bind her to an object like a Horcrux and recreate her body with the ritual that Voldemort would use. He muttered as he tried to think of possibilities. No, she would hate me and herself if I killed her father to use his bones in the ritual. Sarah, do you have any idea? He asked hopefully. Scanning database for possible solutions. Beep 3 methods found. Method 1. Using a summoning ritual from the Scroll of Sins to bargain with a higher being. Although this method has high risks, there is no guarantee the entity won't trick you or demand a high price. Method 2. Gather all 3 Deathly Hallows and become the Master of Death. The legends about them suggest the Master of Death has some kind of control over death itself. Since the existence of higher beings is confirmed, death should also be out there. Worst case, exchange the Hallows for one life brought back. Method 3. Use the Time Turner to prevent Hermione from dying. Caution. This needs to happen now since the host is approaching the limit of a time jump. The Time Turner, of course. But should I risk it? I remember that Hermione herself said in the movies, bad things happen to wizards or witches that mess with time. He muttered as he took the Time Turner out of his moleskin pouch that he created himself. It was expanded to carry a lot of things with him. He spelled that nobody could steal from it, or even remove it from him. There was also a Notice Me Not charm so nobody would even notice it was there in the first place. He stared at the golden chain with the contraception containing the hourglass full of time sand on it. The last few weeks since he found it in the room of requirements, he made full use of it and studied extensively to understand it. But in the end, I have no idea what happens if change the past with it. I know that the Back to the Future principle of time travel was bullshit. Every wizard that attempted to change the past disappeared. I am not the first who attempted something like this. While in Back to the future changed with the past, here their disappearance signified that they either died or something else happened to them. He mused as he recalled all he found out about the small but powerful device in his hands. They either died somehow, maybe even stopped to exist, or they created another timeline. This would mean that the multiverse theory is true, and every decision creates new parallel timelines. That would also explain the disappearance of everyone that attempted to change the past. They simply entered another timeline and never returned back to their original one. In theory at least. This was probably the dumbest thing to do. But the first method was even dumber, and would cost him his life or freedom. And the second took too long to try it first since there was no way to confirm if it would actually work. Even if he rushed to the shack to get the stone and was able to persuade Dumbledore to hand over the wand, although Harry would give him the cloak without thinking about it if it meant to save Hermione, it still would take hours. An amount of time he didn't have. There could be another method somewhere out there, but the chance was too low to be sure of it. No, he needed to do it now. He already said it in the past. No risk, no gains. I am sure I won't just die from trying to change the past, so whatever happens, I can handle it once it happens. But I won't accept failing here. He determined as he began to wrap the chain of the Time Turner around himself. I need to use the whole 5 spins that I can safely use. 5 hours back and I will be back at breakfast time where I will be able to intercept her at the library and protect her from the basilisk. As Matthew began to spin the hourglass, and the ring surrounding it, time around him began to change. The world began to move backward in a fast manner as if someone was pressing the rewind button on the world itself. While the Time Turner gave off a green glow, as the damage his emotional outbreak caused to his room fixed itself. His things flew at a fast pace back to their original place while he spun the Time Turner for the first time. For the other 4 spins there was no indication besides the clock on his wall that he was traveling back in time since only he could access his trunk. Once Matthew completed the 5th spin on the Time Turner, everything went back to normal, and the clock once again ticked forward second for second. Let's see. It should be about breakfast time right now. Yes, there she is in the Great Hall, muttered Matthew as he checked his mental map. Hermione was right there back in the Great Hall waiting for the start of the Quidditch match. I am also arriving with my friends right now. So our shared sleeping dorm is empty right now. Normally he only used the Time Turner in his trunk, or the room of requirements, so he wouldn't disrupt the flow of time and nobody realized there are currently 2 Matthews wandering through the castle. But that wasn't an option right now. He needed to move secretly without causing any change to the timeline until he could save Hermione. I need to make sure that I am ready for the fight, he muttered as he put his enchanted glasses back on. They would make sure he could fight the basilisk without the need to not stare into its fights. Next, he pointed his wand onto one temple of his glasses and applied a sticking charm on it, then the same for the other side. So that's ready? Should I put some kind of armor on? Nah, it wouldn't work against the basilisk. I will apply some protective enchantments and hardening charm on my clothes, but that must be enough. Flexibility to dodge is more important. Next, he filled his pouch with potions that could be useful for the fight. Once he completed the preparations for the battle, he left his trunk and stepped into his dorm room. First, he confirmed on his map that the corridor in front of the library was empty, then he opened a portal to it and arrived there. All is left is waiting. He muttered as he applied a disillusionment charm on himself and focused his attention on his map that monitored the whole castle. After a while, Hermione parted from his friends and headed toward the library tower. Ginny secretly followed her out of the Great Hall but instead headed for the 2nd floor where Myrtle's bathroom was located and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Once she entered the entrance she vanished from the map, since the wards didn't reach into the chamber. While Matthew waited there monitoring the castle, Hermione passed him and entered the library without noticing the invisible guardian. A few minutes later Penelope Clearwater the Ravenclaw prefect also entered the library. Matthew stood outside and guarded the door mentally preparing for the battle. Beep. Ginny Weasley once again appeared on the map. Somewhere in the 6th floor corridor is another entrance to the Chamber of Secrets located. I see, that is good to know. Matthew entered quickly the library and spotted Hermione and Penelope both sharing the same table. They raised their heads and saw him as he opened the door to the library. Matthew, I know what Slytherin's monster is. We need to inform the professors, began Hermione to tell him as he arrived at the table. Yes, I know a basilisk. That's why only Harry heard it. It doesn't matter, Dumbledore probably already knew for over 50 years. But without being able to enter the Chambers of Secrets, he couldn't do anything about it. But we are in danger right now. The basilisk is controlled by Ginny, who is possessed by the diary and heading in this direction. No matter what, you two here stay inside the library. I will handle it, he quickly explained. What? Both of them shouted. I can't let you handle it alone, Matthew. I am a prefect, said Penelope. Thank you for your concern, Penelope, but there is nothing you can do. I am prepared for it and more powerful than you. You would die. Stay here and protect Hermione, requested Matthew with a small smile as he stepped outside and magically sealed the door. Matthew, wait. was the last thing he heard before he closed the door. So are you here to kill us, Ginny? He asked as he knew she was already standing at the end of the corridor. My target was a mudblood with long teeth, but 2 more mudblood death is even better, replied a male voice through Ginny. The only one dying today is you, Tom, answered Matthew as he stared at the redhead who wore a hateful face completely unlike Ginny and had a snake behind her. Smart. Avoiding its eyes, but that won't help you, replied Ginny with the deep voice. Section kill him, section let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. Kill, section stop, section ordered Matthew in Parseltongue. Section you speak the royal tongue? But you don't smell like master. Die, section answered the basilisk as it stopped for a moment before it continued to attack. You worthless mudblood stole the magic of your betters. Die, you worthless animal, ranted Ginny possessed by Tom. Well, it was worth a try, he thought as he began to attack the giant snake. It was over 60 feet long and dark green in color. First Matthew conjured long and sharp metal spikes and accelerated them against the snake. His glasses were working against the yellow eyes and its death gaze. But they began to grow hot. How are you resisting its gaze? You should be dead, Dash, shouted Riddle as he took Ginny's wand into his hands to join the battle. Matthew quickly threw an explosion charm at him to startle him, before disarming him. It worked since Riddle in his arrogance wasn't prepared to face Matthew seriously since in his mind a muggle-born Hogwarts student was far beneath him in skill. Next, he got hit by an overpowered stunner from Matthew that took him out hard, since he couldn't defend himself without his wand in his hands. Meanwhile, the gigantic snake was about to bite down on Matthew who was temporarily distracted by Riddle's interference. He quickly rolled to the side dodging the deathly bite of the basilisk who instead bit down onto the floor. Matthew quickly transfigured a statue standing in the corridor into a rooster who began to cry instantly. The basilisk began to roar clearly in pain. The cry showed an effect but it didn't kill it. For that, he would probably need a real one. But the cry was strong enough for it to open its mouth during the roar where Matthew placed a volley of dark cutting curses aiming for its brain. The curses cut into the head of the big snake from the inside where it wasn't protected by the magic-resistant scales and hit its target. With its brain turned to mush, the 60 feet long body fell onto the floor, not moving anymore. I did it, cheered Matthew as he leaned exhausted against the wall of the corridor. Ginny was still laying knocked out on the floor with the black diary beside her. Just as Matthew wanted to collect the diary, something else happened. A transparent white rectangle with a yellowish tint appeared in the air of the corridor. Completely shocked, Matthew quickly jumped backward to gain some distance from it. What is happening now? Awful things happen to wizards who meddle with time. The words of an older Hermione from his past life came to mind as he saw the familiar portal standing there. That explains what happens to wizards, or rather people who meddle with time. Moments later, 3 more rectangles appeared out of thin air a few meters apart from the first one, and people stepped out of each of them. 4 soldiers clothed in dark combat suits with protective armor on their chests, arms, and feet. Each of them wore a dark helmet with a number printed on them. On their shoulders was a circular patch. It was orange in color and depicted an hourglass. Written on it were the words Time Variance Authority at the top, and at the bottom for all time always. Damn, Loki is D.B. Cooper, one of the most wanted men on Earth. Shit, this isn't important right now. Am I in the MCU or the Marvel Comics? Or what is the TVA doing in my universe? At least I should be part of a universe belonging to a sacred timeline monitored by them since they look exactly like the TVA of the MCU. He realized unsure of where in the multiverse he lived on. That was the least of his concerns at the moment. The soldiers spread out analyzing the situation while surrounding Matthew with their time sticks pointed at him, combat ready for any unexpected movement. Appears to be a standard sequence violation, said the dark-skinned female hunter with the number B15 on her helmet. She looked at the device in her hand while slowly stepping forward. Branches growing at a stable rate and slope. A variant identified. Sorry, who are you? Asked Matthew, trying to lower the guards as he was unsure of their true capabilities. He saw the show Loki in his old life and knew they managed to take him out without trouble. Something he was pretty sure he couldn't do at the moment. After all, Loki was not only a powerful Asgardian but also one of the most powerful magic users in the MCU or the Marvel Comics. He had no real way of countering their time manipulation besides catching them off guard. On behalf of the Time Variance Authority, I hereby arrest you for crimes against the sacred timeline. She continued, B15 not bothered by his question, as if she did this countless times, which she probably did. Hands up. You are coming with us, she demanded as her companions prepared their weapons. I truly am sorry, but I don't know who you are or what this is about, or how you even entered Hogwarts, but I am sure we can talk about it like civilized people. Tried Matthew while fishing for time so he can come up with a way out of this conflict. Even if he fled, they would just reset this whole timeline, which would mean the end of his existence, so or so. Even if he killed them, they would just send someone else to reset the timeline. This only left him with one option, survive and adapt. But first I need to gather some information so I can adapt. There is nothing to talk about the variant. Last chance, warned B15. I have no time for this. Get out of my way so I can take care of Tom Riddle and help an innocent person. Now get out of my way, said Matthew as he stepped in direction of Ginny and the diary. Be ready, Sarah. Gather all possible data on their technology and time manipulation, he requested at the same time. Like Matthew expected, they didn't care about anything in this timeline. B15 raised her time stick and put a time dilatation field around him without any further warning as she punched him in the face. Ouch. For science, thought Matthew in real time. You are now moving at January 16th th speed, explained B15 as she watched Matthew flying backward from the impact of the punch in slow motion since the speed around him is slowed down as he experienced the pain. But feeling all that pain in real time. Analyzing time field, gathering data. Not enough data for countermeasures. She put a collar of the TVA around his neck before Matthew landed on the stony floor of the corridor. 2 of the other hunters approached him and picked him up as B15 ordered. Reset the timeline. Beep. Detecting magic and energy interference. The collar around the host's neck is preventing magic from leaving his body. No spell casting is possible. Analyzing situation and preparing possible countermeasures. I'm sorry. In order to save one person, I doomed the whole new universe. But why? In the original books and movies, Hermione survived and only got petrified. Shouldn't this be part of the sacred timeline? Was it because I killed the basilisk? Or is it something else? Pondered Matthew while he got dragged through one of the portals to the TVA. I will find a way to correct it. But first I need more information and to survive. Kang the Conqueror is an extremely dangerous foe. There is no way I can act as blindly as before. The last thing he saw was that the last hunter activated a reset charge he placed on the floor, and this newly created timeline began to disintegrate before the scenery around him changed as he passed through the portal. They arrived at the entrance area of the TVA office. The floor and walls were orange colored and gave off a rather otherworldly vibe. On the ceiling were many circular light spots while also being orange in color. The whole place felt futuristic but at the same time 80 seconds, which was extremely strange for Matthew. But it looked just like in the TV show. Behind them, the time portal closed as he was led into the lobby area where a circular orange reception desk with a hole was. On it stood a computer, and Casey, the same Asian clerk that handled Loki, was sitting behind it. So it's hopefully the TVA pre-Loki and Sylvie killing Kang, or he who remains. Since Casey is the clerk who spent his whole life behind the desk. How does time even work here? This place exists outside time, pondered Matthew. If the wizarding world is part of the MCU, then does that mean that the events of Loki only happen after the time heist? Time travel is just brain fuck. Where am I? Asked Matthew as they approached the reception. Shut up, replied B15 as she pushed him forward and took his wand from his wrist holster. She didn't register his pouch. Good, the notice me not charm is still working. This means it's the collar that is suppressing my magic and not this place in general. So any enchantments I place on things will be working here, realized Matthew, as he secretly dropped his pouch onto the floor where it would remain hopefully undetected. Hello, ma'am, greeted Casey awkwardly as he registered them. Put this in evidence. B15 placed his wand on the desk before pushing him forward. Can you at least tell me what it is? A fancy stick? Shouted Casey behind them as they were leaving. My wand. Take good care of it, I will be needing it later, replied Matthew, annoyed, still trying to come up with possible escape routes. Meanwhile, B15 just snorted amused. We will see, she added before she pushed him through an automatic metal door that looked a bit like for an elevator. Title, The TVA. Matthew was happy that he watched the Loki series before he died in his last life, where he would have been caught completely unprepared, although he was still unsure of how to escape without magic, and Sarah was still analyzing the collar and working on possible solutions. This room was the reason why Matthew had to drop his enchanted pouch beforehand, so he can collect it later. Inside the room waited some kind of robot with a display face which showed its emotions in yellow color through simple emoticons. It got 4 mechanical arms that moved toward Matthew. It tried to grab Matthew's cloak and strip it of him. Is this really necessary? Can I just keep my robes? Asked Matthew, not really feeling the need for a change of clothes. In response, the robot only made insisting peeping sounds while displaying a determined face on the display. It pulled out another arm that looked like a laser gun, which began to glow at its tip in yellow color. Next moment it began to remove his robes with a laser from top to bottom until Matthew stood there in all his natural glory with only the collar of the TVA around his neck remaining. Below him, a mechanical trapdoor opened and let him fall into the next room with a small surprised shout, even though he knew that would happen. Clothed again in gray prisoner clothes with the logo of the TVA on the right side of his chest, he landed in an office. There was a desk with a stack of paper on it, a printer, and a strange clock on the wall. The clock had many clock hands pointing at different times, but all of them stood still. Behind the desk sat another member of the TVA with glasses, who stared seriously at Matthew before talking to him. Please sign that this is everything you ever said, asked the office worker with seriousness as he put a pencil on the stack of papers and pushed it towards Matthew. Are you serious? Asked Matthew, and moments later the printer began to print. The office worker put the new paper on top of the stack. This too. I will have to confirm that before I sign it, said Matthew with a smile and began reading from the bottom after the next paper got added. Man, they are really brainwashed. He waited here patiently while I was reading this. Or are this just some mind games of he who remains to mess with his prisoners or even for his own amusement? Mused Matthew as he looked up after a while once he confirmed what he wanted to know. They only have records of Matthew Mason, not from my past life. From his first words until now. So they don't know that I am a reincarnated person. At least I hope so. I need to gather more information, he thought once he finally signed the papers. In the next moment, he again fell through a mechanical trapdoor and landed in another room. Inside was a midget standing behind a device that looked similar to a scanner at the airport. Please confirm to your knowledge that you are not a fully robotic being, were born an organic creature, and do in fact possess what many cultures would call a soul, asked the midget in a bored voice. I have a soul. But out of curiosity, what would happen if I were a robot? Asked Matthew, amused. The machine would melt you from the inside out. Now please move through, sir. Matthew just shrugged. Still better than to complete an annoying captcha. After a short blinding flash of light, Matthew was through the machine, and it put an image of his temporal aura out, which the midget took and put it into Matthew's file. While Matthew watched it with a serious look. Please move through the door, sir. Matthew arrived in an area designated for long queues of people, with a slalom mark through bands. But he was alone there besides 2 armed guards of the TVA. Take a ticket. After Matthew got his ticket from the vending machine, he entered through a turnstile into the queue area and began to walk through it as Miss Minutes appeared on a screen. Hey there, welcome to the Time Variance Authority. I'm Miss Minutes, explained the animated orange clock on the screen. So the welcomes are designed for each individual to mess with them. Or is Miss Minutes an AI? At least this whole complex is designed like a government building just to mess with people, thought Matthew as he realized that the welcome he got was different from Loki's. After he watched the long explanation and half-truth about the TVA and their purpose to preventing a multiversal war by controlling the sacred timeline designated by the all-knowing timekeepers by taking out variants, people they deem criminal for not following their designated path, he finally arrived at the other end of the room, where he got welcomed by another clerk who will lead him into the courtroom where his fate will be decided. Scene break. Mason, variant M0001, aka Matthew Mason, is charged with sequence violation August 1st, 04. How do you plead? Asked the judge. The judge was Ravonna Alexis Renslayer, also formerly known as Hunter A23, was a Latin woman who was one of the first variants captured by He Who Remains and turned into a TVA operative. Currently, she was one of the highest ranking members after the Timekeepers, aka He Who Remains. Innocent, madam, replied Matthew politely as he stood before the judge on his own podium. Oh really? And why do you think so? She asked, amused. First of all, I corrected the timeline. I divined that Hermione Granger was never meant to die through the basilisk, since she will play an important role in the future of the wizarding world, explained Matthew. Whether Hermione Granger lives or dies isn't of concern. The fate of the wizarding world thanks to their isolation from the rest of the universe is unimportant, replied Ravonna matter-of-factly. Then why am I even here? If the wizarding world doesn't matter, we are not here to talk about the wizarding world. They were of no consequence until now. Whether Hermione Granger died of life fits into the sacred timeline. It was supposed to happen how it did. You changing it not. She explained. What? Me changing it? Yes, you are the problem. You discovered the ability to create alternative timelines, in order to create a better timeline for yourself. Would you have stopped at the one interference? She asked matter-of-factly. Matthew realized where the problem lay. If he had the ability to change the future to his advantage, he would have used the shit out of it. Using a time turner for more time was no problem. But changing the past with it creates every time a new timeline and would alarm the TVA at some point, since there would be without a doubt a future with an alternate version of Kong. A wizard manipulating time is extremely dangerous for the sacred timeline. That's why they get reset every time without a doubt. How do you plead? She asked one last time. Not guilty. Why would you have the right to decide the future of the multiverse? Asked Matthew, angry. Because the timekeepers dictate so. The court finds you guilty, and I sentence you to be reset. Next case, please, she said as one of the guards stepped forward with their time stick in their hands. Matthew tried to run away, but thanks to the collar got reset into his previous position just before he got stuck by the time stick. His body began to dissipate in white light and Matthew disappeared from the courtroom. A while ago, while Matthew was checking the recordings of everything he ever said, he was thinking of his escape options. If he didn't manage to flee, he was in deep shit. Either he got brainwashed into one of the workers of the TVA, or he got reset. Brainwashing may be the best option on first thought since he could back up his memories and consciousness with Sarah's help, and later restore him at a convenient time. But he didn't feel like letting others play with his mind. He was unsure whether they had any technology to detect the AI chip, or if it could survive through the brainwashing. No, this was a risky method to bet on. And even if he overcame the brainwashing, they would hunt him down once they realized he had fled. But being reset looked like an even worse option. Based on his knowledge, being reset meant being sent to the void. The void is a point located at the end of time where the TVA sent everything to be pruned. Like many Loki variants, the timeline he created was already there and probably already wiped out of existence by the Guardian of the Void. Alioth, the transtemporal entity controlled and weaponized by He Who Remains. The creature who guarded the exit from the void. A creature created from all the tears in reality, capable of consuming time and space itself. Remembered Matthew how He Who Remains described the creature in the show. Yeah, there is no chance for the current me to beat it or bypass it. Loki and Sylvie only succeeded because He Who Remains wanted them to succeed, else they would have died no cease to exist without a doubt. I am not close to Loki's strength or centuries of magical knowledge and experience. Realized Matthew. Sarah, any idea how to escape the TVA and integrate me into the main timeline again? I don't want to hide in apocalyptic events from now on so the TVA wouldn't find me. He asked mentally. The host doesn't have currently any possible method to remove the energy suppressing collar. After a multitude of tests, I found a weakness for you to bypass the collar. But it has a multitude of its own risks, and could result in death. Better than nothing. If I do nothing I am basically dead. He Who Remains has probably no plans for me or even a need so I won't be able to escape under his guidance and machinations. So what is this method you found? Scene break back in the courtroom. Because the timekeepers dictate so. The court finds you guilty, and I sentence you to be reset. Next case please. I need to do it. Now, thought Matthew as he focused his control over his soul. Shit, he is too close. I need a few more seconds. He realized as he began to run to gain some time. The moment he was reset to his previous location and stuck by the time stick he managed to move his soul out of his body. That was the method Sarah was able to determine he would be able to escape. Since the collar was only suppressing all kinds of energy forms from leaving his body, but not manipulating it inside his body. He was still able to use internal magic like Occlumency and his advanced soul control. During the third stage of his Occlumency training, he gained control over his soul to strengthen his shields and magic beyond their regular level, a technique that gave him another edge over other wizards of similar level. It also saved him during his fight against Nightmare, which he was now sure was a cosmic entity or demon from the Marvel Universe. This control over his soul and his experience of soul magic combined with the knowledge he gained from Voldemort allowed him to formulate an escape plan. This plan would let the TVA believe he was dead or pruned. Matthew watched his body dissipate and get sent to the void, as he hovered invisibly in his astral form beside it. But unlike a normal astral form, this one wasn't tethered to his mortal vessel. While he was reading through the files a while ago, he let Sarah create a new form of soul magic based on all the knowledge he gathered about it, including Horcruxes and possession. Before he got stuck by the time stick, he severed the connection of his soul to his body and left it behind. Similar to how a Horcrux got put into an object, this technique does not need an unspeakable act since he didn't split his soul but removed his whole soul from his body. He was now in an astral form that consisted of his soul and its energy similar to Voldemort's spirit form. But he was invisible since his negative emotions and magics didn't manifest in a dark mist surrounding his body. Rather, he was a pseudo-ghost. The only negative point of this technique, his time was limited. Since he wasn't bound to a mortal form anymore that produced energy for himself, he used his soul energy, which was slowly but surely dissipating. That was the same reason why Voldemort always needed a host to survive. In a soul state, they are unable to produce energy themselves. Good, that worked. Now I need to find a suitable host. Someone rather unimportant so I can move around without getting too much attention. I know just someone perfect for it. Thought Matthew as floated through a wall in direction of his intended target. After passing through multiple walls, he finally found the lobby area again, where he arrived at the TVA. Hello, Casey. Weak-willed and naive. A perfect pawn. There were 3 forms of possession he knew of from Voldemort's knowledge. The first one was the method most Horcruxes used, slowly taking over a body through manipulation, which was pretty weak and worked very slowly by manipulating the target. The next was used mostly by souls still bound to a body taking a target over since the soul had an energy source. This was the most powerful method since if you were strong enough to overpower the target you could control the whole body. And lastly a bodiless soul possessing a body. The last method was the hardest since the soul didn't have an energy source or a safe body. Currently, he had still enough energy to overpower his target since he just left his body, and his own soul was more powerful than most others. He entered the unknowing fool's body from behind and carefully tethered himself to his soul and life force. Since Casey was unaware of the intrusion, Matthew decided to leech off him for now and become more familiar with his astral form and possession powers. Since he could leech of energy from Casey now, he had all the time in the world to gather information. For now, the TVA thought they took care of him. He Who Remains would see any planned attack on himself or his sacred timeline coming. So Matthew needed to act in the confines of the sacred timeline, at least until Kong crossed the threshold of his knowledge. For now, he needed to gather more information about the TVA, the sacred timeline, time travel, and the future. And where would he learn more about it than from inside the TVA itself? This is hell. Thought Matthew in his bodiless state as he watched how Casey lived his pointless and utterly boring life inside the Time Variance Authority. It was literally what he and both his lives imagined work for a government agency would be like, an absolute nightmare. Sitting around, waiting, filling and reading reports, signing documents, paperwork, and more paperwork is simply hell. And currently, he spent weeks from inside one of the utterly brainwashed worker drones trying to learn as much about it as possible without gaining attention. If it weren't for the occasional variant appearing in the lobby, which Casey had to process, Matthew would have already looked for another vessel to hide in. But his unique position in collecting artifacts as evidence and his unimportant position inside the TVA gave Matthew the freedom and information he needed to plan his future moves. Unfortunately, his progress in controlling Casey was slower than anticipated. After all, he was pretty new and inexperienced with the whole possession thing. Although he gained the information and techniques Voldemort had on this topic, the Dark Lord himself didn't really practice any of these techniques before he created the Horcrux inside the diadem of Ravenclaw, which Matthew absorbed. The Horcrux itself had a lot of experience in controlling a soul outside a body and sensing its surroundings, but it never had the opportunity to control someone else yet and didn't gather any experience about it yet. So it was trial and error for Matthew. The last few weeks he spent influencing Casey through his dreams, showing him dreams of how nice it is during his free time to wander and explore, or to learn about new things. And to his pleasure, after a few days, Casey began to wander through different parts of the TVA that he normally didn't visit yet. He even sometimes read through the archives of the TVA, learning of the different timeliness that are part of the sacred timeline. Unfortunately for such a low-level employee of the TVA like Casey, much information was heavily restricted, like information on the end of time, 31st century, and further, or important artifacts. But much information that was even more valuable than the future for Matthew was easily accessible to any member of the TVA. A bit of influencing the subconsciousness of Casey, manipulating a few chemical reactions in his body, and he was already reading what Matthew was interested in. For one, the Wizarding World was truly part of the Marvel Universe, at least the cinematic one. But they were so isolated from the world that they never played any influence on any of the movies. Their narrow worldview and mentality prevented any progress. They were already on the path of self-destruction since the Second World War/Grindelwald War. The numbers of deaths back then amongst the pure-blooded population worsened the inbreeding amongst them by a critical margin. Squibs and deformations became more and more common. After Harry's defeat of Voldemort, this pattern changed, but only for a few years. Harry and his allies didn't manage to change anything important, and the population fell shortly back into old patterns. A few decades to centuries later, wizard kind had effectively bred themselves out, and the birth rate of new Muggleborns was at that point not enough to prevent wizards and witches from dying out. Once there weren't enough wand users to teach the schools, the new Muggleborns never learned to control their magic, and nature did their course. Less and fewer Muggleborns, witches, and wizards were born since they never developed their gifts, and through evolution, they lost a gift that they didn't use. And the only school of magic users on Earth remaining were the sorcerers who channeled different energy forms into their bodies or used artifacts. That is something I definitely can't allow, mused Matthew as he once again thought of the future of the Wizarding World. After all, I want them to be part of my power base. Every proper ruler has armies, so them dying out is not an option. Another piece of information Matthew gathered was what exactly he did wrong to alarm the TVA. The answer was nothing yet. The wizarding world was mostly of no consequence to the sacred timeline that anything happening there didn't really matter. Hermione dead or alive doesn't matter. Voldemort wins? Who cares? Dumbledore becomes a Dark Lord. So what? Most of these scenarios had no impact on the rest of the universe. But a wizard with the capability to create a new timeline whenever he wanted, lead to a new multiverse, and that was a massive problem for the TVA. Well, all of that is interesting. But to use this information I need to return to the sacred timeline without alarming the TVA or he who remains. Passively learning through Casey is nice and all, but I've gained enough strength and control for a more active approach. Decided Matthew. Scene break Casey's dream world. Once Casey fell asleep during his sleeping time he appeared in an empty white space surrounded by masses of grey mist that prevented any view into the distance. Strange. Where am I? Is this my dream today? Pretty empty. Muttered Casey as he looked confused around hoping to spot anything in this empty place. Suddenly there was a voice behind him as a person stepped out of the mist. Hello Casey. Casey jumped slightly as he turned around. Whoa. Who are you? And why do you look like me? Are you my twin brother? And where are we? The other person looked like an exact copy of Casey. Asian descent, same facial structure, and dark hair. But his clothes were more stylish and more modern, and the copy had a more confident presence than the original. But in reality, this was Matthew posing as Casey trying to gain more influence and control over the body. And the best way was to gain trust. Who would anybody more trust than himself? I am you and this is your mind. Me? No, I am me. So who are you? Replied Casey even more confused. Yes, you are you. But I am also you. Rather, I am your past self. My past self? What do you mean with my past self? I was always Casey or Hunter D90 created to work in the Time Variance Authority. Stuttered Casey becoming more and more unsure of himself. Are you sure? How were you created? Do you have parents? Where did you come from? And who am I if I am not you? Replied Matthew with a friendly grin. Thinking for a while Casey got more confused and unsure before he replied. I don't know. I was always in the TVA and worked for it. That's how it always was. I don't know who you are. As I said, I am you. Or rather your subconsciousness. You didn't always work for the TVA. Explained Matthew slowly building up Casey's investigative and adventurous nature. If that is true, why don't I remember anything from before? And how come you only are here now? Replied Casey. Well, isn't that the questions of questions? Where do the workers of the TVA come from? Let me give you a small hint. What happens to the variants that aren't reset? Since there are also these cases, are they returned to the timeline and live their life? Asked Matthew with a sly grin. A half-lie was always easier to sell. Casey thought for a while before he began to realize what his past self wanted to tell him. I am a variant? Yes, but now it's time to wake up, said Matthew with a wave of his hand as Casey disappeared in front of him from this white and empty space. I need to be patient. He needs to trust in me. Believe in me.